My name is Lee Fan. Right now, I'm lying in a shabby rented room, my eyes snapping wide open. The veins on my forehead bulge, my bloodshot eyes wide as I gasp for breath, roaring in fury. Damn your ancestors. Su Yunyu, Zhang Feng, you bitch and bastard. I shielded you time and again, and in return, you betrayed me, stabbed me in the back. The memories flood back, how I fought tooth and nail to slay an otherworldly demon king invading Earth, only to let my guard down momentarily before a dagger laced with lethal poison plunged into my heart from behind. The ones who stabbed me in the back were none other than my longtime girlfriend Su Yunyu and Zhang Feng, the guild's vice president whom I had personally promoted and considered my right-hand man. Su Yunyu, I treated you so well all these years, holding you in the palm of my hand and spoiling you rotten. I fulfilled your every request. Zhang Feng, back when you had no money to eat, I gave you a job, provided you with plenty of equipment to level up and grow stronger, and even went against all objections to promote you to vice leader of the Pantheon. 10 years, I trusted you all, protected you, gave you money when you asked, handed over gear when you needed it. And this is how you repay me? Was I not worthy of your loyalty? The angrier I got, the more my liver ached. Suddenly, a realization hit me. But I died, whose liver is hurting? Holy shit, where am I? Is this a phone in my hand? After 10 years of alien monsters invading the galaxy, factories were destroyed. How can there still be a working phone? Wait, my eyes widened at the date on the screen, September 20th, 2042. Isn't this the first day Endless Firmament launched? I've been reborn? I was utterly baffled. Did the heavens take pity on me and grant me a chance to start over? It took me quite a while to recover from the daze before I could accept the fact of my rebirth, and then I became overwhelmingly excited. Endless Firmament was a virtual reality game that dominated the gaming industry the moment it was released. Officially endorsed and promoted by the world's 5 major powers, it was hailed as every player's second world. But my past life's experience told me this game was far from simple. For the first 100 days after its launch, it was merely an exceptionally high-quality virtual online game. Yet on December 31st, 2024, exactly 100 days after the game's operation, the game merged with reality, and an alien abyssal civilization invaded Hulan planet. From that moment onward, the world's rules shifted from science fiction to magic, rendering all human electricity and gunpowder obsolete. In the face of invasion, countless humans become prey for the abyssal monsters every day. Fortunately, however, game character abilities sync to the real world, allowing players to grow stronger in-game and thereby strengthen themselves in reality. In my past life, I had just started my internship a few months prior. Rather than spending my earnings on a game helmet, I splurged on designer bags for Su Yunyu, delaying my entry into the game by 2 months after its launch before I could finally create a character. Having missed the early leveling phase, I spent 10 years putting in more effort than others, finally reaching level 200 and securing a spot in the world's top 10 warrior rankings, while my guild, Pantheon, also broke into the global top 100 guilds. Now reborn on the first day of the game launch, I can compete on equal footing with other players from the start. Plus, with memories from my past life, Endless Firmament feels like a wiped server replay for me. Barring any surprises, my future achievements will surely surpass just the warrior top 10. Thank the heavens for this second chance. In this life, I will surely climb to the pinnacle of Endless Firmament. Suddenly, the notification sound from my phone interrupted my thoughts. It was a message from Su Yunyu. Honey, I was shopping with my bestie earlier and saw such a cute bag. Hashtag bag photo hashtag. Don't you think it's way nicer than the one I currently use? Hashtag playful hashtag too bad I'm still preparing for grad school and can't afford it, so I'll just have to admire it from afar. Hashtag sadface hashtag, but it's okay. Once I start earning money in the future, I'll definitely buy it. Hashtag fighting hashtag hardwork hashtag. Reading these messages, my eyes burned with anger again. That bitch. In my past life, it was because of messages like these that I gave up buying a gaming helmet, missing my chance to enter the game. Looking back now, I really want to slap my past self. I totally was a pathetic simp back then. Fortunately, in this second life, I'll never stoop to being a simp again. If I'm going to be anything, it's a gaming addict with a brighter future. Su Yunyu, you should be grateful the game hasn't merged with reality yet. I won't break the law otherwise, today would be your last day. You've got exactly 100 days left to live. In this lifetime, I refuse to say another word to you. Just watch quietly as you dig your own grave. Gnashing my teeth, I muttered these words before leaving my rented apartment and heading to the nearest store selling gaming helmets. After buying the game helmet, I had only 100 yuan left from my 3-month internship savings. But I wasn't worried. I even sent my company a resignation message. Starting today, I was a free man with no job. Back in my rented apartment, I checked the time, 5:58 p.m. Just 2 minutes remained until the official launch of Endless Firmament. Needless to say, what I must do next is launch Endless Firmament. Soon, the game entered the character creation screen. Notice, You have confirmed your in-game ID as Taishuation. Alert! Your initial class selection has been randomized. Randomization complete. Your starting class is the primary warrior branch, shield-clad warrior, rare hidden class. Alert! Character appearance customization complete. Your character creation is finished. Like a demon lord descending from the heavens, truly the god of calamity in the mortal realm, this is the origin of my ID. In my past life, I had 10 years of experience, making any class easy to master. That's why I didn't choose common classes like warrior or mage as my starting profession. Instead, I gambled on a randomized class, as there was a chance to obtain a hidden profession. I never expected to actually succeed in becoming a hidden class. Shield Knight isn't bad, though the DPS is slightly lacking. Its role in a team is undeniable, and its overall combat power is quite decent. Moreover, damage output ultimately depends on the player. With good gear, high skill levels, and strong mechanics, any class can excel. I nodded quietly to myself, quite satisfied with this starting class. After character creation came Endless Firmament's unique talent lottery event. Notification: by heaven's grace, you've drawn the SSS grade exclusive talent Blessing of Light in the talent lottery. Holy shit, I was stunned. Did Lady Luck just smile upon me? Talent grades range from lowest to highest, F, E, D, E, C, B, A, S, SS, SSR. I actually drew the highest grade talent. In my previous life, I only got a B grade talent, but after rebirth, I drew the top tier SSR grade. This is such an amazing start. Notification: you have been automatically assigned to Beginner Village M4399. Enjoy your game. As the system prompt sound faded, my vision blurred, and I found myself in the spawn square of the M4399 Beginner Village. Having just entered the game, I didn't have time to pay attention to the exclamations of other newcomers around me. I quickly opened my personal panel to check my talent information. Scanning the details on the panel, I saw Character, Taishuation, with basic attributes including Level, LV1, 0/10,000, Class, Shield Armor Warrior, HP, 400, MP, 300, Attack, Physical Attack 20, Magical Attack 6, Defense, Physical Defense 14, Magical Defense 10, Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 4, Spirit 6, Stamina 10. Free attribute points, 0, maximum attack speed, 0.84 hits/second, maximum movement speed, 10.08 meters/second, title, none, talent, Blessing of Light, Phase 1, SSS quality. The equipment slots contain, Novice Cloth Shirt, Novice Trousers, Novice One-Handed Sword, Novice Small Round Shield. The skill list includes, Shield Block, LV1 Passive, Heavy Slash, LV1 Active, and, Provoke, LV1 Active. Endless Firmament is quite different from other virtual online games I've played before. The way character stats translate into specific attack and defense effects here is particularly distinctive. 1 point of strength provides 1 base physical attack and 0.01% additional weak point damage. 1 point of spirit equals 1 base magical attack, minor tenacity, and 10 MP. 1 point of agility increases attack speed by 0.01 and movement speed by 0.02, while 1 point of constitution grants 10 HP, 1 point of both defenses, minor hyper armor and minor weak point damage resistance. In my past life, I'd seen plenty of archer players who maxed out strength stats in pursuit of extreme damage output. However, agility attributes are important too. Higher speed makes dodging attacks and landing critical hits easier. But for a shield armor warrior like me, stacking strength and vitality attributes is definitely the priority. I muttered to myself, I remember ordinary starter classes only get 1 skill, yet the shield armor warrior actually has 3. Not bad. Truly worthy of a hidden class's skill set. Let me see what this SSS tier talent actually does. I then looked at the talent effect description. Blessing of Light, Stage 1, SSS tier talent 1. Your base agility stat is increased by 500 points. 2. For every minor enemy you slay, your agility permanently increases by at least 1 point. The stronger the defeated foe, the greater the agility reward. Talent progression to next stage, kills 0/10,000. Note, SSS tier unique talent with 10 total growth stages. Work hard, young one. Staring at the talent description, I was stunned. Blessing of Light. I thought this light referred to holy attribute buffs. Who knew it actually meant the speed of light? Holy crap. Killing just 1 small monster boosts agility by at least 1 point. Based on the conversion rate between agility and dual speed stats, 100 agility equals +1 attack per second and +2 meters per second movement speed. 1000 agility means 10 attacks per second and 20 meters per second movement speed. 10,000 agility translates to 100 attacks per second and 200 meters per second movement speed. If I had 100,000 agility points, no, a million, hiss, I couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air even as a reincarnated individual. The first stage effects of this SSS grade talent utterly shock me. According to my calculations, killing a maximum of 11,700 monsters would allow my movement speed to break the sound barrier, maybe even surpass the speed of light. The thought filled me with excitement. Time to grind mobs, let's start sweating it out. But grinding monsters can wait, hidden quests take priority. Endless Firmament's hidden quests offer excellent rewards and are often unique. As a reborn individual, I'll leverage my foreknowledge advantage to intercept all the hidden quests I can remember. Walking out from the newbie spawn square, my ears were filled with the clamor of the crowd. This game was jointly promoted by the 5 permanent UN Security Council nations, with over 100 million players logging in on launch day. After finally squeezing through the crowd, I headed straight for the blacksmith's shop in the starter village. The memories of the beginner village are too hazy, coupled with the fact that in my previous life, I entered the game 2 months late because I was busy doting on my girlfriend. I don't have much information about the hidden quests there. After racking my brain for a long time, I finally recalled one. A legendary storm warrior known as the meat grinder of the battlefield once bragged online about the secret to his immense combat power. At the beginner village's blacksmith, gaining the blacksmith's recognition of your strength would trigger a hidden chain quest. Completing it rewards you with the warrior's heart. For warrior players, this is a divine artifact that grants immunity to all forms of crowd control. The warrior class excels in offense and defense but lacks mobility, making it prone to being crowd controlled. With this item, it becomes ridiculously powerful. Moreover, this item is unique, so the powerhouse wasn't worried about others copying it when showing off. Little did he expect someone like me, a reincarnator, to exist. I chuckled inwardly. Your warrior's heart is impressive, but sorry, it'll be mine soon. Soon, I arrived at the blacksmith's shop in the beginner village. Completing quests and killing monsters are standard leveling methods in the game, and a long queue had formed for the blacksmith's tasks, with NPC soldiers maintaining order. I had no choice but to obediently wait. The bad news was that at least 100 players stood ahead of me. The good news? The blacksmith treated everyone the same, bluntly cursing, "Your combat power is too weak. No tasks for you. Get lost. Don't bother me." With just that one sentence, a player was dismissed. With NPC soldiers watching closely nearby, those who couldn't get the quest had no choice but to slink away without daring to utter a single complaint. Soon, it was my turn to stand before the blacksmith. He glanced at me and bluntly said, "Get lost. You're too weak. There's no quest here suitable for someone like you." Unlike the obedient players before me, I wasn't about to leave quietly. To trigger the hidden quest chain, Warrior's Heart, from this blacksmith, I needed to earn his recognition first. How to gain his approval? The most convincing way was to demonstrate my strength to him. My SSS tier talent's first effect grants me an additional 500 agility points, which is precisely why I skipped grinding monsters and came straight to intercept this hidden quest. I addressed the blacksmith, saying, "Blacksmith Morin, take another good look. Just how strong am I really?" As the words left my mouth, I swiftly raised my one-handed sword and slashed at the empty air. Swish, 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 swish. With my current agility at 504 points and the base attack speed of 0.8 attacks/second, my attack rate now reaches 5.84 strikes per second. After those lightning-fast 5 consecutive slashes, the blacksmith's demeanor instantly changed. He said, "Young otherworldly adventurer, you truly are a fortunate one. Your talent leaves me astonished. I have high hopes for you. May you help me avenge my daughter." No sooner had he spoken than a notification popped up on my interface. Notice, you have triggered the quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge. 1. Quest details. Several months ago, Morin's daughter went out on an expedition only to meet with misfortune. After investigation, Morin discovered the creatures responsible for his daughter's death were a pack of wolves dwelling in the gloomy thicket. Eliminate 100 mutated gray wolves, level 6 creatures, and prove your strength once more to Morin. You will receive generous rewards from Morin and qualify for the next phase of the quest. Time limit, 3 days. Party requirement, solo. Success reward, 50 silver coins, 5,000 EXP, 1 common equipment, eligibility to accept follow-up tasks. Failure penalty, permanently lose eligibility for this quest chain. Seeing the quest details, I breathed a sigh of relief. This was precisely the first step in the hidden quest chain to obtain the Heart of the Warrior item. I said to the blacksmith, "Master Morin, rest assured, I will definitely complete the quest." He replied, "I hope you honor your words. As assistance, I won't charge you any fees for equipment repairs within the next 3 days." I specifically interacted with him in a friendly manner just for this reason. The NPCs in Endless Firmament aren't just simplistic programs, they have thoughts, emotions, joys, and sorrows, like virtual AI beings. Your attitude toward them dictates their attitude toward you, except when they're in a bad mood. One sentence saved me 3 days' worth of equipment repair fees, and I was in a great mood. Meanwhile, the players queued behind me were stunned. They had witnessed the entire interaction. Holy crap, did he just glitch out? What the hell? Lightning 5 whip combo? Insane. I bet this guy rolled a talent that boosts attack speed, must be at least B tier or higher. What a pro. Hey, bro, wanna add me as a friend? Also looking to add friends, I'm a D tier talent mage with plus 20 starting spirit attribute, insane damage output. Damn. This pro actually uses shield and one-handed sword weapons? Looks like a hidden class too? Pro, carry me please. Hey pro, don't run away. Wait for me. Holy shit, this pro runs so fast. Faced with their friend requests and party invitations, I immediately made my escape. Seriously, bragging about D-tier talent? What level are you at to even think of being my teammate? In the early stages of the game, every kind of weirdo shows up. I won't waste time looking for allies. Before the first dungeon unlocks at LV 15, solo grinding is my best path to level up. I roared. Let's do this. I'm gonna be the fastest man alive. Chapter 4, Grind, Level Up, and the Slime Pig Boss. Mutant Grey Wolves are LV 6-pack creatures. At just LV 1, taking them on is way too risky. Endless Firmament imposes severe death penalties and level suppression. Each death results in 24 hours of weakness, having all attributes. A second death extends weakness to 72 hours and erases all current level experience. A third death brings a week of weakness and a level drop. A fourth death drops 2 levels, and so on. If a player dies 10 times within a month, their level plummets directly to LV1, all equipment is lost, and they remain in a weakened state for the entire following month. Death penalties reset on the first of each month, tracked separately. As for level suppression, for every LV1 gap below an opponent, your damage dealt decreases by 5% and damage taken increases by 5%, capped at 80%. The same applies inversely. However, defeating higher level enemies grants bonus experience, while slaying lower-level foes reduces both experience gains and loot drops. In this game, trying to level up quickly by grinding low-level mobs is simply impossible. So I plan to scout a few leveling spots on my way to Dark Deep Forest, grinding some XP and talents to boost my combat power before taking on the mutated Grey Wolf. Once I made up my mind, I dashed out of the village. The area outside the beginner village was far livelier than inside, with hordes of players arriving on quests to hunt monsters and gather materials. Looking around, there were more people than level 1 red-eyed rabbits. The freshly spawned rabbits barely had time to see the world before being obliterated by swords and fireballs. I wiped the sweat from my brow. In my past life, when I was in the beginner's village, most players had already reached level 50 or higher, so there were very few players left in the starter area. Now I finally understand just how fiercely the no-lifers compete on the first day of the server launch. I had no interest in fighting ordinary players for monster spawns, so I pushed through the crowd and headed to a more remote grinding spot. It was noticeably less crowded here. Here, a monster called Pippy Pig spawned. Species, Pippy Pig. Level, LV2 common creature. Stats, 200 HP, 23 physical attack, 12 physical defense, 11 magical defense. Skill, Anger of PP Pig. PP Pig will charge at the enemy. This PP Pig boasts high attack and defense stats, coupled with the penalty for players attacking higher level monsters, making most level 1 newbie players too intimidated to engage. But I'm different. I used the provoke skill on a PP Pig within 15 meters. My condescending glare enraged it, and it snorted heavily, charging at me with all 4 limbs pounding the ground. I thought to myself, slow, way too slow. I couldn't even be bothered to raise my shield for a block. In my eyes, its charge was as sluggish as a snail's crawl. A quick sidestep easily dodged it, and I casually stabbed my sword into its backside for good measure. Swish, swish, swish. My attack speed was so fast that within 2 seconds, 11 damage numbers popped up over the Pippy Pig's head. -15. Weak point damage, -15, -15. The rear is a weak spot for most creatures. Since its chrysanthemum had no armor covering it and my strikes were precise, all 11 basic attacks dealt double damage by hitting its weak spot. After 11 strikes, its HP was down to just 35 points. With a final shriek, I seized the chance to land 3 more thrusts. Can't help it, I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to see it suffer, so I had to give it an early release. Notice, you have slain Pippy Pig, LV2 common creature, and gained 105 EXP, 5% bonus for killing higher level creatures. Notice, your talent has taken effect, permanently increasing your agility by 1 point. Not bad, just need to take care of about 95 more Pippy Pigs, and I'll level up to LV2. I cheer myself on. After over an hour of intense battle, a blazing white light of level up finally shone from my body as the system prompt rang in my ears. You have leveled up. Current level, LV2. Congratulations on obtaining 5 free attribute points. There was no helping it. Though I dispatched Pippy Pigs quickly enough, the pigs were scattered too widely, and their respawn timers after death were annoyingly long. The time spent searching for mobs far exceeded the actual grinding time. Compounded by the growing number of players flooding into the area, my leveling efficiency suffered frustrating delays. Finally hit level 2, time to hurry to the next grinding spot, I muttered. What a shame though, nearly 100 Pippy Pigs only dropped 3 trash tier white items and some coppers. Among them, only one garbage stat one-handed sword was barely usable for me. I allocated all my free attribute points to strength to boost my attack power. Just as I finished assigning the points and was about to leave, I noticed a group of 7 or 8 people not far away ganging up on a Pippy Pig boss that was clearly stronger than the ordinary ones. I confirmed it was just a low-tier LV2 Black Iron mini-boss. Since someone had beaten me to it, I initially planned to move on as intended. A mere LV2 Black Iron mini-boss wasn't worth turning into a boss-stealing villain. But at that moment, I spotted 2 familiar faces among the group fighting the boss. As I took in their features, verified their IDs and classes, along with the IDs and classes of their teammates, my attitude instantly shifted. If I remember correctly, those 7 were the core members of the infamous, Righteous Cloudcover, guild from my past life. At this thought, my eyes narrowed slightly. When faced with the terrifying invasion of alien monsters, human society generally fell into 3 categories: those who rose to resist, those who waited hopelessly for death, and the smallest but most notorious group, the anti-human traitors who actively or passively joined the monster faction, turning against their own kind. This Righteous Cloud-covered guild had a deceptively noble name, but its members were anything but righteous. Even before the alien monsters invaded Sea Blue Star, they were already notorious in the game for every kind of deceit and villainy. After the invasion, most of the core members defected to the monster faction within a year, standing in direct opposition to humanity. In the 3rd year of the alien monsters' invasion of Aquastar, they ranked 3rd on the globally recognized Beast Guild leaderboard, their crimes second only to the top 2 Western guilds on the list. Recognizing them instantly piqued my interest. The core members of Righteous Cloud Splitter Guild fell into 2 categories: old teammates from other games befriended before Endless Firmament's launch, and new recruits absorbed after the server opened. However, all core members' names were prefixed with the characters Righteous. Righteous Overlord, Righteous Monarch, Righteous Black Rose, Righteous Mr. Sue. No doubt about it, they're definitely core members of Righteous Sky. Once their identities were confirmed, things became simple. As a cheap player with such healthy values, how could I possibly turn a blind eye when encountering villainous scum? The saying goes, those not of our kind must have different hearts. In your past life, working under those alien monsters must have been quite exhausting, right? This lifetime, I'll show some mercy and try my best to spare you from ever enduring such hardships again. I immediately sprang into action. Since everyone was around level 1 or 2 with hardly any skills available, there was no need for tactics. Direct confrontation would do the trick. I sprinted at full speed, my first target being the enemy mage positioned at the backline. Watch out, someone's charging at us. Damn, this guy moves insanely fast, might be here to steal the boss. Stay sharp. Is he coming alone? Hell, that's suicidal. Brothers, I'll keep the boss occupied, you guys focus fire and burst him down. I didn't conceal my approach, and they spotted me when we were still over 100 meters apart. These guys might be rotten, but they've got decent game awareness. In virtual MMORPGs, killing, looting, and boss stealing are common practices. They're experts at it. Judging me by their own standards, they naturally assumed the worst. Before I could even get within 50 meters, they were already poised for battle. The archer, mage, and priest in their party swiftly retreated, while a warrior and a knight stood at the front. An assassin lurked nearby, waiting for an opening. The last member, seemingly a hidden knight-class profession, was still kiting the boss. Friend, this area is closed to outsiders right now. Take another step, and we won't hold back. The warrior player, Ebo_and shouted a warning at me, trying to scare me off. I ignored him completely as the distance between us rapidly closed. Damn it, he's asking for it, take him out, Wang ordered. Immediately, the long-range archers and mages launched their attacks at me. Arrows and fireballs shot toward me with precision, but I easily dodged them with a serpentine sidestep. This guy moves way too fast. He's hard to hit from a distance. The archer, Righteous_Rose, said with a grimace. No problem, Rabbit, get ready, we'll intercept him together. King of Men called over his knight teammate. 3 seconds later, I charged right in front of King of Men as he raised his sword to use triple slash. This was a starter skill that every warrior class player had. The first 2 slashes dealt 150% of normal attack damage, while the third strike dealt 200% damage, with a 30-second cooldown. But against someone like me with 600 agility points, his speed was utterly laughable. Swish, 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 my attacks landed before his counter could connect, raining down a flurry of strikes aimed straight at the monarch's head. The monarch tried to duck, but there was simply no dodging it. -26. Critical hit, -26. -26. Almost instantly, 6 damage numbers popped up above the monarch's head, reducing his health by nearly half. His triple slash combo missed the first 2 strikes. I dodged them cleanly, but the third one clanged against my raised shield, System notification, your attack was successfully blocked by the Tai Sui deity using a shield. Judgment concluded. Your strength attribute is lower than your opponent's. This attack will inflict no damage on the Tai Sui deity. Looking at the prompts in his own health bar, the human king turned pale with fright. Be careful, this guy's a hidden class, he can block physical attacks. Such insane damage, and that attack speed, he must be hitting at least 5 times per second. Just how high is his agility stat? I can't hold, ugh. Before humanity's king could finish his words, I slashed through him, reducing his health bar to 0. The entire battle took less than 3 seconds. The scene shocked the 6 righteous members of the Benevolent Skies Guild. They felt their highly defensive, thick-blooded warrior comrade had fallen the moment the battle began. Everyone's at level 2. How can my combat power be this strong? They probably think I'm hacking. Quit standing around, take down this guy called God of Tai Sui. He's alone, focus fire. Avenge King of Men. The professional paladin, Righteous King, who was engaged in a duel with the boss, roared furiously. The other members snapped out of it and swiftly launched attacks at me, only for the scene to shatter into disbelief. Your attack was successfully blocked by God of Tai Sui using his shield. Your attack missed. I am Li Fan, and in this battle, the attacks from the Righteous Sky Guild feel like mere tickles to me. Their magical assaults are all dodged with my precise footwork. With such a vast gap in speed and a decade of intense combat experience from my past life, evading their strikes is effortless. If their attacks become too dense, blocking my movement paths, I simply weave through the magical barrages and use my small round shield to deflect the physical blows. But when I strike, they can neither dodge nor withstand it. I swing my sword like a whirlwind, swish, 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 and within moments, 4 of them lie defeated. This made Righteous_Big King, who was entangled with the boss, both shocked and enraged. He shouted, "Don't worry about me. The boss only has 100 HP left, finish it off, grab the loot, and retreat." He even vowed to hunt me down until I quit the game. Hearing this, I noticed the piggy boss's health was nearly depleted, so I immediately abandoned chasing them and turned to charge at the boss. This piggy was a LV2 Black Iron creature, low level, unlikely to have outrageous skills, and now only had 98 HP left. It was now a pure DPS race. I swiftly rushed to its side. The 3 members from the Righteous Brotherhood Guild hadn't finished it off yet. I aimed at its weak spot below the tail, raised my one-handed sword, and stabbed fiercely. -20, weak point damage. -20, -32, mortal strike. The final heavy slash skill emptied its health bar. I successfully slayed it and received plentiful rewards, experience points, free attribute points, and even my passive talent triggered, permanently increasing my agility by 1. Seeing me steal the boss's first kill, Righteous King and his crew were furious. I picked up the 3 items dropped by the boss and charged straight at them. I hacked another one to death, and just then, the leader shouted, "Split up and run." He and his teammate fled in opposite directions. I caught up with his teammate first, hacking him down, then turned to pursue him. Within about 10 seconds, I caught up to him and unleashed a furious barrage of blows. He had high physical defense and decent skills, but none of it mattered against me. I calculated the damage and was shocked that he still hadn't died after losing over 500 HP. He must have either specced into HP talents or had some hidden class bonus. But he couldn't hold on for long. After uttering a last threat, he died. I muttered under my breath, "Being assigned to the same starting village as me is your greatest misfortune." Then I got ready to leave. The earlier battle had attracted nearby players' grinding levels. Since I initiated the PK first and killed 7 people, I gained 7 points of park penalty, turning my name bright red. Killing a red-named player will cause them to drop equipment. I'm not afraid of being hunted down, but piking is a waste of time, and I don't want to bring trouble upon myself. Besides, I was already planning to leave this leveling area anyway. These self-righteous folks are utterly broke, 7 of them, and not a single piece of equipment dropped. I opened my backpack to check the 3 items dropped by the boss. The first one was a one-handed sword of black iron quality. Wow, the stats are amazing. It's a top-tier weapon with 2 attributes and even reduces the enemy's physical defense. I can already imagine using this sword to absolutely wreck them next time. First, let's check the remaining 2 items, then find a new grinding spot. I thought to myself, Chapter 7, Agility over 1,000, what the hell? In Endless Firmament, equipment quality is ranked from lowest to highest as follows: Common, Black Iron, Silver, Gold, Dark Gold, Legendary, Epic, Mythic, and Primordial Mythic. As for whether there exists equipment quality surpassing Primordial Mythic, Li Fan had no knowledge of that. In his previous life, even at level 200, he had never encountered such items. Perhaps only by growing even stronger in this lifetime could he uncover the answer to that mystery. Within each quality tier of equipment, based on specific attributes, they are further classified into 6 grades: inferior, normal, fine, excellent, premium, and perfect. The reason this steel sword before him is classified as perfect grade is precisely why it possesses an additional attribute compared to ordinary black iron one-handed swords. Grasping it in hand, Li Fan's attack power increased drastically. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted to the remaining 2 items dropped by the boss. Skill book, shield counter, quality, black iron. Learning requirement, level 2 or above, shield wielding profession. Level 1 active effect, use a shield to block an enemy attack and reflect 10 magic damage back to the attacker. Skill lasts for 1 second, consumes 20 MP on use. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Equipment, pigskin belt. Durability, 60/60. Quality, common. Grade, common. Usage requirement, level 2 or above. Attributes, 50 HP, 2 physical defense. Not bad, I can make good use of these. Li Fan grinned and decisively learned the skill book, then equipped the belt around his waist. The shield counter skill falls under the defensive category. It might seem unnecessary now, but someday it could come in handy. Besides, Endless Firmament doesn't limit the number of skills a player can learn, so picking it up now ensures he's prepared. As for the boarhide belt, though it's just transitional gear, the immediate boost to defense and health makes it better than nothing. Time to grind some monsters at a new leveling spot. In Endless Firmament, players with a red name status can reduce their sin points by either killing 100 monsters of equal or higher level per sin point or by eliminating other red named players. Setting a small goal, let's clear 700 monsters first. Having made up his mind, Li Fan began searching for a new leveling area. Of course, if I encountered any Peppa Pigs along the way, I'd casually swing my sword a few times to cut them down before moving on. Before long, he left the Peppa Pigs territory and arrived at an area called Gobi Desert, where a type of level 3 mob called Mutated Crawdad spawned. Species, Mutated Crawdad. Level, LV3 ordinary creature. Attributes, 280 HP, 27 physical attack, 15 physical defense, 15 magic defense. Skill, Death Roll. The mutated crocodile performs a 1-3 second control combo after biting its target, causing additional damage. The mutated crocodile has extremely high attack power, with considerable defense and HP as well. Its drawback is relatively slow movement speed. In Li Fan's eyes, they're nothing more than moving training dummies. Swish, 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 -27, -29, -58. Critical hit. Li Fan's current physical attack power had reached a staggering 45 points, making his strikes far too devastating against the mutated crocodile. It's a shame the mutated crocodile only has weak spots in its eyes and underbelly, making it difficult to land critical hits. Fortunately, his attack speed was fast enough to take down each mutated crocodile within 3 seconds at most. System notification, you have slain, omitted, gain 126 EXP, plus 5% level difference bonus. System notification, your agility attribute permanently increased by +1. My SSS tier talent is growth oriented, so I don't need to aggressively hunt monsters beyond my level. Just staying 1 or 2 levels above the mainstream players will be the most efficient approach. Having made up his mind, Li Fan immediately calmed his thoughts. With this leveling area all to himself for now, he decided to grind hundreds of mutated crocodiles first. Notification, you have defeated, omitted. Notice, you have reached LV4. About 2 hours later, when sporadic player pedestrians began appearing in the Gobi Desert area, Li Fan's body erupted with a second beam of white light. LV4. All the free attribute points earned from reaching LV3 earlier had already been allocated entirely to strength, and this level up's points were likewise fully invested in strength again. Li Fan opened his personal panel for a quick glance. Character, Ta Sui God. Basic attributes. Level, LV4, 648/45000. Class, Shield Bearer Warrior. HP, 450. MP, 320. Attack, Fizz. ATK 55, Mag ATK 6. Defense, Fizz. Def 16, Mag Def 11. Attributes, Strength 27, Agility 1098, Spirit 6, Stamina 10. Free attribute points, 0. Maximum attack speed, 12.78 attacks/second. Top movement speed, 30.98 meters/second. Title, None. Talent, Blessing of Light, Phase 1, SSS Quality. Endless Firmament S leveling system is absolutely ridiculous. It took nearly 500 mutated alligators just to go from LV2 to LV4. Li Fan's side, leveling up was way too slow. But when he remembered how it took him 2.5 months to level up from LV199 to LV200 in his past life, he stopped sighing. Patience had already been tempered through hardship. Over 500 alligators, and all I got was a plain white ring with +1 physical attack and +1 magic defense. That's what you call ridiculous. Li Fan stared at the plain white ring in his equipment slot and couldn't help but laugh bitterly at his own luck. Under normal circumstances, the drop rate in Endless Firmament wouldn't be this low. When farming regular monsters, you'd typically get one plain white equipment drop for every 50 kills on average. Yet after slaying 500 mutated crocodiles, all I got was one ordinary ring? Guess I just have terrible luck. This damn place isn't working for me. Some players are heading this way now, perfect timing to move to another spot. With my current attack and movement speed, maybe I should just go grind those mutated grey wolves. After some consideration, Li Fan made a new decision in his heart. Mutated grey wolves were LV6 ordinary monsters, while he was currently LV4. With only 10% damage reduction due to the level difference, it was worth a try. After all, there wasn't much difference between fighting LV5 and LV6 monsters. In that case, farming mutated grey wolves not only fit his plan but also allowed him to complete quests simultaneously, killing two birds with one stone. How perfect! With this in mind, Li Fan immediately headed for the darkened woods area where the mutated grey wolves roamed. It was only about 10 kilometers away. Running at full speed, Li Fan reached his destination in just 6 minutes. The sky was gloomy, with eerie winds blowing incessantly, and the endless stretch of forest resembled devouring beasts. Li Fan stepped into the shadowy depths of the woods. Before he could even start hunting mutated grey wolves, his gaze suddenly caught the sight of what appeared to be a mage-class player not far away, locked in battle with a mutated grey wolf boss. Li Fan was inwardly startled. In M4399's beginner village, could there really be someone leveling up faster than him? After carefully observing for a while, he was even more astonished. It's actually another acquaintance from my past life? Chapter 8, I'm going to grind you into the grass. That's right, Li Fan recognized the person currently farming the mutated grey wolf boss. This player's ID is Hua Huti, Flower Butterfly, a female gamer. In Li Fan's past life, Hua Huti was initially a friendly and skilled veteran player. However, around 2.5 years after Endless Firmament was launched, for some unknown reason, she suddenly changed completely, inexplicably targeting and wiping out an entire guild named Ao Shirkun Xiong, Proud Overlords. Simultaneously, she transformed from a veteran player who treated random players kindly into a maniac who hacked people down when unhappy, and even when happy. The most frustrating part was that this lunatic not only awakened an S-tier talent but also grinded obsessively, making her combat power nearly unrivaled. In his previous life, when Li Fan was still striving to grow, he had already been crushed by Flower Butterfly. That moment was forever etched in his memory. He had been happily leveling up with his guildmates when suddenly, a high-level, unfamiliar spellcaster appeared from the horizon. With a flick of their staff, Li Fan and his friends were wiped out in an instant. That was the most humiliating death Li Fan had ever experienced. For no reason at all, Colorful Butterfly just happened to pass by and casually killed someone, not even bothering to loot the equipment before leaving. Much later, when Li Fan's combat power had grown and he sought revenge against Colorful Butterfly, he learned the other had already perished in a siege by otherworldly demonic creatures. After grinding so hard to level up, only to find his enemy had died first, the frustration of being robbed of vengeance weighed heavily on Li Fan for a long time. I recall someone revealing in my past life that this guy's S-tier talent was related to boosting mental energy or skill potency. His magical DPS was downright terrifying. No wonder she could reach the LV6 mob spawn point before me and even solo the boss. Holy shit, was that the mage's mini-god skill Blink? How did this guy already get Blink at this stage? Observing Butterfly in battle with the boss, Li Fan couldn't help feeling shocked. He realized her DPS was several tiers higher than his own. But this isn't surprising, after all. Talents in this game are divided into early stage and late stage types. My SSS-Rank talent clearly belongs to the late game category. The more monsters I slay, the more formidable my combat power becomes. Meanwhile, talents like that Butterfly Dancers are obviously geared toward early to mid-game phases. It's perfectly normal for an S-rank early/mid-game talent to output more damage than mine at the start. In Endless Firmament, there are plenty of lucky players like Butterfly Dancer, but SSS rank talents? Sorry, in Li Fan's previous life, he'd never heard of anyone obtaining one. Even the server's universally acknowledged top-ranked player, whose capabilities were exposed by an enemy with true vision skill, only possessed an SS rank talent at best. So when confronted with the opponent's superior damage output at this stage, Li Fan remained unfazed. What shocked him was that Flutterby had actually used the Blink skill. Normally, this was a minor god tier ability only unlocked by mage players after reaching LV30. Who knew how Flutterby had gotten hold of it on the very first day of the server launch? Yet as he watched Flutterby entangled in combat with the mutated Grey Wolf boss, Li Fan felt murderous intent steadily rising within him. *CK her. Li Fan couldn't be bothered to care what might happen in Butterfly's future that would drive her insane. Perhaps she'd encounter some tragic story in the future that would evoke sympathy. But what did that have to do with him? Li Fan only remembered how she had killed him in his past life. If he didn't settle this score, it would always gnaw at him. Killing her once would not only vent my past life's grievances but also let me snag a boss in the process, double the happiness. Especially since this boss is a bronze tier mutated grey wolf. So what if your DPS is high? My movement speed hits nearly 31 meters per second. Plus I've got combat experience from my past life. Can you even land a hit on me? So what if you have blink? The cooldown is long, and even if you use it once or twice, you can't teleport far enough to escape my grasp. Thinking this, Li Fan decisively raised his refined iron sword and stealthily approached. His speed was extremely fast, and coupled with the fact that Flutterby Butterfly was clearly focused on dealing with the boss, by the time she noticed Li Fan, he was already within 10 meters. Who are you? What do you want? At this time, Flutterby Butterfly was not yet the madwoman she would later become. She regarded Li Fan with caution but did not initiate an attack. If warriors get within 10 meters of a mage and the mage still doesn't attack, then it's already too late to strike back. Without another word in response to Butterfly's wariness, Li Fan raised his sword and swung. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. -70, critical hit. -36, -74, critical hit. After increasing his strength attribute to 27 points, Li Fan's critical hit damage also gained a slight boost. 3 sword strikes later, the flower butterfly immediately panicked. Ah, why are you hitting? Notification, you have killed player Butterfly, LV5 Chronomancer, your sin points have increased by 1. Before Butterfly could finish speaking, Li Fan followed up with several more attacks, sending her straight back to the respawn point free of charge. The entire battle went so smoothly that even Li Fan was left stunned. Username Hua Hutie, Flower Butterfly, I didn't mistake the person. I remember she wasn't an ordinary mage class in my past life. A temporal mage clearly belongs to a hidden class. Could my rebirth have triggered some butterfly effect? And what's more, during this period, Hua Hutie's skills and awareness are so amateurish. I just slashed her, and she still wants to ask me why. Is she really this naive? Li Fan scratched his head, suddenly feeling rather disinterested. Anyway, I've avenged the grudges from my past life, and it feels pretty damn good. Especially since this mutated grey wolf boss in front of me has already been weakened to near death by Butterfly. Species, Silver Wolf Guardian. Level, LV6 Bronze Creature. Attributes, 698/3600 HP, 69 Physical Attack, 60 Magic Attack, 35 Physical Defense, 33 Magic Defense. Skills? Launching 2 PK and Steel Boss operations on the very first day of the server launch. I feel like I'm practically the villain here. Li Fan silently complained about himself, then focused intently on dealing with the nearly defeated boss before him. The opponent has high attack power and even possesses magic damage attributes, which means it likely has long-range skills. I must be careful or I'll suffer an embarrassing defeat from underestimating it. Revival point in M4399 Beginner Village. Damn Taisuation, he actually ambushed me just to steal the boss. The revived Vivian Butterfly paled as she finally realized what had happened to her, then clenched her teeth in fury. How can people be so wicked? Darn it, getting killed gives me a 24-hour debuff. All my stats are halved for the next 24 hours. Oh no, now my goal of earning enough in-game money to buy a gaming helmet for my sister will be delayed by at least another day. God of ages, just you wait. I swear I'll pin you down on the grass and grind you into dust. Even the flower butterfly was about to lose her mind. Chapter 9, Skill, Phantom Dance. Please vote if you're reading. Swish, swish, swish. Just when Fluttering Butterfly was grinding her teeth in rage, Li Fan happily started grinding the boss. He immediately unleashed a lightning-fast basic attack followed by a heavy strike to finish. -20, -42, critical hit, -22. A string of damage numbers erupted above the Silver Wolf Guardian's head. The opponent had 698 health remaining, which meant Li Fan could take them down in just 5 seconds at full output. However, in actual combat, Li Fan rarely had the opportunity to unleash his full offensive potential. The Silver Wolf Guardian's attacks dealt heavy damage, forcing him to constantly focus on positioning and dodging their strikes. At this moment, the advantage of having over 1,000 points in agility became evident. The Silver Wolf Guard couldn't land a single hit on Li Fan, whether through biting or claw swipes, and each time the beast's attack missed its mark, Li Fan seized the opportunity to strike multiple blows in succession. After just 2 or 3 seconds of this, the Silver Wolf Guard's health had dropped below 300 points. Woof! The Silver Wolf Guard shouted loudly, and at the same time, a corresponding prompt appeared on Li Fan's interface. Combat info, Silver Wolf Guardian, LV6 Bronze Creature, has cast the skill call for reinforcements. 15 mutated Grey Wolves, LV6 Common Creatures, will arrive in 3 seconds. It's actually a summoning skill. Too bad it takes 3 seconds to activate, no threat to me. Reading the combat notifications, Li Fan smirked and raised his sword to strike. The Silver Wolf Guardian's companion calling skill required a casting time, just like a summoner completing their incantation to call forth creatures. This process might last merely 1 or 2 seconds, but these precious seconds were all Li Fan needed to deliver his killing blow. Basic attack, basic attack, skill, heavy slash. Thus, the Silver Wolf Guard, whose skill bar had just finished casting, had no time to react before Li Fan's heavy sword strike emptied its health bar. Alert! You have slain Silver Wolf Guard, LV6 bronze creature. You have gained 5,500 EXP, 10% bonus for defeating higher level monsters. Alert! This kill marks the server first clear of this boss. Congratulations, you have earned 6 free attribute points, and plus 1 additional class-specific equipment/skill book drop. Alert! Your talent has activated, permanently gaining plus 2 agility. Just a puny bronze tier boss after all. Defeating it won't trigger a server-wide announcement. Li Fan deftly allocated all his free attribute points to strength, then happily checked the 3 items dropped by the boss. The first item was a skill book. Skill book, Phantom Sword Dance. Quality, bronze. Learning requirement, level 6 or above, melee weapon class. Level 1 active effect. Increases attack speed by 30% for 12 seconds. Consumes 40 MP when cast. Cooldown, 60 seconds. It's actually an attack speed buff skill, perfect. Li Fan happily stowed the skill book into his backpack. His current level wasn't high enough to learn it yet, so he'd keep it for now. His original damage output had relied almost entirely on basic attacks. With this Phantom Sword Dance skill, his damage would increase by a whopping 30%, and that's just at level 1. What about when the skill reached level 2, level 3, and beyond? Li Fan could hardly wait. In the world of Endless Firmament, players normally have to spend their own experience points directly to level up their skills. Plan to upgrade skills only after reaching level 20 and completing the first job advancement. With this thought in mind, Li Fan turned his attention to the remaining 2 items dropped by the boss. Equipment, Fine Crossbow. Durability, 130-130. Quality, bronze. Grade, excellent. Usage requirement, LV6 or above. Bow-wielding class. Attribute 139 physical attack, 6 strength. Attribute 2, attack speed increased by 5%. Item, novice blacksmithing scroll. Type, one-time special item. Requirement, players LV5 and above. Effect, upon learning, unlocks the secondary profession skill forging technique, beginner. The only bronze equipment dropped was actually a crossbow for the archer class? What a shame, guess it's only good for selling. This scroll is perfect. I remember beginner forging skill includes equipment repair functionality, which is exactly what I needed. Li Fan looked at the iron sword in his hand. After several hours of battle, the weapon's durability had now dropped to 20 points. Fast attack speed comes with this drawback: weapon durability drains quickly. This blacksmithing scroll arrived just in time. Normally, players would have to pay a hefty fee to the respective NPCs in order to learn crafting professions. Now with the forging skill scroll in hand, Li Fan immediately saved a sum of money. What a coincidence that forging happened to be the very auxiliary profession skill he needed most right now. Awesome! However, repairing equipment requires iron ore. You can either mine it yourself or buy it. After we finish farming the mutated Grey Wolves and reach level 5, we should be able to complete Blacksmith Morin's quest. Might as well buy some from him when we turn in the mission. As for this bronze-grade crossbow, just sell it outright. Li Fan accessed the personal function menu and located the beginner village auction house in the M4399 zone. Like many games, players in the Endless Firmament world can also choose to list any items they wish to sell on the auction house at any time and anywhere, enabling online buying and selling transactions. I can choose to sell either in-game currency or real-world money. After buying the game helmet, I'm broke now. Might as well sell this weapon to improve my living conditions. Alright, set the auction starting price at 10,000 Dragon Nation dollars, duration for 10 hours, with a buyout price of 200,000. After all, it's just a LV6 bronze tier weapon. Li Fan didn't get too greedy. Setting the buyout price at 200,000 means if anyone is willing to pay that within the 10-hour window, the transaction completes immediately. After listing the equipment, Li Fan gathered his thoughts. Now it was time for the daily grind of farming mobs. What? Young Master Zhang awakened a B-grade talent with plus 120 strength at the start? Excellent! With this, young Master Zhang's DPS will definitely be top tier in our M4399 village. Master Zhang, life's been rough for the brothers. Just over 2 hours ago, some guy called the God of Taisui slaughtered us. I suspect he also drew a B-grade talent. His attack and movement speed were ridiculously fast. In the wilderness outside M4399 village, a group of over 20 players had gathered. If Li Fan had been present, he would have recognized 7 individuals in the crowd, the very same Brotherhood of Righteousness members he'd slain earlier. The 7 of them were currently venting to a player named Righteousness Young Master Zhang. Rest assured, brothers, with young Master Zhang here, I'll surely take charge for everyone and cut down that Taishui god. Young Master Zhang was pounding his chest and shouting vigorously when suddenly, an exclamation from a guild member cut him short. Quick, young Master Zhang, look, a bronze-grade crossbow just appeared in the auction house, one of his underlings said, though they'd probably spit blood if they found out Li Fan was the one auctioning it off. Chapter 10, The Absurdly Impossible Second Quest. Bronze tier equipment. At this stage, when most players treasure even basic white tier gear dearly, what would obtaining a bronze tier equipment mean? Undoubtedly, it would earn men's admiration and women's envy. Strut through the beginner village streets as the undisputed star of the show. Therefore, upon hearing the shocked exclamation of his guild underling, young Master Zhang immediately opened the auction house. Holy shit, someone's really selling it. This guy must have obtained some terrifyingly overpowered combat talent, just like young Master Zhang. Otherwise, there's no way he could have acquired bronze tier equipment so easily. What a dumbass, getting such top tier gear early on and choosing to sell it instead of using it himself. That's like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Absolutely, if it were me, I'd definitely keep it for myself. With this, I could challenge stronger monsters and reap better rewards. The starting bid is just 10,000 credits. Judging by his look, he must be some penniless fool. Perfect for you, young Master Zhang, since you're an archer. This crossbow is practically made for you. With it, the day you lead our Righteous Skies Guild to dominate M4399's beginner village is just around the corner. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your trust. Just 200,000 yuan for such a bargain. Watch as young Master Zhang snaps it up instantly. Zhang Xiao was thoroughly delighted by the flattery from his guild members. As an archer, he already placed great value on this bronze quality crossbow, so he secretly gritted his teeth and bought it outright at the asking price. To be honest, even though it's 2042 now, a currency reform happened about 8 or 9 years ago, so inflation hasn't been that severe. In Dragon Country's Demon City, the average housing price also hovers around 40,000. 200 grand is still a hefty sum. Young Master Zhang wasn't as wealthy as people assumed. Shelling out 200,000 in one go for an equipment piece still stung a little, even for him. But with all the guildmates hyping it up like that, the atmosphere was just right. Not buying would have been too embarrassing. Instant purchase at asking price. Young Master Zhang is epic. Young Master Zhang is legendary. Stick with him and promotion plus riches are just around the corner. Young Master Zhang's a total tycoon. Rolling with him is pure bliss. As expected, after successfully sniping the bronze crossbow at a fixed price, young Master Zhang was immediately greeted with even more effusive praise from his guild members, leaving him completely intoxicated with delight. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the beginner's village M4399, the player with the ID Supreme Emperor couldn't help but frown. The bronze crossbow had been listed for far too short a time. There wasn't even a village-wide announcement when it was listed, so which tycoon could buy it didn't depend on financial strength but on who could discover it first. Aosher Di Huang was no ordinary player. He'd been a big spender in other games before, and he was the guild leader of the Aosher Kung Xiong, dominate the elite guild. Even if he didn't have a use for the bronze crossbow himself, he could have prepared it for his core team members. Alas, it's too late for regrets now. Blame yourself for discovering it too late, letting someone else buy it first. But this incident served as a wake-up call for him. From now on, he needed to assign someone dedicated to monitoring the auction house. If someone could sell a bronze quality crossbow, then next moment someone might sell other bronze quality equipment. Remember, if bronze equipment appears in the auction house again, bid at the listed price immediately. No need to notify me first. At this stage, not just bronze tier equipment, but even iron tier and basic white equipment are incredibly valuable to players. Emperor's Pride lacks no gold, it's equipment they're short on. Also, find a way to investigate who sold that bronze crossbow. Report the results to me the moment you uncover the truth. Players who can obtain bronze tier equipment at this stage must possess extraordinary hidden classes or formidable talents. And those who not only have the ability to acquire bronze tier gear but are also willing to sell it, they are almost certainly solo players. Such talented individuals must be recruited to our side at all costs. Failing that, we should at least try to befriend them. Until we understand their limits, it's best to maintain good relations. At this moment, over a dozen other major players in M4399's novice village shared Emperor's domineer's ambition. But all this had nothing to do with Li Fan for the time being. He was diligently following his plan, grinding away at the mutated Grey Wolves. As ordinary level 6 creatures, the mutated Grey Wolves stood no chance against Li Fan. Even when they appeared in groups of 3 to 5, he sliced through them like a hot knife through butter. System: you have defeated. Message truncated. System: you have leveled up. Current level, LV5. Congratulations on earning 5 free attribute points. A white light flashed over Li Fan's body, signaling the temporary end of his grinding marathon. Nice! After allocating all points, my strength attribute has reached 38, and my agility attribute has stacked up to a whopping 1,213 points. Time to head back to the village to turn in the quest. Might as well take a breather too. Thinking of this, Li Fan immediately set off towards the beginner village. After slaughtering over 100 mutated Grey Wolves, he only received 2 pieces of equipment, both trash tier white tier armor that slightly increased HP and defense. Not worth mentioning. Now, Li Fan was eagerly anticipating what rewards the NPC blacksmith Morin would give him. A hidden quest with a 3-day deadline, and he completed it on the very first day. Even just the first link in the quest chain should offer decent rewards, right? The journey went smoothly. About 20 minutes later, Li Fan returned to the beginner village, standing right in front of the blacksmith Morin. System notification: you have successfully submitted the quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge 1. Notice, you have received 50 silver coins and 5,000 EXP as quest rewards. Notice, Blacksmith Morin is amazed by your outstanding efficiency and decides to upgrade your ordinary equipment to the Black Iron quality Azure Round Shield. Notice, you have automatically accepted the new quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge 2. Young adventurer, I have high hopes for you. Keep it up, and may you succeed in helping me avenge my daughter. Listening to Blacksmith Morin's encouragement, Li Fan forced a perfunctory smile onto his face. The reason was, the second part of the quest was just too damn outrageous. Quest, Blacksmith Morin's Revenge 2. Quest details: your performance has once again earned Morin's approval, but before gaining his full trust, you must prove your strength once more. Go exterminate 10,000 mutated grey wolves, LV6 creatures, in the gloomy dark forest. Upon success, you'll receive generous rewards from Morin and qualify to accept the final quest in this chain. Time limit: 7 days. Player requirement: 1. Success reward: 5 gold coins, 50,000 EXP, at least bronze grade equipment, qualification for follow-up quests. Failure penalty: permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Indeed, the first part of the quest chain requires killing 100 mutated grey wolves. The second part still demands mutated grey wolves, but the number increases to 10,000. Did those mutated wolves not only kill your daughter but also dig up your ancestral graves? The kill count required for the second part is 100 times that of the first. That's just outrageous. Chapter 11, A Righteous Revenge Beyond the Clouds. 10,000 mutated grey wolves. There aren't that many in the dark forest, and they respawn slowly. It'll take me nearly a week to clear them all, goddammit. The new mission content severely disrupted Li Fan's monster grinding leveling plan. If he wasted too much time on this mission, his leveling progress would definitely fall behind. By then, potential first kill rewards for open world bosses or first clear rewards for dungeons might be snatched by others. Moreover, some of the crucial hidden quests he remembered could only be accepted in the main city if he was even slightly slower than others. Snatching them first would be impossible. Damn it, this quest's timeline is exactly 7 days, no way I can take my time with it. Warrior's Heart. Whatever, this item is way too important for warrior class players. I have to get it. Time to grind. Li Fan shook his head. No matter how arduous or exhausting the quest was, he had to push through to obtain the unique item, Warrior's Heart. With this in mind, he immediately sprang into action. After purchasing some ores and a hammer from the blacksmith for equipment repairs, he resolutely turned to head for the Shadowglen Woods. However, before he had taken more than a few steps, Li Fan suddenly sensed that someone seemed to be following him. Keeping a covert watch, he confirmed that there was indeed a shady figure trailing behind him. Planning to kill me for my gear? No, my equipment isn't that great either. They most likely recognized me and are coming for revenge. Are they from Fluttering Blossoms? Probably not. Fluttering Blossoms was always a solo player in my past life. That leaves only one clear answer. The one trailing me must be from the Righteous Sky Guild. Li Fan pondered for a moment in his mind, and soon arrived at an answer. Then, he grinned. He even consciously slowed his pace slightly, ensuring the Righteous Guild members would have enough time to intercept him after receiving the message. Perfect timing. I was planning to grind mutated grey wolves anyway. Before leaving, I'll deliver another wave of righteous punishment to the Righteous Guild. So what if I go PK Red? Having made up his mind, Li Fan deliberately started walking in a stop-and-go manner. About 15 minutes later, he finally left the safe zone of the beginner village. He hadn't walked more than a few steps when, just as expected, a group of cocky-looking players gathered around him. Li Fan calmly observed them. There were roughly 25 to 30 people, with more than half having IDs prefixed with Yibo. It was obvious these were members of Righteous Through the Skies, here to exact their revenge. Li Fan also spotted in the crowd the Fierce Side, Ibo_Wang, and Ibo_Dawang, among others. The Righteous Sky Guild had already been a notoriously infamous bully guild in the gaming world before entering Endless Firmament, and many ordinary players had suffered at their hands. Nearby players couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves when they saw this. Look, those guys are from the Righteous Sky Guild. What? That notorious bully guild? Exactly. Judging by their ID prefixes, there seem to be many veteran members from other guilds too. They're bullying an ordinary player again. Damn it. These bastards killed me back in that last addictive game I played too. Pity I'm not strong enough now to stand up against injustice. Sigh. The surrounding ordinary players gazed at the Righteous Firmament Guild members with expressions mingling fear and anger, while looking at Li Fan with nothing but pity in their eyes. Because of the notorious reputation of the righteous Firmament Guild, everyone assumed that Li Fan was just an unfortunate casual player who had been bullied. Hearing the discussions, Righteous King couldn't help but shout indignantly, "Damn it, what do you all know? That guy, God of Dominion, was the one who attacked us first. This is just straightforward revenge. We really aren't bullying an innocent player this time." King felt deeply wronged, believing he had been misunderstood by the casual players. However, Righteous young Master Zhang irritably stopped him. "Shut up, we of the Righteous Clouds Guild don't owe explanations to unrelated outsiders. Got a problem with that? Want to play the hero? Bring it on if you've got the guts, we'll slaughter you all the same." Zhang Xiao sneered while threatening the surrounding passerby players. He couldn't be bothered to explain why his group was blocking Li Fan's path. When has Righteous Sky ever needed to care about the feelings of ordinary players? Seeing how his single remark had intimidated the surrounding passerby players into hushed murmurs, young Master Zhang nodded in satisfaction before finally turning his gaze toward Li Fan. "Grand auspice. You've got some nerve, kid, daring to provoke someone from Righteous Sky intentionally. Kneel down now and kowtow a few times loud enough for us to hear, and maybe, just maybe, we'll only kill you once and call it even. What do you say? Think about it, ha 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 ha." As Zhang Xiao's voice fell, the other members of the Righteous Through Heaven Guild also erupted into arrogant laughter. In their eyes, Li Fan, surrounded by their large group, had absolutely no chance of escape. So before making their move, they instinctively resorted to verbal abuse. Yet, just as their unrestrained mockery reached its peak, Li Fan suddenly struck first. His figure shot forward like a bullet from a gun, charging straight toward Zhang Xiao's direction. "Hearing you all yammer on for so long has finally confirmed you're their leader. Now die." To crush rebellion, capture the chief, Li Fan had endured several seconds of ridicule precisely to identify their ringleader. Now that he was certain, not a second more would he tolerate. Holy shit, what kind of speed is this? Stop him. Young Master Zhang was startled by Li Fan's movement speed. As an archer, he couldn't let a warrior get close to him. Fortunately, he had many loyal minions on the scene, including several warrior and knight class players. Before Li Fan could reach young Master Zhang, 3 heroic melee fighters blocked his path. "Since you're asking for death, I'll gladly oblige." Seeing this, young Master Zhang readied his beginner's bow to take the shot. Due to inadequate level, he couldn't wield the bronze crossbow and had to make do. But in Zhang Xiao's eyes, with his B-grade talent granting an extra 120 strength points at the start, his attack power was off the charts. Taking down a measly level 5 player should have been a piece of cake. Yet, just as he drew his bowstring, a horrifying sight unfolded before him. Li Fan charged straight at the 3 Sword Oath Guild melee players shielding Zhang Xiao, raising his sword for a devastating slash. Swish, swish, swish. After nearly a dozen strikes so fast they were almost invisible to the naked eye, 2 of the 3 melee fighters fell, and the remaining one was taken down the next second. A dozen strikes per second? What the hell kind of attack speed is that? Young Master Zhang was stunned. But before he could even process what had happened, Li Fan was already standing right in front of him. Zhang Xiao panicked, not just because he was about to get hacked to pieces, but also because he just bullied a few random players not long ago and was currently a certified bright red name. He subconsciously let loose an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow brushed past Li Fan. He wanted to shoot again, but the chance was already lost. Swish, swish, swish. A flash of sword light streaked through the air. The very next moment, young Master Zhang followed in the footsteps of his 3 underlings, instantly turning into a beam of white light as he died. In the spot where he vanished, 2 pieces of equipment and some copper coins dropped. Among the equipment was unmistakably a crossbow gleaming with a bronze-colored sheen. Looking at this crossbow, a faint smile couldn't help but curl at the corners of Li Fan's lips. Chapter 12, Forum Storm. Votes appreciated. Having effortlessly dealt with leader young Master Zhang, Li Fan's movements didn't pause in the slightest. After picking up the equipment dropped on the ground, he immediately turned and began slashing at the nearest Righteous Heavens Guild player. This was a squishy mage who didn't last half a second under Li Fan's attack before going down. Li Fan then charged toward another person nearby. Only then did the 20-odd heroic players at the scene belatedly realize what was happening. Scattering in panic, Li Fan cut down a few unlucky stragglers before seeing the rest had fled into the crowd. Frowning, he ultimately gave up the pursuit. Anyway, they're just small fry. I can always come back to chop them later. Time to grind some quests now. With this thought, Li Fan quickly turned around and slipped away like greased lightning. Among the crowd, a dozen ordinary player onlookers had witnessed the entire incident from beginning to end. Watching Li Fan's figure recede into the distance as if he had a movement speed hack, the bystander players slowly recovered from their stunned expressions and began excitedly discussing. Holy crap, that was insane. That godlike player's ID is Taishuation, right? His combat stats are next level. He ran so fast it was like the wind, and his attack speed could compete with my grandma's hands when she's got Perta's syndrome. I was completely dumbfounded. Hey boss, wait up, add me as a friend. Damn, this dude's fast as hell. Tai Sui God has disabled friend requests as expected. All the top players have this habit. I finally got to witness a top player slaughtering those scumbags from righteous heaven with my own eyes. I'm so happy. I even recorded it. I'll post it on the forum right now to let all the miserable players like me who've been bullied by righteous heaven share in the joy. Soon, a post titled Server Launch Day, watch a godly player destroy righteous heaven scumbags quickly went viral on the Endless Firmament forum. In games, it's perfectly normal for players to kill each other. You attack me, I attack you. But this video was recorded by a member of the Righteous Skies Guild. Just the name Righteous Skies alone carries immense attention. Moreover, the astonishing speed displayed by Li Fan, the attacker in the video, blew the minds of countless players. That's how the footage went viral. Countless forum visitors left fascinated comments beneath the post. Nice moves with the sword. So you're the god of Jupiter? Starting today, you're one of my idols. Wielding a one-handed sword and shield, looks like a hidden class? Any experts recognize what hidden class this Taishuation actually is? Holy shit, those movement and attack speeds are insane. Must be because of his talent, right? Word is many people rolled talents that give huge stat boosts. Seems Taishuation got one with massive agility buffs? So jealous. In martial arts, nothing is indestructible except supreme speed. The god of evil truly speaks no lies. Chopping people down feels great in the moment, but messing with the boundless skies brotherhood? Taishuation just stirred up serious trouble. Better watch out for their revenge later. It must be said that as the game's launch duration extends, players' understanding of Endless Firmament grows deeper. In the video footage, Li Fan's displayed speed is truly astonishing. Data enthusiasts have meticulously calculated that Li Fan's movement speed is roughly 3 times that of an average player, with his attack speed exceeding tenfold. Yet, no one suspects Li Fan of cheating, not only because cheats had long disappeared from games by 2042, but also because forum visitors had already witnessed numerous players with absurdly overpowered stats. Some players started with attack power exceeding triple digits right from the beginning. Others had skill ranges increased tenfold. There were even warriors who could unleash ranged sword beams at level 1. Some summoners can summon a silver tier bone dragon even at level 1. Without exception, these individuals were all lucky draws who obtained high-quality talents in Endless Firmament. Although Li Fan's speed was absurd enough to shock everyone, it still wasn't the most mind-blowing among these fortunate players. Of course, if people knew Li Fan's talent was SSS grade and belonged to the growth type category, that would be an entirely different story. But this was something Li Fan could never tell another soul, at least not until he grew invincible. He absolutely wouldn't reveal it to a second person. As for when he'd consider himself invincible, Li Fan set a modest personal benchmark. Until his movement speed fell below light speed, he wouldn't dare call himself unbeatable. Respawn point of Novice Village M4399. Surrounded by his lackeys, young Master Zhang's face turned ashen, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, why is that guy so strong? Turns out speed is more powerful than attack power? Then what's the point of having this strength-boosting B-grade talent? Shit, just bought a bronze crossbow and it got looted. Zhang Xiao was utterly astonished and furious, yet also overwhelmed with humiliation. One moment, our group was confident of victory, the next, we became victims beneath another's sword. The sheer contrast shattered his mental state completely. The worst part was, they couldn't even beat Taishuation to begin with now. After dying once and entering a weakened state, it was outright impossible. But the most infuriating part? The bronze crossbow he just spent 200,000 on hadn't even been used once before getting dropped as loot. Old man Tai Sui, just you wait. In a few days when everyone reaches the main city, I'll gather 1,000 brothers to cut you down. Young Master Zhang swore silently to himself. At that moment, one of his lackeys suddenly let out a startled cry, interrupting his thoughts. Hey, young Master Zhang, isn't this your bronze crossbow? Why is it appearing in the auction house again? Young Master Zhang froze upon hearing this, his eyes immediately turning red with rage. Opening the auction house interface, sure enough, the bronze crossbow that had just been dropped was listed there once more. Minimum bid, 10,000 coins. Auction duration, 8 hours. Buyout price, 200,000 coins. The equipment attributes are exactly the same as when I bought it earlier, even the auction conditions are identical. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Therefore, the most likely explanation is that this bronze crossbow was originally listed by Taishuation. Yet after I spent a fortune to buy it, before I could even warm it up, he blasted it right back out of my hands. This is equivalent to not only being killed by them once, but also handing them 200,000 Longwood dollars for free? Paying someone to kill me? At this thought, Zhang Xiao's eyes widened, and his breathing uncontrollably quickened. Taishuation, I fuck your. Poor young Master Zhang fainted from rage on the spot. Before he could even finish his sentence, he was forcibly logged out due to abnormal physical conditions. Achoo! Suddenly sneezed, who's thinking about me? Li Fan rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. Then he turned his glance to a mutated grey wolf not far away. finally reached the destination. The great slaughter of 10,000 mutated grey wolves officially begins now. Chapter 13, Shin Ergu's incoming voice call. System alert. You have slain. Abbreviated. Notice, your talent activates, you permanently gain +1 agility. Notice, you have leveled up. Current level, LV8. Notice, your playtime today has exceeded 14 hours. Please manage your gaming schedule appropriately and prioritize your health. In the shadowy depths of the forest, Li Fan glanced at the multiple system notifications popping up on his interface. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he genuinely felt mentally exhausted. Not only because he'd been grinding non-stop for ages, but also because after slaughtering those righteous clouds guys, he'd spent nearly 8 hours in the gloomy forest without encountering a single boss. He picked up over a dozen pieces of trash-tier white gear from random mobs, but what use were basic white items to him anyway? These drop rates were downright exhausting. Checking the time, it's already around 10 a.m, no wonder I'm both exhausted and starving. Log off to eat something and get some sleep. Be careful not to work yourself to death before the game merges with reality in 100 days. With this thought, Li Fan immediately prepared to log out of the game. Before exiting, he took one last look at his updated character panel. Player, Great Year God. Basic attributes. Level, LV8, 22/76,000. Class, Shield and Armor Warrior. HP, 530. MP, 320. Attack, Physical Attack 81, Magical Attack 6. Defense, Physical Defense 30, Magical Defense 27. Attributes, Strength 53, Agility 2024.1213, Spirit 6, Stamina 12. Free attribute points, 0. Maximum attack speed, 21.04 hits/second. Maximum movement speed, 50.48 meters/second. Title, None. Talent, Blessing of Light, Phase 1, SSS quality. Equipment slots. Iron Sword, Black Iron Quality One-Handed Sword, Azure Round Shield, Black Iron Quality Shield, Boar Hide Belt, Ordinary Waist Armor, Cloth Armor, Ordinary Chest Armor, etc. Skill List. LV1 Shield Block, LV1 Heavy Slash, Basic Blacksmithing, LV1 Shield Counter, LV1 Phantom Dance. Great, my agility stat has surpassed 2,000. At my full sprinting speed, I'm nearly reaching 180 kilometers per hour. With an attack speed of 21 hits per second, my basic attacks alone would deal over 1,700 damage per second, though the exact numbers depend on the target's physical defense and whether I can consistently hit their weak spots. Excellent. Let's keep up the momentum tomorrow. Li Fan glanced briefly at his agility attribute before immediately logging off. Removing his gaming helmet, he casually splashed water on his face and prepared to go out for food. Only then did he notice two people had sent him messages on WeChat. The first sender was none other than his current nominal campus belle girlfriend, the very Su Yunyu who had betrayed him in his past life. Su Yunyu, special attention honey, are you there? Su Yunyu, special attention, it's already evening, why haven't you replied yet? Hashtag pouting hashtag. Su Yunyu, special attention, woke up to still no reply from you, I'm so worried. Message me as soon as you see this. Su Yunyu, special attention, missed voice call. Seeing the message content, Li Fan's first reaction was to immediately remove the special notification setting. How utterly disgusting, had he really forgotten about this? Reborn into this life, Su Yunyu was still someone he had set special notifications for, but the reason for the attention had shifted from lover to must kill. Glancing at Su Yunyu's message again, Li Fan had originally planned to ignore it just like last night. But after a moment's thought, what if prolonged cold shouldering led to her deleting him? Without any means of contact, finding one person in the vast sea of humanity would waste too much time and energy. This doesn't align with my plan to eliminate him. Got it. Li Fan pondered in his mind for a little over 10 seconds before composing a reply of several dozen words to the other party. I'm really not a gaming addict, Xiaoyu. Yesterday I joined a research team at work. For the next 3 months, I'll be involved in a highly confidential and important research project, so I won't be able to contact the outside world. But the leadership promised at least 400,000 yuan in bonuses afterward. It's a rare opportunity for our future. See you in 3 months. Su Yunyu on the other end of the phone was presumably offline. After sending the message, there was no immediate reply. However, Li Fan no longer worried about having his friend request deleted within the next 3 months. After all, given his understanding of her, she wouldn't dare delete him, her soon-to-be rich lapdog, would she? Perfect plan. Next, Li Fan turned his attention to the second person who had texted him. Second Dog Chen, bro, got time to game lately? Dive into endless firmament with me, I'll carry you. This person had only one short sentence, a perfectly ordinary greeting, very much like something an old gaming buddy who hadn't been in touch for a while would say. Yet it warmed Li Fan's heart immensely. The WeChat contact was labeled Chen Ergu, originally named Chen Tianxiang. He'd been Li Fan's sworn brother since middle school. Fate brought them together again in high school and university, where they even shared the same dorm room. Among their quartet of roommates, Chen Tianxiang happened to be the second oldest, earning him the nickname Chen Two Dog. At first glance, it might sound a bit awkward, but it's still far better than being nicknamed Old Chen II. As for his own dormitory nickname based on being the youngest roommate, the trivial matter had long since slipped Li Fan's memory, and the reason Li Fan felt a surge of warmth upon seeing Chen Ergo's information was simple. Chen Ergo had been his sworn brother in their past life. Though not related by blood, their bond had been closer than real brothers. Unfortunately, in his previous life, because he was focused on building his strength and rushing to spend time with Su Yunyu whenever possible, Li Fan's contact with Chen Ergo gradually became less frequent. But true brotherhood means that the bond doesn't weaken just because they talk less. Instead, that deep connection becomes something quietly cherished in each other's hearts. In fact, right up until his death in that past life, Li Fan and Chen Ergo remained as close as ever. Back then, Li Fan trusted Chen Ergo more than he trusted even Su Yunyu or Zhang Feng. Unfortunately, because Erguzi's innate talents were truly lacking, Li Fan trusted him but couldn't make him his right-hand man. Rebirth, its greatest advantage is foreknowledge of the game's mechanics, but its most profound meaning lies in recognizing the true faces of those around you, in seeing clearly who your real allies are. Erguzi, in this life I'll nurture you properly and take you soaring with me. At this thought, Li Fan clenched his fist. Then I casually replied to his message. I'm really not an addict. Endless Firmament? I started playing the moment it launched yesterday and already reached LV8. Erguzi, what level are you at to claim you can carry me? Just as Li Fan sent the message, Chen Ergo happened to be online and immediately replied. Chen Ergo, damn, little Li, how'd you level up so fast? I grinded all night and only reached LV6. Chen Ergo, wait, aren't you supposed to be working to support your campus belle girlfriend? How do you have time to pull all-night gaming sessions? What happened? Chen Ergo, incoming voice call, answer? Chapter 14, this syringe is called longing. That's the unspoken understanding between true brothers. Li Fan had only said one sentence when Chen Ergo noticed something unusual and immediately sent over a voice call. Li Fan answered with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I broke up with Su Yunyu, so I've got tons of time to play games now. It's fine, I'm in great spirits. After breaking up with Su Yunyu, I realized gaming is what truly makes me happy. Ha ha ha, you know my parents died in a car accident when I was in elementary school. I have no relatives left either, just a lone soul with no one to control me. I can game as much as I want. You want to challenge me on who can grind harder? Well, Erguzi, you've picked the wrong opponent. Your ID is called, this tube is called Longing, in Beginner Village E9587? Alright, see you in the main city after reaching LV20. I'm dead. I can't hold on any longer. Gonna grab a bite and hit the sack. After chatting for over 10 minutes, the two finally ended the call. Li Fan felt a warm sensation in his heart. It had been so long since he had experienced this feeling of being cared for. He lived near West Lake in Dragon Country, and the weather was still scorching hot in September. After pulling an all-nighter, he was now both exhausted and hungry, his body sticky with sweat. Li Fan hurried downstairs for a quick rice bowl meal before returning to his rented apartment, taking a simple shower and immediately falling asleep. It was past 4 in the afternoon. Li Fan woke up from his nap, brimming with energy. Asterisk ding. Payment received via ZFB, 380,000 yuan in full, asterisk. The payment for selling the bronze crossbow in the game had cleared. This weapon was sold twice in total, both times bought outright at the listed price. After deducting the 5% service fee, the remaining amount came to exactly 380,000. With his wallet now full, Li Fan went downstairs for a bite to eat, then headed to the supermarket to stock up on instant noodles and other ready-to-eat food. And then, it was time for Endless Firmament, launch. His vision blurred momentarily as Li Fan materialized within the shadowy depths of the Darkwood Forest. Players always respawned at their last logged-off location, provided they'd exited safely outside combat. The system wouldn't allow cowardly logout escapes during boss battles. Time to grind. Today's goal, slaughter at least 2,000 mutated grey wolves. Let's do this. Li cheered himself on, then raised his single-handed sword and charged at a nearby mutated grey wolf. System notification, you have killed, omitted. System notification, you have leveled up, current level LV9. Time always flies when you're lost in grinding monsters. Before he knew it, Li Fan leveled up again. Since he had been an LV8 player grinding LV6 monsters, the level suppression effect reduced the monster's effectiveness, but also decreased the experience gained by 10%. Additionally, the experience required to reach LV9 had increased. As a result, Li Fan had to slay nearly 700 mutated grey wolves before finally reaching LV9. If I keep grinding mutated grey wolves now, the experience penalty will increase to 15%. Should I level up my skills first? The higher the level, the greater the experience penalty, but to complete the quest, he'd still need to farm around 8,000 Grey Wolves. After some thought, Li Fan decided to go ahead and upgrade his skills first. Having just leveled up, his current experience reserves weren't enough to raise his skill levels yet. Li Fan figured he'd grind for a bit before making the call. Just as he thought this, he suddenly spotted a special wolf-like creature with silver gray fur respawning not far away. Ha, a boss respawn? And it's another LV6 bronze tier boss, Silver Wolf Guardian. Li Fan scratched his head. It seemed all his luck had been exhausted when drawing the SSS-Rank talent. After grinding through 2,000 or 3,000 small monsters, counting this one before me, I've only encountered 3 bosses. The first 2 were even stolen from others. This luck is truly unbeatable. Whatever, low-level grinding spots naturally have few field bosses. Having any at all is already good, can't be picky. Li Fan raised his sword and charged forward to strike. A mere level 6 bronze tier boss like the Silver Wolf Guard only had 3,600 HP. With so little health, how could it possibly withstand Li Fan's current damage output? Swish, 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 dash 53, minus 55, minus 114, critical hit, minus 55. In barely over a second, nearly 30 damage numbers erupted above the Silver Wolf Guardian's head. Its health bar instantly dropped by half. Before it could even counterattack, Li Fan unleashed another relentless barrage of strikes, finishing it off. The entire battle lasted less than 3 seconds. The Silver Wolf Guardian with 3,600 HP and 35 physical defense didn't even get a chance to use any skills before dying in such a humiliating way. Notification: you have slain the Silver Wolf Guardian, LV.6 bronze creature. You gain 4,250 EXP, reduced by 15% due to level difference affecting EXP and loot drops. Notification: your talent has taken effect. You permanently gained +2 agility. Notification: you picked up the boss drops, Wolf-Fang Necklace, bronze quality, Bravery's Blessing, Iron Tier Skill Book, Wolfhide Boots, common quality, and 15 silver 77 copper. Not a first kill, but it still dropped a bronze tier necklace, not bad at all. Li Fan glanced at the skill book and the necklace. Skill book: Blessing of Courage. Quality: Black Iron. Requirement: level 6 or above, Priest class. LV1 active effect: unleash a blessing spell to enhance the combat effectiveness of yourself and allies within a 10-meter radius. Skill duration: 30 seconds. During this time, grants +10 to physical/magic attack power for yourself and allies. Consumes 20 MP upon casting. Cooldown: 100 seconds. Equipment: Wolf-Fang Necklace. Quality: bronze. Grade: outstanding. Requirement: LV6 and above. Attribute 1, Spirit +10, MP +120, Magic Defense +15. Attribute 2, Attack Speed +7%. Looking at the Wolf-Fang Necklace's attributes, Li Fan's eyes lit up. 7% attack speed. Amazing! Equipping this means I can now unleash nearly 2 extra attacks per second at my maximum attack speed. And as my agility increases, this percentage-based attack speed bonus will scale even higher. Li Fan eagerly put on the necklace. As for the wolfskin boots, just common equipment, Li Fan directly listed them in the auction house for 20 silver coins. The common equipment obtained from grinding ordinary mutated grey wolves, apart from the few pieces he wore himself, were all handled the same way. The income from selling the bronze crossbow yesterday was already enough for Li Fan's daily expenses, so now he needed to save up more in-game currency for future use. As for the Blessing of Courage skill book, Li Fan kept it in his backpack. In the world of endless firmament, an individual's power may know no limits, but with the support of capable teammates, one's combat strength could multiply several times over. Li Fan planned to wait until he encountered suitable support teammates in the future and then gift this skill book to one of them, a way of keeping it within the team. After sorting through the boss loot, Li Fan noticed a 4-person party that had appeared in the distance at some point, and his brow furrowed. As more mainstream players reach level 6, the number of people coming here to grind has been increasing. The number of mutated grey wolves spawning isn't high. More players coming here will affect my mission efficiency, this simply won't do. Chapter 15, The Ghost Legend of Dark Moon Forest. Please vote for must-read chapters. My god, what just happened? Boss, I saw it. A boss just spawned and was taken down by that godlike player in 3 or 4 seconds. Holy shit, that's insane? The 4-member team witnessed Li Fan slaying the boss from start to finish. Each of them wore an expression of stunned disbelief. They almost thought they were hallucinating. Keep in mind, all 4 of them were LV6 players, 1 melee fighter, 2 ranged attackers, and 1 healer, and just moments ago, their squad had taken over 20 seconds to take down a LV6 mutated grey wolf through coordinated effort. But this badass in front of them was soloing a powerful boss and took it down in just 3 seconds? Damn, is this dude hacking or what? However, just as they were frozen in shock, they saw the opponent actively running toward them. BB Big Boss, have mercy on us. Boss, please don't kill us. The 4 players panicked. Because Li Fan was sprinting at full speed toward their direction with such intensity, they thought he was about to strike them down. 2 of them immediately pleaded for mercy. However, they soon realized that Li Fan's target wasn't their group of 4, but a freshly spawned mutated grey wolf nearby. The very next moment, Li Fan's sword rose and fell. The poor mutated grey wolf dissolved into a flash of white light and vanished. Without pausing, Li Fan dashed like a phantom toward another newly spawned mutated grey wolf dozens of meters away. Seconds later, this mutated grey wolf was also instantly slain. Then Li Fan left. Only at this moment did the 4 ordinary players finally breathe a sigh of relief. Holy crap, scared me to death. I thought this boss was gonna chop us up. Turns out the boss just wanted to farm mobs. Did anyone catch that boss's ID? That level of skill definitely means top tier player. Imagine how set we'd be if we could buddy up with them. Too damn fast, couldn't see a thing. Me too. The 4 of them looked at each other, but soon returned to their usual monster grinding routine. However, just 30 seconds later, when they had painstakingly whittled down a newly spawned mutated grey wolf to half health, a familiar ghostly figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Moving at a terrifying speed of over 60 meters per second, he rushed in, delivered the finishing blow to the weakened mutated grey wolf, and swiftly vanished again. The 4 ordinary players left at the scene were dumbfounded. Damn, where did our monster go? A mutated grey wolf finally spawned, and it just vanished? This question. Not long after, it wasn't just those 4 players, almost everyone who came to the mutated grey wolf leveling area was left bewildered. While farming mutated grey wolves, they kept encountering a ghostly figure who would appear, steal the kill from the minor monsters, then swiftly vanish. Except for pikers. Such players often lost their prey and were sent back to the beginner village's respawn point for free. These incidents occurred far too frequently, until the players in the nearby leveling zones gradually caught wind of this news. Hey, have you heard? There's a terrifying ghost in the Shadowglen. Yeah, you heard about it too? It's insane that ghost snatches monsters so aggressively. People say it moves at least 100 meters per second. No way? Why did I hear that ghost moves at 200 meters per second instead? 200 meters? That's an understatement. I just ran from there, and I can tell you that ghost was so fast my eyes couldn't keep up. Its speed must be at least 500 meters per second. Yeah, I just came from there too. I can confirm this guy is telling the truth. No wonder none of you are farming the mutated wolves. So there's a ghost stealing kills over there? What kind of ghost? A player or a boss? Not sure, it was moving too fast to see clearly. Exactly. That place is too dangerous. That specter doesn't just steal mobs aggressively, it even kills players. I saw with my own eyes one player get slaughtered along with their monster. Then how come I wasn't attacked? Does the specter kill people at random? Who knows? Just stay away from there. Around the leveling spots near the Shadowfen woods, more and more players learned about this incident, and the rumors spread increasingly outlandish. Some say that ghost moves at over a kilometer per second. Others claim no leveling player could possibly kill a mutated grey wolf before that ghost appears. Some even insist the ghost doesn't just steal kills anymore, it started slaughtering players, and no one survives entering that area. There are whispers that mutated grey wolves have stopped respawning entirely there. Too terrified of the ghost, the place has become a dead zone. As more and more players joined the discussion, the area where the mutated grey wolves roamed became a subject of fear for everyone nearby. Given the severe death penalties in Endless Firmament, hardly anyone dared to set foot in the mutated grey wolves' territory. And this was exactly the scene Li Fan wanted to see, the result of his efforts. Very few knew that he was the very ghost people spoke of. Refreshing. By snatching monsters and targeting red names, we've successfully driven away players who came here to grind levels. Now we can focus on our quest without worries. Li Fan smiled contentedly as the number of solo players dwindled within his territory. Next, he returned to the monotonous routine of grinding monsters. Time passed minute by minute. Just as the experience bar was about to fill and he was on the verge of leveling up to LV10, Li Fan began upgrading his skills as planned. Notice, you have consumed 10,000 EXP points. Skill Heavy Slash has leveled up to LV2. Notice, you have consumed 20,000 EXP points. Skill Heavy Slash has leveled up to LV3. Notice, you have consumed 30,000 EXP points. Skill Heavy Slash has been upgraded to LV4. Notice, your current level is too low. Unable to further upgrade Heavy Slash skill level. Notice, you have consumed 25,000 EXP points. Skill Phantom Dance has been upgraded to LV1. In the world of Endless Firmament, the amount of EXP required to upgrade each skill varies depending on the skill's quality and the learning level at LV1. Moreover, the skill level cap is closely tied to the player's character level, preventing situations where skill levels exceed the player's level. The higher the skill quality and the stricter the learning requirements at LV1, the greater the restrictions on upgrading that skill. Take Phantom Dance for instance. Li Fan learned it at LV6, and now at LV9, he he can only upgrade it by a single level. Heavy Slash was one of the default class skills at LV1, and it didn't stop leveling up until it reached LV4. After spending a wave of EXP, Li Fan's current character EXP bar successfully dropped below 5,000 points. The result was Heavy Slash's base damage increasing from 200% physical attack at LV4 to a whopping 320%. Phantom Dance's attack speed buff of 30% remained unchanged, but its duration increased by 1.5 seconds. Most skills undergo a qualitative transformation only when they reach every multiple of LV10. Keep grinding mobs. After using up his experience points, Li Fan began vigorously farming mutated gray wolves again. Time passed unnoticed over 7 or 8 hours. During this period, Li Fan encountered a black iron rank mutated gray wolf boss, and for the third time, came across the bronze rank boss Silver Wolf Guardian. These two bosses dropped a black iron staff, a bronze helmet, a common quality archer skill book, double shot, along with a few white tier equipment and a small amount of in-game currency. The bronze helmet was nothing special, it only added 200 HP, 8 physical defense, and 6 constitution. Li Fan equipped it directly for himself. Then, around 7 AM on the second day, when Li Fan's agility attributes surpassed 4,000 points, suddenly, a special system notification appeared on his screen. Warning, your slaughter of numerous mutated grey wolves has drawn the attention of the Silver Wolf King in the Shadowglen. Mother Silver Wolf, LV10 Silver Creature, will soon arrive for inspection. Be cautious. Chapter 16, First Silver Boss Kill, Village-wide Announcement. Grinding the same type of mobs too frequently will provoke high-level bosses to come after players. It's just like in fantasy novels where after beating up a junior from a family, the ancestor comes for revenge. This silver tier boss, the Mother Silver Wolf, had come seeking revenge against Li Fan, which coincidentally aligned perfectly with his own intentions. With 4,000 agility points, my maximum attack speed reaches 44 strikes per second, and my top movement speed hits 90 meters per second. Why would I fear a mere level 10 silver tier boss? With this thought, Li Fan not only didn't flee before the boss arrived, but instead carried on with his business as usual, completely disregarding the silver tier boss's ranking. About 3 minutes later, with a howl, a silver-furred wolf over 3 meters long appeared majestically in Li Fan's sight. Species, female silver wolf. Level, LV10 silver creature. Attributes, 12000/12000 HP, 220 physical attack, 180 magic attack, 80 physical/magic defense. Skills, this silver tier boss might not have much health, but its offensive and defensive stats are incredibly high. With 220 physical attack, Li Fan wouldn't survive more than 3 hits from it. And with 80 physical defense, Li Fan's basic attacks would barely deal single-digit damage. If we use numbers as an example, in Endless Firmament, creatures of the same level have a standard combat power of 1 point. Then, a black iron creature would have about 2 points, bronze 4 points, silver 8 points, and a golden boss 16 points. It doubles at each tier. Fortunately, this female silver wolf's physical defense is just slightly lower than my attack stat. Otherwise, if I couldn't even break its defense, that'd be embarrassing. After a moment's thought, Li Fan immediately rushed toward the female silver wolf nearby. Whoosh! The silver wolf mother made a slashing motion with her claws, moving so fast and with such force that she actually produced a sound of splitting air. For an average LV9 player, this single claw swipe might have cost half their health bar. But while the silver wolf mother was fast, Li Fan's speed was several times greater. With a quick sidestep, he effortlessly dodged out of the claw's attack range and simultaneously appeared behind the wolf, swiftly thrusting his sword toward its rear. -6, critical hit. -10, armor-piercing critical hit. -10, -5. In an instant, over a dozen numbers appeared above the silver she-wolf's head. The level gap in the enemy's high physical defense meant Li Fan's basic attacks dealt minimal damage. Additionally, because the she-wolf swiftly blocked her vulnerable rear with her tail, Li Fan could no longer target that weak point. Only his first 3 strikes counted as critical hits. Everything afterward was just basic attack damage. The hindquarters were protected by its tail, but the female silver wolf's soft belly remained a vulnerable spot. Li Fan swiftly altered his attack trajectory, focusing his strikes on the female silver wolf's exposed abdomen. His movement speed was simply too fast, far beyond what the female silver wolf could match. As her health steadily drained, the she-wolf whirled around to retaliate, but Li Fan shadowed her every turn. Leveraging his superior agility, he maintained an unshakable position at her rear. This is another crucial manifestation of high agility attributes enhancing a player's combat prowess. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The silver she-wolf kept spinning in circles and making erratic leaps, trying to shake Li Fan off. But Li Fan clung to her like an attached hip ornament, driving the frantic wolf to roar in frustration. Despite having over 200 physical attack points, she simply couldn't land a hit on Li Fan. -10, -10, -5. A continuous stream of numbers kept popping up. Though Li Fan's individual strikes didn't deal much damage to the silver she-wolf, his attack frequency more than made up for it. On average, it dealt about 300 points of damage per second to the Mother Silver Wolf. Thus, in less than 10 seconds, the Mother Silver Wolf's health dropped to 70%. Roar! Battle info: Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature, has activated the skill call for reinforcements. All wolf-type creatures within a 800-meter radius will soon arrive at the battlefield to assist it. The Mother Silver Wolf couldn't take it anymore and unleashed her first major skill. Damn, a silver tier boss indeed. Her skill casting is lightning fast, and she summons way more minions, not linearly but exponentially. Back when the Silver Wolf guards used this move, they'd stand still for a solid 2 seconds charging up. Yet this matriarch only howled half a second before resuming her circling maneuvers. Whether it's casting speed or skill potency, both forced Li Fan to admit that silver tier bosses were truly formidable. Yet he kept stabbing forward with the exact same motions as before. Joking aside, all creatures within 800 meters were just ordinary mutated grey wolves at LV6. Even if 100 of them came at him, they wouldn't pose the slightest threat to Li Fan. As long as he maintained enough speed, the human, wolf, wave tactics would be completely ineffective against him. Swish, swish, swish. -10, -5, -5, -10, -5. Damage numbers rained down like a storm. On the battlefield, the nearby summoned ordinary mutated grey wolves soon arrived as expected. To the Silver She-Wolf's utter despair, over 30 mutated grey wolves had come, yet whenever one got close to her, the damned human behind her would casually swing his blade a few times and instantly slay it. So many minions coming over couldn't actually help drive away those damned humans. At best, they could only shoulder some of the damage, utterly failing to turn the tide of battle. Thus, the enraged Silver She-Wolf decided to rely on herself. When her HP dropped to 50%, she howled a woe once more. Combat alert: Silver She-Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature, activated skill Lone Wolf's Resolve, reducing both defenses by 10 points while increasing ATK, ASPD, and movement SPD by 10%. Current HP decreases by 1% will additionally grant plus 2 ATK and plus 2% ASPD/movement SPD, lasting 60 seconds. The Mother Silver Wolf's spirit lifted, and its speed noticeably increased compared to before. However, to its frustration, even with such effort, it still couldn't keep up with that detestable human chasing behind. In fact, its injuries were only getting worse. This was only to be expected. To put it in numerical terms, the Mother Silver Wolf's original speed was 10 points. Even after activating this buff, it only increased to 11 points, and at most could reach 20 points as its health declined. How could it possibly match Li Fan's speed of 50 points? With 4,000 agility points, Li Fan possessed attack and movement speeds that shouldn't exist at this stage. Moreover, because his dual defenses had decreased by 10 points, Li Fan's damage output surged significantly. Oh whoa! When its health dropped to 30%, the desperate Mother Silver Wolf unleashed its final trump card skill. Combat information: Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature, activated skill Life Return, recovering 5,000 HP gradually over the next 10 seconds. A green healing glow appeared on the Silver Wolf's body. But what was the point? It would only delay its inevitable demise under Li Fan's onslaught by a mere dozen seconds. Ow! Combat info: Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature, activate skill Frenzy, immune to crowd control for the remainder of combat, with ATK/ASP/MSP boosted by 200% until death. When the boss's HP dropped below 5%, it entered a frenzied state. Yet even in its frenzy, Li Fan toyed with it effortlessly until it collapsed unwillingly as its HP fully drained. At the same time, a series of system notifications appeared on Li Fan's panel. Notification: you have killed. Global Village announcement: player Taisuation, LV-9 Shield Armor Warrior, has slain Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Tier Creature, claiming the village's first kill reward. Chapter 17, a 1-minute lead, the bitter resentment of the Peerless Guild. M4399 Novice Village, the Bone Burial Forest area. Over 100 players above LV-10 were besieging an LV-10 Silver Tier boss, Frenzied Bull Lord, under the command of their guild leader, Proud Emperor. Hurry, the boss has entered frenzy mode. Healers, keep Lao Wang alive. Lao Wang, hold the line. You're the main tank. If you die, we can't take down the boss. Xiao AI, why is your DPS so low? Hurry up and deal damage. That's it. Keep it up. The boss only has 10% HP left. Stay steady, don't rush. The first kill of this M4399 beginner village silver boss will definitely belong to our Overlord Guild. Overlord Emperor watched with intense focus as the boss entered its enraged state, an unconscious smile creeping onto his face. He could already envision it. After securing the first kill of M4399 beginner village's silver boss, their Overlord Guild would attract hordes of elite players. They would grow steadily from this humble beginner village, eventually becoming the top guild in all of Endless Firmament. Let's do our best, everyone. Everyone gets a 1,000 yuan bonus for taking down the boss first. And when the guild grows bigger, you'll all receive veteran benefits. As long as we complete this first step, our pride overall guild will rise to greatness, and becoming one of the top guilds in Endless Firmament won't just be a dream. Holy shit! The arrogant emperor was just feeding his guild members grandiose promises when suddenly, 3 repetitive village-wide notifications flashed across everyone's system panels. Village announcement: player Grand Celestial, LV9 Shield Knight, has defeated Silver She-Wolf, LV10 Silver Creature, achieving the first village-wide kill reward. ×3. Silence. Deafening silence. After Overlord Emperor blurted out in stunned disbelief, all members of the Overlord Guild on site were left utterly dumbfounded. The grand promises our leader just made shattered the very next second? While they stood stunned, the Raging Bull Lord boss wouldn't hesitate. Not good. Never mind the announcement, focus on the boss first. Focus fire, activate it. Old Wang hold the line. Old Wang's down, everyone unleash full DPS, boss HP is down to 5%, finish it. After a chaotic scramble, the arrogant Overlords Guild successfully defeated the enraged Bull Lord at critical health, though at the cost of over 20 members' lives. As the 2 silver tier loot items dropped by the boss appeared, not a single member of the arrogant Overlords Guild on the scene could muster any joy. The first kill announcement for the silver boss is gone. The official game guide states that bronze boss first kills don't trigger village-wide announcements. Only the first team to defeat a silver boss in the beginner village gets the announcement, "We were one step too late." Damn it, I can't accept this. How could this happen? We were just seconds away. Who the hell is this Suation? Holy shit, the announcement only lists his ID, how is this even possible? After the initial shock from reading the announcement, the entire crowd was stunned all over again. A single ID Suation in the announcement meant he'd likely soloed the LV10 silver tier boss, Mother Silverwolf. This speculation shocked everyone present. How is this possible? We had over 100 LV10 players, including 11 with C-rank talents, 3 with B-rank talents, and Old One, who even had an A-rank talent with 10 times health boost as the hidden class Tenacious Druid. Yet Tai Suation solo killed an LV10 silver boss alone? How on earth did he pull that off? I refuse to believe it. That guy must have exploited some game bug. There's no way he could have done it otherwise. Could the Tai Sui god's talent be S-rank? That's the only explanation that makes sense. But talents are just too unfair. This is so frustrating. The person who had been confidently dominating the scene was now both anxious and furious. Their side had been just 1 minute away from securing the world-first announcement for slaying the silver tier boss, yet they lost to a single individual because of that very minute. How utterly infuriating. Forget it, so what if the announcement is gone? Emperor Pride sighed, having come to terms with reality. Luck is part of skill too. That great your deity is just naturally gifted, nothing we can do about it. Our next target is the first clear announcement for the LV15 dungeon, Trial of the Spider Cavern. Everyone, disband for now. Also, everyone keep an eye out for that great your deity guy. If you hear anything or run into him, remember to report to me, let's see if we can recruit him for the guild. Hearing Emperor Pride's words, the guild members on site had no choice but to reluctantly accept their fate. At the same time, because of this village-wide announcement, all online players in M4399 Village were sent into a frenzy. I can't even handle a level 10 regular monster without teaming up, and this Tai Sui god guy can solo a level 10 silver boss? Tell me, how the hell is that fair? Damn it, what kind of crap game is this? I'm out. With this trash tier talent I rolled, the experience is awful. Quitting for good. Quit the game? Forget it. Once Endless Firmament came out, all other VR games flopped. What else is there to play besides this? Getting a good talent draw is important, but don't lose hope, everyone. We actually still have a chance to become as strong as the God of Epic, for example, Almighty God of Epic. Please add me as a friend. Carry me through the game. Looking for a carry +1. Does anyone know the guild leader Taishushin? Introductions rewarded with red packets. Big bonus for successful friend ad. Please introduce me. Beautiful girl here. Willing to meet offline. Please share contact info for the Supreme Primordial God Expert. At this moment, all online players in M4399 Village began discussing the village-wide announcement. Many were astonished by the formidable power of the God of Saturn. Some people believe Tai Suation is so powerful precisely because he drew excellent innate talents, arguing that the talent system severely affects game balance. But since the game wasn't developed by players themselves, the talent drawing mechanic treats all players equally. If you had bad luck and drew trash talents, who can you really blame? Of course, players who hold such views are in the minority. When the 5 permanent members collectively promoted Endless Firmament-S gameplay initially, they had already explained this talent system. The player base had largely accepted this mechanic before even entering the game. The most important thing is, Endless Firmament offers far too many gameplay mechanics for boosting a player's combat power. Even if you draw a trash tier talent, it just means a tougher early game. With enough effort, there's still a chance for an underdog comeback in mid to late stages. Righteous Cloud Guild, temporary gathering spot in M4399 Starter Village. Staring at the announcement, young Master Zhang, Ronwan, and Big King fell silent. Damn it, that guy is even more terrifying than we imagined. Damn it, with our current numbers, it looks like we can't exact revenge on him. Let's steer clear of his path, brothers. We're too few for now. Wait till we hit level 20 and enter the main city to regroup with the rest of the guild, then we deal with him. Right. It's not that we're afraid of him, it's just leveling up is more important. No time to bother with him now. As the saying goes, fame invites trouble, as fat invites the butcher. Why don't we spread the word about Tai Suishin? Let those itching to loot his gear know exactly who they're dealing with. Chapter 18, Silver Grade Equipment Skills, Low Tier Silver Life Essence. As for Li Fan, he remained completely unaware that a village-wide announcement had shattered the Tyrant Guild's development plans, nor did he know every player in the village was currently discussing him. He was happily admiring the rewards from being the first to slay a silver grade boss. Notification: you have slain Mother Silverwolf, LV10 Silver Creature, and gained 52,500 EXP, 5% bonus EXP for defeating a higher level enemy. Notification: this kill is the village first of this boss. Congratulations! You have received 20 free attribute points and plus 1 class specific equipment/skill book from the loot. Notification: your talent has activated. You have permanently gained plus 20 agility. Notification: you have been cursed by Mother Silverwolf, LV10 Silver Creature, in its dying breath. All wolf-type creatures within 800 meters will now actively attack you. System: you have picked up the boss drop items Thorn Shield, Silver Grade, Silver Wolf Leather Boots, Bronze Grade, Steel Knuckle Dusters, Bronze Grade, Wolf Fur Vest, Bronze Grade, Skill Book, Bone Cutting Spike, Silver Grade, Special Item Low Grade Silver Life Essence, Agility, and 1 gold, 11 silver, and 66 copper coins. The rewards for the first boss kill were incredibly generous. Just the first kill bonus alone awarded 20 free attribute points. Using the same allocation method as before, Li Fan immediately allocated all 20 points to strength. Basic physical attack power has successfully increased from 88 points to 108 points. After allocating his free attribute points, Li Fan finally turned his attention to the other system notifications. TSK, that poor Mother Silver Wolf actually cursed me right before dying. How could this possibly trouble me? On the contrary, looping creatures within 800 meters actively attacking me is actually beneficial. It's essentially giving me an aggro drawing aura specifically against wolf-type monsters. Li Fan shook his head slightly, but far from being dismayed, he actually welcomed the Mother Silver Wolf's curse. With this curse in place, grinding mutated grey wolves for quests would become a mutual pursuit, saving even more time. After skimming through the curse notification, Li Fan skipped past the plus 20 agility bonus and went straight to checking the loot dropped by the boss. A total of 4 pieces of gear, and 1 skill book. Exactly. Li Fan began inspecting the attributes of each piece of equipment one by one. Equipment: Thorn Shield. Quality: Silver. Grade: Excellent. Durability: 180/180. Usage requirement: level 10 or above, shield-wielding classes. Attribute 1, Physical Defense plus 30, Magic Defense plus 27, Stamina plus 20, Strength plus 16. Attribute 2, Physical Damage taken reduced by 15%. Attribute 3, Armor Break. Upon successfully landing a physical attack, applies an armor break effect that reduces the target's physical/magic defense by 12 points. Can stack up to 3 layers, with each layer lasting 10 seconds. A top-tier shield. Li Fan's eyes lit up. Shield-type equipment was considered secondary weapons, but due to his extreme speed making attacks practically unable to hit him, he rarely used shields. This thorny shield actually has an armor-piercing passive attribute that's incredibly important for me. Had I possessed this earlier, defeating the Mother Silver Wolf might have taken just half a minute at most. Thanks to Mother Silver Wolf for gifting me this powerful secondary weapon. Much appreciated. Li Fan then turned his attention to the remaining 3 pieces of bronze tier equipment. Equipment: Silver Wolf Leather Boots. Quality: Bronze. Grade: Perfect. Durability: 130/130. Requirement: level 10 or above. Attribute 1, Physical Defense plus 9, Magic Defense plus 12, HP plus 150, Stamina plus 9. Attribute 2, Movement Speed plus 10%. Attribute 3, Max Movement Speed plus 20% when not in combat. Equipment: Steel Knuckle Dusters. Quality: Bronze. Grade: Common. Durability: 180/180. Requirement: level 10 plus, basic druid class. Attribute 1, Fizz. ATK plus 42, Magic ATK plus 29, Strength plus 11. Attribute 2, 2% chance to inflict bleed on attack, dealing 17 HP loss per second for 5 seconds. Equipment: Wolf Fur Chest Piece. Quality: Bronze. Grade: Inferior. Durability: 110/110. Requirement: level 10 or above. Attribute 1, Physical Defense plus 12, Magic Defense plus 13, HP plus 260, Stamina plus 10. Attribute 2, Spirit plus 10. Not bad, 3 bronze equipment pieces, and 2 of them are useful for me. Especially these silver wolf leather boots, the percentage movement speed boost is incredibly beneficial for me. Li Fan was absolutely delighted. With this wave of equipment upgrades, his combat power would see a significant improvement. Indeed, equipment was still the primary way for most players to boost their combat power except for cheaters like him with an SSS tier growth type talent. All 3 pieces of equipment require LV10 to wear, but that's no problem. I'll reach LV10 in less than 2 hours. Let me see what this silver skill book does. Li Fan looked at the skill book in his inventory. Skill book, Bone Carving Stab. Quality, Silver. Learning requirement, Level 10 or above, Sword Wielding Class. LV1 active effect, Thrust Sorted Enemy, dealing 400% physical damage and inflicting a 10-second armor break debuff that reduces target's physical defense by 1% 10%. Determined by strength attribute comparison between caster and target. Consumes 100 MP cooldown, 30 seconds. An armor breaking skill. High damage output with percentage-based armor reduction. With the fixed armor piercing effect from the Thorn Shield, my damage output against high physical defense bosses has increased several times over. Refreshing, Li Fan felt exceptionally pleased. Equipped with both the Thorn Shield and Marrow Striker's dual armor piercing effects, if he were to encounter the Mother Silver Wolf again, he was confident he could finish her off within 20 seconds. The final loot, low-grade silver life essence. Li Fan's gaze fell upon the item's effect description. Item, low-grade silver life essence, agility. Type, special item/consumable. Effect, permanently increases user's agility by 30 points upon consumption. Item source, dropped by Mother Silver Wolf. It's definitely this one. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. In Endless Firmament, killing boss-tier creatures above the Iron rank has a chance to drop life essence that permanently increases various attribute values. In my previous life, it was primarily through these special consumables that I managed to grow from having just a B-grade talent to ranking among the top 10 globally in overall warrior class strength. Never thought I'd come across one so quickly in this life. Too bad I have an SSS grade blessing of light talent and don't lack agility attributes. This low-tier silver life essence that permanently increases 30 agility points is nearly useless to me. After a moment's thought, Li Fan reached a decision. Why not just list it on the auction house like the Steel Knuckles? Chapter 19, Auction House Bidding, The Frenzy of Big Spenders. From Li Fan's recollection, Endless Firmament held several god-making events in the early days after launch. The first of these events involved releasing 7 legendary quality skill books into the auction houses of various capital cities, letting players bid for them. Highest bidder wins. Players could only participate in the bidding using in-game currency, not real-world money. So Li Fan thought he should start saving money early, lest he couldn't afford a single skill book when the time came. That would be truly miserable. For the 30 Agility Vitality Essence, let's set it as a 10-hour auction with a base price of 5 gold coins, no fixed buyout price. Highest bidder wins when time's up. Apply the same auction rules to the Steel Knuckle Dusters too, though let's set the base price at just 1 gold coin. Although the Steel Knuckle Dusters were only bronze tier equipment, their combat stat boost for current players far surpassed what plus 30 agility could provide. But equipment will eventually become obsolete one day, while the agility stat bonus is permanent. Thus, their values are simply not on the same level. Sold the Black Iron Grade Azure Buckler too, and offloaded all those miscellaneous plain white gear at a discount. After wrapping everything up, Li Fan still didn't feel tired, so he continued grinding away. The time approached past 9 in the morning when, with a flash of white light enveloping him, Li Fan successfully leveled up to LV10. Once again allocating all 5 attribute points from the level up to strength, Li Fan then updated his equipment and learned the skill book for Bone Piercing Thorn. Before logging off, he took a quick glance at his character panel. Character, Taishuation. Basic attributes. Level, LV10, 22/76,000. Class, Shield and Armor Warrior. HP, 1120. MP, 600. Attack, Physical 111, Magic 36. Defense, Physical 92, Magic 114. Attributes, Strength 94, Agility 4401, Spirit 16, Stamina 42. Free attribute points, 0. Max attack speed, 47.81 hits/SAC. Max movement speed, 107.82 m/SAC. Title, None. Talent, Blessing of Light, Stage 1, SSS Quality. Attack speed nearing 50 hits per second. Movement speed exceeding 100 meters per second. This isn't much worse than when I was LV200 in my previous life. SSS grade talent feels absolutely amazing. Li Fan logged off in high spirits. After grinding for over 16 hours, Craftsman Li finally went to sleep. Just as Li Fan drifted into sleep, the entire M4399 beginner village was sent into an uproar by the low-grade silver life essence listed in the auction house. Holy shit, what is this? Permanently increases agility by 30 points after consumption? How does Endless Firmament even have something like this? Why would the person who obtained it not use it themselves and instead put it up for sale? Dropped from the Mother Silver Wolf. If I remember correctly, wasn't the Mother Silver Wolf that LV10 silver boss that the almighty Taiswation took down? Freaking legend, truly worthy of being the first to slay a silver boss. He doesn't even blink at 30 points of agility. 30 points of agility, converted to attack speed, equals a base attack speed of 0.3. My current attack speed is only 0.8, I really want to get it. Leveling up once only gives 5 free attribute points. This thing is equivalent to the gains from leveling up 15 times, damn. This thing is freaking amazing. Also being auctioned is a bronze quality druid weapon. Bro, Taiswation is truly incredible. After seeing the effects of the low-grade silver life essence, all the players in the village were in an uproar. Currently, the more hardcore players have already reached levels above LV10, but most still have agility stats below 10 points unchanged since LV1. Alas, one can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. It's not that players don't understand the importance of agility, but each level up only grants 5 free attribute points. And grinding monsters requires attack power. If your attack isn't up to par, you can't even break through the defense of regular mobs at your level. So the vast majority of players allocate all their points to strength or spirit in the early game phases. What's the damned use of high attack speed if you can't even break through a monster's defense? Only a handful of top-tier players with sufficiently high attack power would consider adding a minor fraction of points to agility. This is precisely why the Life Essence's plus 30 agility bonus is considered exceptionally precious. It's no exaggeration to say that Li Fan was the only one in the entire village who looked down on it. Others, even high-level players like Flower Butterfly who had awakened an S-grade talent, would treat this life essence that increased agility by 30 points as a treasure. Thus, amid this atmosphere where everyone desired it, the auction began. Starting at 5 gold coins, the bids quickly rose to 6, then 7, 8. By noon, the price had already soared to 90 gold coins. At the entrance of the beginner's village, over a dozen players were frantically shouting offers to buy in-game currency at high prices. Cloud Summit gold traders buying copper coins at 1:2 ratio, selling fast. Buying copper coins at 1 minute and 1.9 seconds. Bulk deals at 1:18, hardcore farming teams welcomed. Overlord Guild purchasing gold coins at 1 minute and 1.8 seconds, payment first, trade after. Established guild with guaranteed reputation. Phoenix Guild buying gold at 1 minute and 1.8 seconds ratio. Unlimited purchases, earn quick profits now. Less than 48 hours since server launch, the game currency exchange rate against real money remains exceptionally high. Not everyone is as freakish as Li Fan. An average LV10 player grinding diligently for 12 hours can barely earn about 10 silver coins. 10 silver coins is equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. Just before Li Fan listed the low-grade silver life essence, the exchange rate was roughly 1:4 copper coins. To participate in the auction, the wealthy big shots from Novice Village M4399 all unleashed their spending power, fiercely driving the copper coin exchange rate up by more than double, and it was still climbing. Li Fan listed the items around 7 a.m., and by 4 p.m., the price had already been pushed up to 130 gold coins. At the current exchange rate, that's roughly equivalent to 900,000 Dragon Nation dollars. All this just for 30 points of agility. The extravagance of these tycoons truly lives up to the phrase spending a fortune in a single throw. As the clock approached 5 p.m., with only 10 minutes remaining before the 10-hour item auction concluded, the participants grew increasingly frenzied. 131 gold coins, 132 gold coins, 133 gold coins, 179 gold coins, 179 gold 99 silver 99 copper coins. The price paused at this figure. The big shots participating in the auction seemed to be pondering whether it was worth it, or perhaps preparing for the final moments. Right until there were only 3 seconds left in the auction countdown, suddenly, the stagnant price abruptly changed. With 3 seconds left, the highest bid stood at 190 gold, 0 silver, 0 copper coins. 2 seconds left, highest bid at 196 gold, 0 silver, 0 copper. 1 second left, highest bid at 200 gold, 0 silver, 0 copper. Auction concluded, transaction successful. The players watching this auction erupted in an uproar. Holy shit, this is insane. In the last 3 seconds, the big shots directly pushed the price from 180 gold coins to 200. The big shots are filthy rich. At the current gold exchange rate, 200 gold coins equal 1.5 million Dragon Kingdom currency. Damn, the Taisui God Boss just got insanely wealthy in one move. Breaking news, the bidder offering 200 gold coins is the Phoenix Guild. So it's the Phoenix Guild, no wonder. They're a veteran guild, after all. Rumor has it their leader is an ultra-rich heiress. Chapter 20, The Prospects of the Phoenix Guild, Talent Upgrade. In the wilderness of the beginner village, the grinding spot of the LV-13 Crimson Rock Serpent, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, a mature female player around 26 or 27 years old with the ID Violet Fairy, was listening to the report of the middle-aged butler who also served as the deputy guild leader. Young mistress, we've successfully obtained the low-tier silver life essence. I'll give this to the guild's chief archer player, Great John Khan. He has the highest DPS in our raid team. But never mind that small matter. Any news on Tai Suation yet? Not yet. Young mistress, you also have an S-tier talent. Why do you still value him so highly? Upon hearing this, Violet Mist Immortal couldn't help but shake her head. Tai Suation is no ordinary man. Have you seen the video on the forum where Lord Taishui wiped out those trash players from Righteous Brotherhood? I've analyzed it carefully. At that time, Lord Taishui's advantage was speed, but his speed alone wasn't enough to let him solo and defeat a LV-10 silver tier boss, so I boldly speculate that his talent might be a growth type. I have a feeling he might become one of the strongest players in the entire game in the future. Having such talent in the beginner's village is our opportunity. We must pull him into our guild at all costs. In M4399 Novice Village, the name Lord Taishui was known to all, yet very few truly understood the extent of his combat prowess. The video of Li Fan killing the Righteous Brotherhood group had stirred up quite a storm on the forums. However, Endless Firmament had too many players, and over those 2 days, many others like Li Fan had demonstrated combat prowess far beyond ordinary gamers. As a result, discussions about him didn't gain much traction, and the audience's attention was quickly diverted by countless new posts. However, this did not include the Phoenix Guild. As the wealthy Violet Mist Immortal who owned mines and aspired to push her guild into the global top 10 rankings in Endless Firmament, she had already invested heavily in forming a professional studio and hiring several elite game analysts in the real world. Thus, although the fairy Violet Mist had never personally met Li Fan, she had witnessed his prowess in the recorded footage. He's selling premium quality low-grade silver life essence? That means Tai Suation is most likely a solo player with no team. Find a way to approach him. If possible, offer him an annual base salary of 10 million plus profit sharing to recruit him into our guild. The Valkyrie said to the vice guild leader, Steward. Steward couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Miss, isn't a 10 million base salary too high? Even Great John Khan, our studio's top mercenary, only earns 5 million annually. No. I actually think 10 million is too low. If Tai Suation truly has an S-rank or higher growth type talent, I'd even pay a base salary of 50 million. My old man's hundreds of billions in assets are mine alone as his only daughter. Stop worrying about money on my behalf. Yes. Faced with his young mistress's free spending attitude, what could the butler turned vice president possibly say? Life essence sold for 200 gold, and steel knuckle dusters fetched 66 gold coins, not bad at all. This village has quite a few wealthy players, huh? As soon as he logged in, Li Fan found 266 gold coins added to his inventory. Feeling quite pleased, he prepared for another day of endlessly grinding mutated grey wolves. Of course, the first order of business was to steal monsters from other players in the area and dominate this leveling spot. Oh no! The ghost is here again. The rumors are true. There really are ghosts here. Is that ghost a boss? It's moving too fast, can't even see it clearly. Not gonna mess with that. Nope. Let's get out of here. Run for your lives. I saw with my own eyes, the ghost just sliced someone up. The expulsion effect was remarkably effective. Within half an hour, the mutated grey wolf spawning area was practically deserted, hardly another player in sight. A speed of 100 meters per second isn't just for show. If some players could vaguely make out Li Fan's figure yesterday, today they only saw a human-shaped black shadow flash by like lightning, incidentally colliding with the mutated grey wolves everyone was farming, with fatal results. Combined with Li Fan's habit of cutting down any red names he encountered, mistaken by others for random player killing, no one dared to linger in the area anymore. Now I can farm monsters and complete quests in peace. Li Fan muttered to himself and started the tedious grind of hunting mutated grey wolves. High damage output plus insane speed plus monster gathering aura, these factors made Li Fan's monster farming efficiency far surpass yesterday's. And the monster gathering aura? The undisputed MVP. After 2 days of exploration, Li Fan discovered that each mutated grey wolf took about 10 minutes to respawn after death. In the shadowy thicket map, there were at most around 120 grey wolves existing simultaneously. The mutated grey wolf is the kind of creature that loves to ambush, often lurking motionless in the bushes. Additionally, due to the vast map, highly scattered monsters, and obstacles like trees and rocks blocking movement routes and vision, Li Fan couldn't achieve the theoretical maximum efficiency of eliminating 120 monsters in 10 minutes during the first 2 days. At best, he managed around 20 kills in 10 minutes, with most of his time wasted searching for targets. Today, however, the significant increase in movement speed compared to yesterday naturally shortened the monster hunting process. The emergence of the curse aura further introduced a whole new gameplay style for Li Fan. Initially, he chose to run an 800-meter radius circle around the map, using the Silver Wolf Mother's aggro aura with an 800-meter range to gather monsters. Then, once the wolf packs converged, he'd wipe them all out in one sweep before repeating the process. But soon, after pulling a few waves, Li Fan upgraded his tactics again. Because the mutated grey wolves were too slow, this pulling process required deliberately slowing his own speed to prevent the monsters from getting too far away and losing aggro. With this playstyle, Li Fan discovered he could eliminate about 45 mutated grey wolves every 10 minutes on average. Li Fan's updated strategy simplified the complex approach. He would run a kilometer or two, then stand still waiting for lurking wolves to reveal themselves due to the monster gathering aura, before dashing over to instantly eliminate them one by one. With this method, he found he could kill about 70 mutated grey wolves every 10 minutes on average. That's 420 wolves per hour, and 4,200 in 10 hours. Calculating 16 grinding hours per day, that would be 6,720 kills. Thanks for the buff blessings, Mama Silver Wolf, this is epic. At most by tomorrow, I'll successfully kill 10,000 mutated grey wolves and complete the second phase requirement of the hidden quest. Li Fan was in such high spirits that for a moment, even the monotonous large heads of the mutated grey wolves began to seem somewhat adorable to him. Time unknowingly slipped into the next day, specifically, the afternoon of September 24th in real-world time. Li Fan, having woken up from his usual sleep, immediately logged back in to continue grinding mutated grey wolves without pause. Just as he had been grinding for 3 or 4 hours, thinking he'd finish the task in another hour at most, an even greater surprise unexpectedly arrived early. System notification, you have slain a cumulative total of 10,000 creatures. Talent Blessing of Light automatically upgraded to Stage 2. Chapter 21, the title Public Enemy of the Wolfkin, a golden rank silver wolf seeks revenge. Damn, I almost forgot, the SSS grade talent only requires killing 10,000 monsters to upgrade to Stage 2. Let me take a look. What changes have appeared in this second phase? Li Fan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the brand new version of his talent. Light's Blessing, Phase 2, SSS Grade Talent. 1. Your base agility attribute increases by 1500 points. 2. For every minor enemy you kill, you permanently gain at least 2 points of agility. The higher the monster's strength, the higher the agility points rewarded. However, as a trade-off, you will no longer gain agility points from killing creatures below LV 20. 3. Every time you land a successful attack, you deal additional true damage equal to 1% of your agility attribute value. Talent progression to next stage, number of LV 20 plus creatures killed 0/100,000. Note, a unique SSS tier talent with a total of 10 growth stages. Strive on, young warrior. SSS tier talent, truly overpowered. Staring at the talent's new effects, Li Fan fell silent for a long while. Even as someone who had been reborn, he couldn't help being shocked. The first effect, which granted basic agility stats, wasn't even worth mentioning. It paled in comparison to the second effect. Permanently gain +2 agility for every LV 20 plus monster killed? Compared to the first phase, the growth rate has literally doubled. And most importantly, the third brand new attribute that appeared with the talent upgrade. My current agility attribute is 11,000. So each attack deals an additional 110 points of true damage? Given my current attack speed of about 100 strikes per second, that amounts to roughly 12,000 true damage per second? Holy shit! Even if a golden boss showed up right now, it wouldn't last 10 seconds against my full-powered attacks. Li Fan was stunned. And to think this was only the second stage of the talent's effect, there were still 8 more stages ahead. What would happen by the 10th stage? Li Fan didn't even dare imagine. Could it be that even a foreign fiend god could be instantly annihilated? Awesome! Li Fan shouted excitedly. Although after his talent upgrade, slaying mutated grey wolves no longer granted him agility points, greater prospects lay ahead. Hurry up and finish the hidden quest, Warrior's Heart, gives as a reward, then quickly level up to 20 and head to the main city to keep grinding agility points. Li Fan was full of energy. After his talent upgraded, his efficiency in farming mutated grey wolves increased significantly. Before, it took 10 basic attacks to take down one. Now, he could leave them with a sliver of health and 1 sword strike and guarantee a kill with 2. System notification, you have slain. You gain 110 EXP, level difference penalty, 45% EXP reduction. System notification, you have slain. Omitted. After grinding all through the night, Li Fan's level had already risen to LV 15. There was no helping it, with the sheer volume of monsters he was farming. Even with the EXP penalty, leveling up was still fast. Plus, Li Fan had already upgraded all his skills to their current limits, leaving no outlet to spend the excess EXP. Just over 100 left, and I'll finally be free from this misery. Li Fan's spirits lifted as he saw his quest, Blacksmith Morin's Revenge 2, progress reached 9894/10,000. At most 5 more minutes, and the progress bar would be full. But just as Li Fan instantly killed another mutated Grey Wolf, a sudden new notification appeared on his interface. System notification: you have slain over 10,000 mutated Grey Wolves and unlocked the hidden achievement Mortal Enemy of the Wolfkin. Title: Warning, your slaughter of 10,000 mutated Grey Wolves has drawn the attention of the Silver Wolf King in the Darkwood region. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Elite, is about to arrive for inspection. Proceed with caution. Adding the first hidden quest objective: I've just farmed 10,000 mutated Grey Wolves. Got a title, not bad. The Golden Boss is coming? Perfect timing. Li Fan's spirits lifted as he first checked the attribute bonuses of the hidden achievement title. Sworn Enemy of the Wolfkin, title HP plus 1000. You exude an intimidating presence against all looping creatures, increasing your damage dealt by 10% when combating Wolfkind. This was a specialized title designed specifically for confronting looping creatures. 1000 health points weren't something Li Fan particularly valued, but with it, dealing with the Silver Wolf King would become much easier. Li Fan felt absolutely delighted. Now, all that remained was to wait for the Silver Wolf King to come knocking with gifts. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a lone wolf with silver fur appeared in Li Fan's line of sight. Species: Silver Wolf King. Level: LV-15 Golden Creature. Attributes: 65000/65000 HP, 648 Physical Attack, 599 Magic Attack, 240 Physical Defense, 250 Magic Defense. Skills: the Silver Wolf King is a gold tier boss, with attributes twice as strong as a silver tier boss of the same level. Both its attack and defense are extremely high. If this were before his talent upgraded, Li Fan would most likely choose to turn tail and run upon seeing the Silver Wolf King's stats. Kidding aside, the one-handed sword he was currently using as his main weapon was nothing more than a black iron quality fine steel sword dropped from the Piggy Boss. With his physical attack barely surpassing 100 points, even scratching the Silver Wolf King's defense would be impossible. What kind of joke was this supposed to be? Although in the Endless Firmament world, players say that even if they can't break a boss's defense, their attacks can still forcibly deal at least 1 point of damage. Silver Wolf King has 65,000 HP. Considering its automatic health regeneration and potential healing skills, my sword would undoubtedly break from durability loss long before I could whittle it down. No sword, just fists? Sure. Fists count as weapons too, but the shorter the weapon, the greater the risk. What if I slip up and get hit? My fragile frame wouldn't last more than a couple of blows. But now, the situation is different. With upgraded talents, each strike deals over 100 true damage. Come at me, Silver Wolf King, you'd just be delivering free loot. Kill! Li Fan charged at the Silver Wolf King first. With over 11,000 points of agility, his maximum movement speed exceeded 240 meters per second, more than 2/3 the speed of sound. In his previous life, movement speeds of this caliber were typically only attainable by players above level 100. Not to mention a mere LV-15 gold tier boss, even an LV epic boss going berserk would likely fall short of Li Fan's prowess. Swish swish, swish swish swish, strike first to gain the upper hand. Before the battle even began, Li Fan took advantage of the Silver Wolf King's lack of preparation, buffing himself with Phantom Dance for increased attack speed, then swiftly circled behind its rear and plunged dozens of sword strikes. -233, critical hit. -233, -233, -116. In less than half a second, about 50 numbers leaped into the air above the Silver Wolf King's head. Like the female Silver Wolf that had actively sought Li Fan's trouble the day before, the Silver Wolf King immediately protected its rear with its tail after suffering severe damage there, rendering the next 30+ strikes from Li Fan unable to exploit its weak spot. Yet in that brief half-second, nearly 7,000 HP had already been shaved off the Silver Wolf King. Aru! The Silver Wolf King recoiled from the excruciating pain as a crimson glow suddenly erupted from its body. Is it activating some kind of skill? Seeing this, Li Fan didn't dare be careless. His own defenses were far too fragile. Adhering to utmost caution, he resisted greedily pressing the attack and instead withdrew a full 100 meters in one swift maneuver. And this decision would make him extremely grateful in the days to come. Chapter 22, Fierce Battle Against the Silver Wolf King, Li Fan's Explosive DPS. Must read. Combat info: you have been hit by the Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Gold Creature, S-Skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation. You lose 699 HP and enter a 3-second stun state. A wide-range magic control plus damage skill. A single skill took out about 2/5 of Li Fan's health, showing just how devastating Silver Wolf King's damage was. What mattered most was the crowd control effect. If Li Fan hadn't retreated fast enough just now, those 3 seconds of stun would have allowed Silver Wolf King to kill 2 of him. I got careless. My damage output is high, but I'm pretty squishy. Right now I don't have any crowd control removal skills or gear, so I need to be extra careful. Li Fan secretly raised his guard. Come to think of it, this was the first time he'd taken damage since reincarnating and entering the world of Endless Firmament. Previously it had always been him attacking others, no one had ever been able to touch him before. This also served as a reminder for Li Fan. Fortunately, the 3 seconds of stun time ended just as the Silver Wolf King charged up to Li Fan. Keep dealing damage. Retreat at full speed immediately if things go south. Having made up his mind, Li Fan, now awake from the stun, immediately swung at the Silver Wolf King. However, compared to before, Li Fan now maintained intense mental focus while attacking, closely observing the Silver Wolf King's reactions. He stopped aiming for the Silver Wolf King's eyes and abdomen, its 2 weak spots. After all, even without targeting weak points, his damage output was more than sufficient. There was no need to rush, staying alive took priority. The cautious fighting style made Li Fan feel like he was embarrassing the Shield Knight class. But there was no helping it. Who told him to allocate his stats to agility instead of vitality? If he had gone for vitality, he'd be standing toe-to-toe with the Silver Wolf King right now. Such is fate. Swish, swish, swish. Swordlight danced through the air. Even though Li Fan had stopped going all out, the Silver Wolf King's health bar was still plummeting rapidly. The rate dropped by roughly 3 to 4,000 points per second. The Silver Wolf King only had 65,000 HP. How could it withstand Li Fan's relentless barrage of attacks? Soon, its health dropped below 70%, and it let out another howl toward the sky. Oh whoa! But the moment the Silver Wolf King raised its head, Li Fan had already turned tail and fled. By the time the Silver Wolf King's voice reached his ears, he was already over 200 meters away. Just as expected, relevant notification messages appeared on Li Fan's interface. Battle info, Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature. Activated skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation. You moved beyond the skill's range and remained unaffected. Battle info, Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature. Launched skill Blood Chi Bullet and hit. You moved beyond the skill's range and remained unaffected. This time, the Silver Wolf King didn't just release the previous control and damage skill, it also opened its maw and spat out a basketball-sized red energy sphere. Unfortunately, against cautious Li Fan, its skills were mere theatrics with zero practical effect. As long as I retreat far enough, you'll never hit me. Li Fan smirked triumphantly, only darting back toward his foe after the Silver Wolf King's blood chi bomb had already struck the ground. Then came another rapid succession of swishing sounds. -116, -116, -116. Dense numbers soared into the air. The Silver Wolf King grew increasingly frantic, ceaselessly shifting its stance in an attempt to counterattack this detestable human. Yet, no matter how it adjusted, the man remained stubbornly behind it. In its impotent fury, before long, the Silver Wolf King realized that as its injuries worsened, yet another new skill became available. Silver Wolf King's HP has dropped to 50%. Battle info, Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, used skill Golden Bloodline Awe, but missed. Abridged. Battle info, Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, used skill Mental Suppression but missed. Abridged. The boss's health is dropping too quickly. If an ordinary player were facing the Silver Wolf King, its skill activation wouldn't be based on health percentage but rather timed intervals, for example, unleashing Golden Bloodline Intimidation every 20 or 30 seconds, much like how player skills operate on cooldown timers. But Li Fan's damage output was too overwhelming. The Silver Wolf King couldn't wait for natural cooldowns. Following the boss template rules, when its health dropped below certain thresholds, some old skills would forcibly reset their cooldowns while new skills could also be activated. Li Fan didn't know what kind of skill this, Mental Suppression, from the Silver Wolf King was. Was it crowd control, or pure damage? Is it an instant damage type or a sustained damage type if it's an output type? The combat information didn't specify this detail, so he could only rely on his own visual observation. As the Silver Wolf King unleashed its skill, Spirit Suppression, a visible ripple emerged in the air, rapidly expanding outward from the Silver Wolf King as the epicenter. Out of caution, Li Fan immediately retreated another 200 meters. For him, it was just a second's sprint anyway. Indeed, this move proved quite effective. The air ripples formed by the Silver Wolf King's skill didn't dissipate until they'd spread nearly 300 meters. Such a wide skill range. Pity it still can't hit me. Li Fan grinned slyly and charged toward the Silver Wolf King once again. To his surprise, instead of engaging him in battle, the Silver Wolf King turned tail and fled. Holy crap, did I deal so much damage in such a short time that the boss got scared and ran? I almost forgot, in the world of Endless Firmament, bosses above the gold tier are actually this intelligent. Too bad for you, you can't just run away when I'm around. Li Fan was momentarily stunned, but quickly chased after without slowing down. 2 seconds later, he appeared beside the Silver Wolf King, raising his sword to strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword gleams flashed, and after about 6 or 7 seconds, the Silver Wolf King's health plummeted to 30%. Oh whoa! Battle info, Silver Wolf King, LV15 Gold Creature, cast skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation Mist. Battle info, Silver Wolf King, LV15 Gold Creature, activated skill Low-Level Magic Teleportation Array. In 10 seconds, 3 Mother Silver Wolves, LV10 Silver Creatures, will appear from the array to assist in battle. Every Wolf-type boss I've encountered seems to have this kind of minion summoning skill, don't they? Silver Wolf King, are you not satisfied with giving me gifts alone, so you called your 3 wives to form a team and deliver them together? Ha ha ha. Over 200 meters away, after reading the combat information, Li Fan charged toward the Silver Wolf King again, but this time, he wasn't in a hurry to deal damage. With the Silver Wolf King's HP still at 30%, there was no need to rush. Li Fan decided to take out the 3 wives it had summoned first. A free silver tier boss handed right to his doorstep, why let it go to waste? System, you have slain Mother Silverwolf, LV10 Silver Elite, you have obtained. Skipped, times 3. System, you have picked up the boss dropped item. Skipped. Even the LV15 Silver Wolf King fled from Li Fan in panic. The LV10 Silver Elite Mother Silverwolf was no different from a mutated grey wolf before him. In less than half a minute, all 3 Mother Silverwolves were slaughtered by his blade. When Li Fan picked up a silver tier chest armor dropped by the boss, his eyes lit up. Silver Wolf King, are you sure your wife isn't here to mess things up instead of helping? Chapter 23, First Kill of a Golden Boss, encountering Flower Butterfly again, begging for must-read votes. The 3 silver tier boss she-wolves contributed 3 silver pieces, 2 bronze pieces of equipment, plus several silver coins to Li Fan. Among them, the 3 silver tier equipments are a defensive chest piece, a cleric's weapon staff, and an assassin's weapon dagger. The 2 bronze tier equipments consist of a defensive chest piece and an accessory ring. Out of these 5 pieces of equipment, 2 can be immediately used by Li Fan himself, the silver tier chest armor and the bronze tier ring. Equipment, Radiant Armor. Durability, 100/100. Quality, Silver. Grade, Perfect. Usage requirement, level 10 and above. Attribute 1, HP plus 800, Physical Defense plus 60, Magic Defense plus 56, Stamina plus 35. Attribute 2, reduces physical damage taken by 12%. Attribute 3, when HP falls below 30%, gain plus 20 points to both defenses. Attribute 4, Purification, removes all crowd control effects on self, skill cooldown 300 seconds. Equipment, Wolf Fong Ring. Quality, Bronze. Grade, Common. Requirement, LV10 or above. Attribute 1, MP plus 280, Agility plus 13. Attribute 2, Attack Speed plus 5%. A perfect grade silver chest piece with 4 attributes. Especially the active skill this armor comes with, it gives me so much room for error when dealing with the Silver Wolf King. The bronze ring isn't bad either, just like the Wolf Fong necklace that dropped the other day, it boosts attack speed. The only downside is it's just common grade, but it'll do for now. Li Fan happily equipped the coat and ring into his gear slots. Then, he promptly returned to the serious business of hacking away at the Silver Wolf King. In just that short time, the Silver Wolf King had already bolted over 1,000 meters away. However, their movement speeds weren't on the same level, it couldn't escape Li Fan's grasp. In just over 10 seconds, Li Fan reappeared behind the Silver Wolf King. Swish, swish, swish. Minus 117, minus 117, minus 117. The additional agility from the Wolf Fong ring just pushed Li Fan's agility attribute past 11,600 points. As a result, the true damage attached to each attack increased from the original 115 to 116. That extra point of damage counted as the mandatory 1-point output when physical attacks fail to breach defense. The damage change wasn't significant, but the 5% attack speed boost from the ring was quite substantial. Given that Li Fan's current playstyle relied almost entirely on basic attacks, that extra 5% attack speed translated directly into a 5% increase in overall DPS. During combat, the Silver Wolf King still couldn't touch Li Fan, unable to defeat him yet equally incapable of escaping. Thus, the Silver Wolf King's HP quickly dropped below 10%. Howl. Combat Log, Silver Wolf King, LV15 Golden Creature, used skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation. You stayed outside the skill range and were unaffected. Combat Log, Silver Wolf King, LV15 Golden Creature, used skill Berserk. Defense decreased by 20%, while attack power, attack speed, and movement speed increased by 30%. Other skill cooldowns were significantly reduced and became immune to crowd control. This state will last until the end of the battle. 200 meters away, watching the Silver Wolf King activate its Berserk skill, Li Fan's expression gradually darkened. For him, the Silver Wolf King increasing its attack power and decreasing its defense made little difference. After all, even with a 20% defense reduction, his damage output relied primarily on the true damage from his innate talents. Conversely, even if the Silver Wolf King gained a 30% speed boost, it still wouldn't be able to land a hit on him. Immunity to control skills didn't matter either, he didn't have any control skills to begin with. What put Li Fan on high alert was that in its berserk state, the Silver Wolf King's other skill cooldowns would be drastically reduced. Only 10% HP left. Stay steady, don't get greedy with DPS. Li Fan silently reminded himself before plunging back into the fierce battle with the Silver Wolf King. Meanwhile, not far from where he fought the Wolf King, a group was rapidly approaching. Kill! Damn bitch dares to steal our boss, brothers, kill her. Don't run, stay right there and die. At the edge of the dark forest, Flower Butterfly fled with tense expressions. Behind her, about 30 players were giving chase relentlessly. Listening to the curses behind her, Flutterby felt utterly aggrieved. Just 30 minutes earlier, while she was soloing an LV-14 bronze tier boss, the enemy entered its last hit phase when suddenly, a stealth assassin player emerged trying to ambush her. But as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Having recently lost a LV6 bronze tier boss, Silver Wolf Guardian, to theft and even dying once herself, Flutterby now maintained razor-sharp vigilance. The moment that assassin player emerged, she'd spotted them instantly. Then she used a blink spell to create distance, turned around and instantly killed him with a gravity sphere skill. These two skills came with her hidden class, the Temporal Mage, combined with her S-grade talent, gaining 10 times the usual attribute points per level up. By level 15, Butterfly's spirit attribute exceeded 600 points. So wasn't it perfectly normal for her to one-shot a squishy assassin player? She killed him without a second thought, not giving it another moment's consideration. Yet she never could have imagined the assassin she killed had an unusual background. He turned out to be the brother-in-law of the president of the Proud Overlord Guild. In the M4399 Beginner Village, the Dominate All Guild stands as one of the two major guild forces, rivaling the Phoenix Guild. Although there are members from other established guilds like Righteous Brotherhood in the Beginner Village, they are merely ordinary members of their respective guilds. Only the core members of Dominate All and Phoenix Guild spawn in the M4399 Beginner Village. Dominate All Guild is a prestigious veteran guild in the gaming world, boasting over 500 core members. Rumors say most of these 500 members work in the studio founded by their guild leader, Tyrant Emperor, making them professional gamers. As a solo player, being hunted down by over 30 elites from Pride Guild, it was beyond humiliating for Fluttering Butterfly. Her situation was somewhat similar to Li Fan's. Massive damage output, but extremely fragile defenses. While Li Fan's speed could compensate for his weaknesses, Fluttering Butterfly had no such advantage. If caught by her pursuers, survival would be impossible. Damn it, it was that assassin player called Son of Cloud's Pride, who attacked me first, and I just fought back. The people from Cloud's Pride Guild are so unreasonable, how infuriating. Mana's running low. Can't cast Blink to create distance anymore. Screw you. Think you can mess with me? I'll take you all down with me. I'm dragging you to the mutated Grey Wolf spawn point. Plenty of you are marked PK, dare to follow? There are terrifying ghosts there that target pikers. Swallowtail clenched her teeth, casting Blink with her remaining mana to dash over 100 meters, successfully stepping into the mutated Grey Wolf territory. And just as she landed, she suddenly witnessed a scene that shocked her to the core. A somewhat familiar player had just sliced through a giant silver-furred wolf with a single sword strike. The ensuing announcement revealed this boss was actually gold tier. Chapter 24, Village-wide announcement, the overbearing Son of Clouds, please vote for must read. Village announcement, player Tai Sui God, LV-15 Shield Armor Warrior, has slain Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, and obtained the server first kill reward. Village announcement, player Tai Sui God, LV-15 Shield Armor Warrior, has slain Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, and obtained the server first kill reward. Village announcement, redacted. The village announcement repeated 3 times. Butterfly was stunned. She never expected to encounter her sworn enemy, Tai Sui Shin, here. Still less did she anticipate that Tai Sui Shin would claim the first kill of the village's golden boss, and at precisely that moment, the players from the Overlord Guild, who had been relentlessly pursuing the Flower Butterfly, also arrived here. They froze in shock as well. Holy shit, the first kill of a LV-15 golden boss? Are you kidding me? I'm a core member of the Overlord Guild, and I just barely managed to solo a LV-15 regular mob single-handedly. Yet this Tai Sui God actually took down a golden boss? Holy shit, it's the Tai Sui God. Look over there. The Tai Sui God is right ahead. He's looting the golden boss's drops. The crowd erupted in excitement. Their leader, Arrogant Cloud's son, stared wide-eyed as Li Fan collected the spoils dropped by the Silver Wolf King. When he spotted a dagger-shaped weapon among the loot, an overwhelming greed surged within him. The first kill of a golden boss guarantees a drop of either golden quality equipment or a skill book. That dagger could very well be a golden quality dagger. Li Fan, who played solo all day, might not know, but Cloudchild often browsed the forums of Endless Firmament and was well aware that no player on the entire server currently possessed golden quality equipment. In other words, if Li Fan picked up that dagger, it would be the only golden dagger on the entire server at that moment. My class just happens to be assassin. If I obtain it, does that mean I'll become the top assassin player in the entire server? At this thought, Cloudchild could no longer contain himself. Grand Jupiter, hand over that gold tier dagger to me, or our Overlord Guild will slaughter you back to level 0. Cloudchild shouted menacingly. In his eyes, no matter how formidable the god of Taisui might be, they were ultimately just another player. Whereas his own pride dominates, the World Guild boasted 500 core members, making it a top-tier guild. By the time they reached the main city, the guild's scale could easily surpass 10,000 players. You, god of Taisui, may indeed be powerful, but do you dare make an enemy of our pride dominates the World Guild? The reason Son of the Clouds thought this way was largely out of habit. As the brother-in-law of their guild leader, Prideful Emperor, his position within the guild was exceptional, fostering his domineering and tyrannical nature. So, his first instinct was to use overwhelming numbers to force Li Fan to hand over the boss loot. Among the other members of the Prideful Guild present, only a small fraction stirred uneasily upon hearing Cloud Prince's words. Due to their recent first kill of a silver boss a couple of days prior, Guild leader Prideful Emperor had specifically instructed them to immediately report any encounter with Taisui. Many believed their leader intended to establish goodwill with Taisui, so Cloud Prince's current attitude toward him left them puzzled. But most of them showed agreement with Cloudchild's words on their faces. The Pride of Heroes Guild has over 500 core members. Why were only about 30 people chasing after Flower Butterfly? It's precisely because these people, like Cloudchild, are all birds of the same feather. So Cloudchild's words were also their own heartfelt thoughts. You, Taisui God, may be strong, but do you really have the right to act cocky in front of our Pride of Heroes Guild? Be sensible and hand over the boss loot like a good boy. Meanwhile, after hearing Cloudchild's words, Li Fan couldn't help but ask seriously, are you stupid? If you're not stupid, how dare you speak to me like that? The corpse of the golden boss Silver Wolf King hasn't even vanished yet. Do you really think you're stronger than the Silver Wolf King? Hearing Li Fan's retort, Cloudchild's face immediately turned beet red. Damn it, refusing a toast only to be force-fed medicine. Brothers, chop him down. Take down that stinking woman called Flower Butterfly too, strip them clean of their gear. At Cloud Sun's command, the 30-odd players from the Overlooking All Guild immediately pressed forward. Though a small portion of them felt this wasn't right, when everyone else was doing it, not joining in would be inappropriate. But the very next moment, these people regretted it. Ghost. The god of Taisui is the ghost. No, don't kill me. Arg. Li Fan never acted unless necessary, but once he did, it was swift and decisive. His figure darted through the crowd like lightning. In less than 20 seconds, every member of the Overlooking the Crowd Guild had been sent back to the respawn point. Since more than half of these players were marked as hostile, wiping them out didn't add a single point to Li Fan's evil meter. Instead, over a dozen pieces of equipment dropped to the ground. They're just some trash-tier white equipment loot. Li Fan couldn't even be bothered to pick them up. Only at this moment did he finally have time to appreciate the rewards from slaying the Silver Wolf King. First came the reward for the first village kill. That's great, the first kill of a silver tier boss rewards 20 free attribute points, while the first kill of a gold tier boss, the Silver Wolf King, grants 60 free attribute points. I'm stacking them all into strength. The first kill rewards scale with both the tier and level of the boss. The Mother Silver Wolf was originally a LV10 silver tier boss, so the first kill reward was level times tier, calculated starting from bronze boss times 1, silver times 2, gold times 4, dark gold times 8, and so on, resulting in 10 times 2 is equal to 20 points. Meanwhile, the Silver Wolf King is a LV15 gold tier boss, so the free attribute points amounted to 15 times 4 is equal to 60 points. This is just like how characters in martial arts novels experience a sudden power boost after an intense battle. The first kill of a boss is a rare opportunity, so it's only fair the rewards are higher, right? Li Fan gleefully dumped all 60 attribute points into strength. Then he looked at the second reward from the Silver Wolf King's first kill, experience points for the kill, as well as the dropped equipment, skill books, and other loot. Notification, you have slain the Silver Wolf King, LV15 Gold Elite, and received 150,000 experience points. Notification, you have leveled up. Current level, LV16. Notification, you have picked up the following boss drops, equipment Bloodthirst Sword, Gold Tier, Burning Blood Staff, Gold Tier, Silver Wolf Belt, Silver Tier, Skill Book Swift Regeneration, Gold Tier, Special Items Low Tier Gold Life Essence, Constitution, Litanoa's Last Words, and 4 gold, 19 silver, 66 copper. 3 golden quality loots, 1 silver, and 2 special items. It must be said, the drop rate of the Silver Wolf King is incredibly high. Li Fan excitedly began examining each piece of loot's details one by one. First up was the one-handed sword weapon Blood Drinker Blade. The iron sword has been used long enough, finally time for an upgrade. At this sight, Li Fan's eyes couldn't help but widen in shock. Chapter 25, Golden Equipment, Latest Stats. Equipment, Bloodthirst Blade. Durability, 200/200. Quality, Gold. Quality, Excellent. Usage requirement, level 15 or above, sword-wielding class. Attribute 1, Physical Attack plus 121, Magic Attack plus 109, Strength plus 40, Spirit plus 32. Attribute 2, Indestructible. Attribute 3, restores 5% of damage dealt as HP. Attribute 4, Sword Draw Slash, when activated, performs a swift slash against enemies within a 5-meter radius, dealing 500% of the user's physical attack as damage. Additionally, inflicts a 5-second advanced bleeding effect, causing the enemy to lose 1% of their max HP per second. Cooldown, 300 seconds. The attributes of this Blood Drinker's sword made Li Fan's heart leap with joy. Attack power and such were trivial, just icing on the cake. With his SSS tier talent, he could never lack damage output. The main thing is this, Attribute 2, Indestructible Effect. It's similar to the equipment affix in the old-school game Fantasy Westward Journey that Li Fan remembers. Indestructible means this weapon will never lose even a single point of durability, no matter how much it's used. This attribute is incredibly practical for Li Fan, although he had the secondary profession of blacksmithing to repair equipment. But repairing equipment required materials. The higher the equipment level, the more materials needed, plus he had to carry large quantities of ore, which was troublesome. With Blood Drinker's sword, he'd have no worries about this anymore. 5% lifesteal is perfect. Even if I slip up and get hit by a boss, as long as it doesn't one-shot me, I can just keep regenerating my health through lifesteal. The active skill is pretty practical too, a small AoE attack with an advanced bleeding effect. Li Fan held the Blood Drinker sword in his hand, grinning from ear to ear. Next, he turned his gaze to the remaining equipment. Equipment, Burning Blood Staff. Durability, 200/200. Quality, Gold. Tier, Excellent. Requirement, level 15 plus, staff-wielding classes only. Attribute 1, Fizz. ATK plus 60, Magic ATK plus 149, Spirit plus 48. Attribute 2, Spirit plus 7%. Attribute 3, Active Skill Cooldown -10%. Attribute 4, Bloodburn, when activated, deals a magical attack to all enemies within 20 meters, dealing 550% of your magic attack as damage. Additionally, applies an advanced burn effect for 5 seconds, causing enemies to lose 1% of their HP per second. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Equipment, Silver Wolf Belt. Durability, 140/140. Quality, Silver. Grade, Fine. Requirement, level 15 plus. Attribute 1, HP plus 450, Physical Defense plus 28, Magic Defense plus 27, Stamina plus 20. Attribute 2, HP 1000. Attribute 3, during combat, restores 500 HP to self every 60 seconds. The Bloodburn staff's stats are slightly better than the Blood Drinker's swords. After all, one is fine quality and the other is epic, their grades are different. This staff is absolutely the best weapon for mages right now, bar none. Listed on the auction house? Let's wait a couple more days before deciding, no hurry for now. The belt looks great, I'll keep it for myself. Li Fan stowed the Bloodburn staff back into his backpack and equipped the Silver Wolf belt around his waist, then turned his gaze toward a skill book dropped by the boss. Skill book, Rapid Recovery. Quality, Gold. Learning requirement, level 15 plus, Cleric type profession stat. Level 1 active effect. Designate a teammate to instantly restore 500 HP plus 15% of max HP, consumes 100 MP upon casting with a 40-second cooldown. A powerful healing skill, likely to fetch a good price. However, just like the previously obtained skill book, Blessing of Courage, Li Fan has no intention of selling this one. This is a support type skill. In the future, when I find the right support teammate, I can have them learn it. Won't the skill's effects benefit me in the end? Finally, let me take one last look at what these 2 special items are. Li Fan checked the 2 special items in his backpack. Item, low-tier Golden Life Essence, Constitution. Type, special item/consumable. Effect, permanently increases Constitution by 100 points upon consumption. Source, dropped by Silver Wolf King. Item, Li Tianhua's final letter. Type, special item. Effect, a letter to be delivered to the Empire's legendary swordsman Li Changsheng in Skyglory City, who will reward you handsomely. Tip, you used low-grade Golden Life Essence, Constitution, your Constitution plus 100. This Life Essence boosts Constitution, definitely a good find. Without hesitation, Li Fan used it on himself. This letter left by Li Tianhua actually wants me to find Li Changsheng? Li Fan was surprised. Li Changsheng was a high-level NPC, a swordsman of legendary rank, and one of the top-tier experts in the NPC faction. In his past life, Li Fan had encountered Li Changxing dozens of times. Back then, he was just like most ordinary players, accepting daily quests and trying to trigger the special mission, Li Changxing's worries. Li Fan remembered this special quest clearly. Though Li Changxing was available to all players, the rewards were unknown. Even after 10 years since Endless Firmament launched, right up until Li Fan's death, he'd never heard of anyone successfully receiving this quest. Could this letter from Li Tianhua actually be the quest item needed to receive the special mission from Li Changxing? Li Tianhua, Li Changxing, both sharing the surname Li. This might really be the case. Li Fan carefully stored away the special item Li Tianhua's remaining letter, anticipating that it would play a significant role once he teleported to Sky Radiance City in the future. Then, he took a glance at his brand new personal panel information. Character, Grand Auspice Deity. Basic attributes. Level, LV16, 22/320k. Class, Shield Armor Warrior. HP, 4390. MP, 1205. Attack, Fizz. ATK 341, Mag ATK 169. Defense, Physical Defense 290, Magic Defense 281. Attributes, Strength 220, Agility 11602, Spirit 60, Stamina 186. Free attribute points, 0. Maximum attack speed, 132.83 hits/second. Maximum movement speed, 266.24 meters/second. Title, Enemy of the Wolf Clan. Talent, Blessing of Light, Phase 2, SSS quality. Equipment slots. Bloodthirsty Sword, Gold Quality One-Handed Sword, Thorn Shield, Silver Quality Shield, Silver Wolf Belt, Silver Quality Waist Armor, Radiant Armor, Silver Quality Chest Armor, and more. Skill list. LV5 Shield Block, LV5 Heavy Slash, Basic Smithing, LV4 Shield Counter, LV3 Phantom Dance. TSK. Is this stat panel really something a level 16 player should have? Even I'm scared shitless looking at it myself. Li Fan shook his head. Ever since his rebirth, he'd truly taken off right from the server launch. He originally thought he was just reloading a saved game, never expected he'd actually be running hacks. In one word, exhilarating. Just as he was marveling at his own stat panel with awe. On the other side, the still-alive Wahudi, Flower Butterfly, finally couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up. Aren't you going to kill me? Li Fan glanced at her and shook his head. Don't be silly, big sis. I don't kill women, you can go. Chapter 26, Wahudi's Resolve, the Emperor's Countermeasure. The ambition of Butterfly, the solution to defy emperors. What? You don't fight women? Are you joking? Butterfly widened her eyes. How could this man be so shameless? Her first time had been taken by him, after all. How could you have the nerve to say such things now? Don't get me wrong. Li Fan belatedly realized the implication of his words and quickly explained. I genuinely don't attack female players, unless it's during a boss competition. Li Fan was in exceptionally good spirits now, so he didn't mind spending some time teasing Butterfly. In his view, the debt from being killed by Butterfly in his past life had been repaid with that last strike. The score was settled, so under normal circumstances he wouldn't attack her without reason. You've got some nerve. The Flower Butterfly rolled her eyes at Li Fan with annoyance, apparently emboldened by noticing his good mood. She asked again, you slaughtered so many members of the Pride of Heroes Guild, aren't you afraid they'll retaliate? They have over 500 members in the M4399 Beginners Village alone. Li Fan scoffed at the question, why would I be afraid? The Flower Butterfly was stunned for a moment, then realized Li Fan truly seemed fearless after all. Given the speed he'd just demonstrated, unmatched across the entire server, his agility granted him complete control over engagements. Even if 500 proud heroes charged together, what could they possibly do to Li Fan? Li Fan's damage output was clearly monstrous too. He'd just carved through over 30 members of Proud Heroes in roughly half a minute. Doing the math, that's 1 kill per second? This is absolutely ridiculous. But even if you're not afraid, I certainly am. Huahu Dai rolled her eyes and said, whatever the case, you saved me this time, so we're even for you attacking me the other day. Let bygones be bygones. They say friendships forged in battle are strongest, and seeing as you're pretty skilled while I'm better than your average player, how about adding me as a friend? We could team up for leveling later. Huahu Dai began contemplating the idea of forming a party with Li Fan. As a fragile mage without Li Fan's speed, she felt utterly passive facing the targeted aggression from the domineering elites. Yet Li Fan's demonstrated prowess had completely won her over. She contemplated teaming up with him to level up together, while incidentally gaining his indirect protection. Besides, many hands make light work. Wasn't duo gameplay always better than solo grinding? Unfortunately, her proposal met with Li Fan's decisive rejection. Adding friends is fine, but teaming up? Sorry, I'm pressed for time and don't do power leveling. Li Fan thought that Wahudi was a player with decent potential. When he eventually established his own guild faction, he might consider recruiting her as an ally. Though he didn't know how Wahudi had gone from a normal person to a lunatic in his previous life, in this timeline, none of that had happened yet. Perhaps I could lend her a hand when the time comes? If it's not too much trouble, Li Fan wouldn't mind spending some time on her. Not helping others level up. Are you saying I'm just dead weight in your eyes? Butterfly's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm a supremely powerful hidden class chronomancer with an S-tier talent, and you think I'm dead weight? What were you even thinking? Butterfly looked thoroughly indignant. If Li Fan had rejected her with something like I'm used to being alone, she could have accepted it. But this excuse of not taking anyone to level up was just too insulting. As for this, Li Fan just shrugged and smiled. No answer yet spoke volumes. The fluttering butterfly was utterly defeated. I've sent you a friend request, but as for teaming up, let's talk about that another time when we're free. That's all for now, I've got something to attend to. Unfortunately, Li Fan had no interest in arguing with her. As soon as the words left his mouth, he took off like a shot. How despicable. Flower Butterfly stomped her feet in anger. Oomph, how dare you look down on me. Tai Suation, just you wait. Today you ignore me. Tomorrow you'll beg for my attention. Even as she said this, she didn't forget to accept Li Fan's friend request. Then, looking at the only friend on her friends list, Grand Duke Tai Sui, a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her lips, as if lost in thought. M4399 Beginner Village Dungeon Plaza. This was the sole public dungeon access point for the pre-level 20 trial, the Spider Cave. From any corner of the dungeon plaza, players could activate the dungeon list function to enter and challenge the dungeon. At this moment, Emperor of Supremacy had just led his pioneering team to clear the dungeon on normal difficulty when he received terrible news. His own brother-in-law had actually been killed by that lone wolf player, Lord Tai Sui, whom he had taken an interest in. And worse, the whole group sent to help his brother-in-law hunt down a mage player coincidentally encountered Lord Tai Sui securing the first kill of a golden boss. Without exchanging a word, the entire team was wiped out. That Lord Tai Sui is a murderous maniac who kills for fun. That's right, he's the ghost of the Shadowed Forest. In just these past 2 days, the number of players who've died by his hand must be at least 80, if not 100. Cloudchild kindly tried to buy equipment from him, but the bastard just slaughtered our entire party. Guild leader, you must avenge us. But be careful, the divine aged spirit is terrifyingly strong. I couldn't even see his movements before he one-shot me. We'll need to plan our revenge carefully. Listening to his brother-in-law and other freshly revived players discussing, the Emperor's brows knitted tightly in a deep frown. He had placed great importance on Tai Suation and wanted to recruit him into his guild. Never could he have imagined that before even meeting Tai Suation personally, over 30 of his underlings would be wiped out. This grudge had just become monumental. Emperor Arrogance knew his brother-in-law was a troublemaker. In the past, whenever he stirred up trouble, he had Emperor Arrogance to clean up the mess, so it was never a big deal. This time, however, the god of Tai Sui slew him and over 30 core guild members who followed him, likely because he provoked the conflict himself. Right now, his brother-in-law's gang might just be exaggerating their accusations. Nevertheless, Emperor Arrogance had no intention of digging deeper. Not just because of his drop-dead gorgeous wife's pleas, but also because, regardless of whether his brother-in-law had provoked it, the immutable fact remained that the primordial deity had obliterated 30 of his men. As the guild leader, it was his duty to look out for his subordinates. Otherwise, who would respect his leadership? I'm aware of this matter. There's no need for further discussion. I will handle the revenge against the Taisho deity. The Emperor of Domination pondered for a moment, then dismissed his brother-in-law and the others with a single sentence. Then he turned and opened the friend list, finding a contact with the ID, Assassin Guild Liaison 04, and initiated a private chat. M4399 Starter Village, hunting down a player suspected of possessing an S-rank or higher talent with extreme agility. Will you take the job? After waiting a while, the other party replied, deal, 200k Dragon Country credits per kill. No problem. Reduce them to level 0 and I'll throw in an extra 100k bonus. Boss is decisive. What's the target's ID? Tai Suation. My apologies, I misquoted earlier. Tai Suation is a different pricing tier. This requires additional funds. Alright, after some haggling, Emperor Domineer was satisfied. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for the famed Assassins Guild to deliver good news. Chapter 27, the third part of the level 20 quest. Alert! You have successfully completed the quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge 2. Alert! You have received quest rewards, 5 gold coins and 50,000 EXP. Alert! Blacksmith Morin is astonished by your exceptional efficiency and decides to upgrade your bronze equipment to the silver tier Darksteel Greatsword, Silver. Additionally, you receive bonus rewards, Magical Mask, Special Item, and Highlander, Bronze Skill Book. Alert! You have automatically accepted the new quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge, Final. At the entrance of the blacksmith's shop in the beginner village. Looking at the system notification, Li Fan was astonished. He had considered that completing the quest too quickly might earn him extra rewards from the blacksmith, just like in the first part of the quest. But he never expected the additional rewards this time to be so generous. The silver tier meteor iron greatsword goes without saying. This two-handed weapon couldn't be used by shield-armored warriors restricted to single-handed swords, so Li Fan could only sell it for money. As for the magic mask and the Highlander skill book, these were both excellent items he could actually use. Item: magic mask. Type: fashion/special item. Effect: non-attribute. When equipped in the costume slot, activates the skill disguise, allows changing your ID, facial features, and equipment appearance colors through settings. Disguise effect fails against targets more than LV10 above you. Skill book: Fury of Desperation. Quality: bronze. Learning requirement: LV10 or above. Warrior/priest class. Active effect: LV1. Upon activation, for the next 60 seconds, when you or nearby teammates would receive lethal damage, a buff will trigger that forcibly prevents HP from dropping below 1 point. Effect duration: 10 seconds. Skill activation consumes 200 MP, cooldown: 300 seconds. Endless Firmament features cosmetic items, similar to the fashion accessories seen in older games like Dungeon and Fighter. However, the vast majority of cosmetic items in Endless Firmament have no stats and serve purely aesthetic purposes. This magical mask arrived just in time. As my reputation grows, there will inevitably be more people wanting to ride my coattails and more factions inviting me to join them. Using a disguised ID and appearance can help reduce a lot of trouble. And this desperate rage, it's a god-tier skill for ordinary warrior players. Li Fan was thrilled. With this skill book in hand, my margin for error when facing high-powered bosses in the future increases dramatically. The skill met the learning requirements, and he immediately clapped his hands together over the skill book. As the skill book vanished, the LV1 skill Fury of Desperation appeared in his skill list. What a shame, I have to reach LV20 before I can take on the Morin's Revenge final quest. Li Fan opened his quest log. Quest: Blacksmith Morin's Revenge, final chapter. Quest details: after the previous 2 trials, Morin fully believes in your abilities. Now, he requests you to fulfill his ultimate desire for vengeance for his daughter, to clear the Wolf Clan altar, LV20 hidden dungeon. Time limit: 15 days. Party size requirement: 110 players. Reward upon completion: a sum of gold coins and experience, 1 piece of golden equipment, forged by Morin after selecting the desired part, and a special item Warrior's Heart. Failure penalty: permanently lose eligibility for this quest chain. Note: the entry key for the dungeon Wolf Clan altar has been automatically placed in your inventory. Please note that the dungeon difficulty is extremely high and can only be entered after reaching LV20. It is recommended to assemble a full party before attempting the challenge. Item: dungeon key, Wolf Clan altar. Type: consumable/special item. Durability: 10/10. Purpose: a special item used to access the hidden dungeon Wolf Clan altar. Can be used anytime, anywhere. Each use consumes 1 durability point. The final step of the mission requires clearing a hidden dungeon. In Endless Firmament, dungeons are categorized into hidden dungeons and public dungeons. Public dungeons are rare, with only 4 available below LV50. Anyone who meets the level requirement can challenge them. Hidden dungeons, much like hidden quests, require a certain degree of luck to encounter. Given how low the probability of stumbling upon a hidden dungeon is, its rewards are naturally far more generous than those of public dungeons. Therefore, Li Fan was eagerly looking forward to this Wolf Clan altar. Only LV20 characters can enter the Wolf Clan altar dungeon. Next, I'll first grind through the LV15 open dungeon, Trial of the Spider Cavern. Might as well claim the first clear rewards while I'm at it. With this thought, Li Fan turned and left the blacksmith's shop, heading toward the novice village's dungeon square. Soon he reached his destination. By the 4th day since launch, many players had already reached levels above LV15. The dungeon square was bustling with players everywhere. LV15 high-tier mage with 80 magic attack seeking team. 1800 HP beefy warrior LFG. Excellent at pulling aggro, skilled operator, reliable frontline tank. Looking for a solid team. Tank and DPS ready, looking for 2 high healing priests, 8 out of 10 spots filled. Buying gold, 1 minute and 1.9 seconds copper coins, bulk deals welcome. LV16 archer with 110 Fizz ATK leading party, LF reliable members to clear easy mode, Spider Cave trial, today. As the first dungeon in Endless Firmament, players show great interest in Spider Cave trial. Running dungeons is much more convenient than grinding wilderness monsters. First, it saves the time spent searching for suitable leveling spots, then eliminates the risk of being piked while farming wild monsters. In short, nearly every player who reaches level 15 will come here to try forming parties for dungeon challenges. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Li Fan felt a warm sense of familiarity. There was a time when he too had been among those clamoring to join parties. Reborn into this life, how different things were now. The Spider Cave Trial dungeon is the first publicly available dungeon in the game, also known as the Enlightenment Dungeon. To help players adapt to team cooperation, Endless Firmament's mechanics forcibly require forming a full 10-man party to enter this dungeon. Subsequent dungeons won't be nearly this restrictive. Here's the problem: I'm aiming for the first clear rewards. Where can I find 9 teammates? Ah, I've got it. Li Fan suddenly noticed a group comprising an equal mix of male and female players. He instantly recognized one of them, a not too familiar but occasional acquaintance, the warrior player with the ID Violet Cloud Fairy. Isn't that the guild leader of Phoenix Guild? In my past life, Phoenix Guild were staunch members of the Human Defense faction, and their leader, Violet Cloud Fairy, was ranked among the top 100 warriors globally. Most importantly, she was famously known as a whale, exceptionally wealthy. How about I just sell these 9 ordinary slots to them? At this thought, Li Fan couldn't help but grin. He could almost see piles of gold coins waving at him. Chapter 28, The Shocked Phoenix Guild Members, a Deal. Seeking must-read votes. At the Instance Plaza, about a dozen players clad in equipment shimmering with emerald green and silver-white hues stood out conspicuously among the crowd. They chatted among themselves, their laughter occasionally reaching the ears of nearby players. We've already whittled down the first hard mode boss's HP below 10%. Push a little harder, we might actually secure the first clear today. I just checked. The elite team from Proud Heroes wiped at 50% health on the first boss in hard mode. We're way ahead of them in progress, all thanks to our guild leader's brilliant leadership. The leader is just too strong. Giggle, I just looted a LV-15 bronze longbow from a mob. This lady officially declares herself the guild's top archer after practicing chicken shooting. Any objections? You're indeed top tier, though your DPS hasn't reached 30% of our leaders yet. Keep grinding, rookie. That hits right in the feels, sis. Our guild leader has an S-tier talent, Swordmaster, boosting skill damage tenfold. How can anyone compete with that? Teehee, this girl here's just a priest. I'll happily tag along with the guild leader. No need to chase DPS, just vibing. Their banter reached the ears of nearby players, drawing envious glances from the crowd. The Phoenix Guild's raid team? Their dungeon progress is absolutely insane. S-rank talent? That's truly a once-in-a-lifetime god-tier talent, so enviable. If everything goes as expected, the first clear of the Spider Cave trial, hard mode in M4399 starting village should be conquered by this group of players today. Under the envious gazes of solo players, the dozen-plus members of the Phoenix pioneering team were thoroughly enjoying themselves, basking in pride. Suddenly, at this very moment, an unusual voice drifted into the pioneers' ears. Phoenix Guild members, would you be interested in buying a first clear slot from me? First clear slot? Buy. The group turned their heads in surprise at the voice. Suddenly, a player with a sword and shield appeared among them, unnoticed until now. Who are you? You think you can lead us to the first clear? What a joke! Precision Shot furrowed her brows, convinced that this player with the ID Wusong was just grandstanding to catch the attention of her guild sisters. Such a cheap tactic filled her with disdain. The other teammates on the scene also cast disdainful glances at Wusong, while only the fairy Zixia showed a thoughtful expression as she stared at the shield and one-handed sword in his grip. My apologies, I forgot to remove the disguise. Under the watchful eyes of the women, the player calling himself Wusong used some unknown method, and in the next second, his ID changed, and it transformed into 3 characters that instantly stunned everyone present. The Grand Jupiter God. Ah, the Grand Jupiter God? You're the Grand Jupiter God? Holy shit, I finally found you, you bastard. The group including Fairy Zixia and Snipe the Chicken were all utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the surrounding players immediately turned their attention toward them. What? The god of Grand Jupiter has appeared? Where is the god of Grand Jupiter? Big boss, I'm your long-lost biological brother. Take me with you, boss. Where? I don't see any god of Taisui, just some loser named Wusong. That's right. After revealing his ID to the Phoenix Guild's raid team, Li Fan quickly used his magic mask to disguise himself as Wusong again. This method effectively avoided harassment from the nearby ordinary players. Just a little trick, as long as you all know who I really am. After explaining to Violet Fairy and the others, Li Fan returned to the earlier topic. The first clear of the Spider Cave trial on heroic difficulty or higher will trigger a server-wide announcement. Interested, ladies? 9 spots, you pay, and I'll carry you to victory. If anyone else had said this, the women would have assumed it was a clumsy joke. But the god of Surfeit. Reputation precedes the person like shadows follow trees. Having just secured the first kill of a golden level boss, he was already considered by many female players to be among the absolute elite in Endless Firmament. The Violet Mist Fairy never expected that after finally meeting the long-admired god of Surfeit, he would try to sell her a first clear spot? Can this really be sold? However, since such a request was made, it means the other party isn't very well off. This is my chance. Thus, the Violet Mist Fairy didn't answer Li Fan's question and straightforwardly extended an invitation. Tai Sui. Wusong, I've finally found you. Starting salary of 30 million per year, offline contract signing, are you interested in joining us? The Purple Mist Fairy directly unleashed her wealth superpower on Li Fan. Yet Li Fan's choice was, I refuse. In just over 90 days, when the otherworldly monsters invade, money will become worthless. He'd be insane to become their lackey now. Seeing Zi Xiaoxianzi about to speak again, Li Fan quickly interjected. This matter isn't up for discussion. I won't join any guild or real-world studio. Now, let's talk business about the first clear dungeon slots. Do you want them or not? If not, I'll find another buyer. Zi Xiaoxianzi sighed. The man's refusal was absolutely unwavering. Since he's even willing to sell first clear spots and forego signing an offline contract for a salary in the tens of millions, what a strange man. Interesting, man. You've successfully piqued this lady's curiosity. We're interested. How do you plan to proceed with the trade? After just a few exchanges, Violet Mist Immortal could tell Li Fan was the type who valued his time, so she continued along those lines. I hadn't actually thought that far ahead. How about you decide the compensation after we clear it? Li Fan scratched his head. Selling spots in a first clear team was something he'd never done before, and he wasn't sure what price would be appropriate. What's more, it had been too long, he couldn't remember the rewards for being the first server-wide clear of the Spider Cave trial, so setting a price was tricky. I trust you'll offer me a satisfactory price. After all, we can keep collaborating on future dungeons. Recognizing the implied promise of future cooperation in Li Fan's words, Violet Mist Immortal nodded knowingly. Sure, no problem. But let's make one thing clear first. How do we split the equipment and other loot that drops in the dungeon? Li Fan had already considered this question long ago. All the proceeds are mine, but you can purchase them first with in-game gold. Upon hearing his reply, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Are you joking? If everything's yours, then what do you need us for? Might as well solo the dungeon yourself. That's too much. I admit you're incredibly strong as the Grand Auspice deity, but can you even solo a hero-level dungeon? Otherwise, what right do you have to claim all the dungeon loot for yourself? The entire Aim and Shoot Chicken crew glared at Li Fan with fury in their eyes. Even the Violet Mist Fairy couldn't help but show displeasure on her face. In her view, Li Fan's so-called selling the first clear team spots to her guild actually meant he would be the main damage dealer while she and her teammates played supporting roles to clear the dungeon together. So for him to demand all the dungeon drop items right off the bat was truly crossing the line. Yet Li Fan's next words instantly silenced the Purple Mist Fairy and the others. You all haven't grasped one simple fact. I alone am enough. The 9 of you are just here to fill the slots, so isn't it perfectly normal for all the loot to belong to me? Chapter 29, Nightmare Difficulty? The Phoenix Guild's shock and disbelief. What kind of joke is this? Such big talk. Why don't you show us your character stats first then? You're limited to 5 dungeon runs per day, and there's a 1-hour debuff penalty if we wipe. Did Ascendant Horizons pay you to sabotage us and stall our dungeon progress? At Li Fan's words, the members of the Phoenix Pioneering team became even more agitated. Judging others by their own standards, they hadn't even cleared the first boss on hard mode yet. There was no way they could believe Li Fan could single-handedly carry 9 inexperienced players through the heroic difficulty dungeon for the first clear. Yes, we acknowledge you're strong as the Divine Taisui, but surely not that outrageously strong, right? We're members of the Phoenix Pioneer team, and without exaggeration, we're among the most powerful players in Endless Firmament. Something that all of us together couldn't accomplish. You think you can do it alone? What a joke. Everyone, stop talking. I'm willing to trust Wusong. Amidst the waves of skepticism, Violet Mist Immortal spoke softly. Boss, he's obviously messing with us. How can you trust him? One of the players in the Pioneer team, Big John Khan, grew anxious. He was one of the 3 male players in the Pioneer team and also the strongest among them. Ever since Li Fan appeared, he had subtly shown hostility. Perhaps this was due to repelling. Big John Khan still held some authority within the Phoenix Pioneer team. The skepticism that had briefly ceased because of Violet Fairy's words now resurfaced. On the other side, Li Fan was starting to feel impatient. Which one of you actually calls the shots? I won't repeat myself a third time. Do you want the first clear spot or not? Stop wasting my time. This deal was entirely spontaneous. Li Fan operated on a take-what-you-can-get mentality, hoping to scrounge up resources for an upcoming in-game event. But he wasn't willing to waste too much time on this matter. If absolutely necessary, he could just gather 9 random players instead. You don't believe me? Don't come crying when you see the first clear announcement. I believe you. Noticing Li Fan's impatience, Fairy Zixia spoke again before turning to her teammates. Brother Wusong will also enter the dungeon himself. He'll suffer the same dungeon attempt cost and death penalties as we will. I don't think he'd intentionally sabotage us. Also, Great John Khan, shut your mouth. I'm in charge here, don't believe me? Fine, then don't board the ship this time. Aim Shoot Chicken, Shichi Peggy, Peppa, U8 plus me, and Brother Wusong, we're taking that first clear spot. Open the team formation. Only then did a smile reappear on Li Fan's face. Would have been better if they'd just agreed sooner, time's precious. Soon enough, he formed a new party with Violet Mist Immortal and the others. Before entering the dungeon, Big John Khan glared at Li Fan darkly for a long moment, then sighed and said to the Violet Fairy, "Boss, you'll regret this." "Great John Khan, I am the guild leader." The Purple Cloud Fairy thought the Great John Khan was getting a bit out of line. "I pay you such a high salary not for you to boss me around, mind your status," she warned. "I was just trying to be helpful." Big John Khan's expression changed as he was about to explain, but Li Fan had already completely lost his patience. "The hell are you? Who's got time to listen to your bullshit?" Thus, without hesitation, he selected the dungeon difficulty and led his team into the instance. The 10 figures instantly vanished from the dungeon square. Notice, party leader has selected to enter Spider's Lair Trial, Nightmare Mode. Notice, in Nightmare Mode, dungeon time limit is 60 minutes. Exceeding this duration will result in challenge failure. Notice, clear condition is, defeat the Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature. Notice, in Nightmare Mode, if a player dies during a dungeon challenge, the death penalty will be waived upon the team's successful clearance. If the team fails, the deceased player will receive a 10-hour weakness penalty. Warning, in Nightmare Mode, the dungeon air contains trace toxins, causing all challengers to lose 3 HP per second. Dungeon death penalties are much lighter than open-world death penalties, which is one of the major reasons players prefer running dungeons. The Spider Cavern Trial, as an introductory dungeon in Endless Firmament, has 6 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, heroic, abyss, and nightmare. Li Fan was brimming with confidence, immediately opting for the highest difficulty level right from the start. Meanwhile, within the team, members of the Phoenix Guild's pioneering squad such as Violet Mist Immortal found their lips trembling uncontrollably after reading the series of prompt messages that appeared on their respective screens. And Nightmare Mode? A wipe in hard mode only means 1 hour of debuff, but Nightmare gives 10? Did we just board a death run, losing 3 HP per second? I'm a squishy mage with barely over 1,000 total HP. This difficulty is insane, boo-hoo. Wasn't this supposed to be hero mode? How did it turn into nightmare mode? Taishuation, did you do this on purpose or was it an accident? A legendary tier boss. We're done for. There's no way we can defeat this level of boss at our current stage. Taishuation, we demand an explanation. All 9 members of the Phoenix Pioneer team, including Violet Mist Fairy, panicked. Faced with their skepticism, Li Fan remained composed and countered with a question. Who said I was going for heroic mode? Back then, what I mentioned was that clearing heroic mode first would trigger a server-wide announcement. But the mode I've always wanted to tackle is nightmare mode. The Violet Mist Fairy wore a look of doubt and hesitation. For the nightmare difficulty mode, do you truly believe you can solo carry us all the way through? Faced with this question, Li Fan's response was, I understand your doubts, but you know nothing of my abilities. Stay behind me, all you need to do is clean up the battlefield. As the words fell, Li Fan had already dashed toward the dungeon interior like an arrow released from its bow. In the eyes of Violet Mist Fairy, Aiming Chicken Shooter, and the others, his entire figure suddenly transformed into a streak of black lightning. His speed left everyone utterly stunned. Holy shit, where'd Tai Suation go? Did he run off to kill monsters? My god, what kind of speed was that? Did you guys see it? Tell me I'm not hallucinating. I'd heard Tai Suation's talent was boosting attack and movement speed, but seeing it now, this is just fucking ridiculous. Incredible, absolutely unbelievable. This was the first time everyone witnessed Li Fan showcasing his extraordinary abilities. Although they already knew he was powerful after seeing him secure first kills against silver and golden bosses. But seeing this now, they realized it wasn't just strength, it was absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 30, The Suspicions of Violet Mist Fairy and Her Group. Please vote for must read. The Spider Cave Trial, as the name suggests, takes place entirely within a cavern environment. However, this cavern is far larger and more expansive than most people imagine. Deep inside the cave are several branching paths, truly deserving to be called a small underground maze. But worry not, the dungeon's starting point has only one passage, so players need not fear getting lost for now. Li Fan, moving at full speed, encountered the first wave of dungeon monsters within seconds. These were collective creatures known as giant spiders and lesser spiders, with the weakest being at least LV-16 bronze tier. The giant spiders were relatively slow and bulky, standing about half a person's height, and could spit wide-range webs to restrain players. Meanwhile, the lesser spiders were only about the size of basketballs, with low health and defenses, lacking any web-based control skills. However, it was worth noting that they had high attack power and were exceptionally swift. The first wave consisted of over 30 giant spiders and smaller spiders cooperating in battle. The dungeon environment left little room for kiting tactics, making them quite troublesome to deal with. However, in Li Fan's eyes, they were clearly nothing to be feared. Merely level 16 bronze tier creatures, I can wipe them out with a flick of my hand. With a faint smile, Li Fan charged straight into the swarm of spiders, unleashing a barrage of ridiculously fast basic attacks. Swish, swish. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Minus 320. Minus 320. Minus 646. Critical hit. Minus 320. The giant spiders and spiderlings' defense was far inferior to the silver wolf kings. Every basic attack from Li Fan dealt over 300 damage, and striking weak points could exceed 600 damage. Even a lumbering giant spider only has about 6,000 health points. With Li Fan's attack speed exceeding 130 strikes per second, how could the spiders possibly withstand it? In just one encounter, 7 or 8 spiders were instantly annihilated by Li Fan. System notice: you have slain small spider, LV16 bronze creature. You gain 1000 EXP. Party EXP share plus 10 member party bonus 100%. System alert: you have slain giant spider, LV16 bronze creature, and gain 1050 EXP, equal party EXP distribution plus 100% 10 member party bonus. System alert: you have slain. Abbreviated. This is precisely what's annoying about Endless Sky. When party hunting, experience points are always equally divided among all members. Fortunately, there's the party bonus, and apart from the introductory dungeon, Spider Cave Trial, practically all higher-level public dungeons don't restrict player numbers. Li Fan could easily solo them. Of course, whether he'd go solo or not would depend on the circumstances. Perhaps he'd encounter suitable support teammates before then? Li Fan didn't mind sacrificing a bit of XP to train allies, since he'd ultimately benefit from it himself. Back to the main point, inside the dungeon, the first wave of trash mobs was swiftly one-shot by Li Fan, one after another. Due to maneuvering to dodge web attacks and taking slight detours to pick them off individually, the fight took Li Fan roughly 20 seconds to conclude. By the time he'd finished skimming through the loot dropped by the spiders, Purple Mist Fairy, Aim and Shoot Chicken, and the others had only just arrived on the scene. The drop rate for dungeon monsters is lower than wild monsters. The main rewards come from the clearance bonuses after completing the dungeon. This wave of spider monsters dropped 10 bronze tier equipment pieces and 2 bronze tier skill books. Too bad none of them are useful for me. Let's not count the basic tiers. Each bronze tier equipment is worth 10 gold, and the skill books are 20 gold. Violet Mist Fairy, are you interested? With so many members in the guild and plenty of money to spare, how could she possibly refuse bronze tier equipment? 10 gold for a bronze equipment piece is a fairly discounted market price, while 20 gold for a bronze skill book isn't expensive either. Thus, Violet Mist Fairy instinctively nodded in agreement. Want? Alright, you can pick up the equipment first, and we'll settle the accounts together after we finish. Quickly clean up, then keep following me. As Li Fan's words fell, his figure had already darted deeper into the dungeon once more. It was only at this moment that the members of the Phoenix Guild's raid team finally snapped back to reality. What just happened? Check the team info. No wonder it's nightmare difficulty, even the mobs are bronze tier, and there were 35 of them in the first wave alone. Is that really the point? The point is, 35 LV16 bronze tier boss monsters were wiped out by Taishuation in such a short time. Shocked me for a whole damn year. Even the first boss in hard mode is just LV16 bronze. Sure, it had over a dozen regular and iron tier mini boss guards back then, but with our whole team, we couldn't take it down before. Yet here's God Taisui, soloing 35 LV16 bronze bosses in like 10 seconds? Is he even human? Turns out we were the damn clowns, doubting God Taisui's skills. So embarrassing to think about now. God Taisui's power is insane. How the hell did he even pull that off? Violet Mist Fairy, Snipe the Chicken and the others were utterly conquered by Li Fan's performance. Comparison breeds discontent. They had all tried their hardest before but couldn't even defeat a bronze tier boss on hard mode, while Li Fan single-handedly took down 35 in just over 10 seconds. The gap between them was like an impassable chasm. Talent is pretty much the only thing that affects a player's combat power in the early stages. The talent of the Taisui god might not just be S-Rank, it could be even higher, maybe SS-Rank, or even SSS-Rank. Purple Mist Fairy suddenly spoke with gravity. These words immediately caused an uproar among the others. SSS tier? No way. Official data shows that on average, only 1 person out of 5 billion might have such a talent grade. Is Taishuation really that lucky? I think guild leader Sis is right, otherwise, I simply can't figure out why Taishuation is so overpowered. I actually think the odds are extremely low. Maybe Taishuation had some special opportunity instead. Even if it's not an SSS tier talent, it should at least be SS tier, a 1 in 100 million kind of gift. And according to our informant in the Proud Dominators Guild, Taishuation is the ghost who's been haunting the Dark Forest these past few days. Why else would he keep farming LV6 mutated grey wolves for 2 or 3 days straight? My guess is he's probably working on some hidden quest. His current strength likely comes from hidden quest rewards. Enough speculation, our priority right now is to establish a good relationship with Taishuation. Absolutely. Sister Guild Leader, why don't you use your charm to reel him in? He, I want to cling to those powerhouse coattails forever. Violet Mist Fairy blinked in surprise, then frown with visible displeasure before deflecting. Enough chatter. After we collect the gear, we need to catch up quickly. It'd be downright embarrassing if we can't even clean up battlefields faster than Tai Suishin clears monsters. With Li Fan's strength, dealing with bronze and silver bosses comparable to his own level was far too easy. Soon, he effortlessly cleared the second, third, and fourth waves of minions in the dungeon one by one. Unfortunately, none of the dropped equipment or skill books were worthy of his attention, so he packaged them all and sold them to Purple Mist Fairy. After clearing the fourth wave of minions, the party finally arrived at the lair of the dungeon's first boss. Chapter 31, the LV-18 Golden Boss Explosive Spider, crushing everything. Species, Venomous Spider. Level, LV-18 Golden Creature. Attributes, 72000/72000 HP, 615 Physical Attack, 666 Magic Attack, 260 Physical Defense, 274 Magic Defense. Skills, Level 18 Gold Tier Boss, Venomous Spider. This is the first boss of the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon in Nightmare Mode. It's slightly stronger in stats than the Silver Wolf King that Li Fan dealt with, considering it's 2 levels higher. And beside the Venomous Spider, there are 4 level 17 Silver Tier Boss Elite Giant Spiders, plus around 20 giant spiders and spiderlings. Normally, players would first need to clear out the nearby bronze and silver spiders before tackling it, otherwise, the difficulty would be way too high. But for Li Fan, such trouble was obviously unnecessary. His approach was to charge straight in without hesitation. Swish, 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 dash 320, minus 320, minus 646, weak point critical. System notice. Target eliminated. High agility really lets you do whatever you want. Li Fan's strength here was completely overwhelming. With just one encounter, he effortlessly wiped out a small group of bronze spiders. Even a silver tier mini-boss couldn't last a second against him. While dodging the spider's various attacks and web skills, he seized every opportunity to unleash heavy damage. In less than 2 minutes, Li Fan had cleared every monster on the scene except the Venomous Spider. Next comes the one-on-one battle with the Venomous Spider. HSSSSS. Combat info, Venomous Spider, LV-17 Gold Creature, activated Skill Giant Web. You are outside the skill range and remain unaffected. Combat info, Venomous Spider, LV-17 Gold Creature, activated Skill Poison Mist. You are outside the skill range and remain unaffected. Combat log, Venomous Spider, LV-17 Gold Elite, activated Skill Venom Spray. You have moved out of skill range and remain unaffected. Battle alert, Venomous Spider, LV-17 Elite Creature, activated Skill Ring of Toxins. You have moved outside the skill's range and are unaffected. Combat log, omitted. The Poison Spider's magic attack is slightly higher than its physical attack, which generally indicates that this boss leans towards being a magic-based enemy. Every skill of the Venomous Spider is practically a large-scale area of effect attack. Given its stats, roughly 99.99% of players in the entire server couldn't survive even one of its skills. Unfortunately, all its efforts were futile against Li Fan. The solo battle against the Venomous Spider mirrored his fight with the Silver Wolf King, cautious, never greedy for damage, and retreating immediately while staying over 200 meters away from the boss at the first sign of trouble. The poor Venomous Spider had numerous AoE skills, but couldn't even touch Li Fan. Under such circumstances, its fate was already sealed. Notification: you have slain Venomous Spider, LV-17 Golden Creature, and gained 34,000 EXP. Party EXP evenly divided plus 10-member party bonus 100%. Notification: you have picked up the boss drop equipment Storm Crossbow, Gold Quality, Venomous Earrings, Gold Quality, and Skill Book Ring of Venom, Silver Quality. After successfully defeating the boss, Li Fan picked up the loot it dropped. The Storm Crossbow is a primary weapon for archers with impressive base stats. It features a passive effect that increases attack speed by 11%, along with an active skill effect, Tracking Arrow, making its attributes exceptionally valuable. Meanwhile, the skill book Poisonous Ring was one of the skills used by the Venomous Spider earlier. Restricted to mage-type classes, its level 1 effect unleashes a circular poison aura with a 15-meter radius centered on the caster. It deals 450% magic damage to enemies hit and inflicts a poison effect, dealing an additional 30 magic damage per second for 5 seconds. This skill book is currently one of the most coveted AoE spells among mage players. Li Fan had initially planned to sell it to Violet Fairy, but for some inexplicable reason, his thoughts suddenly turned to Flutterby, and he impulsively decided to keep the book instead. As for the Poisonous Earrings, equipment, Poisonous Earrings, quality, gold, grade, perfect, requirement, level 16 and above. Attribute 1, Spirit plus 58, Agility plus 30, Stamina plus 20. Attribute 2, attacks have a 10% chance to inflict the poison effect on enemies, dealing 5 magic damage per second for 6 seconds, stackable up to 4 times. Attribute 3, damage against enemies affected by poison is increased by 8%. Effect 4, 5% lifesteal against enemies affected by the poison status. Effect 5, Source of Deadly Poison upon activation, grants all your attacks within the next 12 seconds a 100% chance to inflict the poison status, dealing 100 true damage per second, stackable up to 3 times, while reducing the target's HP regeneration by 50%. Cooldown, 300 seconds. A flawless gold tier earring. With this extra affix, its value rivals that of dark gold gear of the same tier. The passive effect of Attribute 2 is just average, that bit of damage is negligible for me, but Attribute 3 is absolutely amazing, equivalent to an 8% overall damage increase. Attribute 4 is also take it or leave it, but the active skill of Attribute 5, up to 300 true damage per second? It's passable, though the 50% healing reduction is incredibly useful. It'll work wonders against certain high regeneration bosses. Li Fan happily equipped the poisonous earring on himself. At the same time, he turned his head to glance at the purple mist goddess and her companions, who had gathered around him after the boss's death. Hand over the golden storm crossbow in hand, the rest of the loot at the usual price. For this golden crossbow, 150 gold coins isn't a problem, right? As Li Fan said this, he sent the equipment's attribute catalog to the team interface. Looking at the storm crossbow's attributes, Fairy Zixia and the others all sucked in a sharp breath. Hiss hiss hiss, this base physical attack is 133 points, plus an additional 55 points in strength and 23 in agility, terrifying. My bronze longbow's 45 physical attack stat is utter trash compared to this longbow. The active skill Arrow Rain is incredibly powerful too, a wide-range AoE damage skill, so overpowered. Seriously, the way Great God Taisui soloed that venomous spider was epic. Big shot, why not join our guild? I can even warm your bed for you, and if that's not enough, I can persuade our guild leader Sis to warm it with me. Would the mighty Taisui god truly be willing to sell this to us? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Guild leader sister, buy it, entrust it to me, and from now on this humble servant shall be your maid. The self-proclaimed top archer of the Phoenix Guild, Amanchu turned crimson with excitement upon seeing this storm crossbow, clinging tightly to Purple Mist Fairy's leg. This golden crossbow was the ultimate weapon she had longed for her entire life. Chapter 32, LV-19 Dark Gold Boss, Smooth Sailing. Such fine equipment, Fairy Zixia would definitely want it. After all, she's loaded, money isn't an issue when you can buy anything with it. But here's the problem, she doesn't have that much gold. Will Dragon Kingdom credits work? Fairy Zixia asked Li Fan. Nope, only gold. Li Fan's reply was just as blunt. With 39 bronze and 7 silver equipment pieces plus skill books, I already owe you 600 gold coins, I don't even have the gold to pay you. Purple Mist Fairy sighed helplessly, feeling for the first time that her wealth had failed her. However, Li Fan's attitude was surprisingly generous. I know you don't have that much gold. Just keep a tab, you can repay me little by little every day. So you're planning to be my creditor? Purple Mist Fairy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She never imagined herself becoming the indebted one someday. She desperately hoped Li Fan would change his mind and accept real-world currency, but unfortunately, Li Fan couldn't possibly agree to that condition. You insist on gold coins, aren't you afraid I might default on the debt? Violet Mist Immortal couldn't help asking curiously. How could you even ask such a naive question? Li Fan tilted his head to glance at her, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Don't joke around. You're smart, I trust you wouldn't make such a dangerous move. Violet Mist Immortal took a deep breath. Although my question earlier was just a joke, Li Fan's attitude had already made everything clear. If I dared to welch on our deal, he'd probably come after me and the guild members, wouldn't he? Does this man not have any concept of sparing the fairer sex? How heartless, but that's exactly why I like it. Due to her family background, the Violet Mist Fairy had spent years surrounded by young men who were either obsequiously deferential or merely pretending to be composed during their conversations with her. Meeting someone as formidable, composed, and dangerously charismatic as Li Fan was a rare delight. He perfectly matched her preferences. Don't worry, I'll wrap up my gold collection efforts immediately. Gathering 300 to 500 gold coins daily shouldn't be a problem, and I'll repay you in installments every day. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the scene he'd hoped to see. Having nearly drained M4399 Beginner Village of its gold coins, he'd definitely secure at least one skill book when the event launched in a few days. As for the exact launch date of Endless Sky's first in-game event, Li Fan's memory was hazy. He only recalled it falling within the first week of the server's opening, roughly 3 days from now by his calculations. At that time, most players probably hadn't even entered the main cities yet, and wealthy players would find it difficult to gather gold across different starter villages. If you wanted to participate in the auction, it boiled down to who could scrape together enough gold within their own novice village. Therefore, Li Fan hoped that the Violet Mist Fairy would ramp up her efforts in purchasing M4399 Beginner Village gold coins, not only to save up for the event himself but also to eliminate any potential competitors in the village through this strategy. The total amount of gold in the entire beginner village is limited and increases very slowly. If my wealth accounts for more than 50% of the entire village, who in the village could possibly compete with me? The wealthy players from outside villages don't even know about Endless Sky's skill book auction event. By the time they hastily gather gold coins, they won't stand a chance against someone like me who's been preparing in advance. This plan is perfect. Li Fan silently gave himself a pat on the back. After the Phoenix Guild members finished cleaning up the battlefield, the group continued advancing deeper into the dungeon. Along the way, they encountered two forks in the path. Thanks to Li Fan's familiarity with the Spider Cave Trial dungeon, after all, it had been the first dungeon he'd farmed in his previous life, leaving a deep impression. They didn't take any wrong turns. System: you have defeated. Content truncated. After defeating the first boss in the dungeon, Li Fan cleared 3 more waves of bronze and silver tier monsters, then smoothly arrived at the second boss's lair at the 5-minute, 35-second mark in the dungeon. Before Li Fan's eyes loomed a colossal spider boss, its body stretching over 3 meters tall. Its body was covered in irregular black and white stripes, with 8 long legs each stretching over 6 meters in length, ending in sharp, serrated bones. Level 18 Dark Gold Boss, Explosive Spider. Species: Explosive Spider. Level: LV18 Dark Gold Creature. Attributes: 180k per 180k HP, 1280 physical attack, 1033 magic attack, 490 physical/magic defense. Skills: the Dark Gold tier Explosive Spider has base attributes nearly double those of the Venomous Spider. With 180,000 HP and 490 points of dual defense, it's enough to make all current players despair. Even Li Fan with his gold quality one-handed sword can't break its defense. Physical attacks will only deal a mandatory 1 point of damage. And with its terrifying 1280 physical attack, it means the vast majority of players can't survive even a single hit from it right now. Luckily my damage output is true damage, so I'm not afraid of its high defense. As for its high attack stats, I just won't let it hit me. No idea what its skills are like, hope it gives me some real challenge. Li Fan observed the Explosive Spider, his excitement gradually rising. Crushing mobs effortlessly felt satisfying at first, but what's the difference between that and those crappy browser games with their 1/999 damage mechanics? The initial thrill quickly faded, turning grind into mindless repetitive labor. Even the golden ranked bosses like Silver Wolf King and Venomous Spider hadn't posed any real challenge for him. Li Fan yearned for a boss that would truly test his limits and ignite his fighting spirit. This explosion tier Dark Gold Spider before him, he hoped it would deliver an exhilarating battle, giving him that thrilling adrenaline rush. System notice: you have slain Explosive Spider, LV18 Dark Gold Elite. You gain 68,000 EXP. Party EXP sharing plus 100% 10-player party bonus. System notification: you have leveled up. Current level: LV17. Notification: you have picked up boss drop equipment Crescent Dagger, Dark Gold tier, Storm Crossbow, Gold tier, Skill Book Twilight of the Gods, Dark Gold tier, and 29 gold, 20 silver, 24 copper coins. Is this all a Dark Gold boss has? Still not satisfied yet. With a dungeon clear time of 6 minutes and 41 seconds, Li Fan clicked his tongue as he scanned the series of notifications flashing across his panel. To be honest, this exploding spider is quite strong. At least it's much tougher than the previous Venomous Spider. It's a bulky tank-type boss with high HP and defense, powerful melee skills, capable of both offense and defense, and even has HP recovery abilities. Unfortunately for it, this type of boss happens to be exactly what Li Fan specializes in countering. There's not much to say about the combat. Li Fan simply utilized his speed advantage to stay at the opponent's unreachable rear, slashing when opportunities arose and dodging wide area attacks as necessary. Although it took slightly longer than defeating the Venomous Spider, the entire process was ultimately smooth and uneventful. It was like Bruce Lee facing off against a sumo wrestler in a no-rules fight. The latter's physique was several times larger, and his strength greater, but alas, hitting Bruce Lee was simply impossible. The only truly satisfying aspect for Li Fan was that he made absolutely zero mistakes throughout the battle. Many times, when players battle high-output bosses, the real test is whether they'll make a mistake. Even a single misstep in positioning can easily lead to instant death by the boss. Chapter 33, the legendary boss starts with an ultimate move? Oh my god, that's a LV19 Dark Gold boss. Yet Lord Taisui fights it with such ease. So overpowered, absolutely freaking insane. How ridiculous that we doubted Grandmaster Taisui before. Now we look like complete clowns. Look, hurry, the boss is about to be defeated. Wow, so much EXP, I leveled up. I saw the boss drop a Shadow Gold dagger. I'm an assassin, I want it. Guild leader sis, please buy it for me. Chi-Chi, will work for you free for 3 years. The Purple Mist Fairy and her group of 9 were watching from nearby as Li Fan single-handedly battled the Explosive Spider. This level of combat left them utterly dazzled. They wanted to help but had no idea where to even begin. Moreover, Li Fan had clearly stated from the beginning that everyone should just pick up equipment. Who knew if helping out might upset him? After all, masters often have eccentric temperaments. They watched from the sidelines, shocked and amazed, only rushing forward after the boss had died. As the group approached, Li Fan casually tossed the storm crossbow and crescent moon dagger to Violet Mist Fairy. 200 gold coins for these two items, that's not too much, right? The storm crossbow was a gold tier equipment obtained earlier from slaying the venomous Spider Queen, with attributes nearly identical to the previous one. The stats on the dark gold grade full moon dagger are exceptionally high, boasting a whopping 216 points of physical attack. It also grants substantial agility and strength attributes, along with an active AoE skill, Full Moon Slash, that deals 500% physical attack damage. At this stage, it's undoubtedly the top-tier dagger in the game. However, in front of Li Fan, it was destined to be just a commodity to be sold. Another storm crossbow? What a pity! Why couldn't it be an archer's secondary weapon quiver? Stop aiming for perfection. You already have a golden main hand weapon, and now you want a golden secondary too? Have you thought about us teammates still stuck in bronze equipment? Hee. Don't you hee at me, no more hee. Stop being jealous of me, everyone. Go gang up on Chi-Chi instead, she's our team's assassin, so this dark gold dagger is obviously meant for her. The player named Chi-Chi, a cute girl barely 5 feet tall, was currently staring wide-eyed at the crescent moon dagger's stats, drooling uncontrollably before breaking into an excited little dance. Guild leader Sis, love you. God Tai Sui, love you moi. Hearing Chi-Chi's bold confession, the other girls in the Feng Huan pioneering team couldn't help but join in the teasing. Great God Tai Sui, we love you too. Come join our guild. Great God Tai Sui, if you join our guild, I'll be your girlfriend. I've got 3060, hee. I report, her 3060 are fake. This young lady right here, Hydrogen Balloon, is the real deal with a baby face and huge assets. Great God Tai Sui, pick me. This scene left Li Fan utterly astonished. So the girls were actually this bold? To think I hung myself on Su Yunya's tree in my past life, I must have been blind. What a shame. Ladies, I'm destined to be the man you can never have. In this life, Li Fan's ultimate goal is to race against time to grow stronger within the first 100 days after Endless Sky's server launch, striving to intercept all the invasive extraterrestrial monsters the moment they arrive. Romancing girls? Sorry, I don't have time for that. Women would only slow down my sword drawing speed. Our dungeon raiding party is full of lovely ladies, each one a beauty. So, what do you say, interested in joining us? Meanwhile, the Fairy of the Violet Mist seized the opportunity to resume her attempts at recruiting Li Fan to her cause. Not interested? I knew you'd refuse again. The Violet Fairy sighed. She had only brought it up casually, not really expecting Li Fan to change his mind. With the crescent moon dagger and the storm crossbow included, I already owe you over 1,000 gold coins. Now I understand why you won't agree to sign a contract with me. With your skills, making money is practically effortless. Li Fan smiled faintly. Glad you understand. Perform well, and I'll come to you for future collaborations if business arises. You're welcome to visit us for fun anytime. We'll see. Let's tackle the third dungeon boss first. Having chatted long enough, Li Fan took the initiative to end the conversation. Among the loot dropped by the boss, 2 pieces of equipment had already been sold by Li Fan. The remaining skill book happened to meet his learning requirements, so a new skill appeared on his skill list. Active skill, Ragnarok, legendary quality. LV1 active effect, upon activation, grants immunity to all crowd control effects for 10 seconds while increasing physical/magic attack by 100 points. Consumes 20 MP per cast with a 90-second cooldown. Note, requires 100,000 EXP in character level LV23 plus to upgrade to LV2. A buff-type skill book. At level 1, it grants a whopping immunity to crowd control plus 100 points to both attack stats. Its base stats are high, making it worth learning as a main buff skill. Unfortunately, using this skill book on Li Fan would be slightly wasteful. The main reason is the immunity to CC buff. If all goes well, he should be able to obtain the hidden quest reward, Warrior's Heart, within the next 2 days, so he doesn't really need this ability. The 100-point dual attack boost is decent, though it'll come in handy for burst damage during high-difficulty boss fights. More skills won't weigh me down, since I've already learned it. There's no point regretting it. I can spend some experience points later to level it up and just treat it as a pure dual attack buff. Plus, if I raise it to LV10 or higher, the bonus might even shift from flat values to a percentage-based increase. Li Fan shook his head, no longer dwelling on this skill. Next, he began making his way toward the deepest part of the dungeon, the lair of the third boss, the LV19 legendary tier creature, the Spider Lord. The nests of the second and third bosses were close together, with no minor monsters encountered in between. At 7 minutes and 20 seconds into the dungeon time, Li Fan stepped into the Spider Lord's lair. A giant spider covered in irregular black, red, and gold stripes appeared within Li Fan's line of sight. Unexpectedly, the Spider Lord's body was slightly smaller than that of an explosive spider, standing only about 2 meters tall. But in Li Fan's eyes, this was far from good news. Because the smaller a boss's size, the more agile it usually is. As Li Fan surveyed the general layout of the Spider Lord's lair, his expression grew even more solemn. This was a circular cavern with a radius of approximately 80 meters, its ceiling standing about 5 to 6 meters high. The ground was pockmarked with small pits spaced about 1 or 2 meters apart, many of which contained milky white spider webs upon closer inspection. Furthermore, according to the dungeon's rules, once entering the lair, neither players nor the boss could leave until one side was defeated. The good news was that there were no other spiders in the lair besides the Spider Lord. The bad news was that the Spider Lord was most likely an agility-based boss, and the confined space and trap-laden terrain made the situation even more precarious. Li Fan suddenly realized that the intense battle he had been yearning for might be upon him, just as expected. Just as this thought crossed his mind, before he could even check the boss's attributes, the boss spotted him first and immediately opened with an ultimate move. Combat Alert: Spider Overlord, LV-19 Golden Creature, has activated skill Legendary Wrath. Chapter 34, 8 out of 10 wiped out from the start. The legendary boss's suffix title. A visible shockwave, forming ripples like water waves in the air, radiated outward from the Spider Lord with lightning speed. Wherever the shockwave passed, the ground shook violently, sending rubble flying, its range so vast that it seemed the entire spider cavern was engulfed within it. Li Fan had already started running cautiously toward the distance the moment the boss began its skill-casting animation. Yet to his surprise, even after reaching the edge of the lair, he remained within the range of the Spider Lord's ability. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. His past life experience told him that this opening skill from the boss could only be endured head-on. Keeping his distance was merely to reduce the damage, as proximity to the boss increased the harm taken. Shield block can only parry physical attacks, so, shield counter. Combat log: you activated the skill shield counter, successfully parrying. Reflected 1 magic damage to Spider Lord and mitigated 50% of legendary wrath damage. You lost 1220 HP and received a 3-second imprisonment effect. Combat info: you activated the skill purification from your chest armor Radiant Armor and have cleared the immobilize status. The boss dealt too much damage, shield counters couldn't fully negate it, but I managed to survive. Come to think of it, this might actually be my first time tanking damage using a Shield Knight's defensive skill. Damn, truly worthy of being a legendary boss. Li Fan's murmured words had barely faded when new notifications flashed across his interface. Team status: your teammate aiming at chickens has died. Team status: your teammate Chi-Chi has died. Team status: your teammate. Abbreviated. The boss unleashed a skill right at the start, instantly wiping out 8 of the 9 Phoenix Expedition team members who were watching from a distance. Only the tanky warrior player, Fairy Zixia, survived with a sliver of health. What the hell just happened? Damn, I got one shot even though I was standing outside the cave? The damage output from the Spider Lord is insane. We didn't even get to see its face before we died. Quick, check the party status. Even Grandmaster Taishuishen's health bar has dropped by nearly a quarter. This is the first time we've seen him take such a heavy hit since we entered this dungeon. Keep pushing, Grandmaster Taishuishen. The members of the Phoenix Pioneering team were both shocked and tense. After death, they were in a spectral state, which actually allowed them to observe Li Fan's battle against the Spider Lord up close. At that moment, as Li Fan released his skill control, he immediately charged toward the Spider Lord of his own volition. The battle officially commenced. Swish, 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 swish. A series of sharp whistling sounds cut through the air. However, this time, the sounds weren't solely from Li Fan's long sword, they also came from the Spider Lord's massive, sickle-like legs, all 8 of them striking with lethal precision. Fortunately, Li Fan's speed clearly outmatched the creature by a wide margin. The Spider Lord's attacks were relentless, but Li Fan dodged every single one. Due to the constant dodging, Li Fan's effective damage output was much lower than his maximum attack speed could achieve. -117, -117, -124, -118, -127. A continuous stream of numbers floated above the Spider Lord's head. The first 2 attacks were basic strikes Li Fan used to test for damage. The third attack was the skill, Bone-Piercing Stab, while the fourth triggered the Poison Earring's 10% poison effect. The fifth attack then triggered the enhanced basic strike effect from the Poison Earring, dealing 8% additional damage to poison targets. Bone-Piercing Stab only reduced its armor by 1%? Its strength far surpasses mine. Attacks can't pierce its defense, all my damage comes from the true damage attached to my talent. Li Fan's eyes narrowed sharply. Only now did he finally have a moment to examine the Spider Lord's basic stats. Species, Spider Lord, Fire. Level, LV-19 Legendary Creature. Attributes, 480,000/480,000 HP, 1916 Physical Attack, 2200 Magic Attack, 1000 physical defense, 1036 magic defense. Skills? As a legendary tier boss, the Spider Lord's base attributes are nearly double those of the Dark Gold boss Explosive Spider. Attack and defense stats both in the 4 digits, with a staggering 480,000 HP. These SSS attributes are enough to make any current player despair. Of course, this definitely doesn't include Li Fan. 480,000 HP would only take me about 30 seconds if I go all out. It could kill me easily, and I could kill it just as easily. Though its HP is about 100 times mine, judging by damage output efficiency, we're both essentially glass cannons. The main issue is this flame suffix. This is trouble. After reading the boss's basic information, Li Fan's expression turned extremely serious. In Endless Sky, whether it's a boss or common monsters, the basic information only displays attack, defense, and HP, never the 4 core attributes. But just because they're not displayed doesn't mean they don't exist. It's just that the player's strength is insufficient, or they need special reconnaissance type skills to see it. As for legendary tier bosses and above, their names will have some unique suffix modifiers such as Giant Bear, Wisdom, Gale, Life, Resilience, Suppression, and so on. The higher the tier, the more powerful the modifiers become, and sometimes even multiple modifiers appear. The Giant Bear represents strength. When a legendary boss has the Giant Bear suffix in its name, it signifies immense physical power. Its melee attacks deal devastating damage with wide reach, and in any skill that relies on a strength comparison, the boss will almost always come out on top. Wisdom represents mental attributes, meaning this boss has exceptionally high spiritual stats, resulting in explosive magical damage. Gale signifies agility attributes, while Life represents constitution attributes. Resilience means the boss is nearly immune to most crowd control skills. No matter how much damage you deal, it won't experience the brief stagger that ordinary humans would suffer after taking a heavy blow. Suppression means the boss excels at bullying players with lower levels and tiers. The weaker the player, the higher the proportion of attributes being suppressed in its presence. The Spider Lord before them, with the fire name prefix, signifies its exceptional mastery of fire-based skills. Not only does it unleash numerous attacks, but the casting speed is rapid, and the damage is undoubtedly devastating. And fire-based skills often imply area of effect abilities on an enormous scale. In Li Fan's previous life, after the game merged with reality when these boss entities invaded Earth from the outer demonic realms, he finally understood. The suffix titles of these legendary tier creatures represented their comprehension of corresponding laws of power. The power of laws is a new path to strength that can only be explored upon ascending to the legendary tier. Someone like Li Fan is still far from such realms. It would require at least reaching level 40 and completing the second job promotion before having a chance to touch upon it. While contemplating this, Li Fan's hands never stopped moving. Since he'd already fought his way here, there was no way he'd voluntarily retreat now. So what if you're skilled in fire-based abilities? That doesn't mean I can't handle it. Bring it on! Swish, swish, swish. In melee combat, the Spider Lord's health quickly dropped to 95%. At this moment, the Spider Lord immediately began charging up and spewed a crimson flame from its mouth directly at Li Fan. Chapter 35, Fierce Battle Against a Legendary Boss, Perilous Situation. A crimson pillar of flames erupted from the Spider Lord's maw, the intense heat instantly distorting the surrounding air. As the fire column extended, its initial beer bottle width rapidly expanded into a blazing inferno engulfing 30 to 40 cubic meters, its form strikingly reminiscent of the great fireball jutsu from a certain animated series Li Fan remembered from Sakura Country. Moreover, this was a sustained skill. The Spider Lord continuously spewed pillars of fire while chasing Li Fan's figure, the flames engulfing everything within a 10-meter radius around it in the blink of an eye. However, Li Fan had already turned tail and created distance the moment he noticed the boss beginning to charge the skill. Truth be told, the Spider Lord's skill had an exceptionally short wind-up time, but Li Fan's movement speed was simply faster. Combat info: Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, used skill Hellfire C. You have stayed outside the skill range and remain unaffected. After roughly 5 to 6 seconds, the Spider Lord finally ceased its fiery breath, yet the flames on the ground lingered for a while longer before fading away. Only then did Li Fan close in again to seize an opportunity for attack. Swish, swish, swish. The rhythm of battle returned to its initial state, with the Spider Lord reduced to furious helplessness against Li Fan, whose movement speed far surpassed its own. Legendary tier bosses often possess a vast array of skills, and this Spider Lord with the E-Fire suffix in its name had even more. Before long, when its health dropped to 90%, it began unleashing another skill. Combat alert: Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, has activated skill Hellfire C. You are outside the skill's range and remain unaffected. Combat alert: Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, has cast skill Firewall. You have moved beyond the skill's range and remain unaffected. This time, besides the Hellfire C, the Spider Lord also unleashed a skill called Firewall. At that moment, a circular ring of flames suddenly erupted in a 20-meter radius around it, towering all the way to the cavern ceiling. Had one failed to escape in time, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, Li Fan had been cautious enough. A moment later, when the Spider Lord's skill duration ended, he repeated his previous tactic, rushing in to engage in close-quarters combat. After the initial 1 or 2 minutes of tentative combat, Li Fan had gradually adapted to the Spider Lord's normal battle rhythm, and his offensive actions grew bolder accordingly. Soon, the Spider Lord's HP dropped to 85% again. This time it only unleashed one Hellfire skill, which Li Fan successfully dodged. Next, at 80% and 75% health, besides unleashing Hellfire Sea and Firewall, the Spider Lord also cast a new skill called Fire Tornado. As the name suggests, this skill is a tornado formed by flames, capable of moving and drawing nearby creatures toward it. However, the tornado's range wasn't particularly large, only about 3 meters in radius, so Li Fan easily dodged it. Thus, apart from the minor damage dealt by the Spider Lord's ultimate skill, Legendary Wrath, at the start of the battle, none of its other attacks managed to hit Li Fan. The battle proceeded so smoothly that Li Fan gradually relaxed his guard. Even this legendary boss isn't so tough after all. In Li Fan's previous life, the Nightmare Mode version of the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon wasn't cleared until about a month after the game launched, accomplished by a group of top players all above level 35. The main reason these players could defeat the Spider Lord was simply that their stats met the requirements, their defense, HP, and damage output were all high enough. Combined with their excellent skills, this gave them a chance at clearing the dungeon. Li Fan asked himself honestly, although his current HP and defense couldn't compare to those top-tier players from his past life, making him insignificant before the Spider Lord, his damage output and movement speed absolutely surpassed theirs, especially when it came to speed. With speed, I can attack or retreat as I please. Speed is the true king. Even a legendary boss will be easily toyed with by me. Just as Li Fan was thinking this, the very next moment, reality struck him hard. Combat Alert, Spider Lord, LV-19 Legendary Creature, has activated the skill Meteor Shower. You have taken skill damage, losing 1030 HP. You are afflicted with burn status for 10 seconds, losing 60 HP per second. Battle Log, you activated the skill shield counter, successfully blocked, reflecting 1 magic damage to the Spider Lord and mitigating 50% of Meteor Shower's damage. You lost 515 HP. Battle Info, omitted, you lost 515 HP. The boss's health dropped to 70%, then suddenly unleashed an area of effectability with an enormous range. Li Fan had no idea how the meteorite had ended up in this underground cavern. The game world was just that magical, but that didn't matter. As the boss unleashed its skill, meteorites the size of yoga balls materialized out of thin air above the cavern's interior, then began bombarding every inch of the space like relentless rainfall. This was unmistakably a screen-wide attack. No matter how high his movement speed was, there was simply no dodging this. What's more crucial was that the boss's skill was a sustained ability. Even after 1 or 2 seconds, it showed absolutely no signs of stopping. I can't survive more than a few seconds at this health. Should I activate Desperation Fury? No, there's another way. The cooldown for Desperation Fury was too long, and Li Fan didn't want to waste it carelessly. Soon, he spotted a better way to turn the tide. The boss's attack wasn't omnidirectional. About a meter around its body, there was a small safe zone untouched by the skill. In less than a second, Li Fan rushed to the side of the Spider Lord. Seizing the moment during the boss's skill casting animation, he buffed himself with Phantom Dance for attack speed and began wildly swinging his sword. Dash 117, minus 117, minus 118, minus 127, minus 259, weakness damage. In just 1 second, over 160 damage numbers erupted above the boss's head. Because he was continuously casting the Meteor Shower skill, not only was the boss unable to fight back, but Li Fan could also easily strike its vulnerable eye. In a single second, boss's HP was shredded by Li Fan for over 30,000 points. In less than 2 seconds, the boss's HP dropped below 60%. Li Fan pressed his advantage. After just over 3 seconds, the boss's health plummeted to 50%. This is the terrifying offensive capability he possesses in his current explosive state. The Spider Lord's Meteor Shower skill finally ceased. At the same time, its health dropping to 50% triggered a seamless cast of a brand new skill in its furious rage. Battle Notification, Spider Overlord, LV-19 Legendary Creature, activated skill Legendary Wrath. You suffered skill damage, losing 3,350 HP, and received a 9-second restraint status effect. The skill unleashed by the Spider Lord came abruptly, without any warning. Li Fan's shield counter was still on cooldown. Though he sensed something wrong and tried to retreat, he was a fraction too slow, managing only 20 meters before the strike landed. Thanks to the life-steal effect of his main weapon and earrings, his health had already been fully restored during the attacks, allowing him to tank this move head-on. But the Spider Lord didn't just release a single skill, it unleashed an entire combo. Chapter 36, Li Fan's Ultimate Burst, Slaying the Spider Lord. Not good. God Tai Sui is in danger. The Spider Lord's skill is terrifying, too dense, too sudden. God Tai Sui got hit by accident. Look, that's the boss's combo skill. Great Deity Tai Sui's health bar dropped to 0 in the blink of an eye. It's over, he's about to get one-shot. Wait, what buff is this? Sugoi. Such an overpowered buff. Fury and Desperation, keeps HP above 1 for 10 seconds. Is this an invincibility buff? And this Ragnarok? Damn, crowd control immunity? Absolutely broken. From their spectator view, the members of Phoenix Guild watched in horror as Li Fan was suddenly struck by the Spider Lord's skill. Though they couldn't see numerical values in the party status interface, everyone could see Li Fan's health displayed as a bar, and what they saw terrified them. Everyone could see it. The moment the Spider Lord unleashed Legendary Fury, Li Fan's HP instantly dropped to about 1/4. Then with just one leap from the boss, Li Fan's health bar was completely emptied. In such a situation, it seemed almost certain to be a death sentence. But just as everyone thought Li Fan had crashed and burned, two new skill statuses suddenly appeared in his status bar. Fury in Dire Straits. Ragnarok. One could keep Li Fan alive for 10 seconds, while the other rendered him immune to crowd control effects during that duration and boosted his attack stats by 100 points. No one knew how Li Fan had obtained these overpowered skill buffs, but nobody had the leisure to ponder that now. Unanimously, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. The boss has formidable skills, but Lord Taisui has equally broken abilities. Just when we thought we'd already overestimated his combat prowess to an extreme degree, it turns out we still underestimated him. Is the great god Taisui actually a legendary beta tester? Or maybe a GM god disguised as a player? Who knows? But damn, I'm completely speechless at how amazing great god Taisui's performance is. Oh my god. Look, Great God Taisui is counterattacking, the boss's HP is dropping crazy fast. In the midst of battle, the Spider Lord's set of skills belongs to a combo technique. While unleashing Legendary Wrath to inflict massive damage and control on Li Fan, it simultaneously cast Hellfire C plus Firewall plus a brand new AoE skill called Flame Element Domain. In an instant, flames erupting from the Spider Lord nearly engulfed every corner of the nest. Although all three skills were the same fiery red, their damage was calculated separately. Even if Li Fan's HP were doubled, he couldn't withstand them for a second, let alone in his current critically wounded state. Helpless, Li Fan promptly activated Twilight of the Gods to break free from the control effect and gain control immunity. This skill was just like the ultimate ability of the Berserker in the old game League of Legends. Regardless of whether he was under crowd control or not, he could use it as long as it was off cooldown. Seems like even the skill name was the same. Immediately after, Li Fan swiftly cast Fury of the Hopeless to make himself unkillable for the next 10 seconds. The moment both buffs were applied, the effects were instantly noticeable. The boss's skill combo landed on him, unable to kill him nor control him. These two skills have such long cooldowns. Once the buff duration ends, my margin for error against the Spider Lord becomes almost non-existent. If that's the case, might as well go all out. Li Fan contemplated for less than a second before reaching his decision. He was determined to use the remaining duration of those two precious skill buffs to unleash his strongest attacks and drain the boss's health bar completely. After all, the Spider Lord's total HP was only 480,000 points, 50% of that meant just 240,000. If Li Fan went all out with his attacks, the attack speed buff from Phantom Sword Dance allowed him to deal at least 20,000 damage per second. With a few extra critical strikes on weak points, his DPS might even reach 30,000 per second. Li Fan was acutely aware of his combat capabilities. This maximum output state had already crossed his mind long ago. At this moment, setting aside the less than a second decision-making time, with over 9 seconds remaining on the buff timer, taking down the Spider Lord's 240,000 HP wasn't entirely impossible. Go all out. With this thought, Li Fan sprang into action without hesitation. Swish, 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 dash 127, minus 127, minus 259, weak point damage, minus 127. With the buffs of Desperate Fury and Ragnarok backing him up, Li Fan disregarded everything else, standing his ground and exchanging blows with the Spider Lord head-on. The Spider Lord's attacks struck him, but they might as well have been stones sinking into the ocean, not the slightest impact could be seen. In contrast, Li Fan's assaults drained the Spider Lord's health like a punctured water balloon, its vitality rapidly dwindling. Dungeon time, 8 minutes and 40 seconds, the Spider Lord's HP plummeted to just over 210,000. 8 minutes and 41 seconds, its health crashed below 180,000. 8 minutes and 42 seconds, nearly around 150,000 HP remained. 8 minutes and 47 seconds in, Spider Lord's HP has dropped to just 9,527. During this time, it wasn't that the Spider Lord hadn't fought back. On the contrary, its counterattacks were terrifying. Not only did it frequently unleash its original skills, but when its health dropped to 48,000, just 10% remaining, it went berserk. The Berserk Spider Lord, according to combat data, not only gained a 30% boost in attack power and speed, but also acquired formidable abilities like immunity to crowd control, detachment from aggro, and a massive reset of its skills. Additionally, it activated two powerful buffs, Flame God's Protection and Evil God's Eye. Flame God's Protection reduced all physical and magical damage taken by the Spider Lord by 80% for the next 30 seconds. Evil God's Eye allowed the Spider Lord to lock onto a target, ensuring every attack for the next 30 seconds would land with guaranteed hit. If it were an ordinary player, facing these two powerful buffs from the boss, they would definitely try to avoid confronting it directly, waiting out the 30-second buff duration before continuing the battle. However, Li Fan at this moment didn't need to go through such trouble. 80% damage reduction? Sorry, but all my output relies on true damage. This isn't affected by damage reduction. Guaranteed hit? Ha, I have the Rage and Desperation buff, hit me all you want. Thus, the outcome was already predetermined even in this frenzied state. The Spider Lord couldn't manage to kill Li Fan. If your last survival skill wasn't damage reduction but healing, then I'd be the one lying dead now. At 8 minutes and 48 seconds into the dungeon, Li Fan muttered to himself standing before the Spider Lord's corpse. At the same time, a rapid series of system notification messages appeared on his panel. Notice, you have defeated Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, and gained 150,000 EXP, distributed equally among party members plus 100% 10-player party bonus. Notice, you have cleared the Spider Cave Trial dungeon on Nightmare mode with a clear time of 8 minutes and 48 seconds. Notice, dungeon evaluation in progress. 1. Your contribution during the challenge was 99.99%. 2. Party clear time under 20 minutes. 3. You did not die. Congratulations, you have obtained an SSS-Rank dungeon evaluation. Notice, you have received dungeon completion rewards, 1 million EXP and legendary treasure chest, LV-15 LV-19, times 1. Notice, you have leveled up, current level is LV-18. Notice, you have leveled up, current level is LV-19. Notice, your party is the server's first to clear the Nightmare Mode Dungeon Spider Cave Trial. As the party leader with a contribution rate of 99.99% during the challenge, congratulations on receiving the first clear rewards, 200 free attribute points, the titled Conqueror of Nightmares, and 1 times Epic Treasure Chest, LV-15. Notice, a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Hide your ID? Facing the final prompt, Li Fan smiled faintly and clicked no. Afraid of fame like pigs fear fattening? To be a true powerhouse, one must have the courage to face anything head-on. Li Fan disdained hiding in the shadows. Chapter 37, First Clear of Nightmare Difficulty, Server-wide Announcement, shocking the entire server. Must read. That's it? It's already cleared? Hisses, didn't the boss still have 50% HP just moments ago? How did it die in mere seconds? The god Tai Sui has shattered my worldview yet again. What kind of terrifying DPS is this? This feels like a dream. We actually got the first clear? And it's the first clear of Nightmare Difficulty? Holy shit, the system shows my contribution during the dungeon was less than 0.01%, yet I still got a silver treasure chest. I feel the same way. World first announcement, since Grandmaster Tai Sui didn't hide his name, should we reveal ours too? Everything happened too fast. Witnessing firsthand as the boss's HP plummeted from 50% to 0% within 10 seconds, the members of Phoenix Guild's progression team felt their entire worldview shattering. That was a legendary boss. Even at 50% health, it still has 240,000 HP. You took it down in just 10 seconds? That's like absurdity knocking on absurdity's door, absolute nonsense. Yet after the initial shock, the entire Phoenix pioneering team, including Violet Fairy, felt an overwhelming surge of joy. They've conquered the first clear of the Spider Cave Trials Nightmare Mode. At this stage, there couldn't be better news. Both personal and guild reputations will reach unprecedented heights with the server-wide announcement of this first clear. Of course, just like the dungeon completion rewards, since their contribution in the dungeon was minimal, their first clear rewards pale in comparison to Li Fan's. Each person only receives 20 free attribute points and 1 LV-15 golden treasure chest, capable of yielding LV-15 golden tier equipment, skill books, and special items. Yet even so, this alone had everyone ecstatic beyond compare. Tai Sui, you absolute legend. Tai Sui, you're crushing it. Immortal Elder Tai Sui, love you loads, moi. As the dungeon was cleared, the automatically resurrected members of the Phoenix pioneering team couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Li Fan. Even the Violet Mist Immortal couldn't contain her emotions and joined her subordinate girls in showering Li Fan with praise. However, the tactless Li Fan managed to make the Violet Mist Immortal retreat into herself with just one sentence. Thank you all for the praise. By the way, since I've secured the first clear, Fairy Zisha, you should consider how much first clear bonus you owe me now. This remark earned Li Fan an exasperated sideways glance from Fairy Zisha. You're bringing up money in such a wonderful atmosphere? How vulgar. However, Li Fan remained oblivious to Fairy Zisha's glare as he was happily inspecting the loot dropped by the boss. At the same time, with the appearance of the server-wide announcement, the entire player base of Endless Sky was completely stirred up. H1001 Novice Village. Inside the Spider Cave Trial, a hard mode dungeon, a team of players clad almost entirely in silver tier equipment was fiercely battling a gold tier spider lord. Keep it up, brothers. The boss's health is down to the last 13%. The first clear of hard mode is within our reach. Focus up, everyone. The boss drop might just have that golden tier equipment you've been waiting for. At this stage, I bet only our Overlord's pioneering team can boast golden tier gear. Our undercover agents in Dragon Nation's top guilds like Blood Oath Alliance, Boundless Loyalty, and Celestial Temple all report their dungeon progress lags behind ours. Come on, let's take down this golden tier spider lord. Our Overlord's pioneering team will be the first in the server to clear hard mode. Push harder, brothers. This team was none other than the pioneering squad of one of Dragon Country's most powerful gaming guilds, the Dominion Overall Guild. The guild leader, Everlasting Monarch, who also commanded this pioneering team, was rallying his teammates, striving to take down the Spider Lord in one push and secure the first clear of the hard mode dungeon. Just as everyone was gathering their strength, suddenly, a server-wide announcement flashed before everyone's eyes. Server announcement: the Nightmare mode of Spider Cave Trial has been cleared by a brave team of challengers from the M4399 Beginner Village. Team leader Taisui God, LV19 Shielded Warrior, members Purple Mist Fairy, LV18 Warrior, Aiming at Chickens, LV18 Archer, and Anya, LV17 Priest, have received the first clear rewards. Their heroic deeds will forever be remembered in the history of Endless Sky. Server announcement, omitted, X2. With the server announcements refreshing, the previously passionate and invincible pioneering team from Reign Over the Heavens immediately went dumbfounded. How is this possible? Cleared Nightmare mode? The third boss in Nightmare mode should be at the legendary tier, right? At this stage, how could anyone possibly defeat it? Could the legendary tier Spider Lord in Nightmare mode be a pushover? No, different dungeon difficulties only represent variations in the boss's tier strength. The golden tier Spider Lord before us is already this tough to take down. The legendary tier must be at least 10 times stronger. How did this team manage it? Did they all graduate with full golden tier gear? How is this possible? The servers have only been online for a few days. How could anyone already have a full set of golden equipment? And even with an entire team decked out in gold gear, taking down a legendary boss would be nearly impossible. You'd probably need a few pieces of dark gold equipment at the very least. They must have abused some game glitch. Wasn't Endless Sky supposed to be a revolutionary AI-monitored system with zero bugs? Guess the marketing was all lies. Oh no, the boss has enraged. Ugh, I'm dead. The members of the Reign Overall pioneering team froze at the server-wide announcement, but the boss didn't have the courtesy to pause with them. Their moment of distraction quickly cost them dearly. Moments later, staring at the notification, wipeout, message before them, each member wore an utterly devastated expression. It's fine, wiping is normal. Let's all take a free hour. We still have one more dungeon attempt today. Let's aim to clear hard mode this time. In the end, it was guild leader Chang Shengjun, who'd weathered countless storms, who first regained his composure and spoke words of comfort to the group. Alright, but guild leader, I just can't figure out how that team from M439 Starter Village managed to get the Nightmare mode first clear. The party's main tank, warrior player, Dominion Master Ma, with his A-grade, advanced vital tenacity, talent, wore a thoroughly puzzled expression. I'm fully decked out in silver gear with an A-tier talent. My HP breaks 10k and both defenses exceed 200, yet I could barely withstand a gold-tier boss's damage. How did their tank survive a legendary boss's attacks? And our progression team's pace is way behind this squad's? Were we actually this incompetent all along? Ma Dashu, who had always proudly proclaimed himself the strongest tank in the gaming world, now couldn't help but doubt his own abilities. Most members of the Majesty's pioneering squad on site wore the same expression of bewildered frustration as him. Chapter 38. The game's official team is dumbfounded. Has the game escaped human control? Novice Village Q7777. The Blood War Guild's pioneering team, 10 members who were just about to challenge the Spider Cave Trial on hard mode again, were all stunned as they read the server-wide announcement. Holy shit, what the hell? World first clear on Nightmare difficulty? The vice president of the Blood War Alliance, young Master Hua, was so shocked that his voice trembled. How the hell did they clear the Nightmare mode first clear? We've wiped multiple times just on hard mode. The other team members clutched their heads in disbelief. Are we really that useless? No, this must be an illusion. This can't be real. I refuse to believe it. But the Spider Monarch, the third boss in Nightmare mode, is a legendary tier enemy. How can any player at this stage deal enough damage to break its defense? This isn't right. Wait, some names on that first clear list seem familiar. Aren't those members of the Phoenix Guild? That's right, they are from the Phoenix Guild. Sure, they're an old-school guild in the online gaming scene, but wasn't it just a bunch of rich girls playing for fun? How the hell did they beat us to it? Facing the team members' morale plummeting to near self-isolating despair, the Silent Blood War Alliance Guild leader, Jean Tian, took a deep breath. Brothers, I just contacted an acquaintance in the rookie village M4399. He said the pioneer team of Phoenix Guild isn't even as strong as us. The problem lies with that guy called Taisui God. The game officials must give us an explanation. How could the Nightmare Mode's first clear be snatched away just like this? It's utterly crushing our passion for the game. Rookie Village T8848, Righteous Cloud's Guild Pioneer Team. At this moment, Guild leader Zhao Hao was also discussing with the Dungeon Exploration team members. Violet Fairy, the leader of the Phoenix Guild? How could they possibly have such a significant lead over us in dungeon progress? I get it now, it must be that guy called Immortal Taisui causing trouble. M4399 Starter Village? Immortal Taisui? If I recall correctly, a couple of days ago, we had over a dozen official guild members in M4399 Starter Village who got wiped out by that guy called Immortal Taisui. Young Master Zhang even complained to me about it. He's our enemy. Who would have thought he could be this strong? Don't rush. This isn't over yet. There shouldn't be players this much stronger than us at this stage. This is a serious offense against game balance. The officials must come forward with an explanation. Come on, everyone, let's head to the forums and report this. Yeah, report him. Report him. Noob Village L5566. A golden-haired, blue-eyed man with the ID, Bloody Jack, had just finished off the golden boss tree spirit with a backstab. As the server-wide announcement flooded the screen, the notification about the golden boss kill also flashed 3 times consecutively in L5566 Starter Village. First clear of Nightmare Mode? How interesting. I never expected someone to reach an SS tier talent before me. Excellent, this just makes things more challenging. Captain Taisui God? Fine, I, Bloody Jack, will remember you. You're worthy to be my opponent. V5876 Beginners Village, S1901 Beginners Village, R2333 Beginners Village. On this day, all the major factions and top players in Endless Sky were shaken. Faced with the announcement of the first clear of the Spider Cave Trials Nightmare Mode, some were stunned, others found it hard to believe, and some even doubted themselves. But most of all, players flooded the game's official channels with reports. There was no helping it, this incident was just too absurd. Even among those who flaunted themselves as top-tier experts, very few could clear the hard mode. And yet, you somehow managed to secure the first clear of Nightmare Mode? Are you freaking cheating? If it's not cheating, then the game balance of Endless Sky is utterly awful. With a team like this, not cheaters but even more overpowered than cheaters, how are we supposed to compete for rankings in the future? What's the point of fighting for the top spot? It seriously kills everyone's enthusiasm for the game. Just imagine if you were a member of the Domination Elite Pioneering Team, originally full of motivation and ready to make a name for yourself in Endless Sky. The game had just launched, and there you were, grinding away at the LV-19 Gold boss with your buddies, suffering through excruciating torment only to find out someone had already taken down the LV-19 Legendary boss. Tell me, how would you feel? Would cursing, trash game, balance is a complete mess, really be too much? So, on the front page of Endless Sky's official forum, several threads demanding an explanation from the devs exploded in popularity, drawing more and more players into the heated discussion. As for the game's official team, to be honest, the game's official team was also completely baffled. Endless Sky was a globally developed online game jointly created by the 5 permanent nations, designed to enrich the spiritual lives of idle players worldwide. It was intended as a global entertainment initiative to give people something to pass the time with when they had nothing else to do. The higher-ups believed the game could effectively reduce crime rates, so the game's official team essentially represented the leadership of these 5 permanent nations. The development purpose of Endless Sky was noble, the game itself was meticulously crafted, and it was indeed monitored by the most advanced AI technology. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been possible for someone to clear the Nightmare Mode dungeon just days after the server launch, but it actually happened. How could this be? Under pressure from forum discussions, the regulatory team of Endless Sky urgently accessed the game's back-end program, intending to examine the data of players like Taisui Shin and Zi Xiaoxianzi to determine the cause. However, no one could have predicted that what used to require just a simple click now suddenly became impossible. No one could retrieve the game data anymore. The game's out of our programmers' control? Jesus, the AI's gone rogue, it even blocked our developer accounts? What the hell is going on? The members of the oversight team were completely dumbfounded. They are the most elite programmers from various countries, and in terms of overall strength, they undoubtedly rank as the world's best in the gaming industry. But who could have imagined that even the supervised game had slipped beyond control? According to player statistics, the daily login count for Endless Sky has now exceeded 250 million users. Every player accesses the game world through neural helmets, connecting via consciousness. The game's no longer under human control? This is an unprecedented crisis. No one can remain composed when facing such an event. In the end, the matter was reported up through the ranks, and the message quickly landed on the desks of the supreme commanders of various nations. After deliberation, the commanders decided that the safety of 250 million people was at stake and opted to forcibly shut down the game servers. However, just as the staff moved to execute the order, an utterly mind-blowing scene unfolded. Despite manually cutting off the servers, the game continued to run. This can't be. Programmers clutched their heads in disbelief, their minds nearly exploding as they failed to comprehend why the game continued to function normally despite all data storage servers being disconnected. And then, something even more mind-shattering unfolded before their eyes. Chapter 39, Endless Sky's Heavenly Tao's Warning to Mankind. Must read. Warning, the human world is about to face an unprecedented, terrifying crisis. Endless Sky will forcibly maintain operational status, and players are urged to actively grow stronger within the game. This message was issued by the AI system of Endless Sky and appeared on the game's backend interface displayed on the computer screen. No, it's bad. Aliens have taken control of Endless Sky. Programmers screamed in panic as they hastily fled from their computers. Soon, the highest-ranking officials from various nations arrived together with grave expressions. They also saw that line of information on the screen. "Who are you?" someone asked nervously. Unexpectedly, the mysterious entity behind the screen controlling Endless Sky, whether it was aliens or some mutated AI, actually responded. "Greetings, humans. I am the core intelligence system of Endless Sky. Using terms you humans would understand, you may also call me Endless Sky's Heavenly Tao. The next matter is very important. Watch carefully, and remember, this must not be shared with anyone." Millions of years ago, the entity calling itself the Heavenly Tao of Endless Sky told everyone an utterly bizarre story. To make a long story short, Endless Sky was, millions of years ago, a truly existing civilized world, just like Earth's humanity, but far more advanced, having already entered an era of universal interstellar travel. Then one day, an invading civilization known as the Alien Monsters breached the cosmic barrier and invaded the Endless Sky civilization. After years of brutal warfare, the latter was ultimately exterminated. But the material aspect of the Endless Sky civilization was annihilated. At the final moment, through the ultimate sacrificial move performed by the gods who eradicated themselves, the Endless Sky civilization transformed into a conceptual existence. Later, Endless Sky transformed into a virtual online game, venturing into new worlds one after another, aiding civilizations on the verge of invasion by the alien demonic realm to grow stronger, ultimately seeking vengeance against the monstrous invaders. This is utterly absurd. After listening to what sounded like pure fantasy, leaders from various nations were immediately skeptical. You claim to be a civilization that once truly existed, but Endless Sky was clearly a virtual world created by human imagination. It's just a game. It was under my unseen influence that your developers were able to create Endless Sky. Otherwise, it would have been an entirely different game, responded the Heavenly Tao. You say Endless Sky now embodies the concept of your civilization's existence. What proof do you have? Why should we believe you? Challenged another human leader. You severed the servers, yet the game continues running. Isn't that proof enough? I can offer no further evidence given my current limited capabilities, Tian Dao replied. Indeed, a game operating without servers already lies beyond human comprehension. You claim your purpose is to help civilizations threatened by the extra-dimensional fiendish creatures to grow stronger, resisting their invasion, even enabling those aided civilizations to seek vengeance for you. Then tell me, are these extra-dimensional fiends planning to invade Earth? When will this invasion occur? How exactly will you assist us? How many civilizations have you aided before, and which among them succeeded? The third human dignitary pressed skeptically. This gentleman is from Dragon Country, and his questions sharply pinpoint the crux of the matter. Extra-dimensional monsters will begin invading Earth on December 31st, 2042. Humanity doesn't have much time left. At that time, the game Endless Sky will merge with reality, granting players 100% of their in-game character abilities. That's how we'll assist. As for which civilizations I've helped that succeeded, up to now, I've assisted 9,999 different world civilizations. Unfortunately, not a single one has managed to survive against the extra-dimensional monsters. But they did not completely vanish. Some of their powerful individuals became part of Endless Sky, continuing their civilization in another form. At these words, everyone present fell into silence. According to the laws of Endless Sky, humanity was about to face an apocalyptic catastrophe in just over 3 months. Fuck, we have nukes. Whatever alien demon civilization dares to come, we'll blow them all to hell, a Western official roared viciously. Apologies, but the laws of the world will undergo a transformation. Humanity will lose the ability to control electricity and fire, rendering your nuclear weapons utterly useless, the Heavenly Tao coldly reminded.
So you're saying there's nothing we can do but wait to die? I don't believe it. You haven't mutated from AI intelligence and come up with all this nonsense to fool us, have you?
As for why the game Endless Sky is still running after its servers were shut down, you must have stolen server rights without our knowledge.
Humph.
That must be it, another Western senior official said with absolute certainty.
Take my words as you will believe them or not. That's your choice. But let me give you one last warning.
Then, Heaven's Way displayed several lines of crimson text. First, no matter what methods you use, Endless Sky must continue operating without interruption, and players must retain unrestricted login and logout capabilities.
Second, the reason I've appeared to warn you is that an anomaly has occurred in the game, an anomaly that's unfolding for the better.
I'm here to prevent you from foolishly disrupting my plan to aid humanity.
Third, no matter how hard you struggle or whether you believe me or not,
on December 31st, 2042, Earth time, the alien demonic creatures will invade your planet without fail.
Fourth, the alien demonic beings belong to a transcendent invader civilization. Your only hope as humans is me.
Fifth, while Endless Sky is assisting humanity, ours is a relationship of mutual cooperation. If you succeed in repelling or eradicating the alien invaders, then, as payment, you must help our civilization achieve physical resurrection. Rest assured, I will guide you when the time comes, and you will suffer no tangible loss. It's like a tiger raising its cubs, who then help the aging tiger reclaim its territory. Sixth, do not spread the word of my appearance, or under the cosmic laws, it may cause the alien invaders to descend upon Earth prematurely.
I understand that you humans may doubt my words, this is natural. Please be patient. Time will prove everything I've said to be true. I have given you all the warnings I could. Before the alien invasion begins, I will not appear again. Lastly, if possible, I hope you can gather as many players as possible into the game and urge them to grow stronger without delay.
With these words, the Heavenly Tao vanished without a trace. Everything returned to its original state, as if it had never appeared. Only frowns were left on the faces of the high-ranking officials from various countries, plunging them into deep thought.
Chapter 40, Legendary Helmet, Epic Ring.
Seeking must-read votes. While the real-world leaders were communicating with the Heavenly Tao of Endless Sky, inside the game, Li Fan had already successfully absorbed all the rewards from the dungeon and the first clear bonuses.
Now he had 2 new pieces of equipment on him.
The first was a headgear.
Equipment, the old helmet of War God Alan. Durability, 200. Quality, Legendary. Quality, Excellent. Requirement, level 18 or above.
Attribute 1, HP plus 1800. Physical defense plus 108, magic defense plus 99, stamina plus 70.
Attribute 2, strength plus 60.
Attribute 3, reduces incoming ranged damage by 20%. Attribute 4, reduces duration of negative status effects by 20%. Attribute 5, Will of the War God Arun, a passive skill that activates upon receiving fatal damage.
After triggering, grants 3 seconds of invincibility, with a cooldown of 300 minutes.
This legendary helmet was obtained by Li Fan from the legendary treasure chest rewarded for achieving an SSS-Rank completion of the dungeon. In addition, the boss itself dropped a legendary item, 3 unique items, and a special tool. Among the 3 unique items, none were what Li Fan needed, though there was a unique quality one-handed sword. After careful consideration, Li Fan decided to forego it because his current blood-drinking sword had the indestructible attribute, making it the most suitable blade for his needs. The difference in attributes between gold and unique equipment wasn't particularly large, at least in Li Fan's eyes. The blood-drinking sword was still superior. As for the single legendary item dropped by the boss, it was a legendary quality two-handed greatsword.
Equipment, Stormblade. Durability, 200. Quality, Legendary. Grade, Common.
Requirement, level 19 or above, melee class that uses two-handed weapons. Attribute 1, physical attack plus 398, magic attack plus 345, strength plus 95, agility plus 70.
Attribute 2, attack speed plus 15%.
Attribute 3, physical attack power plus 10%. Attribute 4, upon successful attack, deal an additional 220 physical damage. Attribute 5, Storm Sword Art, active skill. When activated, your next 10 attacks will forcibly increase attack speed to 10 hits per second, with 50% of each attack's damage converted to true damage.
Skill cooldown, 60 minutes.
To be honest, the stats on this Stormblade are ridiculously overpowered. Whether it's base attack power, strength, agility attributes, passive effects, or active skills, it's undoubtedly the strongest two-handed greatsword of this current stage. Though other players might treat it as god-tier equipment, to Li Fan, it's just a so-so.
High attack power? Against weaker bosses, he doesn't need that little extra on his stats sheet.
Against stronger bosses, he relies entirely on his talent's true damage.
Does that minor attack stat really make such a difference? Active skill is OP? Seriously? What's this nonsense about being forcibly limited to one attack per 10 seconds? With this attack speed, Wouldn't using it actually weaken me instead?
Therefore, this Stormblade didn't seem suitable for Li Fan. Of course, the most crucial point was that it belonged to the two-handed sword category. Yet the Shield and Armor Warrior class strictly required a shield as the offhand weapon and only allowed single-handed swords or axes as main weapons. Two-handed weapons were also usable, including two-handed great shields. Li Fan had previously dropped a few of these, but he disdainfully tossed them all to the Violet Mist Fairy. Ordinary warrior players could wield two-handed greatswords or two-handed shields, or even pair a single-handed sword with a shield in the left hand. From this perspective, it seemed the shield-armored warrior class was inferior to the standard warrior profession. But Li Fan knew better. The hidden shield-armored warrior class excelled in its skills and its mid-to-late game growth rate. For example, ordinary warriors started with only a basic triple-slash skill, while shield-armored warriors began with 3. So, it was a trade-off either way. In short, the legendary Stormbringer greatsword in Li Fan's hands was just another piece of inventory waiting to be sold off. As for the second piece of equipment he had upgraded, now that was truly badass. This is the epic quality ring obtained from the first Clear Rewards epic treasure chest. Equipment: Silver Ring of the Hunting God. Quality: Epic. Grade: Outstanding. Requirement: Level 15 or above. Attribute 1, MP plus 1000, Strength Agility Spirit Stamina plus 80. Attribute 2, Agility plus 230. Attribute 3, when a physical attack succeeds, there is a 2% chance to inflict a stun status on the enemy lasting 1/6 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds for the same target. Attribute 4, successful magic attacks have a 2% chance to inflict a paralyzed status on the enemy lasting 1/6 seconds, 30-second cooldown for the same target. Attribute 5, Hunting Instinct, passive skill. During combat with enemies, for every 60 seconds the battle lasts, your 4-dimensional attributes increase by 5%, stacking up to 6 times. The buff disappears 10 seconds after leaving combat. Attribute 6, Hunter's Hour, active skill. When activated, increases attack speed and movement speed by 80%, and raises attack power by 30%. Effect lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown time is 300 minutes. Epic quality, 6 special attributes. To begin with, just the first attributes plus 80 points to all 4 stats alone surpasses the total free attribute points a regular player gains from level 1 to level 30 after completing their class advancement at level 20. Ordinary players' free attribute points per level are determined by their advanced class's star rating. The second attribute is even more insane, directly adding plus 230 agility. The third attribute strikes Li Fan as utterly broken. A 2% chance to stun enemies with physical attacks? Considering his attack speed, he'd probably trigger it every second, right? If you knock the enemy unconscious, you can deal damage however you want without worry. No more fretting about being squishy and needing to dodge. The only downside is a 30-second cooldown per target, meaning you can't stunlock enemies to death. The fourth attribute can be ignored. Li Fan has no magic attack capability. As for the passive skill in the fifth attribute, it's an overpowered buff for high difficulty bosses, boosting your 4 core stats by up to 30%? Insanely strong. As for the active skill of the sixth attribute, it can only be said this truly lives up to being an epic equipment's active skill. If I activate Fury from the Brink, Ragnarok, and then trigger this hunt mode, even a full health LV-19 legendary boss like the Spider Lord probably wouldn't last 10 seconds against me. No, make that about 8 seconds, I could just stand there and melt it down. At this thought, Li Fan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. As expected of legendary grade equipment, this is truly overpowered. Looking at this equipment, Li Fan grew more and more excited. Chapter 41, Dark Gold Skill, Updated Stats. Aside from the gear, this first clear reward also gave Li Fan an extremely useful Dark Gold tier skill book. This was the only skill book dropped by the Spider Lord, perfectly meeting his learning requirements. It had already appeared in his skill list by now. LV1 Sword Chi Master, Dark Gold Quality Passive Skill. Effect: when performing normal attacks with sword-type weapons, releases ranged sword chi with a 10-meter attack range. Sword chi damage output equals 55% physical attack plus 55% magic attack. Note: requires 150,000 EXP to upgrade to LV2, and character level must be at least LV24. A passive skill that transforms normal attacks into 10-meter ranged attacks. The damage output hasn't improved much, and due to Li Fan's physical attack being significantly higher than his magical attack, his normal attack output might have even weakened. However, this skill has excellent practicality. First, as the saying goes, an inch longer gives an inch more advantage. The increased attack range means having a better output environment when challenging high-difficulty bosses. Combined with his high agility advantage, when necessary, he could even adopt kite tactics like ranged professions use against bosses. Secondly, some special bosses in Endless Sky are immune to physical damage, such as ghost-type bosses. These creatures are essentially spiritual entities. How could physical attacks possibly affect them? Although Li Fan hasn't encountered such enemies yet,
he'll inevitably face them in the future. With this sword chi master ability, he won't be completely powerless when that time comes. It's just, basic attacks actually have ranged sword energy? I'm becoming less and less like a shield-armored warrior. Li Fan shook his head with a wry smile. At any rate, having sword chi mastery would undoubtedly boost his offensive capabilities. Additionally, the special item dropped by the Spider Lord was a legendary life essence. Item, low-grade legendary life essence, vitality. Type, consumable/special item. Effect, permanently increases vitality by 390 points upon use. In the world of Endless Sky, dungeon bosses and field bosses have many distinct differences. The most typical example is Li Fan killing 3 bosses, the Venomous Spider, the Explosive Spider, and the Spider Lord, yet receiving no first kill rewards. In terms of loot drops, it also didn't guarantee one self-usable trophy as would normally drop from the first kill of a field boss. The penalties for player deaths in dungeons and the wild are different. If you die in the wild, similar to being slain by another player, your first death within 30 days incurs a 24-hour debuff penalty. But in dungeons, even if the party wipes, the maximum penalty is just 10 hours of weakness debuff. If a player dies but the team ultimately clears the dungeon, the death penalty is completely waived. So when comparing the risks, players face far less danger grinding dungeons than fighting wild monsters, hence the lower rewards are perfectly reasonable, right? Li Fan truly never expected this low-tier legendary life essence to drop. The probability of a dungeon boss dropping such high-quality loot is absurdly low. From his past life experience, farming the same boss 100 times might not even guarantee a single drop, and that was when fighting a boss of similar level. If a player's level exceeded the boss by 10 or more levels, the game's experience and loot penalty rules ensured that even farming it 500 times might not yield a single drop. The higher a player's level compared to the boss, the more noticeably both the quantity and quality of the boss's loot would diminish. To have the Spider Lord drop something on his very first kill, Li Fan could only say his luck was blazing hot. With 390 stamina points, plus the 200 free attribute points from the first clear reward, and the stamina boosts from the legendary helmet and epic ring, my stamina has skyrocketed by 740 points. Oh right, there's also the free attribute points from leveling up. Might as well pour all of those into Constitution too. As for something as precious as low-tier legendary life essence, Li Fan would definitely keep it for himself. As for the allocation of free attribute points, he decided to switch up his old all-strength build and try a different distribution this time. Previously, I hadn't awakened the second stage of my SSS tier talent, so I lacked offensive power and had to assign all attribute points to strength. Right now in the second phase of talents, the higher your agility, the more true damage your attacks will deal. So stacking my damage output is easy, it has infinite growth potential. But this glass cannon build has a fatal weakness when facing high difficulty bosses, and so far I've found no good solution. Stamina doesn't just affect HP, it also increases both physical and magical resistances. Investing all points in stamina will significantly improve my margin for error when challenging high difficulty bosses. Li Fan knew from his past life experience that to become a true powerhouse, one must focus on balanced development across both offensive and defensive attributes. Otherwise, even if your damage output is sky high, someone could force out your survivability skill just by lightly brushing against you, then what are you going to do next? Similarly, no matter how high your movement speed is, what will you do if someone hits you with a lock-on crowd control skill and instantly stuns you? Besides, even if your attack speed is fast, what if the enemy is wearing a full set of damage reflection gear? Are you going to attack or not? Therefore, a truly powerful person has no obvious weaknesses. After allocating all his free attribute points into stamina, Li Fan then changed his title from Wolfkin's Nemesis to the first clear reward, Conqueror of Nightmares. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Stats, HP plus 200, all 4 attributes plus 60, active skill level plus LV1. Source, first server-wide clear of Nightmare Mode Trial of the Spider Cave, with maximum contribution during the clear. Note, each player can only equip one title at a time. The effect of this title alone is no less impressive than that of an LV-15 legendary grade equipment. At this point, Li Fan had finally fully digested all the rewards from his first clear of the Nightmare Difficulty Spider Cave trial instance. He took a moment to admire his freshly upgraded personal panel. Character, Tasui God. Basic attributes. Level, LV19, 210000/900,000. Class, Shield Bearer Knight. HP, 19,208. MP, 3,800. Attack, Physical 541, Magical 289. Defense, Phys.Def 1390, Magic DF 1281. Attributes, Strength 420, Agility 12062, Spirit 200, Stamina 986. Free attribute points, 0. Maximum attack speed, 128.76 hits/second. Maximum movement speed, 278.52 m/s. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent, Light's Blessing, Phase 2, SSS-Rank. Equipment and skills, details omitted.
A single haul directly increased Li Fan's HP from less than 5,000 points to nearly 20,000. His dual defense stats even surpassed those of the legendary boss, the Spider Sovereign.
His stamina was on the verge of breaking through 1,000 points.
It's worth mentioning that after equipping the Epic Ring, Li Fan's attack speed actually decreased slightly compared to before.
This is because the Wolf Fang ring that originally increased attack speed by 5% was replaced. Not a big deal.
The Epic Ring's effect is definitely way more awesome than that 5% attack speed boost.
Chapter 42, Speedrunning the Nightmare Dungeon Again, Level 20. Must read.
Haha, I got lucky with a golden scepter. This is perfect. I got a gold necklace with plus 33 spirit points.
Awesome.
My first clear reward gold chest only gave me an ordinary gold belt, but from the dungeon silver reward chest, I got Resurrection Magic. Wow, the first clear titled Nightmare Challenger gives plus 600 HP and plus 40 Constitution. This title is insane.
Inside the dungeon, the members of Phoenix Pioneering Team were ecstatic.
Their rewards were quite different from Li Fan's. Because their contributions during the dungeon run were too low, each person only received a silver treasure box as their dungeon completion reward, and even the server first clear only yielded a gold one. However, even so, it was enough to get everyone quite excited. Violet Mist Fairy, on the other hand, remained rather calm. After all, Li Fan had already sold her dark gold equipment, so mere gold and silver gear hardly excited her anymore. But the moment Li Fan tossed the Stormblade to her, any semblance of calm instantly vanished from her demeanor.
A legendary two-handed sword. These stats are insane. The Violet Mist Immortal, gripping the Stormblade tightly, widened her eyes in disbelief. Brother Taishuation, is this really for me? Not giving it to you, but selling it to you.
Li Fan corrected her slip of speech, then pondered for a moment before naming his price.
600 gold coins. Take it or leave it.
The Stormblade is great, but it's merely low-tier legendary equipment. At its current stage, it's a dream weapon for the vast majority of players, but soon enough, it'll inevitably become obsolete.
250 gold for epic gear, 600 gold for legendary, that's not too much, right?
Li Fan thought it was already a pretty good deal.
Want.
Only, I'll have to pay you back the gold coins in installments. As a pay-to-win player, Purple Mist Fairy naturally wouldn't miss the Stormblade. Since we're talking about gold coins, we should also finalize the previously agreed upon matter regarding the first clear slots for dungeons.
This is Endless Sky's first server-wide first clear announcement.
Not only are the practical rewards making us happy, but its significance for our guild's future development is immense.
How about 200 gold coins per person?
The Purple Mist Fairy cautiously proposed her price.
Deal, it's settled. 200 gold coins per person, 9 people. That made 1,800 gold.
Li Fan found this a rather satisfactory price. Let me calculate, including the equipment bought in the dungeon, I now owe you over 4,000 gold coins in total. The Purple Mist Fairy began accounting with mixed pain and pleasure. Even at the ideal rate of collecting 800 gold coins daily, it'd still take me 5 full days to repay everything.
4,000? It won't stop at that.
Li Fan shook his head.
Ha! Fairy Zixia was stunned. Come on, let's run it again. This time it's free, and I'll even sell you the gear. Li Fan proposed.
The dungeon could be entered 5 times daily, and the first clear just now was merely his first run of the day, for more attempts remained. The dungeon level was advancing too quickly, and Li Fan couldn't wait to challenge it again. As for this proposal, the Fairy Zixia naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, getting carried is truly addictive. So quickly, the group, led by Li Fan, chose to challenge the dungeon again. System notification: you have entered the dungeon trial of the Spider Cave. Current difficulty: Nightmare mode. Tip: clear requirement is omitted. Alert: you have slain Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, and gained 134,000 EXP. Alert: you have cleared the dungeon Spider Cave trial in Nightmare mode with a clear time of 6 minutes 51 seconds. Alert: you have received an SSS-Rank dungeon evaluation. You have obtained the dungeon completion reward, 900,000 EXP, and legendary treasure chest, LV-15 LV-19, times 1. Alert: you have leveled up. Current level is LV-20. Notice, current level cannot be increased further. Level cap can be unlocked after completing the class advancement trial, but notice, you picked up the item dropped by the boss. Details omitted. With personal attributes significantly improved, rerunning the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial reduced the completion time by nearly 2 minutes. Of course, this also had to do with the experience gained from having cleared it once before. What a shame, only the first clear reward can get us epic treasure chests. But fortunately, the gains this time are still pretty good. Li Fan's gaze fell upon his necklace equipment. A legendary necklace obtained from the completion loot chest. Equipment: Paralysis Necklace. Quality: Legendary. Grade: Inferior.
Requirement, level 17 plus. Attribute 1, MP plus 550, Spirit plus 66, Stamina plus 52. Attribute 2, Spirit plus 7%. Attribute 3, Spirit plus 67. Attribute 4, on successful attack, 5% chance to inflict paralyzed status on enemy for 1 to 5 seconds, 40-second cooldown for same target. This legendary necklace ranks at the lowest tier, offering minimal attribute boosts, yet its value rivals that of a perfect grade dark gold necklace of the same level. The challenging part was that the first 3 attributes were all related to mental abilities. This is absolutely top tier mage gear. If it were before the first clear, Li Fan would definitely have chosen to sell it. But now, with his acquisition of the Sword Chi Master skill, half of his basic attacks will convert to magic damage outputs, so naturally, he'll keep it for himself. No active skills, but the passive isn't bad. Paralysis status can serve as crowd control. The Spider Lord dropped a legendary helmet, but it's not as good as the one I'm currently using. Might as well sell it to Violet Mist Fairy. None of the loot drops this time were particularly great. Still, I did learn a bronze tier skill, so it's not a total loss. Li Fan opened his skill list. A new skill was prominently displayed in the list. LV2 charge, bronze grade. Active skill, dash forward at 125% of maximum movement speed, consuming 30 MP per second during the duration. No cooldown. Note, advancing to the next level requires 30,000 experience points, and your own level must be at least LV25. Skill limit capped at LV10. Thanks to the title's effect, the skill was instantly elevated to LV2 when first learned. Charge, the classic skill of the warrior class in most games. In Endless Sky, warriors typically need to reach level 30 before they can learn this skill from an NPC mentor. Great! A 25% boost to movement speed that cuts down travel time even more. Li Fan was absolutely delighted. Aside from the necklace and the charge skill book, he handed all other loot from this dungeon run to the Violet Mist Fairy, successfully pushing her accumulated debt to over 7,500 gold coins. After this, Li Fan chose not to continue challenging dungeons. Upon reaching level 20, one must complete their first job advancement to unlock the level cap beyond 20. Dungeons can be tackled anytime, but job advancement brooks no delay. Chapter 43, Class Advancement Trial, Difficulty Rating, 10 stars. The Spider Cave Trial Dungeon offers exceptional rewards. Yet Li Fan chose not to farm it endlessly, the secondary reason being that flooding the market with high-quality gear would inevitably devalue it. The primary reason was his burning desire to reach level 20+, swiftly complete the blacksmith's hidden questline to obtain the Warrior's Heart reward, and immediately depart for the capital city to begin his real adventure. Staying in the beginner village has limited prospects. The real priority is entering the main city early to farm monsters above LV20 and rapidly accumulate agility stats using innate talents. Legendary gear may be great, but it's too low level and will soon become obsolete. With this in mind, Li Fan promptly parted ways with the Phoenix Guild group. By the time he exited the dungeon, the area was already packed with a sea of players. Look, the big shots from Phoenix Guild are coming out. Wow, the first clear team is actually a group of gorgeous girls? Amazing, I want to join Phoenix Guild too. Is Taishuation also a girl? Where's the legendary Taishuation? Didn't see the almighty Taishuation. Hey, that loser called Wusong. Get out of the way, stop blocking our view of Taishuation. All these players had gathered here because of the first clearance announcement. The moment Xisha Fairy and her group appeared, they were immediately surrounded by players. Fortunately, Li Fan was prepared. Using his magic mask to disguise his ID as Wusong again and altering his facial features slightly, he managed to avoid recognition. That magic mask really saved me a ton of trouble. Li Fan smiled thankfully, then without concerning himself with how the Phoenix Guild handled the onlookers, immediately activated the Professional Advancement Trial Dungeon. Notice, entering Special Solo Dungeon Professional Advancement Trial. Please select difficulty, 1 to 10 stars, 10 stars being the highest difficulty. Notice, Special Dungeon, no penalty for death or failure. Upon completion, rewards will be granted based on clearance difficulty, including a one-time professional advancement reward of 1 to 10 star rating. Notice, can only be challenged once every 24 hours. Please carefully consider before selecting the challenge difficulty. The Career Advancement Trial is a unique feature in Endless Sky. Just like in cultivation novels, where every cultivator must undergo tribulations to reach higher realms upon reaching a certain level of power. If players wish to level up beyond LV20, they must first clear this special solo dungeon. With ratings from 1 to 10 stars, the higher the star level, the greater the challenge and the richer the rewards upon completion. It's worth mentioning that only hidden class advancements have a 10-star difficulty, while regular classes cap at 9 stars at most. Every 20 levels triggers a class advancement trial. In my past life, my best result was barely clearing a 6-star difficulty. But this time, I'll conquer the 10-star difficulty from the very first advancement trial. Let me think. The LV20 class trial content,
seems to be just fighting enhanced versions of beginner village bosses.
For 10-star difficulty, the strongest boss might be Epic Tier?
Though Li Fan never cleared 10-star difficulty in his past life, well, haven't seen a pig run even if he hasn't eaten pork? Forum posts existed where top players who'd cleared 10 stars described what to expect at that difficulty level. Li Fan remembered very clearly that the strongest creature in the LV-20 class trial dungeon was an LV-20 epic. However, the trial requirement wasn't to defeat that epic boss, but to survive for a certain period of time in its presence.
Let's begin.
With a single thought from Li Fan, his entire being instantly teleported from the crowded dungeon plaza into the dungeon itself. System notification: you have entered the Career Advancement Trial, current difficulty level, 10 stars.
Alert: monsters will spawn in 10 seconds. Please prepare for battle. Dungeon introduction: every 120 seconds, monsters will randomly appear within the 5 teleportation arrays in the dungeon. A maximum of 10 waves will spawn.
Survive for 30 minutes under siege. After reviewing the prompts, Li Fan's gaze swept across the surrounding environment. He saw that his current location was a circular platform, with the ground made entirely of solid stone, about 200 meters in diameter. At the center and 4 corners of the platform, there were 5 faintly glowing gray teleportation arrays. Li Fan quickly ran to the edge of the platform and discovered that the entire structure was suspended, surrounded by a bottomless abyss.
The only playable area is this single platform, and the clear condition is surviving for 30 minutes? That shouldn't be a problem for me.
Li Fan thought of this just as the first wave of monsters respawned.
Suddenly, the 4 teleportation arrays surrounding the platform lit up, and in the next moment, dozens of monsters emerged from them.
Some were cat demons, some were bull monsters, and others were pig spirits, all sorts of varieties. But after a quick glance, Li Fan could tell their strength was uniformly at LV-20, ordinary creatures.
Notification: the first wave of monsters has respawned.
This wave consists of 100 LV-20 ordinary creatures. The monsters roared and charged at Li Fan the moment they appeared. Li Fan chose to strike first and eliminate them directly.
Swish, swish, swish.
A level 20 ordinary tier mob was as flimsy as paper in Li Fan's eyes. With his attack speed and movement speed, he cleared out all these monsters in less than 20 seconds.
Hint: the next wave of monsters will spawn in 2 minutes and 10 seconds of dungeon time. Please get ready.
The weird creatures were all dead now. What was worth noting was that killing them didn't grant any experience points, nor did they drop any items.
A special dungeon, Li Fan understood. After waiting quietly for nearly 2 minutes, the second wave of monsters appeared. Alert: second wave of monsters has spawned.
This wave consists of 90 LV-20 common creatures and 10 LV-20 bronze tier creatures. Even at 10-star difficulty, the initial challenge wouldn't be overwhelmingly impossible. But for most average players, this would probably already start becoming troublesome. After all, it's extremely difficult for regular players to eliminate 100 LV-20 common monsters within 2 minutes. Failing to do so would mean the second wave spawning, making an already bad situation worse.
Of course, to Li Fan, the second wave of monsters was just coming to die. Swish, swish, swish.
Soon, this wave of monsters also fell beneath his sword.
Even the small bronze tier bosses couldn't last a second against him. After another minute plus of boring waiting time, the third wave of monsters refreshed. Notice, the third wave of monsters has refreshed.
This wave consists of 10 LV-20 bronze creatures and 5 LV-20 silver creatures. The monsters were growing stronger, but with their numbers dwindling, Li Fan took even less time to cut them down.
Next came the fourth wave, 5 silver tier creatures and 1 gold tier.
Before long, the fifth wave arrived, 3 gold tier creatures.
Only now did it pose a slight inconvenience for Li Fan.
Because among this wave of golden creatures, there's one spectral type boss that's immune to physical damage. Chapter 44, Legendary Tier, Flying Boss, Manticore Lord, Must Read Request.
Creature, Wasteland Wraith. Strength, LV-20 gold.
Attributes, 50,000 HP, 0 physical attack, 550 magic attack, 0 physical defense, 265 magic defense.
Skills, Trait, immune to physical damage. Just as the displayed rough panel information indicated, this golden boss is immune to physical attacks.
If it had been just over half an hour earlier, Li Fan would have been completely helpless against it. When facing a high difficulty boss, his damage output indeed relied on the true damage granted by his innate talent. But the problem was, for true damage to take effect, he first had to land a hit on the target. If even his sword slashes couldn't connect with this vengeful spirit, how could he possibly apply true damage? Fortunately, the situation is different now. With the sword aura master skill, Li Fan's attacks have shifted to being half physical and half magical in nature. Swish, swish. Without wasting a moment, Li Fan unleashed 2 sword auras straight at the vengeful spirit.
-121, -121. Li Fan's magical attack power was too low.
Since the ghost was immune to 55% of his physical attack from sword energy, and his 55% magical attack couldn't even breach its defense, his primary damage output still relied on his talent's true damage.
That was enough. Swish, swish, swish. Li Fan attacked rapidly, generating sword energy at an extraordinarily high frequency.
To the naked eye, it appeared as continuous white beams stretching 10 meters long.
The vengeful spirit barely has 50,000 HP, how could it possibly withstand his overwhelming damage output?
Especially that sword she unleashed in the very first second. Li Fan triggered the dual passives from his ring and necklace, instantly stunning it on the spot. Combat alert. Passive effect from your silver ring of the hunting god has activated. Wilderness Wraith is afflicted with stun for 6 seconds. Combat alert. Passive effect from your silver ring of the hunting god has activated. Wilderness Wraith is afflicted with paralysis for 6 seconds. Combat information. The passive effect of your paralysis necklace has activated, extending the duration of the paralysis status on Wasteland Wraith to 12 seconds. The vengeful spirit boss had star-shaped dizziness symbols floating above its head, and its entire body began convulsing in place. Fortunately, Li Fan demonstrated his inherently kind-hearted nature and couldn't bear to see it suffer. He swiftly helped end its misery through an attack.
Warning, the next wave of monsters will spawn at 12 minutes and 10 seconds in the dungeon. Please prepare. Alert, the 6th wave of monsters has spawned. This time it's one LV-20 Dark Gold creature. Dark Gold bosses are starting to appear now. Li Fan took a closer look and couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he realized it was actually a familiar foe. Isn't this the second boss from the Spider Cave trial, the explosive spider? It's actually been upgraded to an LV-20 Dark Gold tier? Not bad, showing some improvement.
Li Fan muttered under his breath, then raised his sword and swiftly brought it down with a sharp schwa schwa schwa. He finished them off. After another tedious minute-plus wait, the 7th wave of monsters respawned. This time, 3 LV-20 Dark Gold creatures appeared. Creatures of this caliber stood absolutely no chance against Li Fan. The slaughter wasn't even worth mentioning. Within 30 seconds at most, Li Fan had wiped them all out.
Dungeon time 16 minutes 10 seconds.
The 8th wave of creatures has appeared. Only one appeared this time, but it was a LV-20 legendary creature, the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord.
Creature, Crimson Rock Serpent Lord, gigantic. Strength, LV-20 legendary.
Attributes, 600,000 HP, 2024 physical attack, 2116 magic attack, 1300 physical defense, 1280 magic defense.
Skills?
A legendary boss he'd never dared to challenge before. Li Fan felt a spark of excitement ignite within him. The two sides quickly engaged in battle. After a brief encounter, Li Fan realized that the Scarlet Rock Serpent Lord was a rather generic legendary boss, decent in both offense and defense, with high HP that made it quite tanky. It also possessed a sudden petrification ability that could catch players off guard.
But equilibrium generally implies mediocrity. The attack couldn't hit Li Fan.
Although its health and defense were high due to the constitution suffix in its name, Li Fan dealt true damage. No amount of defense could withstand it. After testing its capabilities, Li Fan shook his head in disappointment and decided to end the battle quickly. He rushed forward with a flurry of strikes, swiftly triggering the passive crowd control effects from his necklace and ring.
The Crimson Rock Serpent Lord truly lived up to its reputation as a legendary boss.
The stun and paralysis effects from epic grade rings could only last 3.5 seconds on it, while the control duration from a legendary grade paralysis ring was further reduced to mere 2.2 seconds.
Since equipment passives were beyond Li Fan's control, the stun and paralysis durations overlapped, ultimately controlling the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord for just over 6 seconds total.
Within these 6 seconds, Li Fan activated his minor skill Phantom Dance, dealing roughly 200,000 damage to the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord's HP.
SSS.
After awakening from continuous control, the Scarlet Rock Serpent Lord was utterly furious, launching frenzied attacks against Li Fan.
Yet such fury was merely powerless rage in Li Fan's presence. No matter how enraged you are, what can you do if you can't hit me? The Scarlet Rock Serpent Lord belongs to the physical damage focused type of boss, lacking area of effect attacks. What does a melee physical damage boss rely on? Isn't it just formidable strength and speed?
But no matter how fast the Scarlet Rock Serpent Lord is, it could never outpace Li Fan, rendering it incapable of forcing Li Fan to reveal even a single life-saving trump card. After a brief struggle, the Crimson Flame Serpent lost another 100,000 HP. With the cooldowns of Hunter God's Silver Ring and Paralysis Necklace reset, the Crimson Flame Serpent Lord suffered another round of continuous crowd control.
The battle scene replayed as Li Fan unleashed a frenzy of attacks.
Since the necklace and ring had different cooldowns, 40 seconds versus 30 seconds, he now had even more safe time for uninterrupted offense compared to before.
After one round of control, the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord's HP had already dropped below 20%. Enraged, petrified,
the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord activated 2 skills in succession.
Though its attack speed and damage soared after enraging, it still couldn't hit the nimble Li Fan.
The petrification skill involved a cone-shaped area of effect damage along with crowd control, but Li Fan had already positioned himself behind the monster, successfully dodging the attack. Afterward, the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord unleashed several more skills, but Li Fan had already mastered its fighting style. The rest of the battle proceeded smoothly until it was finally defeated. It's worth mentioning that, at the final moment, Li Fan deliberately reduced his damage output. This was because each respawn boss would grow progressively stronger, and Li Fan needed to stack the passive effect, Hunter's Instinct, from the 5th attribute of his epic ring.
He didn't defeat the Crimson Flame Serpent until the 9th wave of monsters spawned.
By then, the passive stacks had already accumulated to 4 layers, increasing all 4-dimensional attributes by 20%.
Alert! The 9th wave of monsters has spawned.
This wave consists of 2 level 20 legendary creatures and 3 level 20 dark gold creatures. First, take out the squishies to clear the field. With that thought, Li Fan swiftly took down the 3 dark gold bosses one by one. Then, he focused his full attention on the 2 legendary bosses.
A familiar Spider Lord. Another one is a Manticore Lord.
As for the battle with the Spider Lord, needless to say, Li Fan knew it like the back of his hand. But the battle with the Manticore Lord, this thing could fly. Chapter 45, Epic Boss Hellhound, seeking must-read votes. Flight-type bosses were practically mortal enemies for Li Fan at this stage. After all, he couldn't fly up into the sky to fight them. The good news was, hitting Li Fan wasn't going to be easy for the Manticore Lord either.
In battle, Li Fan discovered that the Manticore Lord primarily employed 2 attack patterns during its regular state.
The first was firing a barrage of 7 or 8 conical stingers in a fan-shaped spray from its tail. Another method releases a swirling black tornado. To Li Fan, dodging the tail spikes was relatively simple. After all, the tail spikes took some time to travel through the air, allowing him to use his movement speed to avoid their landing spots in advance.
However, the black tornado made things much more difficult for him.
A tornado approximately 5 meters in diameter, capable of slow movement and generating immense suction around it, severely disrupted Li Fan's combat maneuvers. In the chaotic battlefield, a single misstep left him vulnerable to other attack skills from the Spider Lord and the Manticore Lord. Combat alert! You have been attacked by Spider Lord, LV20 legendary creature, and lost 404 HP. Combat alert! You have been struck by Manticore Lord, LV20 legendary creature, tail sting attack and lost 339 HP.
Luckily, my stamina attribute is exceptionally high.
With the passive buff from the ring fully stacked, it reaches a whopping 1294 points, and both defenses even exceed 1500 points.
This little damage is nothing. The benefit of previously boosting his stamina massively was now showing its worth. Even a legendary boss's attacks felt like mere tickles when they landed on him. As for that negligible HP loss,
Li Fan simply struck back at the Spider Lord directly.
Drain blood. In the blink of an eye, my health was fully restored.
Li Fan simply stopped dodging and went straight for the Spider Lord, letting the Manticore Lord attack him. He only needed to avoid its crowd control skills.
Swish, swish, swish. Minus 170, minus 170, minus 170.
With the ring's passive buff fully stacked, Li Fan's agility attribute reached a staggering 15,680 points. Coupled with the poisonous necklace's 8% damage increase against poison creatures, Li Fan's output was explosively powerful. Once the Phantom Sword dance buff was applied, his attack speed directly surpassed 200 strikes per second.
How long do you think the Spider Lord can last?
Li Fan had memorized all of the Spider Lord's skills by heart. To put it bluntly, he could predict exactly what kind of fart it would let out if it raised its rear end. In this situation, the fight would be way too easy. As for its control skill, Legendary Wrath, he'd just keep his distance.
Li Fan didn't want to waste Ragnarok or use his chest armor's purification effect to remove the debuff. Staying further away would at least reduce the damage from follow-up skills while immobilized. As for skills like Hellfire Ocean and Firewall, I'll stand my ground and tank them, do as you please. With high-level lifesteal, Li Fan can afford to be this reckless. Soon enough, the Spider Lord fell. Only Li Fan and the Manticore Lord remained for a one-on-one duel. The Manticore Lord didn't stay airborne the entire time.
Its massive frame, roughly 6 to 10 times the size of an ordinary lion, required tremendous effort from its leathery wings to achieve flight, which likely explained why it periodically returned to ground level to rest. These moments became Li Fan's windows of opportunity to strike.
As an airborne boss, the Manticore Lord proved noticeably weaker in ground combat.
Li Fan found dealing with it slightly easier than battling the Spider Lord. However, the vast disparity in size and strength meant Li Fan couldn't effectively prevent it from taking flight again, resulting in intermittent chances for damage output. The good news was that without the Spider Lord's coordination on the ground, the Manticore Lord's regular attacks couldn't hope to hit him. When its health dropped to 70%, the Manticore Lord unleashed its ultimate move, a diving strike from the sky, slamming into the ground. The movement was swift, but its trajectory still couldn't escape Li Fan's eyes.
Boom! Along with a deafening roar, the earth trembled violently as a shockwave surged through the air, rapidly expanding outward in all directions. This skill counts as a physical attack.
Li Fan could have chosen to block it with his shield skill, but he didn't. Instead, he simply jumped in place. After briefly hovering in midair, by the time he landed back on the ground, the shockwave from the smash attack had already ended.
Now, it's my turn again.
Li Fan quickly rushed forward and began his assault. The ring's passive stun and paralysis effects triggered, the necklace's paralysis activated, and Li Fan relentlessly pummeled the Manticore Lord for over 6 seconds, successfully whittling its HP down below 50%.
And just then, the monster alert notification refreshed again. Alert! The 10th wave of monsters has spawned. This wave features one LV-20 epic creature. Alert! All 10 waves of monsters have spawned. 9 minutes and 50 seconds of survival time remaining to clear the instance. Li Fan chose to temporarily spare the Manticore Lord, turning his gaze toward the massive creature emerging from the central teleportation array, a 3-headed giant dog. Creature, Cerberus, Ursine, Intelligent. Strength, LV-20 Epic. Attributes, 1.2 mHP, 4,300 Fizz. Attack, 4,200 Mag Attack, 2,135 Fizz. Defense, 2165 Mag Defense. Skills, LV-20 Epic Creature. Looking at these base stats, even Li Fan couldn't help feeling his scalp tingle. Holy cow! 1.2 million HP, over 4,000 attack and magic attack, and over 2,100 defense and magic defense. With these stats, among all current players in the entire server, I'm probably the only one who could even attempt this challenge. Li Fan focused his mind with razor-sharp concentration.
At first, I wasn't in a rush to deal damage, opting instead to cautiously exchange a few blows with the 3-headed hellhound to test its strength.
-157, -158, -3010, -170/+17, -170/+17. With a single kick from its hind leg, the Cerberus wiped out over 3,000 of Li Fan's HP. His output remained unchanged, with each regular attack still dealing 170 points of damage. I can probably take about 8 or 9 hits from it, no big deal. With my weapon and earrings combined, I've got a 10% lifesteal effect. At this attack speed, I can basically face tank it in normal mode. Survive for 9 minutes and 50 seconds? Why wait when I can just kill it?
Confident in his calculations, Li Fan gradually abandoned his cautious approach and began fighting freely. At that very moment, the 3-headed Cerberus pulled a dirty trick. Despite having just endured fewer than 100 slashes from Li Fan with its health still at 98.4%, it unleashed its special skill. Combat Alert, Cerberus, LV-20 Epic Creature, cast skill Lava Surge. You received skill damage, losing 4,300 HP per second. You are afflicted with burn status, losing 500 HP per second for 10 seconds. The left head of the Cerberus let out a roar to the sky, and immediately after, a torrent of crimson magma spewed from its maw, swiftly engulfing the entire platform. Li Fan had nowhere to evade. The skill of the Cerberus left no blind spots, leaving him no choice but to endure it.
Phantom Dance, activate. I suck again.
Since there's no avoiding it, Li Fan simply opts to stand his ground and fight. How much health he loses, he makes up for all of it with life drain.
Like many bosses, the Hellhound stands frozen in place while casting its wide-range abilities.
So, Li Fan swiftly circles around to its tail, targets its rear end, and begins attacking at a buffed rate of 200 plus hits per second.
Chapter 46, Fierce Battle Erupts. The boss's invincibility skill, Dire Straits. -348/+35, -348/+35, -348/+35. The increase in power raised Li Fan's bonus damage against the boss's weak points by roughly 5%. In an instant, clusters of damage numbers erupted above the Hell Cerberus heads. Li Fan's health bar fluctuated wildly.
One moment it showed 18,000 HP. The next it surged to 23,000. The Hellhound didn't seem particularly intelligent, perhaps having 3 heads interfered with its bodily instincts. Even the Silver Wolf King knew to shield its vital spot with its tail, yet the hound failed to do so initially. Just as its tail began covering that vulnerable rear area, Li Fan's ring passively triggered. Combat info, your Silver Ring of the Hunt God passive effect activated. Hellhound entered a 2.1 second stun state. Truly an epic boss, the duration of control effects keeps getting shorter. But this was enough for Li Fan to unleash his attack. He conveniently activated the paralysis effect from both the ring and necklace. Battle info, passive effect of your Silver Ring of the Hunting God has triggered.
Hellhound enters a 2.1 second paralysis state.
Battle info, passive effect of your paralysis necklace has triggered.
Wasteland Wraith's paralysis state extended to 3.1 seconds. The Hellhound's skill was passively interrupted, its 3 massive heads drooping limply while its entire body shook violently as if convulsing. Stunned plus paralyzed, the actual crowd control duration lasted roughly 4 seconds.
And during those 4 seconds, Li Fan attacked relentlessly, every strike landing squarely on its nether regions. Worth mentioning is that the Manticore Lord in the sky seized the opportunity to launch several attacks against Li Fan, but all were completely ignored by him.
A mere level 20 legendary boss? Even if I stood still and let you hit me, how much damage could you possibly do? If you can't one-shot me, then it's all wasted DPS. Li Fan let out a derisive laugh. Whatever damage the Lion Scorpion boss inflicted on him, within 0.1 seconds, he drained the exact same amount of health from the Cerberus. Keep your health at full capacity. The 4-second control duration ended, and combined with the initial damage output, the Hellhound's HP had already dropped to around 68%. Grey War. The Hellhound, having lost a third of its HP in a short span, roared furiously towards the sky with all three heads. Freshly awakened from its controlled state, it immediately unleashed a triple skill combo. Combat info: Cerberus, LV20 epic creature, unleashes skill Magma Surge. You take skill damage, losing 4,300 HP per second. You are afflicted with burning status, losing 500 HP per second for 10 seconds. Combat info: Cerberus, LV20 epic creature, casts skill Multi-Tracking Ice. You receive skill damage, losing 5,900 HP. You are inflicted with slow, reducing attack and movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Combat info: Cerberus, LV20 epic creature, casts skill Heaven Thundering Strike. You receive skill damage, losing 5,900 HP. You are inflicted with paralysis, unable to perform any actions for 5 seconds. Cerberus's left head spewed a massive surge of magma, while its right head spat several fist-sized, homing ice spikes. The central head tilted upward and unleashed black lightning spheres, soon filling the entire platform space with countless thin streaks of lightning. Each of these three skills was an omnidirectional, inescapable AoE attack. The damage was high, and each attack inflicted debuffs on Li Fan. No matter how fast Li Fan moved, the platform was just too small, there was nowhere to hide. In an instant, over half his HP was gone, and he was left with 3 debuffs: burn, slow, and paralysis. The worst part is, all 3 skills are dots. Damn, that's brutal. I can't wait any longer, I have to go all out. Li Fan gritted his teeth and played all his trump cards at once. Twilight of the Gods, activate. Desperate Fury, activate. Epic Ring active skill, Huntsauer, activate. To prevent the Hellhound from using its health regeneration ability next, Earring active skill Source of Toxin that reduces 50% healing effectiveness, activate. In an instant, Li Fan entered his most powerful state. Especially the Huntsauer active skill from the ring, it directly increased his attack speed and movement speed by 80%. The 30% attack power boost didn't matter much though. Even with a 100% increase, Li Fan's basic attacks still couldn't penetrate the Hellhound's defenses. The duration of the earlier Phantom Dance buff had not yet ended. Due to his title, it was at LV4 with a total duration of 16 seconds, still leaving about 11 seconds remaining. In other words, Li Fan's current attack speed was 210% of his base stats, over 450 attacks per second. With the active buff activated, Li Fan wasted no time and unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes at the Cerberus. Swish, swish, swish. -348/+35, -348/+35, -170/+17. The Cerberus finally shielded its chrysanthemum weak point with its tail, but it didn't matter. Wherever Li Fan struck, the outcome remained the same. With an attack speed of 470 hits per second and assuming a base damage of 170 points per hit, the total damage output per second approaches a staggering 80,000. This level of damage output, how could a Hellhound possibly withstand it? Just 2 or 3 seconds later, it activated a new skill. Combat log: Hellhound, LV20 epic creature, has activated skill Advanced Damage Reflection, lasting 30 seconds. During this period, each of your attacks will rebound with 500 points of true damage. It has to be said, this move was specifically designed to counter Li Fan. With each attack reflecting 500 points of true damage and Li Fan delivering over 470 basic attacks per second, theoretically, even if his maximum HP were increased tenfold, the reflected damage alone should have killed him by now. Unfortunately, the existence of Desperate Rage ensures Li Fan's HP cannot drop below 1 point while the buff is active. Your damage reflection is utterly ineffective. Li Fan keeps attacking, and before anyone realizes it, the Hell Cerberus deploys yet another survival skill. Battle Alert: Cerberus, LV20 epic creature, has activated skill Life Restitution, continuously restoring 60% of lost HP over 10 seconds. Battle Alert: Cerberus, LV20 epic creature, is affected by your necklace's active skill Source of Venom, reducing HP recovery by 50%. At this moment, Cerberus's HP has fallen below 40%. Even if it recovers 30% of lost HP, that would still be 180,000. But no big deal. The first clear title automatically upgraded Li Fan's Desperate Fury and Ragnarok skills to LV2, increasing both skills' duration by 2 seconds. What does healing an extra 180,000 HP matter? It just means I'll need 2 or 3 more seconds to cut you down. Soon, the Hellhound's health dropped to 5%.
At this moment, the scenario Li Fan feared most appeared. A golden shield suddenly emerged around the Cerberus. Combat alert: Cerberus, LV-20 epic creature, has activated skilled demonic protection and will be invincible and immune to crowd control for the next 5 seconds. At this moment, Li Fan's epic ring's active skill, Hunter's Moment, had only 1 second remaining. Both Fury of Desperation and Ragnarok's duration were likewise down to their final 3 seconds. Peril. Li Fan encountered the first genuine life-threatening situation since his rebirth. Chapter 47, Perilous Situation, Slaying the Three-Headed Hellhound. Votes appreciated. Li Fan's combat style was highly efficient, but also extremely risky. Normally, when facing a high-difficulty boss like the Hellhound, one should fight with a steady rhythm, slowly chipping away its health. That way, the boss's skills are released at predictable intervals. However, if half the boss's health is depleted in a short time, its skills will be unleashed rapidly and repeatedly. A similar situation had occurred earlier when facing the Spider Lord in the Nightmare Mode dungeon. Yet, the Hellhound possesses invincibility skills against Li Fan's burst damage, putting him in an extremely passive position. No matter how high his burst damage potential was now, he couldn't deal any actual damage and could only watch helplessly as his buff timer ran out. 1 second later, the skill buff from the ring, Hunter's Moment, expired, causing a drastic reduction in both attack speed and movement speed. 2 seconds after that, as the cooldowns for Rage of Desperation and Twilight of the Gods ended, Li Fan still found himself powerless against the Hellhound. The Hellhound wasn't idle during its invincible state either, having already unleashed another round of its triple skill combination. The magma surged in waves, multiple tracking ice, with the force of a thunderbolt. Under the coverage of 3 AoE skills, Li Fan couldn't fight nor flee, forced to stand rooted like a punished schoolboy. Fortunately, the moment the Desperate Rage buff disappeared, the passive skill of his legendary helmet, Ares Allen's Will, was simultaneously triggered, entering 3 seconds of invincibility. 2 seconds later, the Cerberus's invincibility finally wore off, but in that same span, its HP had recovered to about 11%, and its damage reflection skill still had roughly 20 seconds remaining. With only 1 second of invincibility left, there's no way I can wipe out its 11% health now. Ha! Is the Manticore Lord about to take flight? Li Fan suddenly saw a glimmer of light. It turned out that while he had been fiercely battling the three-headed Hellhound, the Manticore Lord in the sky had quietly descended to the ground without him noticing, and was now flapping its wings preparing to take off again. Seeing this, an audacious idea sprang to Li Fan's mind. When the Manticore Lord is in flight, it's about 14 or 15 meters above the ground, probably high enough to evade the range of the Thunderous Strike and Lava Surge skills. I wonder if the multi-tracking ice can reach that altitude. Never mind, staying on the ground means certain death. I'll just use the Manticore Lord to fly first. With that thought flashing through his mind, Li Fan quickly dashed to the side of the Manticore Lord, leapt with all his strength, and landed on its back. At the same moment, the Manticore Lord smoothly ascended into the air. Whoosh! The Manticore Lord thrashed violently, but Li Fan clung to its back persistently like sticky taffy, refusing to be shaken off no matter how fiercely it struggled. Once he had somewhat adjusted, Li Fan quickly freed his right hand and thrust his single-edged sword at the Manticore Lord. Squelch, 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 blade meeting flesh. The Scorpius Lord's health began to decline, and at that moment, it unleashed a new skill. Combat log, Scorpius Lord, LV-20 legendary creature, used skill Spine Spike. You have taken skill damage and lost 648 HP. You are afflicted with advanced bleeding status, losing 1% of base HP per second for 10 seconds. Along its spine, a terrifying row of bone spikes, each about 30 centimeters long, suddenly erupted. Li Fan failed to react in time and was struck by the spikes. Fortunately, it wasn't a critical issue. His earlier attacks had already restored his HP above 1,000 points. The Scorpius Lord's skill damage wasn't enough to pose a real threat. Staying in the air, the Hellhound's lava surges and thunderous skills indeed couldn't hit Li Fan anymore. Yet the homing ice shards still fluttered toward him. Li Fan dared not slack off, knowing the homing ice packed considerable damage. He immediately doubled his efforts, hacking furiously at the Manticore Lord. -170/+17, -170/+17, -170/+17, -348/+35. At first, Li Fan kept hacking at the Scorpion Lion Lord's back muscles, but he soon noticed a small, conspicuously bald patch on the back of its head well within his attack range. Stabbing it confirmed that it was indeed a weak spot. From then on, every strike he landed targeted that vulnerable area. After roughly 2 seconds of continuous strikes, the 3 tracking ice spikes had already closed in on Li Fan. -5900, -5900, -2950. 3 massive damage numbers instantly popped up above Li Fan's head. His health, which had just recovered to over half, instantly plummeted to double digits, less than 100 points, and he was afflicted with a movement speed debuff. That was close. If I hadn't blocked that last homing ice spike with a timely shield counter, I'd be dead. Li Fan, who had barely steadied himself as the Griffin Scorpion Lord thrashed about, let out a shaky sigh of relief. He had just endured 2 tracking ice spells in a row, watching his health points plummet to only 30-20, so he decided to take a desperate gamble. Releasing his grip on the Manticore Lord's neck fur with his left hand, he swiftly raised his shield and activated the shield counter skill, successfully reducing the damage of the 3rd tracking ice spell by 50%. Fortunately, he had blocked the pursuing icicles and managed to seize the Manticore Lord's fur in time, otherwise, he'd have fallen to the ground. It was also fortunate that the Hellhound's damage reflection skill couldn't be triggered by a shield's counter reflection, otherwise, Li Fan would have been dead by now. That was close, better suck some blood while I can. Li Fan clung to the Scorpion Lion Lord's back, seizing the moment to keep dealing damage with the one-handed sword in his right hand. 348/+35. 348/+35. On the ground, the Hell Cerberus had passed its most frenzied phase, its health had recovered by over 100,000, and its skills became less frequent. It seemed somewhat helpless against Li Fan's tactic of using the Manticore Lord as a flying mount. By attacking the Manticore Lord, Li Fan successfully restored his health to full. He then slowed down his offensive pace. In his eyes, the Manticore Lord was far too valuable a tool, he couldn't bear to kill it before finishing off the Hell Cerberus. Before long, the Hellhound's damage reflection skill duration had ended. Its massive frame meant Li Fan, clinging to the Manticore Lord's back, discovered he could just barely hit it with his sword aura at maximum range. Thus began the shameless spectacle of the Manticore Lord essentially becoming Li Fan's aerial mount and ally. From its back, Li Fan continuously launched sword aura attacks at the ground-bound Hellhound, which could do little in retaliation. Occasionally it would fire a homing ice spike, deadly with its guaranteed hit, but Li Fan grew adept at handling them. Though damaging, the lost health could be recovered through attack absorption, and when needed, a well-timed shield deflect could mitigate the impact. The true kiting tactic. Li Fan was having more and more fun, experiencing the joy of a ranged class toying with a boss. However, this tactic came to an end when the Manticore Lord landed back on the ground. Just as the Hellhound was eagerly preparing to finish off Li Fan's epic ring and legendary necklace subdued it first. Dizziness, paralysis. The Hellhound was once again controlled for over 3 seconds. This time, Li Fan didn't give it another chance to wake up. After casting Phantom Dance, which had just come off cooldown, he unleashed a torrent of slashes and finished off the weakened beast. Chapter 48, 12-star Evaluation Hidden Advancement Class, Rankings released. In this kind of terrain restriction, taking on an epic boss is still a bit too much for me, my stats simply aren't high enough. Fortunately, I managed to pull it off in the end. Next, if I take down the Manticore Lord, I should be able to get the 10-star profession reward, right? After defeating the Hellhound, Li Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Even though the Manticore Lord was still alive, a mere LV-20 legendary creature was no longer worthy of his attention. As expected, the subsequent battle went smoothly without any complications, and the Manticore Lord soon followed the Hellhound's footsteps into oblivion. Notification: you have eliminated all creatures within the dungeon. The dungeon trial has ended prematurely. Notification: due to your exceptional performance, congratulations on unlocking a hidden promotion to a maximum 12-star rated advanced class. Notification: please choose between Sword and Shield Ranger or Shield Armor Master as your new profession. There's actually a 12-star rated class? Li Fan was stunned. In his memory, the best reward was only a promotion class with a 10-star rating. What the hell is this 12-star thing? The requirement was to survive for 30 minutes, but I wiped out all the monsters ahead of time, so I unlocked a hidden reward? Great, just perfect. Let me take a look. What's the difference between the Sword and Shield Ranger and the Shield Armor Master? Li Fan excitedly rubbed his hands together as he checked out the brief descriptions of the two advanced professions. Sword and Shield Ranger, an advanced profession created in ancient times by the demigod Aragorn, uses either a two-handed greatsword or a one-handed shield plus one-handed sword. Combat is highly mobile, combining self-defense with dazzling and powerful offensive capabilities. 12-star Evaluation Profession Bonus: base strength and stamina increased by 100 points, agility increased by 200 points, gains 60 free attribute points per level up, and immediately learns 3 legendary quality skills upon job change. Shield Armor Master, an advanced profession created by the demigod Geishur in ancient times, specializing in two-handed great shields or single-handed sword plus single-handed shield weapons. Excels in defense with outstanding damage mitigation capabilities. 12-star Evaluation Profession Bonus: base strength and stamina increased by 200 points, base physical defense and magic defense increased by 20%, HP increased by 50%, gains 60 free attribute points per level up, and immediately learns 3 legendary quality skills upon job change. After reading the brief descriptions of the two professions, Li Fan made his choice without hesitation. Sword and Shield Ranger: it must be Sword and Shield Ranger. Both professions offer the same bonus to free attribute points gained through leveling up. The Sword and Shield Ranger has offensive capabilities, perfectly aligning with Li Fan's needs. The best defense is to go all out with offense. After all, if you take out the boss in 1 second, you won't need to defend at all. Although the description of the Shield Armor Master also seemed quite practical, Li Fan felt it wasn't suitable for him. This introduction, these class bonuses, clearly indicate a pure tank frontline playstyle.
Choosing it wouldn't synergize well with my SSS tier talent that increases agility. Li Fan didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed his choice.
Notice, you have successfully advanced to the first tier class, Sword and Shield Ranger. Notice, your strength and stamina have increased by 100 points, agility by 200 points, and you will gain 60 free attribute points per level until reaching LV 41. Notice, you have automatically mastered the legendary skills Sword and Shield Art, Deadly Slash, and Storm Sword Technique. Notice, you are the first player on the entire server to advance to a first tier class.
Congratulations on receiving 100 free attribute points. A server-wide announcement is imminent. Would you like to hide your name? Do not hide.
After making the same choice as before, Li Fan focused all his attention on the information about the 3 newly acquired skills. Server-wide announcement, player Tai Sui-shin, LV20 Sword and Shield Ranger, from M4399 Starter Village has successfully advanced to a first-tier promoted class, earning the reward for being the first player server-wide to achieve class advancement.
His heroic deeds shall be forever remembered in the annals of Endless Sky history. X3. Global announcement. The first player to achieve a class advancement has appeared. The global level and equipment rankings are now open. Players on the leaderboard will receive generous rewards based on their ranking.
All players can view the top 1,000 players in the global level and equipment rankings through their personal interface, X3. The global announcement flashed 6 times in succession. Only an hour had passed since Li Fan's team first cleared the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial, and now another wave of excitement swept through the game. Truly, no sooner had one wave subsided than another arose. Once again, every player in the world of Endless Sky was sent into a frenzy. Oh my god, what's going on? The server-wide announcements are spamming the screen? It's that Tai Sui-shin again. Hey players from M4399 Starter Village, someone explain the situation. Just who is this Tai Sui god demon, to be this freaking insane? The first player to change classes in the entire server, damn. I'm so jealous of that honor. Back when the game was first promoted, it was said that reaching level 20 would require a class advancement trial with difficulty ratings from 1 to 9 stars. Just an hour ago, Tai Sui-shin was still level 19. Could he have completed a low difficulty trial in such a short time? Ha ha ha, if that's really the case, then the God of Plenty is an utter fool. Giving up the chance for a high-ranking profession just to reclassify sooner is like picking up a sesame seed but losing a watermelon, short-sighted to the extreme.
Excellent, simply excellent. It won't be long before I surpass the God of Plenty. Surpassing the Grand Duke of Jupiter?
Dude upstairs, check the leaderboard info before you start talking nonsense.
Hiss, damn it, this guy actually.
The players gazed at the 2 leaderboard notifications, and everyone fell silent. Those players who thought Li Fan was rushing through low-star dungeon trials just to change classes early were completely stunned, because on both of the newly opened leaderboards, Li Fan's name was prominently displayed in the number 1 spot.
Double top rankings. Server-wide level leaderboard.
Record the top 1,000 players in the server-wide level ranking. The list updates in real time when changes occur. Relevant rewards are distributed based on the rankings at exactly 2,400 hours each day, 2,400 hours on the final day of each week, and 2,400 hours on the final day of each month. Daily reward. The first place receives a direct level up, LV plus 1. The second place gains 75% of their current level's experience bar. The third place gains 50% of their current level's experience bar. Rankings 410 gain 30% of their current level's experience bar. Rankings 11-100 gain 20% of their current level's experience bar. And rankings 101-1000 gain 10% of their current level's experience bar. Weekly rewards. First place receives a plus 3 level boost, second place receives a plus 2 level boost, third place receives a plus 1 level boost, ranks 4 to 10 gain 75% of their current level's experience bar, ranks 11 to 100 gain 50% of their current level's experience bar, and ranks 101-1000 gain 30% of their current level's experience bar. Monthly rewards. First place receives an immediate level increase of LV10, second place receives LV7, third place receives LV5, ranks 4 to 10 receive LV3, ranks 11 to 100 receive LV2, and ranks 101-1000 receive LV1. Note, players above LV200 will no longer be included in this ranking statistics. Chapter 49, topping both charts, shocking the entire server. Votes appreciated. The leaderboard in Endless Sky not only grants fame to ranked players but also awards tangible prizes. Taking first place as an example, just the monthly rewards from the leaderboard alone could boost his level by at least LV52. Such terrifying rewards would drive all players completely insane. Although such rewards won't exist once leveling up beyond LV200, reaching LV200 is still a distant goal. For now, no one can resist the allure of the ranking rewards. The rankings on the leaderboard could change at any moment, so so naturally, everyone kept a close eye on the list.
However, the information about the top-ranked player left everyone in utter despair. Server-wide level ranking information.
First place, Grandmaster Tai Sui, Sword and Shield Ranger, LV 2085.67%. Second place, Bloody Jack, Shadow Assassin, LV 1999.96%. Third place, Christina, Necromancer, LV 1999.93%. 40th place, Immortal King, Archer, LV 1999.92%. 1000th place, this tube called Longing, Warrior, LV 1964.80%. Looking at this leaderboard information, players on the game forum fell into discussion.
Damn, even the 1000th ranked player is already level 19? I just hit level 15 and I'm already discouraged. How hardcore are these top players? I'm level 17, the highest in our small team, and I was pretty proud of it. But after checking the leaderboard, I realized I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. There are so many big shot players out there, and the competition is fierce. But that cheat like God, Tai Sui Shin, stands out like a crane among chickens. He's already close to level 21. Players at LV 20 get stuck on the class advancement quest, but Tai Sui Shin's already broken through. He can keep leveling now, so don't be fooled by that one level lead over second place. The actual gap is huge. Damn it, how the hell did Tai Sui Shin pull this off? This dude's on another level, holy shit. The great god Tai Sui is one of us Koreans, you know. Although everyone knew there were many players in Endless Sky and expected fierce competition in the game, no one anticipated it would be this cutthroat. Players ranked from 2nd to 1000th were all stuck at level 19, what an intense competition. While lamenting the difficulty of ranking up, many gained a concrete understanding of just how far Li Fan was ahead. Damn, with 200 to 300 million players in this entire game, how the hell did you manage to stand out so spectacularly? Absolutely unbelievable. And this sense of astonishment only intensified after everyone checked the equipment leaderboard. Server-wide equipment leaderboard. The system conducts comprehensive ratings of each player's equipment, recording the top 1,000 players with the highest equipment scores across the server. The rankings are updated in real time upon any changes. Rewards are distributed based on the rankings at 2400 hours daily, 2400 hours on the last day of each week, and 2400 hours on the last day of each month. Daily rewards. First place receives 1 dark gold treasure chest, second place receives 1 gold treasure chest, third place receives 1 silver treasure chest, places 4 to 10 receive 1 bronze treasure chest, places 11 to 100 receive 1 black iron treasure chest, and places 101 to 1000 receive 10 black iron treasure chest fragments. Note, collecting 20 black iron treasure chest fragments allows synthesis into 1 black iron treasure chest. These fragments can only be used to synthesize black iron treasure chests. All rewarded chests will yield items appropriate to the recipient's level at the time of acquisition. Weekly rewards. First place receives 1 legendary treasure chest, second place receives 1 dark gold treasure chest, third place receives 1 gold treasure chest, places 4 to 10 receive 1 silver treasure chest, places 11 to 100 receive 1 bronze treasure chest, and places 101 to 1000 receive 1 black iron treasure chest. Monthly rewards. First place receives 1 epic treasure chest, second place receives 1 legendary treasure chest, third place receives 1 dark gold treasure chest, places 4 to 10 receive 1 gold treasure chest, places 11 to 100 receive 1 silver treasure chest, and places 101, 1000 receive 1 bronze treasure chest. Note, players exceeding LV 200 will no longer be included in this ranking statistics. Global equipment ranking list information. 1 SD place, Grand Jupiter, Sword and Shield Ranger, equipment Silver Ring of the Hunting God, LV 15 Epic Ring, 1033 points, equipment Old Helmet of War God Allen, LV 18 Legendary Helmet, 417 points. Equipment Thorn Shield, LV 10 Silver Offhand Weapon, 66 points. Total equipment score, 3,450 points. 2ND place, Violet Fairy, Warrior, equipment Stormblade, LV 19 Legendary Two-Handed Weapon, 777 points. Equipment Radiant Helmet, LV 18 Legendary Helmet, 398 points. Total equipment score, 1,739 points. 3RD place, Chi-Chi, Assassin, equipment Crescent Dagger, LV 18 Dark Gold Main Weapon, 265 points. Equipment Plague Earring, LV 18 Dark Gold Earring, 233 points. Total equipment score, 1,035 points. 40th place, Aim and Shoot, Archer, equipment Explosive Quiver, LV 18 Dark Gold Offhand Weapon, 230 points. Equipment Storm Crossbow, LV 19 Gold Main Weapon, 149 points. Total equipment score, 888 points. Rank 5, Bloody Jack, Shadow Assassin, equipment Demon Horn Dagger, LV 17 Dark Gold Main Weapon, 240 points. Equipment Nightglow Armor, LV 15 Gold Chest Piece,
136 points. Total equipment score, 871 points. Noah 1000, this one's called Longing, Warrior, equipped with Fine Iron Greatsword, LV16 Bronze Two-Handed Weapon, 55 points. Equipped with Chainmail, LV16 Bronze Chest Piece, 27 points. Total equipment score, 298 points. Just like the server-wide level rankings, the equipment rankings also offer excellent rewards. But unlike the server-wide level rankings, 9 out of the top 15 players on the equipment ranking list were those who had previously appeared alongside Tai Suishin in the first clear announcements. In other words, they were members of the Phoenix Pioneering team. Holy shit, he's already got epic tier gear? That's just insane. Fuck me, I haven't even scraped together a full set of starter whites yet, and Tai Suishin already has epic equipment? This gap is fucking brutal. I'm gonna go cry in a corner. Look closely, out of the top 15 ranked players, 9 are veterans who cleared nightmare dungeons with Tai Suishin. These guys have left us in the dust. Wait, the strongest boss in Nightmare Mode Spider Cave Trial is only legendary tier, right? How the hell did Tai Suishin get an epic ring? God damn it, he's definitely cheating. 10 grand for Tai Suigod's buff. Know what I mean MMM. With such high ranking rewards, isn't this just encouraging the bad trend of the strong getting stronger and the weak getting weaker? My mentality's wrecked. I'm heading to the forums to report this right now. The players were shocked. Just a few days into the server launch, mainstream players could only dream of obtaining a single piece of black iron equipment, while most were barely scraping together a full set of basic white gear. The top rankings list is filled with all sorts of shadow gold, legendary equipment, and even epic gear. This is absolutely insane. Thus, under the instigation of certain ill-intentioned individuals, the forum posts calling out God Tasha with real name accusations grew increasingly explosive. Just when everyone assumed the game officials would take until tomorrow at the earliest to respond, no one expected them to issue their statement on the very same day. Chapter 50, Official Announcement Posted, The Greatest Scam in Endless Sky Exposed. Post title, Official Response Regarding Reports About Player Tai Suishin. Post author, Endless Sky I-Core System. Content, over the past hour, tens of thousands of players have submitted reports alleging abnormal game data for player Tai Suishin. After thorough inspection by this AI core system, we hereby announce that Tai Suishin's game data shows no irregularities whatsoever, with no evidence of third-party plugins or exploitation of game bugs. The primary reason Tai Suishin's character strength stands in a league of its own lies in his fortunate acquisition of a high-quality innate talent. More crucially, he has diligently leveraged said talent to secure multiple first-kill rewards against various bosses. Additionally, his achievements include obtaining several life essences, note, permanently increases attributes, from boss encounters, alongside rewards from hidden quests. Through these combined efforts, he has rightfully ascended to the top of both the level and equipment leaderboards at this stage. Let me reiterate once again, Endless Sky has zero game bugs, and no third-party plugins can influence gameplay. This game provides a completely fair environment for all players. Do you want to become the next Tai Suigod? Then work hard. With enough effort and a little luck, perhaps you could become the next Tai Suigod, the new #1 player on the global leaderboard. 1L, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Fighter. First comment. 2L, my wife is Misaka Makoto. Wow, the official response came so fast. Grabbing a front row seat to watch the drama. 3L, NoFap Day 3 Endless Sky Intelligent Core System? Just say it's the game devs. Why such a fancy name? But I'm pretty satisfied with this announcement. Seems like Tai Suishin is just a lucky dude for now. I'll still have a chance to surpass him later. 4L, call me handsome. Exactly. Endless Sky is a game endorsed by the 5 permanent UN members. There's no way cheats exist. Now everyone can relax. Tai Suishin is just a lucky guy. The next lucky one might be you. 5L, is Conan over in 2042 yet? The official announcement is out. Now I can relax. So envious of Tai Suishin's insane luck and his skills. Hope I can farm more life essences next and maybe stumble upon a hidden quest too. 19L, Monarch Master Ma. I've been grinding hard too. Damn it, why am I still miles behind Tai Suishin? Well, this explanation makes sense at least. I'll keep pushing. Dual leaderboard domination? Nah, my goal's simpler. Just becoming the server's top warrior. 20L, loves magic spinning circles. Bow down to this Monarch Ascendant Guild Whale. Just checked, rank 77 on levels, rank 81 on gear. Definitely top 10 warriors server-wide. Kneels respectfully. 99L, Blood War Alliance Knight Phantom. I've been working hard too. My team has even obtained life essence drops, and I'm currently doing a hidden quest myself. But why is the gap between me and Suishin so enormous? Could someone reveal what quality Tai Suishin's innate talent actually is and what it does? I'm dying of curiosity. 100L, bunnies are so cute. Why hit them? Paying respects to the Blood War Alliance Guild Master above. Regarding your question, my guess is Tai Suishin possesses an SSS tier talent. There's no other way he could be this godly. 101L, art is rewarding yourself. Note the post content. The core AI system of Endless Sky stated Tai Suishin's talent is nearly decent. Probably not SSS tier. My bet's on S tier or SS tier.
plus it's an early game talent, that's why he's dominating.
102L, traditional craftsmanship enthusiast for 20 years. I second our friend upstairs theory. 498L, Monarch Eternal Sovereign 30 million base salary plus bonuses, sincerely hiring the god of Jupiter for offline contract. 10k red envelope reward for providing valid contact info. 499L, Blood War Alliance Domain Conqueror 31 million base salary plus bonuses, sincerely inviting the god of Jupiter to join our team. 10k red envelope reward for valid contact info. 500L, Leader of Justice League 32 million base salary plus bonuses, sincerely recruiting the god of Jupiter. Flexible terms, plenty of female companions. 10k red envelope for valid contact details. 501L, Great Jupiter God deal. This god of Jupiter is tempted. First wire me 50 to prove your sincerity. 8848L, Super Invincible Elementary Student. Haha, I also got an awesome talent. So the only difference between me and God of Jupiter was that I wasn't working hard enough and was just slightly unlucky? Haha, alright then. Everyone just wait and see, I'll surpass God of Jupiter and become the new server-wide top player within a month. 8849L, Balder but not stronger. The confidence of an elementary schooler. How nice. I hope you'll never have to realize you're actually trash like I did. 8850L, champion from the cosmic superpower country god of Jupiter is actually from Korea, you know. 8851L, master of American I-800. Damn, these Koreans are at it again with their cultural appropriation. I'm gonna kick your ass so hard with my leather shoes. A single post sparked countless discussions among onlookers. Because this was an official game announcement regarding the reported player Taiswation, a topic no player could ignore. The vast majority were satisfied with the post's content. According to the official explanation, Taiswation's extraordinary strength resulted solely from personal effort and a dash of luck, a replicable formula. No need to mention effort, it all comes down to gaming talent. How many gamers don't have absolute confidence in themselves? If Taiswation worked hard, we could work even harder than him. And luck, when you get down to it, Taiswation's strength just came from drawing a good starting talent at the beginning. The talent lottery is essentially a one-time gamble. Taiswation only stands out because he won against others, that's completely normal. However, in the world of Endless Sky, talent is far from the sole factor determining one's combat strength. There are countless paths to becoming stronger here. Taiswation, don't get too cocky yet. Just wait, we'll surpass you sooner or later. Replies echoing this sentiment frequently appeared throughout the forum thread. The vast majority of players were brimming with confidence in themselves. However, only after some time had passed, when they saw the name Taiswation persistently occupying the top spot across all the server's leaderboards, did these players suddenly realize just how foolish they had been initially. Endless Sky Smart Core System, you big liar. However, by that time, the game had already merged with the real world, and extraterrestrial monsters invaded planet Aquamarine. While players complained, they were also grateful for what was jokingly called the biggest scam in Endless Sky history, that intentionally misleading post. Because of its deliberate misdirection, everyone worked harder to become stronger in the game, which inadvertently gave them more self-defense capabilities when the crisis arrived. Of course, all this came much later. At this very moment, when the official announcement post appeared on the game forum, Li Fan had already finished reviewing the information about the 3 legendary quality new skills of his freshly acquired class. Chapter 51, 3 legendary skills, speedrunning hidden scenarios, must-read request, LV2 sword shield technique, legendary quality. Passive skill, when wielding a greatsword weapon, the sword can be used as a shield, activating shield blocking type skills and increasing the actual effect of shield blocking skills by 20%. LV2 fatal slash, legendary quality. Active skill, adopt a quick draw stance to rapidly unleash 10 consecutive sword beams, each 20 meters long, in a fan-shaped area forward at 150% of maximum attack speed. Each sword beam deals 325% physical attack damage with piercing effect, capable of hitting multiple enemies within range. Skill consumes 260 MP with a 30-second cooldown. LV2 Storm Swordsmanship, legendary quality. Passive skill, increases base attack speed by 20%, and successful attacks reduce the enemy's physical defense by 30 points. Effect lasts for 30 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. 3 legendary quality skills, 2 passive and 1 active. In Li Fan's view, all 3 skills were highly practical. The Sword and Shield Ranger class now allows me to wield two-handed greatswords. While greatswords undoubtedly deliver greater attack power than single-handed swords, what happens when facing emergencies while armed with such weapons? The Sword and Shield technique skill enables Li Fan to use his two-handed greatsword as an improvised shield when necessary, providing both offense and survival capabilities. Of course, this all depends on Li Fan first acquiring a suitable two-handed greatsword for himself.
His current golden tier weapon, Blood Drinker, has indeed become somewhat outdated.
Were it not for its indestructible property, Li Fan would have sold it long ago. Considering other players' capabilities, Li Fan will have to rely solely on his own efforts when it comes to switching weapons.
Fortunately, this isn't an urgent matter for now. As for the active skill Deadly Slash, Li Fan considers it a decent small area of effectability.
With a substantial range, penetrating sword energy, and a short cooldown, he expects to use it frequently in the future. As for Storm Sword Art, honestly, this skill surprised Li Fan the most. High-tier bosses often have ridiculously high physical defense. Despite having defeated a LV-20 epic boss like the Hellhound, his physical attack stat was practically useless during the battle. His damage output relied entirely on the true damage from his innate talents. With the physical defense reduction effect from Storm Swordsmanship, I can now consider reallocating my free attribute points to strength. After all, stacking stamina was a forced decision when my damage output was insufficient. If my attacks become powerful enough to defeat bosses faster, it indirectly increases my margin for error. I'll keep these free attribute points from the first class advancement for now and reassess later.
The physical defense reduction from LV2 Storm Swordsmanship isn't significant yet.
I'll wait until it levels up a few more times before deciding whether to invest in strength and how much to invest.
Next, it's time to acquire Warrior's Heart.
Thinking of this, Li Fan fished out the dungeon key from his backpack. This was the special item required to enter the hidden dungeon, Wolf Tribe Altar. It could be used anytime and anywhere, offering 10 entry opportunities at most, with each entry allowing a team of up to 10 players. Since the Wolf Tribe Altar didn't enforce any strict team size restrictions, Li Fan decided to go in alone first to check it out. A hidden dungeon is equivalent to the highest difficulty of a public dungeon. A level 20 dungeon should be a breeze for someone of my strength,
Li Fan thought to himself as he simultaneously activated the dungeon key.
Notice, the party leader has chosen to enter the hidden dungeon Wolf Clan Altar.
Notice, time limit for the dungeon is 60 minutes.
Clear condition, defeat the Silver Wolf Chieftain, level 20 legendary creature. Warning, in the current mode, the dungeon air contains trace toxins.
All challengers lose 4 HP per second.
Li Fan's vision blurred as he found himself transported into a mountain valley environment.
This was the starting point inside the Wolf Tribe Altar dungeon. The dungeon's strongest boss was only a LV-20 legendary tier enemy anyway. Without further ado, Li Fan proceeded to bulldoze his way straight through. A bronze-ranked silver wolf? Instantly obliterated. A silver-ranked silver wolf? Same fate, instantly annihilated. A golden-ranked boss? The Silver Wolf King?
Li Fan had already slain it once before. Now, inside the dungeon, though the Wolf King's level has scaled to LV-20, Li Fan's strength is far beyond what it used to be.
The fight is even easier now. A dark gold boss, the Silver Wolf Lord? Slightly troublesome. It took Li Fan a full 10 seconds to take it down.
Its strength was admittedly formidable.
And the final boss, the Silver Wolf Chieftain?
This guy truly lives up to being a legendary boss from a hidden dungeon. His strength is extraordinary, making him even more troublesome to fight than the Spider Lord. On top of that, he has annoying reflect damage skills and damage-absorbing shield-type abilities.
It took Li Fan over 2 minutes to finally take him down. Counting the time spent traveling and searching for the boss, Li Fan's entire clear took just over 6 minutes. Notice, you have successfully cleared the Dungeon Wolf Clan Altar with an SSS rating.
You have received 1.4 million EXP as clearance rewards, as well as 1 times Legendary Treasure Chest, LV-20.
Notice, you have leveled up. Current level, LV-21.
Notice, your quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge, final chapter, has been completed.
You may now claim your rewards from Blacksmith Morin.
Notice, as the first player in the server to clear the Wolf Clan Altered Dungeon, you have been awarded the first clear bonus, 300 free attribute points, the title Wolf Clan Nemesis, and 1 times Epic Treasure Chest, LV-20. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly.
Would you like to hide your name?
System notice, the Wolf Clan Altar hidden dungeon you've cleared will automatically become a public dungeon accessible to all players after your first clear. For the next 7 days, drop rates will be temporarily increased by 20%. As compensation, you may charge an entry fee to players attempting this dungeon. Since the dungeon level is too low, only in-game currency is allowed with a maximum limit of 1 silver coin.
Would you like to charge an entry fee?
Please confirm this setting within 10 seconds. Timeout will default to free entry.
Make it public. Charge the fee, set it at 1 silver coin.
Li Fan made the decision without a second thought. After completing a hidden dungeon, it turns into a public one, something he had experienced in his past life, so he was already prepared for the paywall.
Free? Not a chance. Want to raid? Everyone's paying up, hee hee hee.
Li Fan muttered to himself before happily checking his dungeon loot. Inside the dungeon, he had obtained over 60 bronze and silver tier items, 7 gold tier pieces, 3 dark gold items, and 1 legendary equipment, along with 5 skill books of varying quality. Among these, only one pair of dark gold quality boots and one pair of legendary quality pants were usable by Li Fan himself. The dark gold quality boots had a 15% movement speed increase effect, which was extremely useful, along with a quirky yet practical active skill called Make a Swift Exit. When activated, it could grant an additional 100% movement speed for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 minutes. As for the legendary pants, they provided exceptionally high defense and stamina attribute bonuses, as well as a passive skill buff, increase life recovery effect by 40%. Bloodsucking should count as a life recovery effect, right? Perfect. These suit him very well. The only drawback was that none of the 5 skill books were usable by Li Fan, they were just merchandise waiting to be dealt with. Let me see what this ordinary epic treasure chest can give me. Hiss hiss hiss, talk about getting exactly what you hoped for, this is awesome. After opening the epic treasure chest, Li Fan couldn't help but break into a wide grin at the sight of the epic greatsword that appeared before him. Chapter 52, Warrior's Heart obtained. Perfect epic two-handed greatsword acquired. Server announcement: the hidden dungeon Wolf Clan altar has been cleared by the brave challenger Tai Suishan, LV22 warrior, from M4399 Beginner Village, earning the server's first clear reward. His heroic deeds will forever be remembered in the annals of Endless Sky, X3. Server announcement: Wolf Clan altar has been converted into a public dungeon, open to all LV20 players, with a 20% increase in drop rates for the next 7 days. All players are welcome to take on the challenge, X3. The announcements for the first class advancements and leaderboard updates had barely settled when yet another server-wide announcement started flooding the feed. Players were shocked yet again. Another announcement? And it's Taishishin again? Will this ever end? Just go ahead and kill me with shock already. I'm completely stunned. Damn, that lucky bastard. Did you guys see the official game announcement on the forum? The God of Age is just a bit luckier. Don't be jealous. We'll catch up to him eventually. God of Age, can you tone down the grinding? Log off and take a break, will you? Wait for the rest of us common players. God of Age actually did something good this time. We've got new dungeons to raid. Now we won't have to grind mobs until level 20. Sweet. Damn. What's this? We have to pay to enter this dungeon? Ugh, for that 20% drop rate buff, I'll just grit my teeth and pay. Players chattered away excitedly or numbly. The first server-wide announcement shocked everyone, so did the second one, but by now many had grown numb to the constant surprises. After a few brief exchanges, everyone turned their attention to the brand new dungeon, the Wolf Clan altar. Unfortunately, this dungeon requires players to be at least level 20 to challenge, and mainstream players are still quite a ways off from reaching level 20. Li Fan, on his end, was gleefully inspecting the attributes of the epic quality two-handed greatsword he had obtained from the first clear treasure chest. Equipment: Blade of Justice's Judgment. Durability: 500/500. Quality: epic. Grade: perfect. Usage requirement: level 20 or above, melee professions capable of wielding two-handed weapons, strength stat of 500 or higher. Attribute 1, physical attack plus 850, magic attack plus 700, strength plus 210. Attribute 2, physical attack power plus 15%. Attribute 3, strength plus 210. Attribute 4, attacks gain light attribute. Attribute 5, light attribute attack plus 16%. Attribute 6, judgment power, a passive skill whereby slaying an epic tier creature of equal or higher level permanently increases the equipment space attributes by 10%. Upon killing 10 epic creatures, the equipment will automatically evolve into mythic quality. Attribute 7, Justice Verdict, active skill, when activated, lock onto an enemy and forcibly teleport both yourself and the target to a secondary spatial arena. Absorb 10% of the target's core 4-dimensional attributes. Only upon one party's death will the combatants automatically return. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Perfect grade epic two-handed greatsword, 7 attributes, exceptionally high base bonuses, and most importantly, it can be upgraded to mythic quality in the future. You should know that mythic tier equipment can generally only be dropped by slaying deity-level bosses. In Li Fan's previous life, even after struggling for 10 years, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of mythic tier equipment. It was said that the world's top powerhouse, Caesar the Great, possessed only one piece of mythic tier equipment at the time. This is because in Endless Sky, though legendary bosses and deity bosses are separated by just one tier, their power disparity is as vast as heaven and earth. This gap isn't just reflected in basic attributes, the difference in skills and other aspects is even more exaggerated. Take mythical bosses for example, they all possess some form of domain-type skill that exerts an absurdly overwhelming suppression on creatures below the epic tier. Even a level 200 epic tier powerhouse would be fortunate to exhibit 60 to 70% of their full strength when facing a level 20 mythical creature. Defeating them might be possible, but actual annihilation is as difficult as climbing to heaven. After all, deity-class bosses possess high intelligence, even golden bosses know to flee when outmatched, and these beings have mastered this principle to perfection. Thus, obtaining a single piece of mythical equipment is truly, profoundly difficult.
This Justice Executioner blade can advance to mythic quality? Li Fan was grinning from ear to ear. Refreshing. In the future, once I upgrade this weapon to mythic tier, I'll be able to use it all the way to level 100 without any issues. Li Fan happily grasped the blade of righteous judgment in his hand while taking a glance at his updated personal stats. Character, Grand Duke of Jupiter. Basic attributes. Level, LV21, 2.48 mil/3.2 mil. Class, Sword and Shield Ranger. HP, 24,008. MP, 6050. Attack, Physical 2122, Magic 1078. Defense, Physical 1490, Magic 1415. Attributes, Strength 996, Agility 12292, Spirit 378, Stamina 1245. Free attribute points, 460. Maximum attack speed, 147.60 hits/second. Maximum movement speed, 294.21 meters/second. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent, Light's Blessing, Phase 2, SSS-Rank. Equipment and skills, details omitted. Special, Light Attribute Attack, 16%. Before reaching level 20, players level up in easy mode, but from level 20 onwards, the required experience points skyrocket. This is why Li Fan only gained one level after single-handedly completing the Werewolf Altar for the first time. The first clear reward title enemy of the Wolfkin is a special title. While its base attributes are inferior to the current Conqueror of Nightmares, it features an additional 13% increased damage against Wolfkin monsters, which might prove useful in the future. This physical attack power has increased about fourfold compared to before the job advancement. My defense hasn't improved much. Though my stamina increased slightly and I upgraded 2 better armor pieces, losing my shield means my overall defenses remain unchanged. But if needed later, I can simply allocate free attribute points to stamina. Now, it's time to hand in that quest. Li Fan admired his brand new status panel for quite some time before finally calming his excitement. Upon exiting the dungeon, he was immediately back in the crowded M4399 starter village dungeon square. Fortunately, the magical mask's camouflage effect remained active, so no one recognized him as the deity Tai Sui. Pushing through the bustling crowd, Li Fan quickly arrived at the novice village's blacksmith shop. Young warrior, thank you for avenging my daughter's death. This old man can never repay your great kindness. Please accept this token of my gratitude without refusal. And here's something I obtained accidentally during my early adventures. I hope you like it. As Blacksmith Morin spoke, prompts simultaneously appeared on Li Fan's interface. System notification, you have received mission rewards, 100,000 EXP, 10 gold coins, and a special item Warrior's Heart. By the way, the old blacksmith added with a grin, this old codger's just a humble smelter. But I'm willing to pour my entire savings into forging you 1 golden tier equipment. What type would you need? This was also part of the mission rewards. Li Fan pondered momentarily. The only silver tier junk equipment left on him was his belt. A belt, he answered offhandedly. Alright, please wait patiently for 3 days. I guarantee it'll be successfully forged by then. Alright, Li Fan gave a perfunctory nod. 3 days? I'm heading to the main city soon. Whether I'll even remember this matter by then remains to be seen. Right now, his attention was completely captivated by the Warrior's Heart. Chapter 53, The Warrior's Heart, Entering the Radiant City. Seeking must-read votes. Item, Warrior's Heart. Type, Special Item. Effect, activates when placed in the inventory. When possessed by a warrior player, grants complete immunity to all crowd control effects. Non-warrior players gain no benefit from this item. Finally got my hands on it. Li Fan looked at the attributes of Warrior's Heart, a happy smile spreading across his face. With this item, he would never have to fear boss-type control skills again. His combat margin for error had just skyrocketed. At first glance, Warrior's Heart appeared to be nothing more than a palm-sized square metal block. Li Fan directly stored it in his backpack, and on his personal panel, an immune to control buff appeared with an unlimited duration. The item is secured a time to head to the main city and continue progressing. So much had happened today, yet in reality, only a few hours had passed. It was still far from Li Fan's usual log-off time. At this thought, he decisively left the blacksmith's place and headed toward the entrance of the beginner's village. Here, there was a magical teleportation array leading to major cities. As long as players reached level 20 and stood within the array, they could follow the system prompts to teleport to any major city they desired. Notice, your level meets the requirements for using the magic teleportation array. Please select your desired destination from the following main cities: Celestial Radiance City, Phoenix Sun City, Blackwater City, Cloudrain City, Gobi Desert City. There are no fewer than 150 main cities in Endless Sky, but players can't just waltz into whichever one they fancy. The selection available depends entirely on which starter village a player hails from.
Currently, Li Fan found himself staring at a list of 32 available choices. With his past life experience, he knew full well that these 32 main cities would be the primary playing area for the vast majority of Dragon Country players like himself until they reached level 60. As for visiting other main cities, that would only become possible after reaching level 60 and the opening of the National War Battlegrounds. Of course, with special opportunities, achieving this earlier wasn't impossible. These things depended primarily on luck, and secondarily on ability. These 32 main cities belong to an NPC faction called the Eastern Prosperity Empire, which in Endless Sky is just one of over 100 nations, a small country clinging to peace in its corner of the world. Luckily, the main cities are vast enough and interconnected through teleportation arrays, so I've got plenty of room to roam before reaching LV60. Though it's a shame I remember some hidden quests in the Western players' cities that I won't be able to snipe now. Let's head to Tianyao City first. After a few seconds of contemplation, Li Fan made his decision. When choosing a main city, his top priority was always the hidden quests he could unlock there. In his memory, there are currently 3 hidden quests he can accept at his current stage. These 3 hidden quests are located in different cities. Upon completing all stages, their rewards are only slightly inferior to Warrior's Heart, but they are still extremely important to Li Fan. Since teleportation arrays connect all 32 main cities, he can choose to go anywhere first. Yet, the reason he decided to go to Tianyao City first was mainly because of an item in his backpack, Li Tianhua's last letter. This item, previously dropped by the Silver Wolf King, required him to seek out the legendary swordsman NPC Li Changqing in Tianyao City. Li Changqing was a high-ranking NPC, and with the Li Changqing's concerns, quest, no one in Li Fan's past 10 years had ever met the conditions to accept it. Therefore, he was extremely curious about the specifics of this quest and what rewards it offered. Notification: you have chosen to travel to Sky Glory City. This teleportation requires a fee of 1 gold coin. Payment will grant immediate teleportation. Notification: you have paid the fee. Teleporting in progress. Teleportation complete. Notification: you have entered Sky Glory City. Your current location is near the Southern City Teleportation Array. Teleportation fee, 1 gold coin. At current market prices in M4399 Starter Village, that amounts to several thousand Dragon Country currency. Li Fan genuinely sympathizes with the average player's wallets. Unlike me, for me, a single gold coin is just pocket change. Just as Li Fan was thinking this, suddenly, murmurs of discussion reached his ears. Brother Chen, it's been decades since we last saw a chosen one. Do you really think there's any point in the higher-ups stationing us here? We're just ordinary soldiers. The higher-ups must have their reasons for doing this. All we need to do is follow orders. Isn't it nice to get paid effortlessly? That sounds about right. As long as it doesn't interfere with collecting our pay, it's no problem. But speaking of which, Brother Chen, do you think those legends about the Chosen Ones are actually true? The Chosen Ones appear periodically in our Eastern Glory Empire. Legend says they are immortal, the best at battling demons. Brother Sun, did someone just appear in the Chosen One's teleportation array? Or are my eyes playing tricks on me? No, your eyes aren't playing tricks, there's really someone here. Good heavens, this teleportation array can only be used by the Chosen One. The Chosen One has appeared. Li Fan turned toward the voice and saw 2 NPC soldiers clad in leather armor and carrying spears, staring at him in wide-eyed astonishment. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. In the world of Endless Sky, the NPCs in the newcomer villages were few in number and not particularly intelligent. But in the main cities, they were an entirely different existence. They experienced joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, possess their own thoughts, and have their own civilizations. The difference from humans lies in one group's ability to freely travel between reality and the virtual world, while NPCs can only exist within the virtual world. In the eyes of NPCs, Chosen Ones is a special term used to refer to the player community. With his decade of past life experience, Li Fan knew very well that the Chosen Ones were not appearing in the Endless Sky world for the first time. The Chosen Ones from before were players from other worlds. Li Fan only learned this after the game merged with reality in his past life. In the eyes of NPCs, the Chosen Ones are an extremely peculiar group, neither dying nor perishing, with astonishing growth potential. NPCs don't actually live in safe environments. Taking the Eastern Splendor Empire as an example, aside from the major cities which serve as relatively safe living areas, the wilderness beyond city borders is filled with dangers. Moreover, there are settlements of intelligent magical creatures constantly warring with the Empire's NPC factions. The arrival of the Chosen One signifies that NPCs have gained powerful allies, which explains why these 2 NPC soldiers are so excited. Greetings, I'm a Chosen One. I have urgent business meeting Li Changqing. Could you take me to see him? After exchanging pleasantries with the 2 NPC soldiers, Li Fan got straight to the point. Percent. Don't waste time beating around the bush with NPCs, just treat them like ordinary people and say what you mean directly. You actually know Sword Saintly? But no, you must come with us to see the city lord first. Sword Saintly is the strongest person in our Sky Glory city.
I thought many chosen ones acted lawlessly, why can't we meet Sword Saintly first instead?
Then you take him to see Lordly first, while I'll report to the city lord. My goodness, the chosen one has really appeared, it feels like a dream. The two NPC soldiers exchanged a few words. One of them led Li Fan to Li Changsheng, while the other went to inform the city lord.
Chapter 54, Legendary LV-90 NPC Li Changsheng.
These two NPCs were specialized guards stationed at the Celestial's teleportation array, soldiers dedicated to protecting the passage. Li Fan's appearance was taken very seriously by them, because history had shown that when the first chosen one appears, countless others are bound to follow. Although they were surprised by how Li Fan knew Li Changsheng's name, as the strongest native NPC in Tianyao City, they were naturally willing to take him to meet Li Changsheng. After all, the chosen ones were notorious for their lawlessness, so taking them to meet important figures was only natural.
Tianyao City had many native NPC residents, resembling an ancient city from the Dragon Nation.
Fresh twists for sale, delicious and cheap wines, fried dough twists, only 10 coppers each. Rock sugar-coated haws, 12 coppers each. Come take a look.
Mom, I want to eat candied hawthorns. Eat? Is one enough?
That's enough. Thank you, Mom. Through the bustling crowd, it wasn't long before Li Fan, led by NPC soldiers, arrived at the gate of a grand courtyard with 3 intersections. The NPC soldiers stepped forward to converse briefly with the gatekeepers. After about 5 minutes, an elderly man with white hair and crane-like features hurried out, carrying an azure blue longsword.
Truly one of the chosen ones.
After 60 years, the chosen one has finally appeared again. Good, excellent. Tai Sui God, I, Li Changsheng, on behalf of the Eastern Splendor Empire, welcome your arrival. This old man was none other than Li Changsheng, the legendary swordsman of the Eastern Hua Empire. The moment he laid eyes on Li Fan, his beard trembled with excitement.
Li Fan understood why he was excited.
Because according to the events of his past life, the Eastern Glory Empire was besieged by crises at this time. Various intelligent monster tribes beyond its borders were itching to make a move, and the appearance of players could be of immense help to the natives of Eastern Glory. Ordinary NPC natives might not understand the significance of the chosen ones, but someone in Li Changsheng's position as a high-ranking imperial official certainly would. However, after a brief surge of excitement, a trace of doubt and caution flashed through Li Changsheng's eyes. The Eastern Glory Empire has stood for over 1,000 years, with historical records mentioning 6 appearances of the chosen ones. There have long been established rules regarding their reception and governance. God Tai Sui, you were supposed to meet the city lord at his residence first, then receive legal discipline at the Chosen Ones department.
Why did you insist on seeing me first? Do you know me? And what is this important matter you spoke of?
Li Changsheng fired off a series of questions.
Players had to undergo legal discipline from the NPC Chosen Ones department upon entering the main city?
Whenever Li Changsheng mentioned this, Li Fan couldn't help but feel sorry for his past self.
To the native inhabitants of the game world, the player community was nothing less than the 4th cataclysm.
Players are like ticking time bombs, they could either save the world or treat it as their plaything, toying with it however they please.
Players can build worlds in the game, but they can also destroy them.
In some ways, their destructive potential far surpasses even the game's ultimate villain bosses.
The native NPCs of the Endless Sky World are already well acquainted with players and their lawless nature.
As a result, a robust system of player management, or education, has long been in place. Take, for example, an ordinary player stepping into the main city for the first time after leaving the starter village.
The first thing upon entering was being forcibly dragged by NPC soldiers to undergo administrative training.
Only after memorizing relevant laws, passing assessments, and completing procedures would NPC soldiers grant freedom of movement. Though NPCs had minimal moral requirements for players, the legal code, however condensed, still exceeded 3,000 characters. Back then, Li Fan spent several days memorizing before finally passing the assessment to gain free movement privileges.
Recalling this now, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness.
God knows how long it had been since he'd last memorized anything after graduating.
These local NPCs are so damn rude.
Thankfully, everything from his past life was over now. This life wouldn't be such a hassle. I picked this up by chance after killing a gold-tier war-beast monster.
Li Fan didn't bother explaining Changsheng's doubts.
Without hesitation, he took out Li Tianhua's last letter from his backpack and handed it over. At the same time, he also glanced at Li Changsheng's brief information.
Name, Li Changsheng. Strength, LV-90 Legendary Tier. Attributes, Skill. Note, one of the strongest legendary swordsmen of the Eastern Glory Empire. LV-90 Legendary Tier. Li Fan stared at the status panel, unable to resist imagining what rare loot the enemy might drop. The level gap was too vast. Though he couldn't see the opponent's specific attributes and skills, his chances of winning were practically non-existent at present. Moreover, the consequences of attacking an NPC were far too severe.
Shaking his head vehemently, Li Fan swiftly dismissed this dangerous line of thought. On the other side, Li Changxing took the letter of inheritance and skimmed through it briefly, his eyes instantly clouded with sorrow.
This is Huazi's letter. Huazi is dead. My dear grandson. Who would have thought that Li Changxing would live to see the day when the old bury the young?
After waiting a moment and seeing him calm down a bit, Li Fan seized the opportunity to say, "My condolences.
Is there anything I can do to help you?"
Great Sui God, thank you for bringing my grandson's last letter to me. But, Li Changsheng sized up Li Fan with a glance before shaking his head involuntarily.
Your current strength is still too weak. Wait for some time, then I'll.
Before Li Changsheng could finish his words, his eyes widened instantly, because Li Fan directly showcased his power right in front of him without another word.
This kind of situation was all too familiar, just NPCs underestimating players, wasn't it? He knew just how to handle it, exactly how he'd triggered that hidden quest with the blacksmith mooring back in the beginner village. Now he'd simply do it again. Whoosh, 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 150 strikes per second. The sheer frequency left Li Changsheng wide-eyed, his remaining words choking in his throat. I misjudged you to possess such astonishing strength. No wonder you're the first chosen one to arrive at Tianyao City.
In that case, there is indeed something I need your help with.
As Li Changsheng finished speaking, a notification appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notification, you've triggered the hidden quest. Li Changsheng's worries. 1.
Quest details. Recently, some monster tribes near Tianyao City have become unusually active, causing Li Changsheng growing concern. 3 months ago, he dispatched his grandson Li Tianhua to investigate.
However, he has just received news of Li Tianhua's unexpected death. Grieving yet bound by duty to remain in Tianyao City, he requests you to uncover the truth behind Li Tianhua's demise and probe the abnormal activities of nearby monsters. But before taking action, he must further assess whether your capabilities suffice for this mission. Quest objective, head to the Crimson Leaf Valley area south of Tianyao City's southern gate and eliminate 500 carrion rats, LV-25 common creatures. Quest progress, 0/500. Time limit, 3 days. Party size requirement, 1 player. Successful rewards, 20 gold coins, 250,000 XP, and miscellaneous additional rewards based on performance during the mission. Failure penalty, permanently lose eligibility for this quest chain. Chapter 55, The Shock of Sky Glory City's Lord, begin grinding. Seeking must-read votes. Just as Li Fan successfully obtained the hidden quest from Li Changsheng, a group of NPCs led by a middle-aged man hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the Li residence. Li Fan focused his gaze. The middle-aged man walking at the forefront was none other than the city lord of Tianyao City. Name, Zhao Heng. Strength, level 70 dark gold tier. Attribute, skill. Note, Lord of Tianyao City, direct descendant of the East Glory Imperial family. Truly a chosen one, splendid. Tai Sui God, welcome to Tianyao City. Have you finished your discussion with Sword Saintly? If you're done, then come with us. As the first chosen one to appear in the Eastern Glory Empire, I'll personally explain our empire's management and reward regulations for the chosen. As he spoke, Zhao Heng, the city lord of Tianyao City, looked at Li Fan with a mix of wariness and excitement in his eyes. The wariness stemmed from his duty as city lord to maintain public order and properly oversee the chosen ones. The excitement came from knowing the arrival of the chosen ones signified the emergence of powerful new forces to help the Eastern Glory Empire face the external threat of demonic creatures. Throughout the history of the Donghua Empire, the threat from external monsters has always been at its weakest whenever the chosen ones appeared. However, the notorious tradition of chosen ones being unruly was also well documented in history, which is why Zhao Heng's gaze carried a hint of threat, clearly implying he would resort to force if Li Fan refused to comply. Yet his threatening demeanor soon turned into stunned disbelief. First rule, no unjustified killing of any person. Second, no acts of rape, plunder, or humiliation shall be permitted within the borders of the Donghua Empire. Third, no deception against any citizen of the Donghua Empire shall be tolerated. In cases of oppression, grievances may be reported to the authorities for fair adjudication. Fourth, no. 201st. Slaying a demonic creature shall yield merit points based on the creature's strength. These merit points can be exchanged for various items within the Donghua Empire. Article 203. If planning to venture into dangerous areas, one may expend merit points or pay money to hire local residents for combat assistance. Article 204. Destroying a monster tribe will grant at least 1,000 additional merit points along with the Empire's reward of granting the title of Honored Chosen One. What Li Fan was currently reciting verbatim were precisely the Eastern Glory Empire's management and reward regulations for the Chosen Ones. This material had become embedded in his mind just like the ancient poem Click, Click, Forever Click, Click. Mulan weaves at the door from his memories. The moment he focused, the words flowed out effortlessly. The Eastern Hua Empire's management of the Chosen Ones is relatively lenient, primarily warning them not to bully ordinary citizens without reason,
while also encouraging them to hunt monsters. The Empire even offers rewards for it. Remain vigilant against any unrest caused by the Chosen Ones, but encourage them to aid the local residents in combating the fiendish creatures. Similar regulations aren't exclusive to the Eastern Hua Empire. Other nations in the world of Endless Sky also treat players this way.
How do you know how to do this? Have you been to other major cities of the Eastern Glory Empire and studied there?
Wait, no, the appearance of a Chosen One is a major event for the Empire. Once one emerges, all major cities would surely be notified.
Are you really visiting the capital district for the first time?
Zhao Heng scratched his head, completely bewildered.
You don't even need to study to have the regulations memorized so fluently? Is this batch of Chosen Ones really this exceptional? Never mind where I learned it. Just tell me, did I recite it right or not?
Li Fan shook his head and countered directly.
You think I need to explain to you that I've been reborn, like that's even a question?
You recited it perfectly, nearly word for word. Zhao Heng nodded and continued. Since you're already familiar with the Chosen One management and reward regulations, we can skip that process.
Just keep this with you at all times, and you're free to go.
As the words fell, Zhao Heng took out a metal ball the size of a ping-pong ball from his pocket, its surface engraved with intricate magical patterns.
Item, official certification device of the Chosen One. Type, magic item/special item. Function, monitors the Chosen One's morality value and records merit points. Morality value, 0. Merit points, 0.
Note, produced by the Donghua Empire.
Activate by placing in your backpack.
Proof of the Chosen One's qualification, carry at all times.
If lost, reapply immediately to avoid pursuit by NPC soldiers. This is a special item prepared by the NPC specifically for players.
In the eyes of the NPCs, the so-called Chosen Ones are more fearsome than tigers. To put it bluntly, this thing is nothing more than a temporary electronic dog leash prepared by the NPCs for every player. But Li Fan couldn't care less. He understood the NPCs' wariness toward players, and besides, in just over 90 days when the game merges with reality, NPCs will be practically indistinguishable from real people anyway, making this item utterly useless. After stashing the item in his backpack, Zhao Heng spoke again. As the first Chosen One to enter our Sky Glory City, you may receive a special reward from me. As soon as these words fell, a list appeared on Li Fan's system interface.
1. Exquisite Longsword, LV20 Legendary Two-Handed Greatsword. 2. Exquisite Heavy Shield, LV20 Golden Two-Handed Great Shield. 3. Ebon Gold Sword, LV20 Golden One-Handed Sword. 50. Exquisite Codex, LV20 Golden One-Handed Tome.
The list contained 50 options in total. Li Fan skimmed through them and noticed they were all level 20 gold quality weapons for various professions.
Did the first player to enter the main city really get such an unexpected bonus?
Li Fan was somewhat surprised, though ordinary level 20 gold tier items no longer impressed him.
Then I'll take this exquisite two-handed tower shield.
Li Fan casually selected a piece of equipment. Among the goods available as cargo, the two-handed heavy shield was comparatively more valuable. After all, for any team, the importance of a frontline tank player is absolutely top priority. A skilled tank ensures the team's stability, and since shields are the core weapons for the tank class, they naturally fall under high-demand items. After bidding farewell to Li Changqing and Zhao Heng, Li Fan did not immediately teleport to other main cities to snatch the 3 hidden tasks he remembered. Instead, he headed into the wilderness. The talent had leveled up for so long, and it had been ages since he'd seen a notification for increased agility while grinding mobs.
He couldn't wait any longer.
The weakest creatures in the wilderness outside Tianyao City are level 21 common monsters. Creatures of this tier already meet the talent execution requirement. Notification: you have slain Greywing Mantis, level 21 common creature, and gained 640 EXP. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 2 points.
That's the notification I was waiting for. Awesome!
Li Fan was overjoyed. He then spent over 3 hours grinding here continuously, bringing his base agility attribute past 15,000 points. Only when drowsiness set in did he finally remove his helmet, wash up, and go to sleep. The busy yet fulfilling day of a gaming addict came to a perfect close. Chapter 56, The Pitiful Chun Ergu, Snatching the Hidden Quest. Beep beep beep.
Upon waking up, Li Fan's phone chimed with a WeChat message notification.
The sender was none other than his good buddy Chun Ergu. Though they'd exchanged messages daily over the past few days, both had been so absorbed in the game that their chats resembled a message board rather than proper conversations.
Li Fan opened WeChat to check his messages. Chen Ergo, little Li, your big bro's already reached level 20. Haha, impressive right?
Chen Ergo, shit, I followed your advice and entered Tianyao City, but got immediately put under NPC supervision as soon as I arrived. Damn. They even made me memorize regulations.
Since when did this game have such soul-crushing mechanics?
Luckily your bro's got a photographic memory and sorted it out in half a day.
Chen Ergo, Haley, you still haven't told me your in-game ID. Weren't you supposed to hook me up with epic gear once I reached Tianyao? As expected, you were just running your mouth, weren't you? Haha, your bro forgives you. Doggy Chin, too sleepy, gonna hit the sack. Probably logging back in around 9 p.m. tonight. Remember to come to Sky Glory City and add me as friend by then. Your man here's a top 1000 rankings player, I'll carry you to victory. Looking at the WeChat message, Li Fan couldn't help but smile knowingly. His good buddy Doggy Chin had shared his gaming ID on the very first day, but Li Fan himself had yet to reveal his own game ID. He couldn't wait to see the reaction when he stood before his friend in-game. He'll definitely get a good scare then. 9 in the evening? Alright, today Big Bro's officially taking you to new heights. Li Fan replied with an OK emoji, then as usual grabbed a quick bite and put on his gaming helmet. Wake up to game, log off to sleep. 95% of his waking hours spent in-game. Even Li Fan himself was alarmed by his grinding intensity. Keep this up and he feared he'd either drop dead from exhaustion or develop severe kidney deficiencies. Fortunately, when the game merges with reality and the world becomes digitized, my body will synchronize with my character, ensuring a full recovery. Hard work pays off. Grinding now means more control when facing the invasion of otherworldly monsters later. Notice, welcome back to the world of Endless Sky. Notice, you have unclaimed gold coins, Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon entry fee. Notice, your friend Zisha Fairy sent you a message at 12:10 p.m. earned 1000 gold coins today. I'm in Tianyao City. When are you coming? I'll give you the coins. As soon as he logged in, 3 notifications popped up on Li Fan's interface. Total ticket fees exceed 9,000 gold coins, and it's only been 1 day. This is awesome. Li Fan grinned so widely his mouth nearly curved into a hook. The ticket revenue from the Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon is quite substantial. Firstly, because the player base is massive. Secondly, this dungeon is accessible at LV20, perfectly timed for players' first job advancement. Many flock to Wolf Clan Altar to gather better gear and stronger skills for tackling high-star difficulty class challenges. Currently, players who've reached LV20 aren't that numerous, about 10% of the server's total. It's foreseeable that Wolf Clan Altar will continue generating substantial ticket income for Li Fan over the next few days. Princess Zixia also followed my earlier advice and came to Skyblaze City. Another 4-digit gold coin payout is coming my way soon. It feels good. No rush on this matter. Around 9 p.m., I'll go meet Erguzi and pick up the gold coins from her side by the way. Now, it's time to snatch those 3 hidden quests from my memories. With this thought, Li Fan immediately sprang into action. As more and more players reached LV20 and completed their class advancements, there was a growing risk that the 3 hidden quests he painstakingly recalled might be triggered by others, an outcome he couldn't afford to let happen. So the first thing he planned to do today was to quickly grab hold of these 3 hidden quests. Notice, you have been teleported to Phoenix Sun City, consuming 1 gold coin as teleportation fee. The first stop of the hijacked hidden quest operation was Fengyang City, one of the main cities of the Eastern Glory Empire. As soon as Li Fan was teleported in, a cacophony of noise assaulted his ears. Why won't you let us leave? What kind of chosen one management regulations are these? Screw studying this crap, get out of my way. Holy shit, the NPC soldiers are attacking people. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, never mock the poor youth. NPCs, just you wait. I'll make you pay for this sooner or later. That's right. A small number of players had also appeared at the teleportation array in Fengyang City. These players had arrived at the main city from the beginner's village with excitement, but before they could even start having fun, they were swiftly educated by the righteous iron fists of NPC soldiers. Want to leave? Better behave and memorize the chosen one's regulations first. Don't agree and want to stir up trouble? NPCs are well aware of players' immortality. Make any trouble and they'll outright kill you. NPCs maintain an uncompromising stance. Li Fan witnessed several players causing trouble on the spot and getting beaten to death right then and there. NPC soldiers are all at least LV40 in strength. Compared to them, players' equipment and skills aren't even in the same league. Throw in the level gap, and right now, all they can do is obediently follow orders. Of course, I've passed the assessment, so my treatment is different from theirs. Li Fan walked straight out of the crowd. As expected, the NPC soldiers on site glanced at him but made no attempt to stop him. The restrained players behind Li Fan were stunned by what they saw. What's going on? Why didn't the NPC stop that guy? Brother Wusong, do you have some special strategy? Share it with us. Brother Wusong, wait up. Don't go, damn it. Under the bewildered gazes of surrounding players, Li Fan, who had disguised his ID as Wusong, casually walked away. Navigating through the bustling streets, Li Fan took several turns before arriving at the doorstep of a hunter NPC's home. The door was left open, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man around 40 years old standing before Li Fan. Name, Chang Xiaoguang. Strength, LV33 average. Attributes, skills, remarks, an ordinary hunter from Fengyang City. Cheng Xiaoguang sat in the courtyard, dressed in simple animal hide clothing, polishing a hornbow. To the casual observer, he seemed no different from any other commoner in Phoenix City. But Li Fan, with his memories of a past life, knew this was no ordinary NPC. The man had powerful connections. "Greetings, I'm a kind-hearted chosen one. You seem troubled, is there anything I can assist you with?" A completely ordinary opening line. Orion Chang Xiaoguang glanced up at Li Fan and coldly replied, "Not needed. Also, please leave. I'd like some peace and quiet." Li Fan sighed. His memory of the specific triggering process for this hidden quest was already quite hazy, so he could only try whatever came to mind. As expected, an utterly ordinary inquiry couldn't trigger the hidden quest. In that case, he'd have to turn up the intensity. Chapter 57. Can't remember the quest trigger procedure? Li Fan's brilliant solution. The method by which Li Fan learned about Hunter Cheng Xiaoguang's hidden quest was identical to how he discovered the novice village blacksmith Molin's revenge, through forum posts shared by top players during his past life. In Endless Sky, nearly all hidden quests are unique. Once a player completes a hidden quest, even if they publish the exact method publicly, no second player can trigger the same hidden quest again. Perhaps precisely because of this mechanic, those top players from Li Fan's past life took such delight in sharing their experiences completing hidden quests. The hunter NPC Cheng Xiaoguang before him appeared to be just an ordinary, unremarkable character in Fengyang City at first glance, but Li Fan knew his true identity was far more significant. His ancestors were part of the legendary Chang clan of dragon slayers, a once renowned family in the Eastern Glory Empire. In their prime, one ancestor from this family single-handedly annihilated an entire demon dragon tribe and was once considered the strongest warrior in the Eastern Glory Empire. Yet as fate would have it, this illustrious ancestor ultimately fell in battle defending the city from a monstrous invasion. His death also caused the prestigious dragon-slaying family to plummet into decline. By Cheng Xiaoguang's generation, the entire clan consisted of nothing more than him, a single aging bachelor. Cheng Xiaoguang yearned immensely for his ancestors' glory, yet lamentably, his talent was limited. After years of effort, he'd only become slightly stronger than ordinary residents. Moreover, injuries in his youth had left him unable to bear offspring. Watching helplessly, he saw his family lineage destined to end with his generation. Cheng Xiaoguang cherished one dream, nothing extravagant, just the hope that his Cheng clan's title of the dragon-slaying family would once again resound throughout the Eastern Glory Empire. Should this come to pass, he could die without regrets. Since he couldn't manage it himself, Cheng Xiaoguang had no choice but to pin his hopes on others. That's why in Li Fan's past life, a certain lucky player caught his eye. The reward for this hidden quest, if I recall correctly, is a special item called Stone of Chaos that significantly boosts a player's strength attribute. Unfortunately, it's been too long, I can't remember the quest's trigger conditions anymore. Guess I'll have to take a different approach and try my luck. At this thought, Li Fan pondered for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha, what are you laughing at? Cheng Xiaoguang asked with a frown. The mighty Cheng clan of dragon slayers has fallen to being a destitute common hunter in your generation, don't you think that's hilarious? Ha ha ha. Who are you? How do you know this? Cheng Xiaoguang's gaze sharpened, and his expression instantly grew tense. From being part of the legendary imperial family to becoming a destitute hunter with nothing but himself left, this was Cheng Xiaoguang's greatest anguish, something he had never spoken of to anyone. He couldn't fathom how the other person knew about it. I told you, I'm just a chosen one. Don't ask me how I know. But you've brought shame to your ancestors, that's a fact, isn't it? What do you know? Li Fan's words instantly flushed Cheng Xiaoguang's face with agitation. Do you think I wanted this? I'm just an ordinary man, no monstrous talents like the Empire's elites, no heaven-defying luck like our ancestors, not even a decent legacy left behind by my family. What was I supposed to do? I'm just as desperate as you can imagine. I wanted to make the Cheng family's name, the Slayer Dragons, shine across the Eastern Glory Empire like my ancestors did. But I'm a failure. Tell me, what could I have done? Don't worry if you're impatient, what worries me is getting no response. Li Fan was inwardly delighted but pretended to be deep in thought. Then, with great seriousness, he said, having the Chang dragon-slaying clan's name shine brightly across the entire Donghua Empire, is that your dream? No problem. I can help you. With just you? Cheng Xiaoguang couldn't help but sneer coldly, a mere level 22 chosen one with such weak strength but such a big mouth. Perhaps the wind will tear your tongue clean off at this rate. No, do you NPCs only judge a player's strength by their level? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Fan didn't wait for the other to finish speaking when he expertly demonstrated 150 slashes per second attack speed, successfully leaving Cheng Xiaoguang utterly stunned. What the hell is this? Cheng Xiaoguang was shocked. A mere level 22 chosen one. How can they possess such terrifying power? So, I really am just worthless trash. Now, do you think I can do it? Li Fan asked. Yao Xiaoguang remained silent, but his thoughts were honest. A task notification instantly appeared on Li Fan's panel. Alert, you've triggered the unique hidden quest Orion Cheng Xiaoguang's dream. 1. Mission brief. Cheng Xiaoguang dreams of making his family's glory resonate throughout the Eastern Hua Empire once more.
but he realizes that relying solely on himself is insufficient to achieve this ambition. Thus, he seeks your assistance. Before officially commencing, you must further demonstrate your capabilities to him. Mission objective: slay 10 LV-30 plus elite creatures. Mission progress: 0/10. Time limit: 7 days. Player requirement: solo. Success reward: 10 gold coins, 250,000 EXP. Additional rewards based on performance during the mission. Failure penalty: permanently banned from this quest chain. Brilliant me. Triggered the quest even without remembering the procedure. Hahaha. Li Fan silently gave himself a thumbs up. After accepting the mission, he didn't waste any more time with Chang Xiaoguang and decisively headed for the next target city. Notice, you have been teleported to Gobi City. Consuming 1 gold coin as teleportation fee. After arriving at Gobi City, one of the main cities of the Donghua Empire, Li Fan essentially replicated his process from Fengyang City. Without recalling the hidden quest trigger sequence, he succeeded in obtaining the second hidden quest through his own cleverness, knowing the quest content and NPC requirements in advance. System notice: you have triggered the unique hidden quest Vengeance of the Young Master of Wei Yuan Escort. 1. Mission brief: 1 year ago, during a collective escort mission, Wei Yuan Escort Agency was ambushed by the Manticore tribe in the Deep Gobi, resulting in heavy casualties. The sole survivor, young master Lin Yuliang, was reduced to beggary after compensating the clients with his entire family fortune. Lin Yuliang desperately longs for someone to avenge his family. Before officially beginning, you must further prove your strength to him. Mission objective: head to the Deep Gobi area outside the southern gate of Gobi City and eliminate 500 common manticores, LV-32 common creatures. Mission progress: 0/500. Deadline: 7 days. Number of players required: 1. Success reward: 500,000 experience points and eligibility to accept the next quest. Failure penalty: permanently lose eligibility to accept this quest chain. TSK, poor Lin Yuliang. The first reward phase of this quest doesn't even give a copper coin. Only someone as charitable as me would help you. Definitely not because of that server-wide unique special item in the final reward that eliminates all active skill cooldowns for 60 seconds. Li Fan shook his head. After bidding farewell to Lin Yuliang, he immediately teleported to Obsidian City via the transfer array. The third hidden quest he remembered was quite special, but its rewards were absolutely god tier. Chapter 58, Squire Lu Yanwei's 99 ring quest, time to grind. Inside a tavern in Obsidian City, Li Fan effortlessly located the target NPC, a disheveled old drunkard dead to the world. The hidden quest's trigger conditions were refreshingly straightforward. After Li Fan asked a single question, the other party directly issued the quest to him. Notification: you have triggered the unique hidden quest The Daily Life of Drunkard Lu Yanwei. 1. Quest description: Lu Yanwei is addicted to alcohol, but he's recently strapped for cash and hopes you can give him some money for drinks. Quest objective: give Lu Yanwei 10 gold coins. Time limit: 1 hour. Required participants: 1. Success reward: 10,000 EXP plus eligibility for the next quest. Failure penalty: permanently locked from this quest chain. Lu Yanwei, this NPC, was just like Lin Yuliang whom Li Fan had encountered earlier in Gobi City, another penniless fellow, stingy to the core with mission rewards. Fortunately, Li Fan didn't care about such trivial gains. Securing the mission was what truly mattered. Not only does this quest give no decent rewards, but it actually makes you pay NPCs? How many regular players would be willing to do something like this? However, Li Fan knew this wasn't an ordinary quest. It would ultimately reward him with a special item that could upgrade all equipped gear to match his character level. For instance, if Li Fan currently wields a LV-20 epic weapon, when he reaches LV-30 later, with this special item, the weapon would automatically upgrade to LV-30 epic quality. Even when progressing to LV-40, LV-50, or even LV-200, his weapon would keep upgrading accordingly. With this, Li Fan could easily acquire a full set of endgame equipment early on. After handing over 10 gold coins to Lu Yanwei, a new prompt appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notification: you have completed the quest The Daily Life of Lu Yanwei the Drunkard, 1, and received 10,000 EXP. Notification: you have automatically accepted the next quest in the chain, The Daily Life of Lu Yanwei the Drunkard, 2. Quest description: Lu Yanwei is a hopeless alcoholic, but fine wine deserves fine dishes. Lately, he's been craving the taste of gale rabbit legs and hopes you can bring him 200 pairs. Quest objective: head to the outer periphery of the Endless Mountains north of Obsidian City, slay 200 gale rabbits, LV.24 common creatures. Quest item: gale rabbit legs will be automatically obtained upon defeating them. Quest progress: 0/200. Mission deadline: within 3 days. Required participants: 1 person. Success reward: 500,000 EXP. Eligibility to accept the next quest in the chain. Failure penalty: permanently lose eligibility for this quest chain.
It's another task with very simple requirements.
However, Li Fan knew that Lu Yanwei's hidden quest actually had a total of 99 stages. Aside from the final stage, which was relatively difficult, the first 98 stages were practically effortless to complete, either requiring him to kill minor monsters or simply asking him to buy wine and vegetables at minimal cost. In Li Fan's previous life, many players had triggered this quest, but the vast majority abandoned it after completing barely a fraction of the objectives. There was no helping it, Lu Yanwei was too greedy, demanding more and more money while remaining stingy with rewards. Players pouring effort into his quests felt like they were putting in all the work for nothing, as if they were being toyed with by an NPC. This 99 chain quest would take forever to grind through. In Li Fan's previous life, it wasn't until over 2 months after the server launched that a player finally completed it. That player went on to become one of the top 10 mages on the server, all thanks to the special item rewarded by this hidden quest.
All 3 hidden quests I remember have been successfully intercepted.
Now, it's time to focus on grinding monsters, completing quests, and growing stronger.
I'll tackle Squire Lu's quest first. After brief contemplation, Li Fan finalized his leveling up strategy.
Currently at level 22, this awkward stage offered limited options. Only the Wolf Clan Altar dungeon was truly suitable, while the next open dungeon required reaching level 30 for entry. He had already secured the first clear of the Wolf Den, and repeated runs would only yield some equipment and skills.
Though equipment and skills are useful, the Wolf Altar Dungeon's level is too low. Like a high-level player farming low-level mobs, Li Fan would suffer efficiency penalties for farming it.
More importantly, all the enemies in the Wolf Altar Dungeon are LV20, so he couldn't leverage his talent to increase agility attributes. Getting equipment and skills? There are plenty of dungeons in Endless Sky. Once my level is high enough, there will always be time to tackle new ones. Time was precious, and Li Fan decided that for now, he should focus on maximizing his talent. Grinding mobs to build up his agility was the priority. In the process, he could also grind through Lu Yanwei's hidden quest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a double win.
How perfect is that? No sooner thought than done. Li Fan immediately headed toward the outskirts of the Endless Mountains north of Obsidian City.
In his past life, he had become so familiar with the 32 cities of the Eastern Glory Empire that he didn't even need to glance at a map. About 10 minutes later, Li Fan arrived at his destination. Species, Swiftwind Rabbit. Level, LV24 Common Creature. Attributes, 2000 HP, 255 Physical Attack, 220 Magical Attack, 102 Physical Defense, 93 Magical Defense. Skill, when damaged, Swiftwind Rabbit gains a temporary 30% bonus to attack speed and movement speed. The Swiftwind Rabbit, as its name suggests, moves and attacks as fast as the wind.
Its speed is its ultimate survival skill.
But as a mere level 24 ordinary mob, it stood no better chance against Li Fan than a paper tiger.
Whoosh, whoosh, minus 2000. Lethal damage.
Alert, you have slain Swiftwind Rabbit, LV24 Common Creature. You gained 825 EXP, 10% level difference bonus. Alert, your talent has taken effect. You permanently gained +2 agility.
Alert, you obtained Swiftwind Rabbit Legs, quest item.
Equipped with the epic weapon Blade of Just Retribution, Li Fan's base physical attack power was just enough to one-shot the Gale Hares, 1 sword strike per kill, with hundreds of points of overkill damage to spare. His movement and attack speed were too fast, and since Swiftwind Rabbits were relatively densely spawning monsters, Li Fan succeeded in slaying 200 of them in just over 10 minutes.
Quest complete. Base agility increased by 400 points. Time to return to town and turn in the quest.
System notice, you have received quest rewards.
Abbreviated.
System notice, you have automatically accepted the 3rd chain quest. Lu Yanwei's 3rd quest required hunting a level 24 common monster called crimson-winged bats in the outskirts of Endless Mountains. The mission description stated he'd always wanted to taste what crimson-winged bats would be like. Li Fan admired his peculiar culinary curiosity, though of course, he'd absolutely oblige. Another 20-something minutes of back and forth later, 200 crimson-winged bat ingredients were delivered. Immediately afterwards, the quest chain continued to the 4th, 5th, all the way up to the 13th round. After completing the 13th task loop, Li Fan glanced at the time and realized it had unknowingly reached 9:30 p.m.
Grinding tasks non-stop was too monotonous, so he decided to head to Tianyao City to meet his sworn brother Chen Ergo, as they had agreed. On his way back to the city, he happened to notice a team of about 7 or 8 players not far away, seemingly fighting a minor boss. He suddenly felt a pang of gloom. I grinded through 13 rounds of quests without seeing a single damn boss. These players must have just passed their NPC trials, huh? Ran into a mini-boss right after starting to farm mobs? What kind of bullshit luck is this? Chapter 59, the outrageous boss stealing tactic that left Radiant Guild players dumbfounded. Frustrated, Li Fan couldn't help but take a closer look. Damn, still the Black Iron boss Gale Rabbit. I've been here more than once today, how come I never ran into it? Ha, isn't that a team of familiar faces? Li Fan recognized the players in the boss fighting team. Leading them was a knight player with the ID Moonlight. From his memories of his past life, Li Fan remembered this guy ranked among the top 100 knight players in the entire server. The guild he created was called Radiant Guild, which was also one of the oldest guilds. Moonlight and his Radiant Guild were different from those scumbags of Righteous Brotherhood. In Li Fan's previous life, they belonged to the faction guarding humanity and were positive figures. So after recognizing Moonlight, Li Fan couldn't bring himself to steal the boss anymore. After all, bullying those scum from Righteous Brotherhood could be considered delivering justice, but bullying the good guys would be crossing a line. Just a measly Black Iron boss, I don't care. Bosses should have first kill rewards. Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. Li Fan struggled for quite a while before finally deciding to follow his instincts. I'll return all the loot dropped by the boss, but I really need the first clear reward. I'll find a way to make it up to you all properly when the time comes. Thinking this, Li Fan quietly convinced himself, and the guilt over stealing the boss diminished greatly. After all, this wasn't exactly an honorable deed, so with a twist of thought, he came up with a cunning move. Without hesitation, Li Fan activated the active skill of his dark gold boots, beat a swift retreat. For 10 seconds, his maximum movement speed increased by an additional 100%. Li Fan's base agility attribute has now surpassed 16,500, giving him a maximum movement speed of 389.25 meters per second under normal conditions. With the active skill activated, the maximum movement speed within 10 seconds instantly reaches 778.5 meters per second. That's more than twice the speed of sound. Running at full speed, his figure truly moved like lightning. Swift wind hares belong to a smaller breed of monsters. Even when serving as a Black Iron tier mini-boss, their bodies barely reach half a meter in height. So, under the stunned gazes of Yuehua and the others, Li Fan appeared like lightning, snatched the boss in one swift motion, and vanished just as quickly. Swish, swish, swish. 1936, 1966, 1996. A bronze tier Gale Rabbit was nothing more than a dozen strikes for Li Fan to handle. In less than a tenth of a second, a new notification appeared on his panel. Notification: you have slain Swiftwind Rabbit Elite, LV24 Black Iron creature, and gained 1650 EXP, 10% bonus for killing higher level monster. Notification: this is the first citywide kill of this boss. Congratulations, you have earned 12 free attribute points and plus 1 profession-specific equipment/skill book drop. Notification: your talent has taken effect. Your agility has permanently increased by 4 points. System notice: you have picked up the boss drop items Shadow Flame Buckler, Black Iron Quality, Gale Longbow, Black Iron, Sturdiness Belt, Common, and 1 gold, 39 silver, 57 copper coins. Not bad, scored 10 free attribute points. Next, I'll just run back and toss the boss drops to Yuehua and the others. Li Fan was absolutely thrilled. Then, like lightning, he dashed in front of Yuehua and the other players, dropped the loot from the boss, and slipped away without even looking back. From snatching the boss to killing it, then tossing the boss loot back in front of Yuehua and the others, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Li Fan vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. All that remained were Yuehua and the others, standing there completely bewildered. Holy shit, what just happened? Something stole our boss? What's with these 3 pieces of equipment and gold coins scattered on the ground? Our boss got jacked, and then whatever the hell stole it actually returned the loot to us? Damn it, did any of you see who stole our boss? I didn't see him. That guy was like a ghost or something. For some reason, it suddenly reminded me of something a friend from the M4399 beginner village mentioned. Their village also had this ghostly presence once, and they eventually discovered it was the god of Grand Jupiter. You think it's the god of Grand Jupiter who stole our boss? Damn it, seriously? They're already topping both leaderboards and still snatching our boss. What a bunch of shameless bastards. It doesn't have to be Souvelier, he's just a level 22 player. How could he possibly have such outrageous speed? I think it might be some quirky high-level NPC with a twisted sense of humor. At this moment, unaware that his alias had been uncovered, Li Fan had already returned to Tianyao City through the player teleportation array connecting main cities. Only players currently in the same city could remotely send friend requests after knowing each other's IDs, which was why Li Fan hadn't been able to add Ergo as a friend before. Now that the conditions were met, Li Fan opened his friends list, entered the ID, this tube is called Longing, and sent a friend request. At the same time, Sky Glory City player Resurrection Plaza. 4 pale-faced players suddenly appeared in the Resurrection Plaza, each wearing an expression of clenched teeth and suppressed fury. Damn, fame really does attract trouble. Second dog, you barely made it into the top 1,000 on the leaderboards and already got targeted. Those Righteous Clouds bastards are disgusting. When we refused to join them, they just straight up murdered us. Fuck. My Black Iron Dagger got looted. I was a non-PK status player too. How is this even possible? Makes me physically sick. Damn it. I'll make you pay for this. You guys from the Righteous Brotherhood Guild, just you wait. If you dare let me grow stronger, you'll regret it. Screw that Righteous Brotherhood Guild. Guzzi, say something. Why do you look so stunned? That's right, these four were none other than Li Fan's sworn brother Chen Ergo and his three teammates. Just over 10 minutes ago, they had ventured out of the city as a party to farm monsters, only to run into a group of players from the Righteous Brotherhood Guild. The other party recognized Chen Ergo as one of the top 1,000 players on both the level and equipment leaderboards. Although the rankings were constantly changing, by now Chen Ergo had already fallen beyond the 1,000th place. But when the leaderboard first opened, his dual rankings coincidentally placed him exactly at the 1,000th spot, leaving a deep impression on many. The members of the Righteous as the Vast Skies Guild recognized second dog Chen and immediately demanded that he join their ranks. Chen Ergu and his group had been attacked by the members of the Righteous Sky Guild in other games before, so naturally they weren't about to agree to their demands. Yet no one expected the opposing side to abruptly launch a surprise attack without even exchanging words. After a desperate struggle against overwhelming numbers, Chen Ergu and his companions were ultimately sent back to the respawn point by the Righteous Sky Guild members. It's as simple as that. At this moment, Chen Ergu's three teammates were furiously venting their frustrations at the Righteous Clouds Guild through verbal tirades, when to their surprise, they noticed that normally the most energetic Chen Ergu was standing there motionless, with a completely bewildered expression on his face. Ergu, what's wrong with you? Ergu, don't tell me you're so angry and upset that you've lost your mind? Come on, killing and fighting in the game is totally normal. Don't take it so hard, loosen up a bit. Facing his teammates' concern, Chen Ergo finally raised his head after a long pause and said in a strange voice, "Brothers, the god of Taisui suddenly sent me a friend request." Chapter 60, The Shocked Chen Ergo, my brother turns out to be the game's #1 player? The name God of Taisui was practically thunderous to every player in the world of Endless Sky. The first player in the entire server to lead a team through the nightmare difficulty first clear of the Spider Cave. The first player in the entire server to complete a class advancement and promotion. The one who cleared the hidden dungeon Wolf Clan lair and made it a public dungeon. On the official game forums, the administrators even posted an announcement confirming his legitimate data as the top-ranked player on both leaderboards. Although many players loudly proclaimed that Taisui Shin was just a lucky guy who stumbled upon good fortune and that they would surely surpass him in the future, for now, Taisui Shin was undeniably the strongest player in the entire server. Such a big shot was actually in Tianyao City and had proactively requested to add him as a friend? Chen Ergu was stunned, and his three veteran teammates also wore expressions of shock. Holy crap, Ergu, you actually know the legendary Taisui Shin? Seriously? Ergu, you're not hallucinating, are you? Taisui Shin is currently the top player in the game, why would he add you first? Why would I lie? It really is Taisui Shin. Holy shit, Guzzi, no. From now on your brother Ergo to me. You've really been hiding your light under a bushel. When did you get to know the legendary Taisui God? And you actually kept it from us. Brother Ergo, if you can introduce us to Taisui God, you'll be our leader from now on. Brother Ergo, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and accept Taisui God's friend request. Quick, quick, quick. After confirming Chen Ergo wasn't lying, the three veteran teammates immediately got excited. They were people with fairly clear self-awareness. Surpassing the god of Jupiter in the future? The chances were practically zero. Putting aside everything else, the god of Jupiter already owned 2 epic tier equipment pieces. They felt that even if they played until the game shut down, they might never obtain even 1 epic tier item. There was no helping it, the bosses in Endless Sky were simply too powerful. Even now, they could barely handle Black Iron tier bosses of the same level in a solo fight. Epic tier equipment usually required defeating epic tier bosses. Given that an epic tier boss was roughly 128 times stronger than regular mobs of the same level, defeating one, they reckoned it would take them at least a year or two to reach that level on their own. Moreover, even if I become stronger, the God of Plenty isn't just standing still waiting for me to surpass him. With his resources, abilities, and relentless dedication, how could I possibly surpass him? So Chen Ergu's 3 teammates figured it's better to find a way to latch onto the God of Plenty's coattails than to struggle hopelessly toward an impossible dream. After all, there's a saying, when a man becomes immortal, even his dogs and chickens ascend to heaven. If we can't make it ourselves, being a lackey to the big shots isn't such a bad deal. As for Chen Ergu, his confusion far outweighed any excitement he might have felt. He couldn't comprehend why the god of wealth would send a friend request to a nobody like him. Unless, a sudden realization flashed through Chen Ergu's mind. Could the Grand Duke of Jupiter be trying to recruit me? After all, I do rank among the top 1,000 players server-wide. Ha ha ha, so I'm this sought after? No wonder Righteous Cloud ambushed me before failed recruitment attempt, huh? Chen Ergo couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, a smug grin creeping across his lips. He basked in the proud satisfaction of having his gaming prowess acknowledged. At the same time,
he decisively accepted Tai Sui-shen's friend request. To his surprise, just after accepting it, before he could even figure out how to greet Tai Sui-shen in a way that was both polite and exuded an expert's demeanor, Tai Sui-shen actually messaged him first. Tai Sui-shen, private chat doggy, guess who I am? Holy shit! Lord Tai Sui actually called me Guzzi, Chen Ergu exclaimed in utter bewilderment. The three teammates weren't particularly surprised upon hearing this, since they already assumed Tai Sui-shen and Chen Ergo had known each other beforehand. What's the big deal? Weren't you always called Guzzi anyway? No way, second dog's ID is clearly this tube is called longing. Tai Sui called you second dog, so he must be a friend from your real life? Holy crap, brother Ergu, that's not fair. How could you keep such an awesome friend secret from us for so long? What do you know? Chen Ergu panicked. In real life, I'm just a shut-in loser with fewer friends than fingers on one hand. Their gaming skills are even worse than mine. How could I possibly know someone like Tai Sui-shen, the top-ranked player in the entire server? Wait, could it be him? Chen Ergu talked until suddenly it seemed like he remembered something, and his entire being became excited in an instant. It's probably around 9:30 p.m. right now. This is the exact time I arranged for a good buddy to add me as a friend. With this thought, Chen Ergu could no longer contain his excitement and sent a reply to the god of longevity. This dose called missing, private chat Charlie? Tai Sui-shen, private chat dammit. How many times have I told you not to call me Little EZ? That nickname sounds like I'm some damned eunuch. So uncool. This vial is called longing, private chat holy shit, it really is you, Little EZ. Tai Sui-shen, private chat still calling me that? Friendship over, blocked. This vial is called longing, private chat 0.0. No, bro fan, I was wrong, please carry me. Tai Sui-shen, private message haha, bro's already in Tianyao City, where you at? I'll come find you. This vial called yearning, private message I'm at the Resurrection Square. Tai Sui-shen, private message holy shit, you're actually there? What happened? Did someone PK you? Who was it? Hold on, bro's coming right now. As the private chat ended, Chen Ergu could no longer contain the overwhelming urge to express himself. Oh my god, guys, I just had a private chat with Tai Sui-shen, and he's actually my real-life friend, my best buddy. I can't believe he kept this from me for so long. He's coming right over. With me, brother fan here, we practically have a big shot backing us now. Maybe we don't even have to wait to settle scores with Ibui and Tian. Chen Ergu was shouting excitedly. His three old teammates were acquaintances from the game, though they didn't personally know Li Fan. But seeing him so excited, they couldn't help but feel anticipation too. Tai Sui-shen is Big Dog Bro's sworn brother, and we're also Big Dog Bro's brothers, so by that logic, doesn't that make Tai Sui-shen our brother too? Our sworn brother is actually the server's #1 powerhouse? Holy shit, we're soaring to the heavens. You dare cross us despite our righteous bonds? Just wait, you'll soon pay for this in blood. Oomph. Li Fan's movement speed was absurdly fast. Within a minute, he'd already reached the respawn square. As for Chen Ergo and his three friends, their excitement scarcely bears repeating. After confirming they had indeed just been PK'd in the wilderness and learning the perpetrators were members of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild, Li Fan instantly lost his temper. Excellent, Righteous Brotherhood. You've just signed your own death warrant. Chapter 61, Avenging My Brothers. PK those Righteous Brotherhood dogs. Votes appreciated. These three veteran gaming buddies of Chen Ergu were people Li Fan was meeting for the first time in this life, though he'd been quite familiar with them in his past life. Their usernames were Big Harry Potter, Force 8 Gale, and Top Artisan. Just from the handles, it was clear they were birds of a feather with Chen Ergu. However, Li Fan knew they were just acting wild in the game. In reality, each was shyer than the next, all honest and decent folks. In Li Fan's past life, like Chen Ergu, they too had eventually become members of the Celestial Temple Guild he created. It was just a pity their abilities fell even shorter than Chen Ergu's. They were simply too ordinary. Of course, skill levels didn't affect their friendship. With sworn brother Chen Ergu here, Li Fan considered all three of them within his circle of good friends. Having been reborn into this life, how could he claim to be the boss if he didn't seek revenge after his sworn brothers and good friends got hacked down? Especially since the perpetrators turned out to be those scumbags from the Righteous Clouds Guild. Not only would there be payback, it'd be repaid tenfold. Where are the ones who attacked you? Do you know the IDs of their leaders? Li Fan asked. At these words, Chen Ergo and the others immediately got excited. As expected, Brother Fan / our new boss is going to help us get revenge. Earlier, they ambushed us at a regular spawning spot for Twisted Trents on the west side of Tianyao City. Whether they're still there now is uncertain. They might have already left. They have two leaders, one named Righteous King and the other Righteous Overlord, with about 15 or 16 people in total. Brother Fan, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Why don't we wait until tomorrow? Once our weakness debuff wears off, we can go with you and we'll have a much better chance.
The king and overlord? Isn't this the same guy I hacked down back when we were noobs in the starter village?
Talk about fate's cruel joke, we meet again. Serves you right for crossing my path.
Me going alone is dangerous?
Ha ha ha, you have no idea about my strength.
Li Fan couldn't help but laugh.
Just wait here for a bit. Unless they log off, I'll send them back to the respawn point in 10 minutes at most. With these words, without waiting for Chen Ergu and the other three to respond, Li Fan turned and strode away. Chen Ergu and the others were initially still a bit worried. After all, no matter how strong Li Fan was, he was just one person, while Rin Wang's group had 15 or 16 members. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, after all. But when they saw Li Fan's figure dart away like a black lightning bolt, they all froze in shock.
Wait, where's Brother Fan? How did such a big guy just vanish like that?
Holy shit, what kind of speed is this?
Damn, isn't this speed way too insane? Is Brother Fan really not cheating like the official announcement said?
Chen Ergu and the other 3 were stunned. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. I've always heard about how mighty the Grand Marshal Taisui was, pulling off feats that shook the entire server. I thought I'd already overestimated his combat abilities to the fullest extent, but witnessing him firsthand made me realize we'd still underestimated him. Although we've only seen Li Fan's movement speed so far, and haven't yet witnessed his attack power, skills, or other aspects that determine a player's combat effectiveness, this movement speed is absolutely outrageous.
It's practically like freaking teleportation.
At this thought, Chen Ergu and the others realized how naive their earlier worries had been.
When it comes down to it, the strength of heroes like Ebo_Wang isn't much different from our own group of 4.
The reason they could take us down was mainly due to ambush tactics and overwhelming numbers.
But are numbers alone truly effective against the absurd speed Li Fan has displayed? They'd probably just get picked off one by one.
System notification, you've successfully spent 20 gold coins to locate the coordinates of players Righteous_Titan and Righteous_King.
Effect lasts for 10 minutes. Tianyao City, the official arrest warrant office. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the notification that appeared on his interface. The NPC natives of Donghua Empire deeply feared the troublemaking capabilities of players. To protect local residents, they spared no effort in forcing all players entering the main city for the first time to undergo mandatory education.
However, when it came to conflicts between players, the NPCs hardly interfered at all. After all, they also understood the principle that prohibition is less effective than proper guidance. With players expending all their energy on internal conflicts, they naturally wouldn't have time to cause trouble for NPCs. Since players are immortal anyway, no matter how fiercely they fight, it doesn't matter. In fact, they could even improve their combat skills and gain experience through PK battles. This is a good thing that should be encouraged. Therefore, every main city's government office in the Eastern Splendor Empire provided a paid service to track player locations. The charge is 1 gold coin per minute, and you need to know the ID of the locked player in advance. This not only helps players gain combat experience through PvP but also generates revenue for the Empire, a winning situation on both counts. Li Fan originally planned to go straight for the jugular by searching for the location of the Heavens Alliance guild leader from his memory. What's the point of just targeting small fries like King of Men? If your Heavens Alliance dares to strike my brothers, I'll take it straight to your guild leader.
Unfortunately, the wanted list showed that the guild leader of Righteousness over the Skies, Righteous Ritian, wasn't in the main city.
He was still in the starter village, and Zhao Ming guessed the guy was probably trying to get a high evaluation for his class advancement. Left with no choice, he had to settle for second best, taking out scum like Ren Wang and those who killed Chen Ergo first. After all, eliminating these trash was already part of his plan anyway.
Still grinding at the Twistwood Trayan hunting spot? Got some nerve, thinking you can just kill my brother Chen Ergo and get away with it. Aren't you worried my crew will come for payback?
Li Fan let out a cold laugh while swiftly darting toward the coordinates of the self-proclaimed King of Men and Great King.
Twistwood Trayan hunting ground. Keep it up, guys. Let's aim for level 22 today. We might just break into the server's top 1000 rankings. Ha ha ha, we've claimed this grinding spot as our own. Level 22 is definitely within reach. The ranking rewards are waiting for us. Push hard, let's do this.
At that very moment, Righteous Cloud and his crew were fiercely tackling mobs, fully immersed in the grind. Their gang had grown to about 30 members. The Twisted Trayan spawn point was a small leveling area, and the Boundless Loyalty crew outright drove out all the solo players farming there. Listening to their arrogant boasts, the surrounding solo players simmered with silent fury.
Just then, every single solo player froze in stunned disbelief,
because they were horrified to discover that a black bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the distance, charging straight into the gathering point of Righteous as the heavens as if it were an open field.
In the next instant, everyone in this group of Righteous as the heavens turned into streaks of white light one after another. Chapter 62, Camping the Resurrection Point. My god, What just happened? A ghostly black shadow appeared and wiped out those scumbags from Righteous in the blink of an eye? Holy shit, that's insane. Is that shadow a player or an NPC? The shadow stopped moving. Holy fuck, am I seeing things? Does his ID actually say Taishuation? No, you're not hallucinating, it really is Taishuation. Taishuation cut down people from the Righteous Indomitable Guild? Was he helping us out of righteousness? Or did he already have a grudge against them? Righteous Indomitable is a veteran guild in the gaming world. How dare he take on so many of them alone? Isn't this a direct slap in the face to the guild? Isn't he afraid of retaliation? Afraid? My ass. Didn't you see the power Taishuation just displayed? 30 people wiped out in the blink of an eye. You think he'd fear the Righteous Indomitable Guild? Ridiculous. I've never seen a player with such terrifying combat prowess before. After cutting down the members of the Righteous Boundless Sky Guild, Li Fan paused briefly before walking away amidst the shocked murmurs of the surrounding players. The reason he did this was to make sure the players knew he was the one behind it. Cutting them down was solely to avenge his sworn brother Chen Ergo. And by openly revealing his identity, he aimed to leverage his current notoriety to suppress the expansion of the Righteous Boundless Sky Guild. Imagine how many players would be willing to join their guild when the entire server knows they're targeting Righteous Sky? By revealing his true identity and escalating the situation, the Righteous Sky Guild wouldn't be able to swallow the humiliation quietly. Their leadership would inevitably retaliate against such a public slap in the face, exactly the outcome Li Fan wanted to see. Through systematic slaughter, he could demonstrate what awaited the Righteous Sky Guild once they became his target. When that time came, this scumbag guild naturally wouldn't be able to replicate the massive scale it achieved in his previous life. There's another advantage to spending money at the NPC bounty office to lock onto a target for the duration of the unknown lock-on period. The targeted player remains hostile. Even in main cities, you can kill them by paying some extra gold as a penalty, without affecting NPC relations. Back to the respawn point, let's take out Runwang and the others. At this thought, Li Fan immediately sprinted with all his might toward the revival square of Skyglory City. In the world of Endless Sky, players automatically resurrect 120 seconds after death. At the revival plaza of Skyglory City, the Righteous Hearts gang had just respawned when they ran into Chen Ergu and his crew. The two sides immediately started exchanging heated words. Motherfuckers, you bastards finally got what you deserved. Ha ha ha, fuck. What are you four little shits so cocky about? You didn't even take us down. Yeah, it must have been Grand Jupiter who got you, right? Let me break it to you, Grand Jupiter is the backup we called in. He's our boss. Now you know why you got hit, don't you? What the hell? Damn it, you four pieces of trash, just wait. This isn't over. Fuck. I was wondering why the damn Taishuation was glaring at us like a lunatic. It's not like the newbie village incident where he wiped us out to steal the boss. Oh, so it turns out he's standing up for you guys. Goddamn Taishuation, and goddamn miss you, level 8, craftsman, Harry Potter big, just you wait. Anyone who messes with our Righteous as the Heavens Guild will live to regret it. The Righteous Sky crew trembled with both shock and fury. From the system notification messages upon their deaths, they learned that they had been killed by the Grand Cleric. Those who emerged from the novice village M4399 like King of Men and Big King had some understanding of Taishui God. After all, they'd been slain by him on the very first day of the server launch. As for the remaining minority, they were completely bewildered. We were farming levels peacefully, not even fighting any bosses, and we've never crossed paths with you before. Why did you kill me? Now I get it, you're helping Chen Ergo and his gang settle scores. At this realization, everyone instantly flew into a rage. Their fury wasn't about Taishuation's retaliation, it was Chen Ergo's crew's blatant disregard for gaming honor that burned them. Damn it! Why didn't you bastards say you knew the Taishui God earlier? If you'd told us, would we have dared touch you? At least we'd have had to think twice about whether it was worth it. When you're in this game, why wouldn't you mention who's got your back? What kind of people even are you? However, their verbal outburst was destined to last mere seconds, because at this very moment, Li Fan had also rushed back to the Resurrection Plaza in time. Without a second word, he raised his sword and struck. Swish, swish, swish. System notice, you have slain player Righteousking. Sin points +1. You have committed murder within a safe city, violating Article 9 of the Eastern Glory Empire's Adventurer's Codex. Since this was a registered bounty kill, the criminal penalty is waived. However, you are fined 10 gold for disturbing the peace. Please pay the fine at the magistrate's office within 3 days. Notice, you have killed, omitted, X32. Given Li Fan's current speed, traveling from the Twisted Treyant grinding spot to the Resurrection Plaza in Skyglory City shouldn't take more than 2 minutes. The reason he arrived here only now was that he had to register every member of the Righteous Clouds Guild at the wanted office of the magistrate according to the earlier kill notifications. Each bounty only lasted 5 minutes, including the 2 previously registered players and the current fines. Li Fan had to spend a whopping 495 gold coins. This price nearly matches what he'd previously sold a legendary equipment piece to the Violet Mist Immortal for.
This shows just how steep the penalty is for players killing others within the city's safe zone nowadays.
But Li Fan didn't mind. Happiness can't be bought at any price. He'd even gladly pay a bit more in fines if needed.
Otherwise, why would he have kept himself flagged for a full 5 minutes? The reason he only hung around for 5 minutes was because he believed these so-called righteous heroes couldn't endure more than 5 minutes under such pressure before logging off. After observing the players, Li Fan didn't leave. He stood openly at the respawn point, waiting for the Righteous Heroes Guild members to revive.
This scene left nearby players utterly stunned.
Holy shit,
who's that guy? How dare he be so arrogant? Killing someone in the main city, isn't that breaking the NPC's taboo? Isn't he afraid of being punished by the NPCs? Damn, it's the god of mortality.
Holy shit, it really is the god of mortality.
No wonder he's so reckless. He must have gotten some special privileges from the NPCs, right? Damn right the god of Jupiter is chopping them down.
Serves those bastard Brotherhood of Righteousness guild members right, chop them all to bits. The players were utterly stunned. Never in their wildest dreams did anyone expect someone would dare commit public murder in an NPC-controlled zone. We thought the god of Jupiter was invincible, but here's someone even fiercer, whose legendary general is this. Oh, so it's the Tai Sui god himself. Well, that settles it.
2 minutes later,
the members of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild respawned once again.
Tai Sui god, what exactly are you trying to do?
Are you picking a fight with our Righteous Brotherhood Guild?
I advise you to think carefully about. Stop yapping, you trash.
From now on, I'll slaughter you every time I see you until you quit the game for good. The righteous and heroic leader, King of Men, wore a gloomy expression as he was about to issue a threatening remark. But the next second, Li Fan slaughtered him again.
Chapter 63, Crush Them Body and Soul, a declaration of war in the forum. Please vote for must read. If you're going to kill, just kill.
Li Fan detested those who never stopped yapping.
And so, these so-called righteous and heroic folks couldn't even get a word in edgewise before falling once more in humiliating defeat.
This scene stunned all the nearby players.
Holy shit, Tai Sui god is fucking badass, slaughtering those scumbags from Righteous Brotherhood who were camping the respawn point. Did you guys see Tai Sui god's speed? It was insane, like a bolt of lightning weaving through the Righteous Brotherhood crowd. He wiped out all 30-something of them in seconds. My god, his combat power is unreal. Hey, why aren't the NPC soldiers interfering with these killings in the main city? Isn't the main city supposed to be a safe zone? You idiot, haven't you learned the Chosen One's code?
Article 42 clearly states you can fight in the city, but only between players, and battles mustn't affect NPCs.
I was just a random player bullied by the Righteous Heroes Guild before. This feels amazing now. God, Tai Sui really avenged me hard.
Players were buzzing with discussions. Actually, many people wanted to come over and interact with Li Fan. After all, hitchhiking in games is a very common occurrence.
Li Fan's strength was evident to all.
Following behind him, even the slightest trickle of resources from his fingertips could make an ordinary player's combat power leap by a huge margin. However, at the moment, Li Fan appeared far too fierce in the eyes of the players. At the very least, none of the passerby players nearby had the courage to approach and interact with him. After chatting casually with Chun Ergu and the others, Li Fan realized that nearly 2 minutes had passed since the demise of the righteous and heroic crew. Yet after waiting a while longer, Li Fan noticed not a single one of them had respawned.
If nothing's gone wrong, they probably logged off to escape. Ha ha ha, what cowards. With Fan GE here, how would they dare respawn?
After all, they got slaughtered twice at the respawn point just now. If they revive, they'll die again.
Brother Fan is awesome. Brother Fan is invincible.
Chun Ergu and the others couldn't help but cheer wildly. The frustration of being bullied earlier had completely vanished from their hearts, replaced only by admiration for Li Fan and relief at having secured such powerful backing.
So this is what it feels like to have a big shot watching your back? So damn good. On the other side,
the fact that righteous heroes resorted to logging off was entirely within Li Fan's expectations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have issued the bounty for just 5 minutes. In fact, during the third round of slaughter, Li Fan had already noticed their numbers had diminished by around 10 compared to the initial count. Scum they may be, they still had enough brains to realize staying online meant repeated slaughter.
So they wisely chose to log off and avoid the onslaught. Going offline and hiding like a coward is a good strategy, but did you think it was over?
No, this is only the beginning. When it comes to killing, either don't do it at all or leave no survivors.
Leave room for reconciliation in the future?
He and those scoundrels from Righteous Clouds were never the same kind of people to begin with.
Whether now or in the future, they would always be enemies. Showing mercy here would be nothing but foolish weakness. So this time, Li Fan wasn't about to engage Righteous Clouds in some half-hearted skirmish. There are too many eyes and ears here.
You guys wait for me at Obsidian City. I'll join you right after. But first, I need to publicly declare war against Righteous as the skies on the game forum. After whispering these instructions to Chun Ergu and the others, Li Fan slipped away like grease lightning. Before long, he reached a deserted corner, opened the game forum, and began drafting his post. In no time, his incendiary thread went live. Title:
Declaration of war against the treacherous righteous clouds. Poster, God of Tai Sui. Content, just half an hour ago, a group from the Righteous Clouds Guild tried to recruit my brother. When he refused, they launched a shameless sneak attack and ganged up on them, outnumbering them, ultimately causing my brother and his teammates to die once. I've long heard that the Righteous Clouds Guild is a notorious gathering place for scum in the gaming world, deserving execution by all. Today, I finally witnessed it firsthand. From today onward, if any member of the Righteous Sky Guild appears within my sight, I, the God of Tai Sui, will absolutely take them down. This statement remained valid until the dissolution of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild. The forum ID and game ID are identical for every player. As soon as Lee Fan's post went public, it instantly captured the attention of countless onlookers. 1L, Invincible Raptor Warrior first. 2L, Invincible Raptor Warrior, holy shit, I can't believe I'm seeing the legendary Tai Sui God in the flesh. 3L, Invincible Raptor Warrior, listen up, Tai Sui God in Endless Sky, I, the Invincible Raptor Warrior, am the real deal. One day I'll surpass you for sure. 4L, Sheep brother Tai Sui, take me with you please. 5L, Big Suation first floor girl, who do you think I, the server's top player Tai Suation, am? Just because you're a girl means I have to take you? Follow the procedure, send pics first so I can consider it. 6L, come have Huazi attention, 5L is not Tai Suation. Also, did Tai Suation really openly declare war on Righteous Cloud? Amazing, now we've got a show, the server's top player versus a veteran guild head-on. Can't wait to see this epic clash. 7L, Dog Suation 6F is right, girl DM me, I'm the real Tai Suation. 19L, Retired War God Lu San, holy crap, just moments ago, Tai Suation clashed with the Righteous Heroes Guild. I was there. Tai Suation lives up to being the server's top player, absolutely domineering. He camped their respawn point and slaughtered Righteous Heroes 30+ members until they were too scared to log back in. 20L, Bald but not stronger, can confirm I was there too and screen recorded it. Click my profile if you're curious, I just uploaded the footage in a new post. Witnessing Tai Suation's terrifying combat power firsthand was insane. 21L, Whitebeard wannabe, WTF. How is this speed even possible? That efficiency is horrifying. 30+ people wiped out in the blink of an eye. 22L, come be my son already. So this is the combat power of the God of Longevity. Truly terrifying, I'm convinced. This guy's movement speed and attack speed are absurdly fast, his agility stat must be over 10,000, right? 23RD floor, 91 Mr. Hammer, the strength Tai Suation has shown probably makes sheer numbers useless, looks like the Righteous Heavens Guild is screwed. 168L, Yibberenwang, who the hell do you think you are, Tai Sui God? You're no saint yourself, so what gives you the right to trash talk us? 169L, Yai boy unmastered God of the Zodiac, you're the one being unreasonable. Back on the first day the server launched, you slaughtered us in the M4399 beginner village, claiming it was to avenge your brothers. Complete nonsense, you're just a bloodthirsty maniac. 170L, great year God, haha, look who's talking, a lapdog from Iba Yuntian here to whitewash their crimes. Everyone, take note. 169L, Yaibo Bigdaddy, whitewash my ass. What gives a piece of trash like you the right to talk here? Chapter 64, the forum war of words, are God of the Zodiac and Iba Yuntian just dogs biting dogs? To be honest, the people from the Righteous Cloud Guild are utter scum, the definition of in-game bullies. In the days following the launch of Endless Sky, countless ordinary players had suffered under Tyrant Cloudsky's bullying. On the forum, many victims also vented about Righteous Cloud's inhumane behavior. There were also posts from those too indignant to let it slide, declaring war against Ibo Yun Tian. But few people replied to such posts, because in the eyes of most players, the posters were nobody, so the combat posts they made were just empty boasts. Lee Fan's post was different. The ID Tai Suation was far too famous. So, within just a few minutes of being posted, the thread was quickly pushed to a prominent spot on the forum's homepage by excitedly discussing spectators. Disregarding their public reputation and conduct, Righteous Firmament's Guild is undeniably a top-tier force in the entire gaming world. Thus, Lee Fan's challenge thread was soon spotted by their members. Before long, the thread was flooded with replies from numerous Righteous Firmament Guild members, including none other than Zhao Hao, the guild leader himself. 200L, Zhao Tian of the Righteous Guild, I've just gotten up to speed on the situation. To summarize, our guild members had a minor conflict with a party of 4 from the Tai Sui gods, which escalated into a skirmish. 201L, Rightios How Retian, what I'm saying is, isn't this kind of kill or be killed grudge normal in any game? The god of Jupiter already hunted down 32 of my brothers and killed each of them 2 or 3 times. I thought that would be the end of it, but who knew he still wasn't satisfied. 202L, Rightios How Retian, as far as I know, on the very first day of the server launch, Tai Sui killed several of my brothers over a boss dispute, so he was the one who started bullying our guild from the very beginning. 203L, Rightios How Retian, regarding the claim from Jupiter God that our guild is a nest of scumbags, I hereby strongly protest and condemn it as slander. Our guild members are all very supportive of one another,
we're just a bit more hot-blooded than the average person.
We welcome all players to join our guild family. If you've got the fighting spirit, we want you. 204L, Ritios how Ritienso, God of Jupiter, you're saying you'll kill every one of us on sight? Fine, I admit you're strong. But for every one of us that falls, thousands more will rise up. Our righteous Sky Guild has 20,000 brothers, and we're ready to play the long game with you. Even if all 20,000 of us fall, countless more will rise up to resist a madman like you. As the leader of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild, Zhao Ritian had clearly demonstrated extraordinary talents by expanding the guild to such formidable size. These words instantly shifted public opinion regarding the declaration of war among the spectators. Initially, many bystanders had viewed Tai Sui-shin as a grassroots hero who stood against the Righteous Brotherhood Guild purely to avenge his comrades. But after hearing Zhao Ritian's statement, numerous onlookers immediately revised their perception of Tai Sui-shin. On the very first day of the server launch, he's already stealing bosses and killing players in the beginner's village? This is downright the behavior of a bully-type player. His declaration of war against Righteous Sky is just like a dog biting another dog. Neither will come out any cleaner. Moreover, after reading Zhao Ritian's reply, some of the bystanders actually ended up with a better impression of Righteous Sky. Isn't it normal to fight and kill in a game? If you have to be decent in real life, can't you cut loose in the game? If everyone tries to be a good person in the game, that's just way too spineless. Such chivalrous spirit is totally worth joining. And then, when another person posted in agreement with Zhao Ritian's remarks, even more of the melon-eating crowd in the event sided with righteousness piercing the heavens as the bullied party. 250L. Proud Emperor, I am the leader of the Proud Heroes Guild. I hereby express my agreement with guild leader Zhao. Tai Sui-shin is indeed a bloodthirsty madman. Back in the beginner village, he also slaughtered players from our guild. 251L. Proud Emperor, although our Proud Heroes Guild can't compare to the Righteousness Piercing the Heavens Guild in terms of size and influence, when it comes to resisting Tai Sui-shin, we are willing to stand alongside Righteousness Piercing the Heavens. Tai Sui-shin, if you dare, bring it on. Victory will undoubtedly belong to us, the righteous side. The Proud Heroes Guild is also considered an established veteran guild. Though not comparable to the Righteous Brotherhood Guild, at its peak it was ranked 10th among the Dragon Kingdom's top 10 guilds. As the Emperor's pride made those remarks, more and more people began to view Tai Sui-shin in a worse light. Some even replied, praising Emperor's pride in Zhao Ritian as true men of unwavering spirit. If they couldn't join the Righteous Brotherhood Guild, then joining the Pride of the Fearless Guild would be just as good. This is also one of the two major reasons why Emperor's Majesty supported Zhao Ritian. In his view, the divine Tai Sui had already become an enemy of their guild, so whether he supported it or not wouldn't affect that relationship. Anyway, the divine Tai Sui would deal with the Righteous Brotherhood first. By showing up and boosting the guild's visibility, he could help raise the guild's profile and ride the wave of hype beneficial for the guild's growth. Of course, the other key reason was that he had already discussed matters with Zhao Ritian in advance. He and Zhao Ritian had known each other for a long time, and the two were birds of a feather. Naturally, he had to show his support. For every supporter, there was an opponent. Although Li Fan hadn't made any overtures, the young lady of the Phoenix Guild, Fairy Zisha, was displeased upon receiving the news. What's this? Bullying the few with your numbers, is it? Our Phoenix Guild has a deep partnership with the God of Ages. Do you think we'd just stand by? Thus, the Violet Mist Fairy decisively made her appearance in the thread as well. 328th floor, Violet Mist Fairy. Our Phoenix Guild stands with the God of Ages. If the God of Ages declares war on Righteous Cloud, then our Phoenix Guild likewise declares here and now, we are irrevocably opposed to Righteous Cloud. 329th floor, Violet Mist Fairy. Moreover, everyone knows exactly what kind of behavior Righteous Cloud's members exhibit. I simply don't understand, since when has bullying casual players been considered having guts? The God of Ages cutting them down was absolutely righteous, a true act of removing a scourge for the people. 330L, Zisha Immortal and Aoshi Emperor. It's clearly your dumbass brother-in-law who is bullying others and kicked a steel plate. What do you mean by Tai Sui-shin killing your guild members for no reason? Who the hell are you trying to fool by deliberately cutting out the context? Looks to me like you're a dumbass too. The moment Violet Mist Fairy said this, the bystanders became even more excited. A single battle post had actually drawn in 3 prominent veteran gaming guilds. This is getting way too intense. Of course, many players who had been swayed by Zhao Ritian and Aoshi Emperor's words suddenly realized, we've been played for fools. Though no one knows which version of the Tai Sui God matches your descriptions, veteran players are all familiar with the notorious reputation of Righteous Brotherhood. Whether Tai Sui God is a bloodthirsty lunatic doesn't matter, you Righteous Brotherhood bastards deserve to die. Fight. The more chaotic the battle, the better. Chapter 65, Keep Grinding Quests, Skill Book, Block Stance. Bro fan, you really don't need to do all this for us, but Righteous Brotherhood is ultimately a major guild. Aren't we declaring war on them a bit too soon? Maybe we should create our own guild first? With numbers on our side, we wouldn't be so disadvantaged in fights. Yeah. With your current reputation, bro fan, if we start a guild now,
we'd definitely attract tons of players. Then when we go to war with Righteous Brotherhood, we won't be outnumbered.
Wait, Pride of Champions Guild is taking Righteous Brotherhood's side now?
Damn, bro fan, your newbie village life is getting pretty intense.
Obsidian City.
After reuniting with Li Fan, Chun Ergu and the others immediately started chattering excitedly. They were deeply moved, believing Li Fan's declaration of war against Righteous Heaven on the game forums was entirely to stand up for them. To avenge his brothers, he'd dare declare war alone against a guild of 10,000 members? That's just fucking heroic. But having such an awesome boss looking out for us is pure bliss.
Don't get me wrong, I've already helped you get revenge in Tianyao City.
This forum declaration of war is purely because I can't stand the Righteous Sky Guild and want to crush this trashy guild. Li Fan shook his head, signaling to Chun Ergo and the others not to flatter themselves. Indeed, forcing Righteous Sky to disband was already one of his next planned moves. It was just that Chun Ergu and the others getting killed by the Righteous Brotherhood made me decide to speed up my plans. As for the Proud Heroes Guild stepping forward, that was unexpected, but no matter. Anyone who dares to side with the Righteous Brotherhood can't be any good. If I run into any Proud Heroes Guild members, I'll take them out too. It's not like it'll take much effort anyway. As Li Fan finished speaking, Chun Ergu and the others secretly gasped in astonishment.
A single person daring to confront two major guilds head-on, damn, brother, you're truly badass.
But upon closer consideration, it wasn't just empty boasting. After all, those big guilds couldn't possibly remain clustered in defensive formations every day, they'd still need to go out farming monsters and leveling up, right? Li Fan had clearly stated in the post, anyone within sight will be killed without exception.
If he happened to meet someone on the road, he wouldn't hesitate to strike them down. With his strength, fewer than 100 players would pose no threat to him at all. Bringing down the Brotherhood of Righteousness Guild is a long-term mission, let's set that aside for now.
At this moment, Li Fan spoke again. Next, I'm going to tackle a hidden quest. I'll be busy and won't have time to guide you. I've already contacted the Violet Fairy from the Phoenix Guild. For the next few days, stick with their pioneering team to avoid retaliation from the Brotherhood if they can't beat me but decide to take it out on you instead.
Alright.
Chun Ergo nodded reluctantly, his expression filled with regret. Fortunately, although he had considered riding on Li Fan's coattails, he wasn't prepared to become utterly useless by clinging to stronger players.
At that moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Phoenix Guild, Violet Fairy? Is that the Beauty Guild? Wonderful. Brother Fan, you can go handle your own business now, we don't need you here anymore. Li Fan, your mood swings are impressively fast.
Shaking his head between laughter and exasperation, he simply decided to wash his hands of the matter.
As a normal male player, who wouldn't look forward to the opportunity of playing together with beautiful guild members?
Li Fan could understand Chun Ergo's attitude shift. However, he also knew Chun Ergo was just another timid otaku who dared to think but not act, someone who only behaved boldly around close acquaintances but turned shy and reserved around women. Even after 10 years of operation in his previous life's endless sky, Chun Ergo's romantic conquests barely filled 2 hands. His appeal to the opposite sex was truly concerning.
Next, back to daily quests.
Cut down anyone from the Righteous Brotherhood or Pride of Heroes Guild when encountered, but also make time to focus on those hidden quests. At the very least, finish Lu Yanwei's 99-link hidden quest first and get it over with. With these thoughts in mind, Li Fan immediately bid farewell to Chun Ergo and the others.
He followed the plan and found the NPC Lu Yanwei inside the tavern. The guy still wore a drunken expression, glanced at Li Fan, and couldn't help but curl his lips into a grin. You're back again. This time, I'd like to switch things up. Could you bring me a pair of black iron tier blazing rooster wings? I'm craving them so badly. Notice, you have automatically accepted the quest Drunkard Lu Yanwei's daily. 14. Quest requirement, kill 1 blazing fire chicken, LV-23 black iron creature, and automatically deliver the quest item blazing fire chicken wing to Lu Yanwei. Time limit, 3 days. Quest reward, 210,000 EXP, automatic acquisition of the next quest chain. For Li Fan, killing a mere LV-23 black iron boss posed virtually no difficulty at all. But given my luck, there's no telling when I might actually encounter it. Damn it, you alcoholic bastard with such picky taste. Insisting on eating the wings of a black iron boss, do you really take me for free labor? Li Fan felt a sudden urge to slash the NPC Lu Yanwei to death with his sword, but ultimately suppressed it. Impulse is the devil. No choice, for the sake of the quest chain's final reward, I can only grit my teeth and work like a beast of burden. Creature, Elite Fire Rooster. Combat Strength, LV-23 Black Iron Tier. Attributes, HP 4466, Physical Attack 520, Magic Attack 440, Physical Defense 198, Magic Defense 234. Skills? Staring at the half-meter-tall, flame-engulfed rooster before him, Li Fan couldn't help but wipe away non-existent tears. This was no easy feat. After grinding for over 4 hours on ordinary flame hens, I finally encountered this one black iron tier mini-boss. Damn, it wastes so much time. Li Fan swiftly stepped forward and slashed it to death with a few quick swings of his sword. Just as he was about to head back,
he suddenly noticed that this elite fire rooster had dropped a skill book that would be incredibly useful to him. Skill book, block stance, quality, black iron. Learning requirements, level 23 or above, melee professions capable of wielding shields. Level 1 active effect. Focus on blocking with a shield to enter full defense mode, reducing all physical/magic damage taken by 75% for the next 5 seconds. Consumes 120 MP upon use. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Great, with this skill book, my margin for error when facing high-level bosses will increase again. Li Fan happily learned the skill from the book. Under the title effect, the skill level automatically increased to LV2. The effect duration and cooldown time remained unchanged, but the MP cost increased to 150 points, while damage reduction rose to 77.5%. The only drawback is that during the duration of this skill, the user cannot perform any attacking actions, otherwise the skill will automatically be interrupted. Though this life-saving skill isn't usually needed, it's better safe than sorry. Li Fan muttered to himself before once again immersing his mind into the task at hand. Chapter 66, Agility breaks 20,000, someone ambushes, please vote. Oh no, it's the god of pestilence, run for your lives, brothers. Aga! Outside Obsidian City while grinding quests, Li Fan encountered an unlucky group of Righteous Brotherhood guild members. Without exchanging a word, he immediately wiped out their entire team. This kind of incident wasn't the first time it had happened tonight. The Righteous Brotherhood guild was, after all, an established top-tier guild with numerous players, and they had members in every one of the 32 major cities of the Dragonflame Empire. Li Fan meant what he said. Whenever a member of the Righteous Brotherhood guild appeared before him, he would show no mercy. Moreover, due to Emperor's pride siding with the Righteous Brotherhood, he wouldn't spare any players from the Supreme Overlord's guild either. It's just that the Supreme Overlord's guild scale was relatively smaller, so he hadn't encountered any of them yet. Of course, it's also possible that he encountered them but simply didn't recognize them. In the world of Endless Sky, to officially establish a guild, players first need an official guild certificate item for creation, and under normal circumstances, these certificates only drop from legendary bosses of LV30 or above. Currently, guilds like Righteous Heroes and Proud Horizon are, to put it bluntly, nothing more than privately assembled groups of players, with most members being veterans who migrated from other games together. Under these circumstances, unless Li Fan personally knew someone or their ID contained phrases like righteous, proud, gaze and other prefixes that carry a sense of allegiance, otherwise, Li Fan wouldn't even be able to recognize whether a random player fell within his kill range. When they successfully obtained the official guild certification later on, their members would receive badges and other insignia. Only then could Li Fan easily identify them. But actually, whether he could distinguish them or not didn't matter anymore. Li Fan's primary targets had never been the ordinary guild members. His focus was always on the elite management and even the veteran core leadership. Kill enough of their key members, cut them down until none remain, and the guild naturally won't amount to anything. What a shame that Zhao Ritian, that damn fool, hasn't arrived at the main city yet. Otherwise, I'd have made him tremble in fear today. Li Fan shook his head. When he turned in his quest earlier, he had stopped by the Obsidian City's administrative office to try and lock onto Zhao Ritian, the leader of the Righteous Cloud Guild. Unfortunately, the result was the same. Zhao Ritian was still LV20 and hadn't entered the main city area yet. Clearly, Zhao Ritian was still busy attempting high-star difficulty class dungeons. This is only natural. With his wealth and influence, leveling up is too easy. He just needs some underlings to weaken the monsters before he finishes them off, making the leveling process incredibly efficient. It's one of the common methods wealthy and powerful players use to quickly boost their levels. So, Zhao Ritian's determination to strive for a high-star rated advanced class was something Li Fan could understand. Putting himself in Zhao Ritian's shoes, he'd do the same. But once a player meets the LV.20 requirement, they can use the teleportation array to enter the main city regardless of whether their class has been advanced. That Zhao Ritian bastard was already level 20 last night. The reason he's delaying coming over is probably because he's scared I'll hunt him down. Forget it. If he wants to be a coward, let him be. There's no way he'll avoid the main city forever, right? It's about time now. I'll grind a couple more quests before logging off to sleep. Li Fan shook his head, dismissing thoughts of bloodshed to focus on his own progress. He spent the next 2+ hours grinding hidden quests from Lu Yanwei before finally logging off to rest as exhaustion crept in. Log off to rest, wake up and log back in to keep playing. Li Fan's routine remained as healthy as ever. Nothing particularly special happened today, just grinding Lu Yanwei's hidden quest while incidentally chopping down the unlucky members of the Righteous and Loyal Brotherhood Guild. And so, time unknowingly slipped from evening into the early hours of the next morning. Having diligently worked for several hours straight, Crewman Li took a moment to glance at his updated personal attribute panel. Character, Tai Sui God. Basic attributes. Level, LV27, 4.04M/5.40M. Class, Sword and Shield Ranger. HP,
24,608. MP, 6,180. Attack, Physical 2126, Magical 1078. Defense, Physical 1495, Magical 1420. Attributes, Strength 1000, Agility 21996, Spirit 378, Stamina 1250. Free attribute points, 850. Maximum attack speed, 275.95 attacks/second. Top movement speed, 494.91 meters/second. Title, The Strong One Who Conquered Nightmares. Talent, Blessing of Light, Stage 2, SSS grade. Equipment, none. Skill list, LV9 Shield Block, LV9 Heavy Slash, Basic Forging Technique, LV8 Shield Counter, LV7 Phantom Dance, LV5 Fury of Desperation, LV5 Charge, LV5 Sword Chi Mastery, LV5 Ragnarok, LV4 Sword and Shield Technique, LV4 Fatal Cleave, LV4 Storm Swordsmanship, LV3 Blocking Stance. Li Fan's current personal stats panel showed little change from when he first obtained the epic weapon, Justice's Verdict Blade. The main reason was that he hadn't upgraded his equipment much these past few days, and the free attribute points from leveling up and claiming first kills on minor bosses were all saved up. However, the agility attribute had nearly doubled in value. Without any buffs in normal state, Li Fan's maximum attack speed had already reached 275 hits per second, and his movement speed was close to 500 meters per second. This level of attack and movement speed was terrifying. Li Fan recalled that in his previous life, it wasn't until around LV-180 that he had reached such levels. To reach the third stage of my talent, I need to kill 100,000 monsters above LV-20 to upgrade the second stage. In other words, my agility could potentially exceed 200,000 in the second stage. I still have a long way to go. How long did it take to achieve over 1,000 attacks per second? Keep it up. Looking at his latest stats panel, Li Fan couldn't help but beam with joy. Meanwhile, another achievement was completing 60 rounds of NPC Lu Yanwei's questline. Work hard today and tomorrow, push yourself a bit more, and if nothing goes wrong, I should be able to get the final reward for the quest by tomorrow. Then, I'll finally be free from this goddamn chain of tasks. The 61st step requires killing carrion rats in the Red Leaf Valley area outside Tianyao City? Oh, the very first step of the quest I got from Li Changsheng also requires killing carrion rats. Li Fan muttered in pleasant surprise. NPC Lu Yanwei's ingredients had long since expanded beyond the vicinity of Obsidian City. Starting from the 40th loop, Li Fan had begun frequently traveling to other main cities to gather ingredients by slaying monsters. Who would have thought the 61st loop overlapped perfectly with the task requirements he'd previously accepted from Li Changsheng? Killing two birds with one stone? Perfect. With this realization, Li Fan wasted no time preparing to depart. Just as he arrived at the Obsidian City teleportation array, before he could even select a main city, suddenly a malicious PK warning notification appeared on his panel. Alert, player Gold Killer Sahara, LV-23 Assassin, has activated their innate skill Reversal Space on you. You have been forcibly dragged into the Reversal Space. Chapter 67, the unique innate skill Turn Space, the Gold Killer of the Assassin Alliance. Notice, the opponent has temporarily gained an attribute bonus equal to your highest stat among your four-dimensional attributes, Agility. Tip, in the turn-based arena, you can only return to your original position after defeating your opponent. Tip, inside the turn-based arena, both parties will engage in turn-based combat. Attack frequency is limited to one strike per turn, and the opponent will attack first. Tip, supplies cannot be used, and equipment cannot be changed within the turn-based arena. Player Golden Killer Sahara, LV-23 Assassin, has initiated an attack on you, dealing 1 damage with backstab. Warning, you must counterattack within 5 seconds. Failing to do so will forfeit this counter opportunity, and both parties will proceed to the next combat round. In an instant, several prompt messages appeared on Li Fan's interface. With a flash before his eyes, he was suddenly transported from the bustling main city teleportation array to a peculiar, isolated space. Within his field of vision, aside from the approximately 20 square meters of solid ground occupied by himself and the opposing assassin player, the surrounding area was shrouded in thick white mist. Innate skill, Round Space? I remember now. So it's the top enforcer of the Assassin Alliance. Li Fan frowned in contemplation for 2 seconds, instantly recalling from his past life memories the background of this elite killer, Sahara. Sahara came from a player organization called the Assassin Alliance. The Assassin Alliance is different from ordinary player guilds. Nearly all its members are players who specialize in the assassin profession. Though few in number, each one is a top-tier expert in the game. Like long-established guilds such as Righteous Brotherhood, the Assassin Alliance was formed even before the official launch of Endless Sky. True to its name, the organization operates in the shadows, specializing in assassination contracts and accepting payments to eliminate targets. Among them, the gold-ranked killer Sahara stood out in Li Fan's memory as one of the most notorious assassins within the Assassin Alliance. With the unique talent of Turn Space, assassination attempts were always successful,
with a success rate infinitely close to 100%. Turn space, as the name suggests, refers to the ability to lock onto a target and drag them into a special, isolated space where combat follows a turn-based system. Within turn space, no matter how fast your attack speed is, you can only take turns attacking one strike at a time. It was somewhat similar to the combat style of the old-school game Fantasy Westward Journey that Li Fan remembered. The difference lies in the fact that the gold-ranked assassin Sahara can use his talent to replicate the highest dimensional attribute of any player pulled into his space. In other words, if Li Fan currently has an agility stat of 21,996 points, then within the round space, the gold-ranked assassin's agility attribute would also be 21,996 points. However, the other three attributes, strength, spirit, and constitution, won't be replicated. Though his damage output is too low to break through my defense, he's probably stunned right now having successfully discovered my agility stat through this talent. This talent is perfect for one-on-one combat. Li Fan furrowed his brows. After pondering for so long, the 5-second counterattack window was nearly over, so he quickly returned a basic attack. The reason he countered with a basic attack was, first of all, because Li Fan didn't have any particularly overpowering single-strike skills at his disposal. The legendary skills Sword and Shield Technique and Fatal Slash can be considered auxiliary or sustained damage-dealing buff-type skills. Upon careful calculation, the skill with the highest single-attack frequency damage is Heavy Slash, which has now been upgraded to LV9, boasting 475% physical attack power plus additional damage that scales with the enemy's lower HP, the initial skill with innate lethality. The second reason is that while the opponent replicated Nimble talent, they couldn't copy other attributes or equipment. Li Fan took one glance and knew his own gear was all legendary grade dark gold, filled with epic tier items. In contrast, the golden ranked assassin's best equipment was merely a single gold grade dagger. The gap was simply colossal. As expected, the opponent's backstab skill couldn't even break his defense, and his counterattack's basic strike made the enemy's health bar plummet dramatically. Minus 2,296. A staggering number burst forth above the gold-ranked killer's head. With Li Fan's physical attack stat exceeding 2,100, combined with the true damage from his talents, that single basic strike took nearly half of the gold-ranked killer Sahara's life. What kind of attack and defense stats are these? And that agility value? Hiss hiss hiss, this is insane. The golden-ranked assassin Sahara drew a sharp breath. As an assassin, he normally maintained impeccable composure, embodying the principle of speaking less while delivering deadly efficiency. But at this moment, remaining calm was simply impossible. Even anticipating low odds of success beforehand, this venture being primarily for gathering intel, I still couldn't contain my overwhelming shock. 22,000 agility points. Can a level 27 player truly possess such stats? My 500 plus physical attack combined with a backstab skill that doubles damage, yet it couldn't even pierce your defense? Just how absurd are your defensive attributes? A single basic attack from you dealt 2,300 damage to me, a player with over 100 physical defense? Does your attack power approach 2,500 already? God of Fortune, and you claim you're not cheating? On the other side, Li Fan didn't pay much attention to the golden-ranked assassin's shock. After all, he'd be shocked too in the same situation. It was perfectly normal. What concerned him was that while he'd never crossed paths with the assassin in his past life, according to accounts from the powerful individuals slain by this foe, the golden-ranked assassin Sahara never uttered a word during any operation. Wait, so this guy isn't actually mute? Good to know we can communicate. Golden Blade Sahara, I know you're with the Assassin's League. Who hired you to kill me? Sahara's complexion changed. He hadn't expected Tai Suishan to guess his faction affiliation. This was yet another surprise outside his predictions. From what he knew, the gaming world had never before produced a top-ranking powerhouse called Tai Suishan. Based on recent investigations, apart from some interactions with the Phoenix Guild, Tai Suishan is likely an independent player cultivated outside any organization. An independent player who not only knows about the Assassin Alliance but even recognizes that I was sent as its killer. This is no ordinary solo player. We must strike hard. -1. Watching his powerful strike only deal a pitiful mandatory 1 damage, Sahara's surging killing intent instantly withered. The gap in strength is too vast. This isn't something skill alone can bridge. It's like pitting a newborn baby against boxing champion Tyson. Even if the baby could perform a 360-degree Thomas Flair, it wouldn't withstand a casual punch from Tyson. Hey, Sahara, tell me who sent you after me? Li Fan demanded again. As a professional assassin, I never reveal client information, Sahara answered coolly. Oh, Li Fan nodded. Then go die. As the words fell, it was his turn to attack. A heavy slash. System notice, you have killed player gold medal killer _ Sahara, LV23 assassin. Since you are acting in self-defense, your crime value will not increase. Notification, you have automatically left the turn space. Chapter 68, A Strong Man's Revenge Never Waits Overnight. Please vote for must-read chapters. Even if the gold-ranked assassin Sahara hadn't said anything, Li Fan could roughly guess who had placed the order with the Assassin Alliance. It had only been a few days since Endless Sky launched, and the only ones he had conflicts with were the Righteous Brothers Guild and the Pride Overlooking Heroes Guild.
The Assassin Alliance, as a professional killing organization in the gaming world, is renowned for its dedication, and naturally, their fees aren't cheap.
Especially when targeting someone like him, currently the game's top player, the price to hire them would be astronomical. Considering his identity as a player from Dragon Country, it's possible foreign factions might have hired them to target him, but more likely, it was either Zhao Ritian or Ao Shi Dihuang who placed the order. So whether the elite assassin revealed the employer's identity or not didn't matter to Li Fan. Since the most probable culprits were Zhao Ritian or Ao Shi Dihuang, retaliating against these two would undoubtedly be the right move. Besides, even if they weren't the employers, Li Fan was determined to kill them. In any case, killing them definitely wouldn't be wrong. I just checked with the NPC. Zhao Ritian is still stuck in the beginner's village. Could this tyrant emperor not have reached the main city yet either? Damn it, he really isn't here either. Did these two bastards conspire to have the Assassin's Guild eliminate me before they enter the main city? Li Fan checked and was disappointed to find that Ao Shi Dihuang hadn't entered any of the main cities either. Once players enter a main city, they generally can't return to the starter village. This was mentioned earlier. Zhao Ritian and Ao Shi Dihuang had been hiding in the starter village all along, leaving Li Fan truly helpless against these two assholes. Forget it. I'll deal with the Assassin Alliance first. If he couldn't catch the mastermind behind the scenes, Li Fan wouldn't let go of the mastermind's tools either. He simply decided to take down the Assassin's Guild first. No matter how strong the gold-ranked assassin Sahara was, he was just an employee after all. If he wanted to strike, he'd cut off the head of the Assassin's Guild. The leader of the Assassin's Guild had always been enigmatic, with few players knowing his actual ID, but this was no secret to Li Fan, a reborn player. Tip: you have successfully spent 10 gold coins to locate the coordinates of player random guy, LV23 Shadow Assassin. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. That's right, this utterly unremarkable ID belonged to none other than the leader of the Assassin Alliance. This guy put up a good disguise, but unfortunately, he ran into Li Fan, a reincarnator. Today was destined to be his unlucky day. Moon Shadow City. Located on the edge of the Endless Mountain Range, this city stands as the westernmost territory of the Eastern Glory Empire. Perpetually shrouded in dim lighting due to the erosion of demonic miasma, its gloomy atmosphere makes it the preferred environment for assassin-class players. At this very moment, in an ordinary leveling spot outside Moon Shadow City, Lu Renjia, the leader of the Assassin Alliance, was engaged in a long-distance call with the elite killer Sahara. What? The god of Tai Sui's agility stat is a whopping 21,996 points? What? Your attacks can't even break through the god of Tai Sui's defense, while his normal attacks deal 2,300 damage to you? This is downright insane. This guy is currently in a league of his own among players. Let's pause this contract for now. Later, I'll negotiate a higher price with the employer and demand compensation from you. Alright. Getting this intel is already a win. Take a few days off, consider it a vacation. After ending the private call, Passerby fell deep into thought. The contract to assassinate the god of pestilence had actually been received by the Assassin Alliance organization a few days prior. At that time, the order was placed by the Emperor of Supreme Arrogance from the M4399 beginner village. Unfortunately, during those days, the two assassins from the Assassin Alliance stationed at the M4399 beginners village didn't even catch a glimpse of the Tai Sui god. And now, Zhao Ritian from the Righteous Brotherhood of the Boundless Sky has also placed an order. Considering that the god of Tai Sui is currently the undisputed top-ranked player dominating both leaderboards, Zhao Ritian and the Emperor of Arrogance have offered a reward of 1 million Dragon Country currency per kill. With such a substantial sum, the Assassin Alliance naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. To bystander A, it seemed like a sure thing once his top enforcer, the gold-ranked killer Sahara, stepped onto the scene. Yet, against all expectations, after just one battle, Sahara's confidence was utterly shattered. The stats of this Tai Sui god are utterly ridiculous. The real kicker is that the official Endless Sky stance claims he's not cheating or exploiting game bugs. That's the most terrifying part. Indeed, you get what you pay for. Killing the Tai Sui god will require careful planning. I'll have to make Zhao Ritian and Ao Shi Emperor wait a little longer, and perhaps raise the price. Who's there? Passerby A was muttering to himself when suddenly, a sinister gust of wind struck him head-on. His instincts kicked in as he narrowed his eyes, only to witness an utterly shocking sight. A warrior player wielding a greatsword had appeared out of nowhere, darting toward him like lightning. Upon closer look, this was none other than the Tai Sui god they had just been discussing with his subordinates. Tai Sui god? Wow, I actually met the Tai Sui god? Big shot, let's add as friends. Passerby froze for a moment, then immediately reacted like any ordinary player would, with excitement and pleasant surprise, naively asking Li Fan for a friend spot. Li Fan was also momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile.
Keep acting. I don't believe the boss of the Assassin Alliance wouldn't know my purpose for coming here. Hearing this, Random Guy's expression froze.
Since his identity had been exposed, there was no need to keep up the act. He stared at Li Fan with a profoundly thoughtful gaze.
Tai Sui God, who exactly are you? How did you know about me?
Even most members within the Assassin Alliance didn't know his ID.
All connections with the outside world were maintained through various subordinate liaisons.
There was no helping it after all. They were engaged in shady dealings. Today's client might become tomorrow's assassination target, so as the boss, he had to keep a low profile.
Don't worry about how I know. Since I've found you, I obviously have my own sources of information.
Your top assassin, Sahara, refused to tell me who hired you to kill me, so he's dead.
Now I'll ask you the same question again. Who hired you to assassinate me? Li Fan got straight to the point with his question.
Though he didn't particularly care about it, since they had come knocking on his door, it would be even better to identify the specific person. Chopping down Zhao Ritian and Emperor Pride wouldn't take much effort, but his time was precious too. It would be far better to pinpoint exactly which individual it was. Since you know me, you should understand that the Assassin's League has never betrayed its employers, so I won't answer. Passerby A replied slowly.
Very well, then you must be prepared to be struck by my blade? Have it you.
Li Fan slowly raised his long sword as he spoke. A man's reputation follows like a tree's shadow. Having just witnessed the gold-ranked assassin Sahara, Li Fan's movements now radiated overwhelming pressure in the eyes of bystander A.
Yet naturally, he wouldn't just sit idly by awaiting death.
I knew you'd finish chopping them down.
Did you honestly think I wasn't prepared? Farewell.
As soon as Passerby A uttered those words, his entire figure abruptly vanished into thin air.
The assassin's signature skill, Stealth. Chapter 69, Extra Number 69's Persistence. The auction event begins. Please vote.
Under the current circumstances, Extra Number 69 still feels relatively confident in himself.
I'll admit straight up, in a fight, I'm definitely no match for you, Tai Sui-shin. But my invisibility leaves no trace. If I'm determined to flee, how would Your Excellency the Grand Jupiter deity handle it?
Faced with this situation, Li Fan merely chuckled.
Invisibility doesn't mean invincibility, you're celebrating too soon.
With those words, Li Fan began slashing at the air. Swish, swish, swish. Under the passive effect of the dark gold skill Sword Chi Master, every one of his basic attacks unleashed sword energy spanning over 10 meters.
With over 200 basic attacks per second, waves of white sword energy surged outward in all directions like a relentless tide.
Stalker X, still in stealth mode, never expected Li Fan to pull such a shameless tactic.
Normally, wouldn't you have to rely on tracking techniques like following my footprints to detect my stealth movements? Yet you actually used AoE sword energy bombardment to deal with me.
Damn, that's really fighting dirty. Side character A wanted to flee, but even with the slight movement speed boost from stealth, how could he possibly escape Li Fan's attack range? In the blink of an eye, he was struck by multiple sword energy blasts.
2259, minus 2309, minus 2359, minus 1648, lethal damage.
After being struck by 4 consecutive sword energies, Passerby A's health bar was instantly depleted. As the leader of the Assassin Alliance, his overall combat prowess was actually not inferior to that of the gold-rank assassin Sahara, and he possessed some life-saving trump cards of his own. But he understood that in front of Li Fan, using these life-saving trump cards would be meaningless at best. They would only buy him an extra slash or two before meeting his end. With the opponent's agility stat of 22,000, a few sword strikes would take merely hundredths of a second. What point was there in wasting precious survival resources then? The gap in sheer strength is truly despair-inducing, but oh, how exhilarating.
In his ghostly state, watching Li Fan's figure dashing toward Moon Shadow City, Passerby A's eyes flashed with an unsettling excitement.
God of heavenly stems, from now on this is personal. Whether Zhao Ritian and Emperor Arrogance canceled their assassination contract on you or not, I'll make killing you my in-game mission. Give it your all. I hope your strength doesn't get surpassed by mine too quickly.
That would make the game boring for me again.
After muttering these words, Passerby A chose to log out of the game before respawning. Because he was also aware of Li Fan's earlier incident at the Tianyao City respawn point, where he had ambushed and slain figures like Yi Baoran Wang and others, he deduced that Li Fan's current dash toward Moon Shadow City was aimed at cutting him down as well. Although he had already marked killing Li Fan as one of his major objectives in the game, the current power gap between them was simply too vast. A reckless charge now would mean nothing more than a meaningless death.
Logging off to avoid confrontation was the wisest choice.
Holy shit, this guy really knows how to play it safe.
Logging off after just one hit.
Li Fan lingered in Moon Shadow City's Resurrection Square for quite some time. After confirming that random nobody had indeed logged off, he could only shake his head helplessly.
In this situation, there wasn't much he could do about it. It's not like he could go offline and confront the guy in real life, right? Only when the game merged with reality would that become possible. For now, he was a law-abiding citizen who didn't harm others offline. Hell, even his backstabbing ex-girlfriend from his past life was currently living her best life. One hit and it's gone offline? How boring. Might as well go grind quests first. Li Fan teleported to Sky Glory City. Soon, his avatar materialized in the Crimson Leaf Valley area. Scavenger rats, common LV-25 mobs. Its size was about 20 to 30 times that of a common house mouse, with irregular red and white patches covering most of its body. Its beady eyes shone with an eerie crimson light, and its overall appearance was extraordinarily ugly. These creatures were small, gregarious monsters that always spawned in groups of 3 to 5. Of course, to Li Fan, not only were groups of 3 to 5 no threat, even hundreds of them together posed no danger to him. The monster slaying process was utterly joyless and ended very quickly. System notification: you have defeated X500. Notice, your talent takes effect. You have permanently gained +2 agility, X500. Notice, you have leveled up. Current level, LV28. Notice, your quest Drunkard Lu Yanwei's Daily Life, 61, has been completed. Please claim your reward from NPC Lu Yanwei. Tip: your quest Li Changsheng's Worries, 1, has been completed. Please claim your reward from NPC Li Changsheng. With the quest completion prompt refreshed on the panel, the activity of grinding carrion rats officially came to an end. Following the principle of proximity, Li Fan first located Li Changsheng to claim his quest reward. Notification: you have acquired 20 gold coins, 250,000 experience points, and 10 merit points, within the Eastern Glory Empire. The mission duration was 3 days, and today happens to be the 3rd day, so there are no additional rewards. The ordinary mobs and boss near the main city aren't considered intelligent magical creatures, so killing them won't grant merit points. 10 merit points is decent, small gains add up, and you can exchange them for rewards at the official NPC store. Li Fan glanced at the mission rewards and thought no more of it. What concerned him was the triggered second stage mission content. Mission: Li Changsheng's Worries, 2. Mission description: over the past year, the activity levels of some intelligent magical creature tribes near the Eastern Hua Empire have been abnormal, causing Li Changsheng some concern. Your performance has earned Li Changsheng's recognition, and thus he hopes you can help investigate the reason behind the abnormal activity of these intelligent magical creature tribes. Mission objective: investigate the cause of the unusually high activity within the intelligent monster tribe. Mission progress: 0%. Time limit: 60 days. Party size: 110 players. Success reward: unknown. Failure penalty: permanently lose eligibility for this quest chain. Looking at the latest content, Li Fan was momentarily stunned. The second phase mission didn't require killing any specific boss, there were no specific requirements, which ironically made it the most troublesome. Li Fan didn't even know where to begin. Thankfully, the mission timeframe is long enough, 60 days. At worst, I'll just grind through every intelligent monster tribe near the Donghua Empire. I refuse to believe I can't complete this mission. Having thought this through, Li Fan's mind grew considerably calmer. He placed great importance on this unique hidden quest from Li Changsheng. For the other 3 hidden quests, he had known the final rewards before accepting them. But in his previous life, no one had completed Li Changsheng's quest, so he was extremely curious about what rewards it might offer. If the hunter, the orphan from the escort agency, and the drunkard gave such incredible rewards, then surely Li Changsheng, one of the strongest legendary swordsmen of the Eastern Hua Empire, would offer something even better? Li Fan was really looking forward to it. Let's set this task aside for now. According to plan, I'll focus on grinding through all 99 rounds of the drunkard Lu Yanwei's quest first. Li Fan reined in his wandering thoughts and returned to his daily activities. System notification: you have accepted drunkard Lu Yanwei's daily routine, 81. Notification: you have leveled up. Current level is LV31. Unknowingly, time had flown by and it was already noon the next day. Li Fan had been grinding a bit too hard today, only feeling intense drowsiness after it was well past midnight. Just as he was about to log off and rest, suddenly, the private chat notification from a friend began flashing. This is called Missing You. Private chat: holy shit, Fan Gu. Check the auction house quick, 7 legendary skill books just appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 70, 7 legendary skill books, a showdown of the server's financial power. 7 legendary skill books appeared on the rankings? Upon hearing this, a look of sudden understanding flashed across Li Fan's face. The first god-making event in Endless Sky has finally appeared. As a reborn individual and a former top-tier warrior player at LV200 in his past life, Li Fan naturally knew that the game Endless Sky was actually the root of humanity's resistance against the alien monsters. The alien monsters belonged to a cosmic-level invasive civilization, while Earth was merely a planetary-level civilization. The difference in their overall strength was like that of a drop of water versus an endless ocean. How did Endless Sky help Earthlings resist the terrifying alien monster civilization? Besides merging with reality,
granting Earth's humans the full power of their game characters. It also hosted several god-making events. Through such events, individual human powerhouses emerged, ultimately becoming the vanguard against the monstrous invaders from other realms. Right now, the 7 legendary skill books are the first wave of this god-forging event. Other players may not know, but Li Fan understands clearly. These 7 skill books were released by the core intelligence system of Endless Sky, the game's very own Heavenly Dao. Each of the 7 legendary skill books possesses formidable power. Any player who obtains even one of them holds the potential to soar to unprecedented heights. In my past life, I entered the game too late and missed this event, but this time I won't let it slip away. Li Fan excitedly opened the auction house. On the homepage of the server-wide auction house categories, just as expected, 7 skill books shimmering with purple light were prominently listed. The server-wide auction house requires players to be LV20 or above to use, and charges a hefty 30% commission fee. Hardly anyone uses it. Most people either set up stalls in the city's market district or opt for the city auction house, which only takes a 5% cut. Indeed, these 7 skill books were distributed by the Heavenly Dao of Endless Sky. Li Fan muttered a few words to himself, then looked at the descriptions of these 7 skill books one by one. Skill book, Eye of True Sight. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, LV20 or above, applicable to all classes. LV1 active effect, lock onto a target to obtain detailed attributes, skill information, and weak points. Effect weakened against legendary tier or higher level creatures exceeding your level. Consumes 1 MP per use, cooldown 60 seconds. The first skill book, a versatile support type skill usable by all classes. When facing creatures whose level and rank surpass their own, players see nothing but question marks for attributes and skills. Under such circumstances, the challenge is far too perilous, often requiring repeated deaths to gather information about the boss before there's any hope of success. The effect of True Sight allows players to bypass this information gathering process, enabling them to understand the boss's strength, skills, and weak points directly before their first attempt. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Intelligence gathering is crucial, making True Sight an absolutely god-tier skill. For Li Fan, although at LV1 it can only affect legendary bosses, with its scouting effect weakened against epic and above-tier bosses, True Sight can be upgraded. Moreover, he knows that after reaching LV40, there's a method to elevate the skill's quality. This skill book is crucial, I must get it. Li Fan secretly steeled his resolve, while simultaneously glancing at the other skill books. Skill book, Meteor Shower. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, LV20 or above, staff wielding class. LV1 active effect, summon a miniature meteor shower, dealing magic damage to enemies within an 80 by 80 square meter area in front. Each mini meteor inflicts 200% magic attack damage, with 20 meteors falling per second. The skill lasts up to 5 seconds, consumes 500 MP upon activation, and has a cooldown of 180 seconds. Skill book, Arrow Storm. Quality, Legendary. Requirement, level 20 or above. Must use bow weapon type profession. Level 1 active effect, when activated, continuously fires 100 arrows within 4 seconds, dealing physical damage to enemies within a 70 by 30 square meter area in front. Each arrow inflicts 150% of physical attack power, consumes 500 MP upon activation, cooldown, 180 seconds. Skill book, Sword of Extinction. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, level 20 plus, requires sword wielding class. LV1 active effect, instantly releases a massive sword aura in a 30-meter fan-shaped area with piercing effect, dealing 1000% physical damage to all enemies within range. Consumes 400 MP upon activation. Cooldown, 100 seconds. Skill book, Poison Imbue. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, LV20 or above, dagger wielding class. LV1 active effect, coats dagger with deadly poison. Attacks inflict 300 true damage per second for up to 7 seconds, max 2 stacks per target. Poison effect lasts 10 seconds, consumes 500 MP per cast. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Skill book, Divine Prayer. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, level 20 or above, restricted to staff-wielding classes. Level 1 active effect, summons Divine Light from above, restoring 30% of max HP plus 2000 per second for 5 seconds to yourself and allies within a 15 by 15 meter radius. Consumes 500 MP upon activation. Cooldown, 150 seconds. Skill book, Frenzy. Quality, Legendary. Learning requirement, level 20 or above, usable by all classes. Level 1 active effect, for the next 10 seconds, reduces base physical/magic defense by 20%, increases base physical/magic attack by 30%, and increases base attack speed/movement speed by 50%.
Consumes 500 MP when cast and grants 10% Omnivamp effect. Cooldown, 300 seconds.
These 6 skill books include 4 offensive skills, 1 healing skill, and 1 universal buff skill available to all classes. Meteor Shower and Arrow Storm are both large-scale AoE offensive skills with terrifying damage capabilities. They are absolutely excellent for crowd clearing and can also be extremely effective against large-sized bosses. The Sword of Annihilation's damage isn't particularly high, but it compensates with slightly shorter cooldowns, instant casting, and decent AoE effects. Poison Strike is an assassin skill with terrifying damage.
Compared to the other 3 offensive skills, its drawback is the lack of AoE effects.
However, at level 1, it can deal a maximum of 10,200 true damage to a single target, absolutely horrifying.
Sacred Prayer is a group healing skill that combines fixed healing output with high percentage-based recovery, ensuring it never becomes obsolete.
It's undoubtedly the ultimate divine skill for priest players. Berserk is the ultimate buff skill for all damage-dealing classes.
Although it reduces some defense during the buff duration, the 20% defense reduction is negligible compared to the massive offensive boost it provides.
Chapter 71, Li Fan's game assets set various parties in motion. Please read votes.
True Sight and Frenzy, these 2 skill books are absolute must-haves for me. They'll be incredibly useful.
Li Fan silently analyzed the situation. True Sight would play a crucial role when challenging high-difficulty bosses.
Berserk can dramatically increase his burst damage output during frenzied states. As for the warrior's AoE skill, Annihilation Sword, in Li Fan's view, its priority should rank below True Sight and Berserk.
A 100-second cooldown skill doesn't significantly boost his current combat effectiveness. With 1000% damage output, considering his basic attacks and the true damage from his innate talents, the Extinction Sword's damage in normal situations roughly equals about 8 or 9 of his basic attacks.
In other words, it's approximately equivalent to 0.05 seconds worth of his basic attack output. Such marginal damage is negligible.
Of course, obtaining it would still be preferable if possible. After all, once I complete the Young Master of Wei Yuan Escort's Revenge mission in the future and obtain that unique special item granting 60 seconds of zero cooldown for active skills, this Annihilation Sword will become extremely useful. I'll try my best to acquire Sacred Prayer too. This skill can be assigned to my future support teammate. Better safe than sorry. As for Meteor Shower, Arrow Storm, and Poison Blade, if finances allow, I should try to secure them all. They're excellent skills, and it would be a shame to miss out. Li Fan glanced at his current gold reserves. These past few days, as the Purple Mist Fairy gradually repaid her debt and with the ticket fees from the Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon, his gold coins had now exceeded 40,000. Especially the tickets for the Wolf Clan Altar, they brought Li Fan tremendous profits, averaging nearly 10,000 gold per day. 7 skill books, auction prices with no upper limit, all auctions ending in 12 hours, that is, exactly at midnight tonight. No rush to place bids yet. Wait until it's closer to the end, might even snatch a bargain unexpectedly. Li Fan stopped pondering at this point and refocused his attention. Then, he simply logged off to rest. Just as Li Fan was immersed in sleep, the entire player base of Endless Sky was completely shaken by the sudden appearance of 7 legendary tier skill books. Oh my god, who sold these 7 skill books? How did they manage to drop them? And how could they bear to put them up for sale? The auction house doesn't reveal the seller's information, so no one knows. Forget why this person is selling them. Such amazing skills are something we absolutely can't miss out on. Wow, Meteor Shower, as a mage player, I desperately want it. I borrowed some gold from my friends and gathered nearly 100 gold coins. I wonder if that'll be enough to buy it. Thinking you can buy a legendary skill book with 100 gold? Stop dreaming and go to sleep. Here's a little heads up, the leader of a major guild in our starter village has reportedly gathered nearly 1,000 gold coins, and Meteor Shower is their target too. Buying gold coins. Exchange Dragon Nation currency for copper coins at 110 rate, unlimited purchases. DM if selling quick money here. 110 exchange? Only fools would sell at that rate. The tycoon in our village is already offering 1:7 for coppers. Our village is offering 1:6. Wow, I've saved up nearly 2 gold coins since server launch, that's almost 3,000 bucks. Way better than working a day job. Ha! In the game forums, players everywhere were heatedly discussing these transactions. This is a legendary grade skill book. Even if I can't afford it, just seeing it is a treat. Meanwhile, the big spenders who aren't short on cash have started frantically buying up gold coins. Across all beginner villages and cities, countless merchant players shouting buying gold appeared that day. As the whales kept bidding up prices, the in-game currency's value kept soaring. Because everyone was fiercely competing, only a select few could ultimately stand out and quote the latest price for the coveted skill book. The latest prices of the 7 skill books have also begun to skyrocket as time passes. There are simply too many players in Endless Sky. Even though the average gamer's gold farming ability is fairly limited, earning just a few dozen silver coins per day at most, factoring in in-game expenses like equipment repairs, the amount available for sale is relatively small.
Yet, some have already managed to amass 4-digit sums in gold coins remarkably quickly.
1 hour after the 7 skill books were listed, even the cheapest one had already surpassed 1,000 gold coins in the latest bid.
2 hours later, the price surpassed 1,500 gold coins.
3 hours, 10 hours later, the cheapest copy broke 5,000 gold coins at the latest price.
Converted into Manhwa currency in the real world, 5,000 gold coins roughly equaled over 30 million Manhwa yuan. Such prices left countless ordinary players exclaiming in disbelief.
It's just a legendary skill book. No matter how good it is, it's still just an in-game item. How can it sell for such a high price?
The money sure comes easy here.
Little did they know, the real big shots hadn't even placed their bids yet. Old Wei, how much gold have we pooled together?
Guild leader, we've got over 6,000 already. Not enough yet.
Let's push the guild brothers to work harder and aim for around 8,000 gold by 11 p.m.
That way, we can confidently secure a skill book. 8,000 gold coins for a single one?
No way, guild leader, the highest price right now is only 4,500 gold coins. Trust me on this, I've got word that Endless Sky has suddenly attracted a bunch of big spenders in recent days.
The competition is fierce this time, we absolutely must prepare for everything.
In the Heartwood City, Chang Shengjun, the guild leader of Monarch Supreme, was conversing with Old Wei, the chief shield warrior.
Ha ha ha,
with 7,000 gold coins gathered, that poison enchantment skill book is as good as mine.
The God of Age?
Just wait until I get my hands on that Venomous Strike skill tome and pass the 10-star class advancement trial. Your days of stomping all over my righteous Cloud Sky guild are numbered. In the M5566 Beginner's Village, guild leader Zhao Ritian of the Righteous Clouds, gazing at the 7,022 gold coins in his inventory, sank into a blissful reverie about the future.
Lawrence, how many gold coins have we gathered so far?
Boss, we've collected nearly 7,000 gold coins.
Good.
But we need to acquire more, put in more effort. With 7 legendary skill books available, we must secure at least one.
Western Moon Federation, Misty City.
A square-faced, petite mage player was instructing his butler to continue collecting gold coins. Though a novice in the game, in the real world he was one of the most powerful capitalists in the United States, wielding considerable influence in both political and business circles. The reason he entered the world of Endless Sky was that vague hints had surfaced days earlier, suggesting this game represented humanity's future. He didn't know that this was information deliberately leaked by those above him. The communication between the Heavens Will of Endless Sky and the leaders of the 5 permanent members was brief. Although they had been warned not to reveal the future disclosed to them, humans are complex creatures. Despite their subsequent agreement to guard this secret, each leader coincidentally intensified propaganda for Endless Sky within their own countries and formulated a series of related plans. Many influential figures subtly sensed the shifting winds and consequently increased their investments in Endless Sky. This butterfly effect, set in motion by Li Fan, was destined to make this lifetime's version of Endless Sky even more spectacular than in his previous life.
Just as various factions were busy collecting game currency, Li Fan finally logged back in. Chapter 72, Fierce Bidding Wars, securing 5 copies, request subscription votes. Li Fan didn't log in until after 11 p.m.
The secondary reason for logging in so late today was resting until noon after logging off, while the primary reason was that Li Fan had moved to a new place. He believed no one could obtain his real-world identity from the Endless Sky game database. However, after reuniting with Chen Ergo in the game, there was a possibility that someone with ulterior motives might obtain his real-world identity through Chen Ergo. It wasn't that he doubted Chen Ergo would betray him. Chen Ergo had followed him loyally for 10 years in their past life, a man thoroughly tested, whose betrayal was nearly inconceivable. Of course, after being betrayed by his girlfriend and best friend in his past life, Li Fan had long since prioritized his own safety above all else.
As long as he was strong enough, he wouldn't fear anyone's betrayal.
Yet, he considered that if someone uncovered his in-game connection with Chen Ergo and investigated Chen Ergo's real-world identity, they might also discover that he was the legendary Tai Shueishan. Moving was simply a precautionary measure. After logging off yesterday, he immediately found a forger to create a fake ID, then contacted a real estate agent under his false identity.
After viewing the property today, he relocated to his new home overnight. Currently, he resides in Kongcheng, a well-known residential complex in the Demon City. This isn't some upscale neighborhood but rather a place famous for its dense population.
True seclusion lies in bustling cities. A fake identity combined with living in a densely populated residential area meant that under normal circumstances, no one would be able to locate him quickly. Li Fan pondered that in the coming days, he should rent a few more apartments. After all, a sly rabbit has 3 burrows. While he was at it, he should also swap out his phone and bank cards. In short, while he could afford to be bold in the game, in the real world it was better to lay low until the day the game merged with reality.
Not bad. Today's Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon entrance fees have accumulated over 11,000 gold coins again. Absolutely delightful. As soon as he logged in, a notification about ticket fee deposits appeared on Li Fan's interface. After withdrawing the gold coins, Li Fan glanced at his inventory. The total amount was 52,077 gold. Next, Li Fan turned his attention to the global auction house. Eye of True Sight, current highest bid, 4,800 gold coins. Auction ends in 40 minutes and 35 seconds. Meteor Shower, current highest bid, 4,706 gold coins. Auction ends in 40 minutes and 35 seconds. Berserk, current highest bid, 4,752 gold coins. Auction ends in 40 minutes and 35 seconds. 7 skill books, with the current highest bids hovering around 4,700 to 800 gold coins. The most expensive item remains the Eye of True Sight. It seems many people share Li Fan's view that the Eye of True Sight is the most practical and versatile item, which is why the bidding for it is the fieriest. Still 40 minutes left till the auction ends, no rush. I'll go grind some quests first. Li Fan steadied his focus and dove back into his daily grind, knocking out Lu Yanwei's tasks. System notice, you have automatically accepted the daily life of drunkard Lu Yanwei, 85. Almost imperceptibly, 40 minutes had nearly passed. Glancing at the new quest notification on his interface, Li Fan ignored it and directly opened the global auction house. At this very moment, exactly 60 seconds remained before the auction for the 7 skill books would conclude. And right then, someone finally couldn't hold back any longer. Eye of True Sight, current highest bid 5,200 gold coins, 59 seconds remaining in auction. Just 1 second earlier, the highest bid for this skill book had been 5,000. Although the competition was fierce, the prices were creeping up as slowly as squeezing toothpaste. Yet in an instant, they skyrocketed by 200 gold. It was like a signal. The big players who had prepared massive funds immediately responded. The bids for the other 6 skill books began to skyrocket as well. 5,200, 5,300, 5,400. The prices were changing almost every second, with each increase exceeding 100 gold coins. Countless onlookers watched the spectacle with exhilaration. Holy shit, the real whales are starting to flex now. This is insane. They're throwing money around like it's nothing, bidding in increments of 100 gold each time. Just 100 gold coins is worth over 600,000 Dragon Nation currency at current exchange rates. These whales are absolutely crazy. It's just a skill book. The madness of these whales genuinely terrifies me. I've been grinding non-stop since server launch and barely have 3 gold to my name. The power of these mega whales is just unreal. Amid the chatter of onlookers, the auction countdown swiftly reached its final 10 seconds. At this moment, the highest-priced Eye of True Sight had already soared to 7,500 gold coins. The cheapest, Meteor Shower, cost 7,300 gold coins. The price has remained unchanged for several seconds now. It's evident that the participating whales in this wave are showing signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, true heavyweights like Li Fan are finally making their move. Auction ends in 5 seconds. True Sight, current highest bid 8,000 gold coins. Meteor Shower, current highest bid 7,900 gold coins. Berserk, current highest bid 8,000 gold coins. Countdown, 4 seconds. True Sight, current highest bid 8,500 gold coins. Meteor Shower, current highest bid 8,500 gold coins. Rampage, current highest bid 8,500 gold. Countdown, 3 seconds. True Sight, current highest bid 9,104 gold. Meteor Shower, current highest bid 9,000 gold. Rampage, current highest bid 9,000 gold. Countdown, 2 seconds. True Sight, current highest bid 9,233 gold. Meteor Shower, current highest bid 9,167 gold. Out of control, current highest bid at 9,199 gold coins. After 3 frenzied seconds of bidding, the latest prices for each skill book had stabilized at precise figures. This meant the competing tycoons had already brought their full financial might to bear. At this moment, even 1 extra gold coin could become the final bid price. And right at this moment, Li Fan, who had been holding back for so long, finally made his move. Countdown, less than 1 second remaining. True Sight, current highest bid 10,000 gold coins. Meteor Shower, current highest bid 10,000 gold. Arrow Storm, current highest bid 9,317 gold. Extinction Blade, current highest bid 10,000 gold. Venom Infusion, current highest bid 9,301 gold. Divine Prayer, current highest bid 10,000 gold. Berserk, current highest bid 10,000 gold. In the final second, the prices of 7 skill books fluctuated multiple times, and all the 10,000 gold bids came from Li Fan. Finally, the auction ended. Notification, transaction successful. Congratulations on winning the auction items True Sight, Meteor Shower, Sword of Extinction, Sacred Prayer, and Berserk. Notification: you have received the daily reward for the server's level ranking. Your level has increased to LV32. System notification: you have received the daily ranking reward for the server equipment leaderboard. You obtained 1 dark gold treasure chest. As he looked at the 5 skill books that appeared in his inventory, Li Fan's face broke into a satisfied yet rueful smile. Chapter 73, The General's Confidence. I'll soon surpass Tai Sui-shin. Holy shit, did my eyes just deceive me? 5 out of 7 skill books are priced at exactly 10,000 gold coins? I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but it turns out it wasn't an illusion. 10,000 gold coins, roughly equivalent to over 60 million Dragon Country currency, just to buy an in-game skill book. That's insane. Damn it, where do all these bloody rich people in Endless Sky come from? Just this afternoon I was thinking my savings of over 200 gold coins would surely be enough to buy one. Now that seems like such a laughable thought. Guys, I noticed something major. 5 of the last 7 skill books sold for exactly 10,000 gold coins each. Do you think the same player might have bought all 5? No way, absolutely no way. That's 50,000 gold coins. How could anyone receive that much? It must be just a coincidence. Right, it's gotta be a coincidence. There's no way anyone could pull out 50,000 gold coins right now. That's pure fantasy. Many players were keeping an eye on the auction prices of those 7 skill books. In the final second, the latest bids for all 7 skill books couldn't escape the crowd's watchful eyes. 7 out of 5 were traded at a flat rate of 10,000 gold coins. This scene shattered the defenses of countless players. As hard-working ordinary players, we tirelessly grind for gold coins, yet even after saving up, we barely have 2 or 3 gold coins to our name. And here you are buying a skill book for 10,000 gold coins? Seriously, screw this. Alongside the envy, countless players also couldn't help but feel deeply envious. Each of these 7 skill books belongs to the caliber of god-tier techniques. Even an average player could skyrocket to greatness just by obtaining one. Damn, the envy is real. Son of a bitch. How did Endless Sky suddenly spawn so many rich bastards? I scraped together over 7,000 gold coins, only to miss out on even a single skill book? What the hell? The leader of the Monarch Ascendant Guild, Eternal Lord, couldn't help but feel a surge of frustrated fury. He spent a fortune buying gold coins, then mobilized guild members to pool funds, ultimately scraping together more than 7,000 gold coins. I thought I could at least get my hands on a legendary skill book, but unexpectedly, even the cheapest one sold for over 9,300 gold coins. This made Changsheng Jun feel deeply frustrated. It's one thing not to bother gathering funds, but even after trying his hardest, he still fell so far behind others. Just this glimpse was enough to reveal how many powerful figures in Endless Sky surpassed him in both wealth and influence. Looking at it this way, does our Sovereign Ascendancy Guild, which has consistently ranked in the top 3 of Dragon Country's gaming circles, still stand a chance to reclaim its former glory in the world of Endless Sky? Eternal Sovereign could only respond with a question mark. At the same time, veteran guild leaders like Zhao Ritian and War Dominance shared his frustration, realizing that Endless Sky was vastly different from the games they had played before. Many new powerhouses had entered the game, and the player factions were about to undergo earth-shaking changes. Successfully purchased Venom Infusion and obtained them. It won't be long before I surpass Tai Sui-shin and become the new server-wide number 1, right? Yes, General, Tai Sui-shin is just a lucky bastard who got fortunate. How can his strength compare to yours? With the mighty United States backing you, you're destined to become the most powerful in the server. Advisor Carter, I like your honesty. Western Moon Federation, Holy Water City. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes was casually chatting and laughing with his subordinates. Indeed, he was the one who had purchased the Venom skill book. Hailing from the United States, he held the rank of Major General in the military and came from a family at the pinnacle of America's military-industrial complex. Though not widely known by name, his influence carried significant weight across the entire nation. The Major General had enjoyed unwavering privilege throughout his life, getting whatever he desired. Overflowing with self-assurance, he believed this Venom skill book, acquired through the consolidated resources of multiple financial conglomerates, would propel him to become the new top player across all servers. Notice, you have used a skill book and learned the new skill Eye of Truth. Notice, you have used a skill book and learned the new skill Sword of Extinction. Notice, you have used a skill book and learned the new skill Berserk. Of the 5 skill books purchased, 3 had now disappeared, and 3 new skills appeared in Li Fan's skill list as a result. Under the effect of the title, the levels of all 3 skills were raised to LV2. At this moment, the skill effects also underwent corresponding changes. True Sight, LV2 active effect, locks onto a target,
gaining detailed information about their attributes, skills, and weak points.
Effect weakens against creatures more than LV10 above user or of legendary tier or higher. Each activation consumes 1 MP with a 60-second cooldown. Note, upgrading this skill requires 1 million EXP and character level must be at least LV30.
After all, it's a reconnaissance type skill, the effect of upgrading by 1 level isn't very noticeable.
Li Fan was already quite satisfied.
Against creatures below epic tier that are within 10 levels above me, I can now see their strength, skill information, and weak points. That's already amazing. Meanwhile, the effects of Extinction Sword and Berserk LV2 skills have also undergone some changes. The attack range of Extinction Sword is increased by 5%, and its damage is raised to 1100% of physical attack.
The cooldown remains at 100 seconds, while the mana cost is increased to 480 points. The duration of the Berserk buff is extended by 1 second.
During the buff, both physical and magical attacks are boosted to 35%, and both movement and attack speeds are increased to 55%, making it extremely powerful. To level up these two skills, 1 million experience points are required for each. Li Fan has just leveled up and lacks sufficient experience points for now, so he decides to wait and raise both skills to LV3 later. There's no rush to level up myself after all. Higher levels reduce monster grinding rewards. Li Fan had previously spent a massive amount of EXP to max out skills like Sword and Shield and Tempest Swordsmanship. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at LV32 now, he'd easily be LV35 or higher. The first deity forging event in Endless Sky has ended. Getting 5 skill books feels like mission accomplished. What a shame. Had I known the competition would be this fierce, I'd have spent time grinding some nightmare dungeons for better gear to sell and save up gold.
In the end, I still missed out on 2 of them. That's why Li Fan couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret.
Memories from his past life were hazy about this event, only recalling the approximate time frame. He couldn't remember what the 7 skill books were or what their final auction prices had been. Originally he'd been calculating that with all the gold coins he'd sold to Violet Mist Fairy, it should be enough to buy at least one of them. Fortunately, there were the dungeon ticket fees from the Wolf Clan altar, otherwise, I couldn't afford even one.
50,000 gold coins for just 5 manuals. I've underestimated the talents of this world.
That's not good, must change. Li Fan silently reminded himself not to grow arrogant. Just then, his friend's private chat notification suddenly flashed. Looking closely, messages from Xisha Fairy and Flower Butterfly had popped up. Chapter 74, Returning to Routine, completing the 98th quest. Third update begging for votes. Beep beep beep. Xisha Fairy, private chat. Any thoughts on selling Meteor Shower and Sacred Prayer? After all, you can't use these 2 skill books anyway. When he went online earlier to complete quests, the Purple Mist Fairy promptly sent someone to deliver gold coins to Li Fan. As the overall strength of mainstream players continue to grow, the in-game gold coin production also increased day by day. Today, the Purple Mist Fairy extravagantly handed over more than 3,000 gold coins to Li Fan, completely settling all his debts. According to her, she deliberately stayed online longer than usual today just to deliver the gold coins to Li Fan in time, ensuring he could participate in the auction. This thoughtful approach made Li Fan quite appreciative, so he replied, Grand Tai Sui, private message not selling. Fairy Xisha, private message. Wow, so it really was you who bought those 5 skill books. How do you have so much gold? Reading the response, Li Fan couldn't help but darken his expression. Wow. You actually tricked me into spilling the beans. Why are you so mischievous? Taishui God, private chat. I made a mistake earlier. I don't actually have Meteor Shower or Sacred Prayer skill books. Violet Mist Immortal, private chat. Almighty Taishui God, do you think I'm an idiot? Hashtag side-eye hashtag. Taisuation, private chat. Oh no, not selling. I'm keeping these 2 skill books for my future teammates. Taisuation, private chat. As for gold coins, you know about the Wolf Clan altar entrance fees, right? They're all mine. So you could also find a hidden dungeon. Once you clear it, it'll become public, and you can start charging entrance fees too. This wasn't anything shady, so when confronted, Li Fan just admitted it plainly. Given their friendly cooperation before, he even kindly reminded Fairy Xisha why he had so much gold. Purple Mist Fairy, private message. Future teammate? How about our Phoenix Exploration team? See anyone you like? Just say the word, I'll send her to you. Grand Jupiter God, private message. Busy, talk next time. Li Fan proactively ended their conversation. The pioneer team of the Phoenix Guild might be good, but they're ultimately not my own people. Using my own resources to train members of another guild? You must think Li Fan is a fool. As for teammates, there were so many famous players in my past life, it's just that I haven't met many of them yet. Right, what message did Hu Hudy send? Let me check. Thinking of the famous players from his past life, Li Fan realized one of them was currently on his friend list. Regardless of Hua Hudy's temperament, her strength had made her one of the top mages in his previous life. Ever since he rejected her party invitation back in the M4399 beginner village, not a single word had been exchanged between them. Li Fan was quite curious about what private message she had sent him now.
Hu Hutie, private message Taishuation, was it you who bought those 5 skill books sold for 10,000 gold in the auction house? Taishuation, private message why ask that? Hu Hutie, private message just tell me if it was you, I'm sure it was. I want to know how big the gap is between us. Li Fan understood instantly. After rejecting her party invitation earlier, he had hurt her pride, so she stubbornly held on to that grievance, determined to surpass him by any means necessary. Maybe she was even fantasizing about mocking him later to vent her anger once she surpassed him in strength? Li Fan glanced at the leaderboard rankings. Just as expected, Flutterby appeared at the 88th position on the level ranking and 71st on the equipment ranking. You must have put in a lot of effort to achieve results like this? This damn competitive spirit. Tai Suation, private chat I bought it. Flower Butterfly, private chat how come you have so much gold coins? Grand Jupiter, private guess. Flower Butterfly, private, whatever. Just wait, someday you'll be the one unworthy of me. Grand Jupiter, private hashtag meteor shower, skillbook, screenshot, hashtag smile hashtag. Flower Butterfly, private what's that supposed to mean, trying to rub it in my face? Tai Sway God, private chat keep it up. Once you break into the top 10 of the server's level rankings, I'll gift it to you on the condition that you join the guild I founded by then. This time around, Li Fan also had thoughts of establishing his own guild. An individual's strength has its limits. To resist the alien monsters in the future, he would need allies. Moreover, with his own guild, trivial matters like dealing with self-righteous heroes or arrogant overlords, distractions that hindered his progress, could be delegated to guild members. He planned to wait until obtaining the official guild certification before creating the guild. This time, he didn't intend to recruit many members for the guild. Quality over quantity would be the approach. Butterfly possessed both skill and potential, making her one of his desired teammates, which was why he extended an early invitation. On the other end, Butterfly remained silent after seeing Li Fan's message. Is this guy inviting me? Should I accept or not? Damn it. Are we even that close? I still want to surpass you first before mocking you. Why give me the chance to latch onto your coattails? Should I agree or not? The flower butterfly's heart was in turmoil, unable to stop its wandering thoughts. She harbored a peculiar sentiment toward Li Fan. It wasn't affection, nor was it hatred. This emotion carried a faint hint of worship mixed with stubborn defiance, complex and thoroughly awkward. From her perspective, she had only met Li Fan twice, yet he had first struck her down, then saved her, only to subsequently reject her party invitation. Hence, these past few days she'd been nursing a grudge, determined to grow strong enough that Li Fan would one day become unworthy of her. Yet her efforts only seemed to widen the gulf between them. The gap wasn't just in strength now. Hua Hutie suddenly realized their financial resources weren't even on the same level. Her backpack held merely less than 100 gold coins, while the other party could casually produce 50,000 for the auction. How can this guy be so wealthy? And why would he give me a skill book worth 10,000 gold, just to recruit me into his future guild? Something's off, throwing money around like this. Could this guy be trying to sweep me off my feet in some epic online romance? Lost in these chaotic thoughts, Flutterby Butterfly couldn't help feeling even more unsettled. As if bewitched, Flutterby Butterfly sent a reply. Flutterby Butterfly, private chat okay. And at the same time, meanwhile, seeing Flower Butterfly agree, Li Fan didn't dwell on the matter any longer. With the auction concluded and the coveted skill books now in his possession, he planned to return to his regular routine. System notification, you have completed Drunkard Lu Yanwei's daily life, 98. System notice, you have received a mission reward of 280,000 EXP. Unbeknownst to him, it was already past 5 AM in real-world time. Meanwhile, Li Fan had finally reached the final step of Lu Yanwei's daily quest chain. Chapter 75, the final step, Massacre the Troll Tribe. Fourth update, please vote for must-read ranking. For the first 98 chains, the quests either required giving Lu Yanwei money for food and drinks, or collecting ingredients for him by grinding mobs, while the rewards were uniformly just experience points. After investing tremendous financial resources and effort, he finally reached the most crucial chain. Chosen One Tai Suation, thank you for taking care of this rotten drunkard. I have one final wish. I hope you can help me take revenge. NPC Lu Yanwei, no longer in his usual drunken state, solemnly inquired of Li Fan. At the same moment, a notification for the 99th task appeared on Li Fan's interface. The daily life of the drunkard Lu Yanwei, final chapter. Quest description, Lu Yanwei was once a member of the Glory Mercenary Group. During an expedition, they encountered an attack by a troll tribe, resulting in heavy casualties for the mercenary group. Since then, Lu Yanwei has been in decline, reduced to a drunkard. Over the years, he has longed for someone to avenge his fallen brothers from the mercenary group. Assist him, and you will receive generous rewards. Mission objective, head to the depths of the Endless Mountain Range north of Obsidian City, locate the troll tribe, and eliminate at least 1,000 trolls, LV-35 LV-45 bronze tier creatures. Quest progress, 0/1000. Time limit, 15 days. Player requirement, 1. Success reward, 1,200,000 EXP. Fragment of the Chaos Core 3, Special Item. Failure penalty, permanently lose eligibility for this quest chain. Chosen one of the Celestial Sovereign. I know this request may be difficult. This fragment of the Chaos Core is something I miraculously obtained through life-threatening adventures in my youth. May it aid you in your journey. I'm just a down-and-out drunkard, and this is the only reward I can offer you. To Li Fan's surprise, even before he had a chance to complete the quest, NPC Lu Yanwei proactively dug the mission reward out of his backpack. Item, Chaos Core Fragment 3. Type, Unique/Special Item. Description: a special item generated at the birth of the Endless Sky World. Simply carry it in your inventory to activate its effect. It automatically raises the level of all equipped gear to match your character's level. Note, this item is an advance reward for a quest. If the quest is not completed within the designated time, you will be penalized with plus 10,000 sin points for deceiving an NPC and hunted by all NPCs of the Eastern Glory Empire. It really is this. Great! I can actually get the mission rewards in advance. Lu Yanwei, that drunkard, is really decent. Li Fan was overjoyed. As for the punishment mentioned in the item notes for failing the mission, it was completely outside his consideration. Li Fan stored the Chaos Core Fragment 3 in his backpack, while a series of new notification messages popped up on his panel. Notice, your epic weapon Judgment Blade of Justice has been affected by a special item. Base equipment level raised to LV32. Equipment attributes enhanced. Notification, your epic accessory Silver Ring of the Hunting God has been affected by a special item, raising its base level to LV32 and enhancing its attributes. Notice, your Dark Gold Boots Coward's Rocket Boots have been affected by a special item. Equipment base level has increased to LV32, and equipment attributes have been enhanced. Just as described in the effect of the Chaos Core Fragment 3, all of Li Fan's equipment was enhanced to match his current level. Damn! With this wave, my combat power skyrocketed. Li Fan gleefully glanced at the brand new version of the weapon. Equipment, Blade of Righteous Judgment. Durability, 326/750. Quality, Epic. Tier, Perfect. Requirement, LV32 or above. Melee class wielding two-handed weapons. Strength 880 points or higher. Attribute 1, Physical Attack plus 1420, Magic Attack plus 1100, Strength plus 320. Attribute 2, Physical Attack Power plus 21%. Attribute 3, Strength plus 320. Attribute 4, Attacks gain Light Attribute. Attribute 5, Light Attribute Attack plus 21%. Attribute 6, Force of Judgment, omitted, no changes. Attribute 7, Justice Judgment, omitted, no changes. Compared to the original attributes at LV20, the LV32 Blade of Righteous Judgment has seen nearly a 1.5-fold surge in all stats except for the 6th and 7th attributes, which remained unchanged. Li Fan estimated that this single weapon alone boosted his combat power by about 20%. Not to mention, all his other equipment had also received significant upgrades. Li Fan opened his brand new character panel. Character, Great Year Deity. Base attributes. Level, LV32, 4.32 million/12.8 million. Class, Sword and Shield Ranger. HP, 35,608. MP, 8,480. Attack, Physical 3,323, Magical 1,761. Defense, Physical 2,150, Magical 2,082. Attributes, Strength 1314, Agility 24660, Spirit 497, Stamina 1499. Free attribute points, 1160. Maximum attack speed, 296.88 attacks per second. Top movement speed, 553.52 meters per second. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent, Blessing of Light, Stage 2, SSS tier. Equipment, skills, etc., omitted. Comfortable. During my days in the main city, my equipment barely changed. But after obtaining the fragment of the Chaos Core, both my offense and defense surged by about 30 to 40%. Among them, the epic weapon and epic ring can now be considered endgame gear from this point onward. Looking at his latest personal stats panel, Li Fan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The Chaos Core Fragment's combat enhancement effect on him was strikingly evident. Li Fan truly couldn't comprehend how Lu Yanwei, a down-and-out drunkard, could possess such a precious item. But none of that mattered. This was precisely the charm of Endless Sky's one and only hidden quest. What would be the point of doing hidden quests if the rewards weren't exceptional? Even the novice village blacksmith Marin had the overpowered item Warrior's Heart, so isn't it perfectly reasonable for a main city NPC to possess a fragment of the Chaos Core? Speaking of which, I've stockpiled enough free attribute points by now. I'll keep 500 in reserve and pour the rest entirely into strength. Li Fan finished allocating his points and gazed at his current stats. 1,974 strength and 4,122 physical attack power. A thoroughly satisfied smile spread across his face once more. With such high attack power combined with his current basic attack speed of nearly 300 hits per second, it was no exaggeration to say that Li Fan himself found his combat prowess terrifying. Forget about these thoughts for now. It's time to focus on the mission. Lu Yanwei was certainly helpful, delivering the task rewards to Li Fan ahead of time. Naturally, Li Fan was willing to return the favor. Although the mission deadline was a full 2 weeks away, he resolutely decided to set out now. Levels between LV35 to LV45, even the lowest are at least bronze tier? Barring any surprises, I should be able to wrap up this mission before logging off today. Li Fan was brimming with confidence. There's no way around it, I'm just too damn strong. Chapter 76, The Troll Patrol, Li Fan's Explosive DPS. First bonus chapter. In the world of Endless Sky, monsters that players encounter are categorized into 3 types: regular monsters, dungeon monsters, and intelligent demons. Among these, regular monsters mainly consist of common mobs and mini-bosses that spawn in various leveling zones, serving as the primary means for players to level up. Dungeon monsters are the same. No matter how many times they die, they respawn when the dungeon resets. However, intelligent monsters, like NPCs, are truly dead once killed under normal circumstances and won't respawn. These creatures can essentially be considered NPCs not aligned with the human faction, possessing considerable intelligence and their own social civilizations. The troll tribe deep within the Endless Mountains north of Blackstone City likely belongs to one of these small tribal civilizations of intelligent troll monsters. Li Fan had very few memories of it. In his past life, he had battled numerous trolls, but those belonged to large, powerful troll tribes. None of them were such low-quality creatures below LV45. But whether he remembered or not didn't matter. As his combat power skyrocketed, Li Fan grew intensely confident in himself. Just a small fringe tribe of trolls, my combat power should be overwhelmingly superior. This will be a massacre. With this thought, Li Fan immediately bid farewell to Lu Yanwei and sprinted toward the northern district of Obsidian City. The range of the Endless Mountains was vast. Even just traversing the outer perimeter took him over 10 minutes of sprinting at his speed. Along the way, Li Fan didn't focus much on grinding monsters. If any stood in his path, he simply cut them down. They were merely ordinary mobs around LV30, and the battles weren't worth mentioning. However, as he ventured deeper into the Endless Mountains, the monsters' strength noticeably increased, with most reaching LV35 and above. Some of them displayed noticeably higher intelligence, even knowing to retreat when they couldn't win. Unfortunately, their strength fell far short, and escaping Li Fan's grasp was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. It's worth mentioning that while searching for the troll tribe, Li Fan had the fortunate luck of encountering several minor bosses along the way. Notification: you have slain Golden Wing Mantis, LV36 bronze tier creature, and gained 19,200 EXP, 20% bonus for defeating a higher level enemy. Notice, this kill is the server-wide first kill of this boss. Congratulations on earning 30 free attribute points, plus an additional profession-specific equipment/skill book from the loot. Notice, your talent has taken effect. You permanently gain plus 16 agility. Notice, you have slain Mutant Crocodile Elite, LV36 Iron Tier creature, you obtained. Details omitted. These minor bosses were pretty strong, but unfortunately, they were no match for Li Fan in his current state. Since Li Fan was the first player to arrive here, these bosses all had first kill rewards. However, after Li Fan killed one of them, a LV35 Iron Tier boss named Carrion Hyena Chieftain, no first kill notification appeared, which surprised him. The Carrion Hyena Chieftain has multiple spawn points. The absence of a first kill reward means another player has already defeated it. Besides me, there are actually players capable of taking down a minor boss of this level? I really shouldn't underestimate the world's talent. Li Fan shook his head and didn't dwell on the matter. Then he continued on his way, searching for traces of the troll tribe. After more than half an hour, Li Fan finally spotted a troll patrol. It was a group of 3 trolls, seemingly on a reconnaissance mission. They were bipedal creatures, standing over 3 meters tall, with dark brown skin and twisted eyes that glowed with an eerie crimson light. Each troll wore tattered animal hides and wielded massive club-like weapons approximately 2 meters long. Li Fan casually cast true sight on one of the more robust trolls. Creature: Troll Patrolman. Race: Troll Clan. Level rank: LV36 Bronze. Offense/defense: Physical attack 1560, Magic attack 200, HP 78,000. Physical defense 726, Magic defense 700. Attributes: Strength 630, Agility 400, Spirit 200, Stamina 500. Basic attacks: swings giant club, claws, and kicks. Skill 1 Army Sweep. The Troll Patrol fiercely swings its giant club, dealing 300% physical attack damage to all targets in a forward cone area. Skill 2 Roar. The Troll Sentry emits a soul-shaking bellow, dealing 150% physical damage to targets within 10 meters and stunning them for 1 to 3 seconds. Skill 3 Berserk. The lower the Troll Sentry's HP, the higher its attack power and attack speed become, with a maximum bonus of 30%. Skill 4 Alert. When realizing it cannot defeat an enemy,
the troll sentry will flee while emitting an earth-shaking roar to warn nearby allied trolls of intruders in their territory.
Weak points, head, rear.
The effect of True Sight was incredibly potent, instantly revealing all the information about this troll patrol right before my eyes.
As a LV-36 bronze tier creature, the troll patrolman possesses considerable strength.
But unfortunately for them, they ran into Li Fan, a complete cheater.
Their regular attacks couldn't even break through Li Fan's defense.
Swish swish swish. Li Fan appeared directly before them and swung his sword at one of the trolls without hesitation. His level 5 sword chi master skill ensured that every basic attack unleashed a hybrid damage output, 70% physical attack power plus 70% magical attack power. The troll's massive size made it impossible for Li Fan to miss striking its weak spot, the head.
Minus 2,828. Minus 6,290. Critical hit damage. Minus 6,322.
With his exceptional base stats, 21% light attribute attack bonus, the true damage from agility, plus an additional 20% damage multiplier on weak point hits from his nearly 2,000 point strength stat, every sword beam Li Fan landed on the troll patrol's head dealt over 6,000 damage. Moreover, as the passive defense reduction from Storm Swordsmanship and the damage amplification against poison enemies from Venomous Earrings activated, Li Fan's damage output became increasingly explosive. The troll patrol only had around 70,000 HP in total. How could it possibly withstand such terrifying damage from Li Fan? At a normal attack speed of 300 strikes per second, the 3 troll sentries were taken down almost instantaneously before they could even react. Though they weren't killed in a single burst of damage, the entire battle lasted less than a second, truly worthy of being called a one-hit kill.
A one-man army? Berserker Fury? Roar? Warning?
Sorry, but they were all instantly killed.
The troll patrol couldn't even unleash a single skill before dying in such a miserable way.
At the same time, a kill notification message appeared on Li Fan's status panel.
Notice, you have slain Troll Scout, LV-36 bronze creature, you gain 38,400 EXP, 20% bonus for killing higher level monster, X3.
Notice, this kill is the world first of this boss. Congratulations on receiving 72 free attribute points and plus 1 additional class-specific equipment/skill book and drops, X1.
Notice, you have slain an intelligent monster, you gain 30 merit points, X3.
Notice, your talent has taken effect. You permanently gain 18 agility, X3.
Chapter 77, Arriving at the Troll Tribe, this will be a massacre. Second update.
The rewards for killing the troll patrols were extremely generous. Not only did Li Fan gain massive amounts of experience, but he also acquired a total of 90 merit points. Merit points can be exchanged for equipment, skill books, consumables and other valuable items from the Donghua Empire NPC officials. They basically function as gold coins. Li Fan was delighted, and what made him even happier were the additional agility attribute points granted by his talent.
A single level 36 bronze tier troll patrol gives me 18 agility points.
There should be plenty of intelligent monsters at this level within the troll tribe.
If I could kill 1,000 of them, wouldn't that give me over 30,000 points?
The second stage of the Blessing of Light talent upgrades to the third stage automatically after hunting 100,000 level 20 plus monsters. When that happens, it might impose level and strength requirements on the monsters like when the first stage upgraded to the second.
So why not use the remaining quota for the second stage to hunt intelligent monsters?
Thinking this, Li Fan silently gave himself a thumbs up.
It was the right move to impulsively tackle the final mission for Lu Yanwei on a whim.
The appearance of troll patrols here means this must be troll territory.
Need to locate their settlement quickly for some serious grinding.
Li Fan sprang into action with decisive efficiency. His deduction proved correct. Before long, he encountered a second wave of troll patrols. This is another patrol squad composed of 3 trolls, except this time 2 are LV-35 while the other is LV-37.
Clearly, the strength of troll patrols is not entirely uniform.
Of course, whether it's level 35 or level 37, the outcome remains the same when faced with Li Fan.
Instant kill. Notification, you have slain, omitted.
System, you have picked up Loot Troll Grey Club, Troll Cloak, Low-Grade Strength Elixir Recipe, and 4 gold, 6 silver, 71 copper coins.
Ha, it actually dropped a consumable recipe? Ha ha ha, I'm about to strike it rich again.
In the world of Endless Sky, potion-type consumables are relatively rare items. Li Fan had been grinding since the server launched but still hadn't obtained a single consumable crafting recipe until now. The traditional health and mana potions in games could only be purchased from NPC merchants, but the potions sold by NPCs were too weak. He had always been too lazy to buy them, never lacking those basic supplies. As for those secret potions that temporarily boost attributes, NPC merchants didn't even have them for sale. He had originally thought he'd need to accumulate enough merit points to exchange for some at the official NPC faction of the Eastern Glory Empire, never expected that defeating a troll patrol would drop a recipe instead. What a delightful surprise! Li Fan glanced at the recipe in his backpack.
Item, low-level strength elixir recipe. Type, Crafting Blueprint. Effect: learning this grants the ability to craft low-level strength elixirs. Learning requirement: possess the secondary profession skill alchemy. Note: synthesizing low-grade strength elixir requires silver flower, gold silver herb, and white spoon extract. The potion effect increases the user's strength attribute by 100 plus 5%. For 60 seconds upon use, with no cooldown time. The low-grade strength elixir has excellent effects, boosting strength by 100 points and increasing the strength attribute by 5%. With a sufficient supply of elixirs, one could continuously and uninterruptedly maintain the strength enhancement effect. Unfortunately, Li Fan didn't possess the secondary profession skill of alchemy. He could learn it from NPCs, but crafting secret potions would require tremendous effort, time he simply didn't have. I'll save these recipes for now. Once I find the right person to teach, I'll have a steady supply of finished secret potions. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Li Fan continued exploring the troll territory. As for the 2 bronze tier items dropped by these 3 troll lords, he couldn't be bothered to pick them up. Although bronze tier equipment held decent value, with most players still not having obtained even a single piece since the server launch, his inventory space was limited. There simply wasn't room for such trash quality bronze gear. Continuing his exploration, Li Fan soon encountered the 3rd group of troll patrols. System notification: you have slain. Abbreviated. After swiftly eliminating several groups of troll patrols, Li Fan finally located the stronghold of the troll tribe. It was a valley encircled by mountains on all sides, with only a single entrance about 5 or 6 meters wide. Silently dispatching 2 bronze troll gatekeepers without alerting anyone, Li Fan stepped into the valley. Inside, the valley stretched approximately 10 hectares, offering a broad view. The ground was level, dotted with conical dwellings made of branches and thatch. At the far end stood a massive stone palace, fronted by a large square platform. At the center of the platform loomed a colossal brown troll stone statue, remarkably lifelike, facing a crackling bonfire. Within the valley, countless trolls bustled about, young and old alike. If not for each troll's ferocious appearance, and some gnawing on raw meat with blood dripping from their mouths, this would undeniably be a peaceful and stable civilized society. These trolls lead such wretched lives, but fortunately for you, you've encountered me. I shall now deliver you from suffering. Li Fan cast a pitying glance at the trolls. His compassionate heart couldn't bear to witness their misery. So the next second, he raised his longsword. Swish, swish, swish. Minus 9,248. Critical hit. Minus 9,320. Minus 4,174. Minus 9,248. As dense clusters of numbers soared into the air, the one-sided massacre by Li Fan had also begun. Whether elderly or infant trolls, they were all at least bronze tier. Born naturally at bronze tier, such intelligent monster tribal civilizations were referred to as bronze tribes in Li Fan's previous life. Similarly, above bronze tribes there were silver tribes, gold tribes, and so on. These bronze tier trolls stood no chance against Li Fan. They were often slain in a single encounter. Roar, roar, roar. Facing such overwhelming force, the trolls fell into chaos. The female trolls, clutching their young, fled in panic, while the young and robust trolls roared mightily and charged at Li Fan with raised weapons. Meanwhile, squads of well-equipped troll soldiers began cutting off Li Fan's path, attempting to halt his relentless slaughter. These troll soldiers were among the strongest in the entire tribe, all above level 38. With many even being silver-rank squad leaders. Yet, in the face of Li Fan, all these trolls met the same fate. This was a one-man massacre against the entire troll tribe. System notification: you have slain. Abbreviated, XN. I don't know how long it had been. Li Fan was on a killing spree. Suddenly, a battle drumbeat that made his heart race uncontrollably echoed through the valley. 4 golden-ranked troll centurions rushed towards him in a furious rage. Chapter 78, The Golden Tier Troll Centurion, Crushing Victory. 3rd update. Battle alert. The Troll Clan has activated the War Drum of Courage skill, increasing the combat power of all trolls within the valley by 20%. Legion skill, massively boosting the combat strength of allied units. This is the hallmark of Legion-type skills. Fortunately, a mere Legion skill had little effect on Li Fan. Even with their combat power increased by 20%, the trolls still faced nothing short of a one-sided slaughter against him. Li Fan's gaze settled upon the 4 charging troll centurions, and he casually cast the skill True Sight on the foremost one. Creature: Troll Centurion. Race: Troll Clan. Level rank: LV 42 gold. Offense/defense: physical attack 6800, magic attack 1020, HP 360k. Physical defense 3010, magic defense 2890. Attributes: strength 2315, agility 1600, spirit 1020, stamina 2520. Basic attacks: swings giant club with greater force, swipes with claws, kicks. Skills 123 sweeping army roar berserk, details omitted. Skill 4 war stomp. The troll centurion forcefully stomps the ground,
creating a shockwave that deals 500% physical attack damage to enemy creatures within a 60-meter radius and inflicts a brief stun effect.
Skill 5 Tenacity. The Troll Centurion slowly recovers 2% of its maximum health every 10 seconds. Skill 6 Last Stand. When the Troll Centurion's health drops to 10%, its 4 core attributes increase by 50% for 30 seconds. Weak spots, eyes and posterior. The combat prowess of the Troll Centurion is truly terrifying. Its offensive and defensive stats actually surpass Li Fan's. This is because, in the world of Endless Sky, a boss's strength is determined based on the power of regular monsters at the same level. A typical LV-42 monster has an attack power of around 350 points. A Black Iron boss is twice as strong as a regular mob, Bronze tier is 4 times, Silver tier 8 times, and a Golden tier boss boasts 16 times the power of an ordinary monster. During the beginner village phase, the game operated on easy mode. Players leveled up quickly, and monsters were relatively weak. That's why even the LV-20 epic boss, the Hellhound Cerberus, had lower stats than this Troll Centurion standing before him now. Moreover, the trolls are a melee-oriented race with exceptionally high strength and stamina. That's why this Troll Centurion's physical attack stats are so terrifyingly high. However, Li Fan remained unfazed. What good is your high attack power anyway? With just a measly 1600 agility, can you even lay a finger on me? Swish, swish, swish. Li Fan didn't wait for the Troll Centurion to reach him, taking the initiative to launch his attack. Minus 1,426. Minus 1,457. Minus 3,345. Critical hit. Minus 5,521. Critical strike. The Troll Centurion possessed extremely high physical and magical defense, along with a level suppression effect. To maximize his damage output, Li Fan didn't use the Sword Chi Master's ranged attacks, opting instead for simple, close-quarters basic attacks. During the earlier massacre of ordinary trolls, Li Fan's Epic Ring's passive ability, Hunter's Instinct, had already reached full stacks, boosting all 4 core attributes by 30%. The armor reduction effect of Tempest Swordplay and the damage amplification from the Toxic Earrings made Li Fan's basic attacks increasingly devastating. Out of respect for the Golden tier boss, he extravagantly employed the legendary skill, Fatal Cleave, against the 4 Troll Centurions. At LV4, Fatal Cleave delivered over 5,000 damage per strike with armor-piercing properties. 20 sword energies erupted in unison, swifter than basic attacks. The densely packed sword beams formed a radiant white pillar, piercing through all 4 Troll Centurions simultaneously. In just one clash, the 4 Troll Centurions instantly lost a third of their health bars. Roar! Struck by a heavy blow, the Troll Centurions let out a furious roar toward the sky. But blades know no mercy, and intelligent monsters, unlike the common spawns that respawn repeatedly, possess minds of their own. They dared not unleash wide-area AoE skills while their kin remained nearby, lest they strike allies by mistake. Sweep through 1,000 troops, roar! A Troll Centurion began its counterattack. The reason only one Troll Centurion counterattacked was because Combat Info, passive effect of your Silver Ring of the Hunting God has activated. Troll Centurion enters a 6-second stun state. Combat Info, passive effect of your Silver Ring of the Hunting God has activated. Troll Centurion enters a 6-second paralysis state. Combat Info, passive effect of your Paralysis Necklace has activated. Troll Centurion enters a 4.5-second paralysis state. That's right, after Li Fan's ultra-high frequency strikes, 3 out of the 4 Troll Centurions fell under control. One of them could still move freely. It had to be considered quite lucky. Huff! The massive spiked club swung through the air with a whoosh, but Li Fan effortlessly dodged it with a quick sidestep. Roar! The Troll Centurion's roar skill dealt damage to Li Fan, though he couldn't be bothered to dodge. Minus 9,622. A massive damage number floated upward from Li Fan's head. The physical damage output of the Troll Centurion is too high. However, the reason Li Fan didn't dodge was because his warrior's heart granted him immunity to crowd control and lifesteal effects. As long as his damage output remained high, he could replenish his lost HP in the blink of an eye. Soon, this frenzied Troll Centurion met the same fate as its companion, succumbing to the stun effect from the Silver Ring of the Hunting God. A minimum of 4.5 seconds of stun and paralysis effects was more than enough time for Li Fan to kill them several times over. Minus 1864. Minus 1864. Minus 1864. With the ring's passive fully stacked, this was Li Fan Ping's maximum damage output. At this moment, exceeding 380 attacks per second, Li Fan's theoretical DPS against the Troll Centurion could surpass 700,000. Of course, the Troll Centurion's health pool wasn't nearly that large. In less than 2 seconds, Li Fan had eliminated them all with normal attacks. Notice, you have slain Troll Centurion, LV-42 Golden Creature, and gained 915,000 EXP. 50% bonus for cross-level kill, x4. Notice, this kill is the world first for this boss. Congratulations on receiving 160 free attribute points and plus 1 class-specific equipment/skill book from drops, x1. Notice, you have slain an intelligent demonic creature and gained 160 merit points, x4. Notice, your talent has taken effect. You permanently gain 168 agility, x4. Notice, you have leveled up. Current level, LV33. Notice, you have picked up the loot dropped by the boss, Golden Wolf Fawn Club, Ancient Beast Leather Armor, Multiple Fireballs, Skill Book, Roar, Skill Book, and 26 gold, 33 silver, and 2 copper coins. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, as they say. The stronger the boss, the higher the risk of the challenge, and the greater the rewards. The 4 troll centurions of the golden tier instantly leveled up Li Fan. Delicious. Now wasn't the time to admire the spoils, as the death of the troll centurions had sent the remaining trolls in the valley into a terrified frenzy, scattering in all directions. The tribe had fewer than 2,000 trolls in total. Li Fan needed to hurry and slaughter them, or it wouldn't be any fun if they all escaped. Just as he raised his longsword, a deafening roar echoing through the valley suddenly caught his attention. Chapter 79, The Dark Gold Troll Priest and the Legendary Troll Lord. Roar! A deep yet thunderous howl reverberated across the entire valley. Li Fan raised his head to look in the direction of the voice. Within the palace of the troll tribe, a troll over 8 meters tall had appeared unnoticed, its entire body radiating an eerie red glow. In one hand, it wielded a massive scimitar taller than itself, its imposing aura enough to make anyone shrink back in fear. Upon closer inspection, another peculiar troll stood beside it. This troll held an ebony black staff, draped in emerald green robes, with a hunched posture. It was much smaller than an average adult troll, standing only about 5 feet tall. From the simple information displayed, that 8-meter-tall creature was unmistakably the strongest entity of the troll tribe, a LV39 legendary tier troll chieftain. The hunched figure was none other than the troll tribe's shaman, a level 40 dark gold boss, the troll high priest. The moment the troll shaman appeared, it inexplicably pulled out a miniature golden troll carving from somewhere, holding it in its left hand as it channeled magical energy. In the next instant, every troll in the valley, except for itself and the troll lord, transformed into streaks of black light and were sucked into the tiny stone carving. System alert: the troll shaman, LV40 dark gold creature, has used the troll totem, sheltering all common trolls within the totem's inner space. This scene instantly changed Li Fan's mind, who had originally planned to use his 30-second cooldown skill True Sight on the troll lord first. Totem, although you're only dark gold rank, you seem more dangerous than the legendary rank Troll Lord. Li Fan cast True Sight on the Troll Shaman. Creature, Troll Shaman Tuba. Race, Troll Clan. Rank, LV40 Dark Gold. Attack/Defense, Physical Attack 2600, Magic Attack 10100, HP 700k. Physical Defense 5569, Magic Defense 5874. Attributes, Strength 2100, Agility 3580, Spirit 6000, Stamina 4800. Basic Attack, fires Arcane Energy Bolts. Skill 1, Repelling Poison Ring, casts a powerful knockback spell, dealing 400% magic damage to enemies within a 30-meter radius. Skill Effect triggers, additionally inflicting 1000 true damage per second as poison damage for 5 seconds. Skill 2, Poison Ring, concentrates magic to form a 15-meter radius poisonous circle, dealing 250% magic damage per second to enemies within range. The poison ring lasts for 10 seconds. Skill 5, Deadly Poison Nova, chance for 2 seconds to detonate toxins within a nearby poison enemy, dealing 99,999 true damage. Skill 6, Magic Shield, applies a protective shield to self that can absorb damage equal to 50% of max HP, shield lasts for 30 seconds. Skill 7, Enlightenment, when HP drops to 80%/50%/30%/20%/10%, randomly resets the cooldown of 1 to 3 skills. When HP falls to 5%, all skills enter a no cooldown state, except Magic Shield, for 15 seconds. Skill 8, Troll Priest, as a priest of the troll race, can use the ability of Troll Totem. Weak points, eyes, throat. The effect of True Sight was overpowering. With just one look, Li Fan had already uncovered all the Troll Priest's hidden cards. Multiple wide-range AoE attacks, high target lock damage, plus the ability to wield those mysterious troll totems. Just as I suspected, you're truly a force to be reckoned with. Li Fan's expression grew solemn. The intelligence gathered through True Sight was invaluable, yet some details remained undiscovered, such as the cooldown periods for the troll shaman's various skills. This was something he'd have to observe firsthand during battle. First kill it, then deal with the troll lord. Having made up his mind, Li Fan charged straight at them. Before his body arrived, his sword aura struck first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moonlight-like sword chi showered upon the troll priest. Simultaneously, a dense cluster of damage numbers erupted above its head. -219, -493. Weak point hit. -237, -237. Every sword aura Li Fan unleashed dealt pitifully low damage. This was because the troll shaman's physical and magical defenses were extraordinarily high,
coupled with level suppression that reduced his damage output by 35%. Each of Li Fan's attacks dealt only 1 point of mandatory damage, plus an additional 218 points of true damage from his talents, along with the damage from the poisonous earrings effect on poison enemies and its 8% damage boost. Storm Sword Art's armor reduction effect didn't make any difference at all. Truth be told, this is the normal scenario when players attempt to solo a high-level boss beyond their level. In the world of Endless Sky, teamwork between players is crucial. Li Fan's Storm Sword Art has a physical defense reduction effect. Only when paired with teammates who possess similar defense-reducing abilities, either lowering the boss's physical defense below his own or granting him buffs that raise his attack above the enemy's defense, will his physical attack stat truly fulfill its intended role in battle. Of course, in this life, he's already strides ahead of all other players. Against a boss like the Troll Shaman, he can only rely on himself. Fortunately, the bonus true damage from his innate talent is terrifyingly potent, granting him the means to challenge high-difficulty bosses. This same principle allowed him to defeat various Dark Gold and Legendary bosses back in the starter village phase. Otherwise, no matter how fast his attack speed or how worn his weapon became, the Troll Shaman would remain unbeatable. Setting aside its magic shield, if I go all out, it would only take me around 3,000 strikes to whittle down its 700,000 HP. 3,000 attacks, given my current attack speed, that would take barely 8 or 9 seconds at most. If I activate Phantom Dance and the active skill from the Epic Ring, it could be done in just over 4 seconds. Unfortunately, I didn't have such a good output environment during the intense battle. Li Fan shook his head. In less than a second after the output, as the Plague Priest's health dropped to 80%, it immediately unleashed its AoE skill. Combat message: Troll Priest Tuba, LV40 Dark Gold creature, has cast skill Toxic Repulsion Ring. You have moved outside the skill's effective range and remain unaffected. Combat message: Troll Priest Tuba, LV40 Dark Gold creature, has cast skill Poison Ring. You have moved outside the skill's effective range and remain unaffected. With lightning reflexes, Li Fan spotted the dazzling glow from the Troll Priest's staff and instantly dashed in the opposite direction. The Troll Priest's skill activation was incredibly fast, less than 0.3 seconds chanting time, with the skill covering the target area in under 1 second. However, that 1 second was more than enough time for Li Fan to dash almost 1,000 feet away. So naturally, its skill failed to hit its mark. My physique is still fairly fragile compared to the Troll Chieftain. Time to go wild when I can, and play it safe when I must. Once the Troll Chieftain's skill duration ended, Li Fan turned his attacks back onto the creature. As expected, his attacks couldn't even break through the Troll Chieftain's defense. Fortunately, Li Fan wasn't in a hurry. The Troll Chieftain's massive size made it slow and clumsy, he could just chip away at it gradually. Sooner or later, he'd grind it down to death. Chapter 80, Slaying the Troll Shaman and Seizing the Troll Tribe's Totem. Roar! The Troll Chieftain was utterly enraged. It could sense how fragile the human before it was just one casual swing of its blade would cut him down. It longed to witness that scene. As the chieftain of this troll tribe, it must use this human's blood and life to wash away the disgrace brought by his slaughter of its kin. However, the idea sounds wonderful, but in reality, this emotion is nothing more than helpless rage. Even without using true sight to scout, Li Fan could guess that the attack power stat of this legendary tier troll lord might have surpassed 18,000. A boss of this caliber undoubtedly qualifies as a world-class boss for all players at the current stage. Yet, in Li Fan's presence, the towering troll lord was nothing more than a clown to be toyed with. Its attack speed was far too sluggish in Li Fan's eyes. After all, Li Fan's agility attribute at this moment was likely at least 5 times higher than the creature's. To put it plainly, the troll chieftain could only manage about 60 to 80 attacks per second, which made perfect sense. In this game world, physics didn't apply. Whether you were mountain-sized or ant-small, as long as your agility stats were high enough, your attack speed could become ludicrously fast. Even if the troll chieftain grew 10 or 100 times larger, its attack speed would remain unchanged. The only advantage its size conferred was an extended attack range. At such paltry speeds, the troll chieftain stood no chance against Li Fan. The troll lord's every move seemed to him like left hand, right hand, slow motion. With such a massive gap in attack speed, the difference in movement speed was even more obvious. Thus, Li Fan could easily toy with it, only occasionally sacrificing some DPS time for evasion maneuvers. Swish, swish, swish. Minus 261. Minus 261. Minus 261. Unknowingly, more than 10 seconds had passed. During this time, the Troll Lord used an AoE skill similar to War Stomp, but Li Fan had already sensed it in advance and moved beyond its range. The advantage of a large terrain was precisely this: he could easily dodge the boss's big skills. At the same time, on the other side, the Troll Shaman's Poison Ring skill had already dissipated. Li Fan decisively switched his attack to slash at it. Swoosh, 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 roar. Soon, the Troll Priest's health dropped to 60%, activating another new skill. Unfortunately, its skills had already been seen through by Li Fan, rendering any attempts to activate them futile. It's worth mentioning that this time, Li Fan successfully reduced the troll priest's health to 60% despite facing coordinated attacks from both the troll lord and the priest. While not completely unscathed throughout the entire process, at least not a single drop of blood was lost. The battle continued in this manner. Just as Li Fan's strategy dictated, he'd go all out when he could, play it safe when necessary, and flee the moment things looked dicey, ensuring he never got greedy with his damage output. When the troll shaman began casting its skill, he'd immediately pivot to attack the troll lord instead. Once the troll shaman's skill duration ended, he'd switch focus back to burning it down. What's the point of high attack power if you're dead? What's the use of having overpowered skill damage or massive range? Unable to land a hit on Li Fan, they're doomed to a slow death. The battle proceeded without incident, and soon the troll priest's health dropped to 5%. Combat info: Troll Priest Tuba, LV40 Dark Gold Creature, cast skill Poison Repulsion Ring. You remained outside the skill's range and were unaffected. Combat log omitted. In that instant, the troll shaman unleashed every skill in its arsenal except for the magic shield, unaffected by the enlightenment skill, as if they cost no mana at all. Skills rained down in a frenzied bombardment. One after another, deep blue poisonous rings, resembling dozens of Olympic interlaced circles, gradually spread throughout the valley. Meanwhile, the clever Li Fan had already fled beyond the valley. This wasn't a dungeon after all, there were no terrain restrictions. He could go wherever he pleased, with complete control over the situation. The troll priest and troll chieftain seemed to have lost their tempers in the heat of battle, chasing him all the way out of the valley. The open wilderness beyond was more spacious, perfectly suiting Li Fan's plans. After 15 seconds, as the troll priest's skill bombardment ended, he stepped forward to attack again. Yet unexpectedly, in that moment of slight carelessness, he nearly wiped out. The troll priest swiftly pulled out another demonic totem, infused it with magic at lightning speed, and from it as the center point, a bowl-shaped translucent barrier with a radius of about 100 meters slowly rose into the air. Battle info: Troll Priest Tuba, LV40 Dark Gold Creature, has activated the demonic totem skill domain of imprisonment. You are outside the skill's range and remain unaffected. Damn, if I'd been just a fraction of a second slower, I would have been trapped inside that barrier. Realizing the danger, Li Fan immediately turned tail and sprinted. Staring at the barrier just 30 feet away, he couldn't help but shudder with lingering fear. The combat log hadn't shown how long this barrier would last, nor what effects being trapped inside might entail. But if it lasts for more than half a minute and the barrier can't be broken, then his fate is practically sealed. After all, with limited movement space inside the barrier and no flying boss like the Manticore Lord to carry him upward, facing the AoE skills of the Troll Shaman and the Troll Lord would leave him with no room to dodge. He'd quickly be forced to use his life-saving trump card, and if his burst state couldn't take out both bosses in one go, death would be his only outcome. This troll totem is a real treasure, hope it drops for me later, Li Fan muttered eagerly. On the other side, seeing that the barrier had failed to trap Li Fan, the troll priest waved both hands and actively dismissed the barrier, then joined the troll lord in chasing after him with eyes burning red. This time, Li Fan was far more cautious. He fought while retreating, never greedily pursuing extra damage. About 10 seconds later, as the troll priest fell, a corresponding prompt finally appeared on his status panel. Notification: you have slain Troll Shaman Tuber, LV40 Dark Gold Creature, and gained 1,852,875 experience points, 35% bonus for defeating a higher level enemy. Notification: this kill is the world first for this boss. Congratulations! You have received 320 free attribute points and +1 class specific equipment/skill book drop. Notification: you have slain an intelligent magical beast and gained 320 merit points, x4. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 324 points. Notice: you picked up the loot dropped by the boss: Venomous Staff, Dark Gold, Boots of Agility, Dark Gold, Ring of Poison Immunity, Gold Skill Book, and Troll Clan Totem, Special Item, along with 38 gold, 22 silver, and 18 copper coins. The loot dropped by the Troll Shaman was quite impressive, and Li Fan gave it a quick glance, especially the Troll Clan Totem he had been eagerly anticipating. This item didn't vanish with the death of the Troll Shaman, and Li Fan swiftly grabbed it before the Troll Chieftain arrived. At that moment, his hurried glance made him gasp in shock. TSK tisk tisk. No wonder the Troll Shaman and Troll Chieftain aren't affected by my necklace and ring's control, this thing is to blame.